to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Wow. So, some days you come in here, you're like, hey, relax Tuesday. Man, what a busy Thursday. We got about 10 million things to talk about. I don't even know where to start. I mean, I don't want to start with the Knicks with my buddy over here being a Knicks fan. I don't want to start there. Marcus, good morning.
What's up, Murph?
We can talk about the Dwight Clark event last night, which was an unbelievable success. People are still, as Kruk and Kite would say, horse laughing over the Zagaris panel with Charles Haley and Garrison Hurst and Spice Adams and Fred Warner, All-Pro Fred, who was in the building, and we were gifted visits by Demo Lenore and our surprise visitor, George Kittle, who showed up. He was the surprise there. So that happened last night. We got the craziness in the basketball last night. We got news like Justin Verlander going to the IL. We got a baby Friday. And we have Brock Purdy today at 7 a.m. So, bro, got about 10 million things going on. Just the way you like it, right?
There's a lot going on on a Thursday morning, Murph. Wild, wild Wednesday. A lot of day drinking down at the ballpark yesterday. Giants lose the series to the Kansas City Royals. Logan Webb gets hit around just a little bit too much for my liking. But I do like going out to the ballpark during the day and having a few beers with young Tony and some of the KNBR boys.
I see some color in your face, bro.
Yeah, you just can't see it on the stream.
No, you look
still out here looking like Casper the Ghost.
They're the only ones who could. The stream is the only thing that can take a day drinking sunburned Marcus and turn him into basically a sheet of white paper.
It's crazy. I've been to a lot of games already so far this baseball season, and I continue to get like more tan or more sunburn, either or. But I show up each and every day looking whiter and whiter on the stream.
It's a special trick we do on the stream there. Whereas I'm kind of looking sort of like almost maroon over here.
Almost a little orange.
It's a big, beautiful day. It's going to be a big, beautiful day. Man, oh, man. Well, we can start any number of places, but let's just start by reminding everybody we do have Brock Purdy at 7 a.m. today, so that should be really fun. And one of the things I did is I drove down, oh, by the way, yeah, I know. Everybody out there commutes. I feel your pain, because Marcus and I, we live in a world of, well, I'm going to tell a dirty little secret here. You do a morning show. You don't got to deal with traffic.
Oh, no.
Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, stay asleep.
So people are like, oh, you get up so early. I'm like, yeah, but guess what? We're the only ones on the roads.
Oh, yeah. I used to fly up here in like 40, 45 minutes from San Jose.
I was doing your commute last night because I stayed on the peninsula last night but the drive down, leaving the North Bay, the fabulous North Bay near Marin Health, and driving up 2 hours and 15 minutes just to get from Mill Valley to San Jose. And you know what the beauty of San Jose is? Shout out to my 408 people. Shout out to my San Ho crowd. Shout out to my South Bay Marcus here. The beauty of the traffic around San Jose is you can drive from the North Bay to San Jose, great. And then the moment you hit Los Altos Hills to San Jose, you are inching along.
Exactly.
So anyway, but the point of that story was that I got to listen to the Brock Purdy press conference to prep us for today. So, first of all, number one takeaway, he was at the Olympic Club when he found out.
Playing a little golf.
Number one question today, after we ask him about his buddy Tyrese Halliburton, is, did you celebrate with a burger dog? And how many? Because you can't just stop at one. So that'll be the hard-hitting question. Like, hey, Brock Purdy's going KNBR. What'd they ask him? They asked him how many burger dogs he had after he got the...
How many burger dogs can you eat, Brock?
So anyway, it was good to listen to him and stow away some of that information for today. And then the event was fantastic. It was the Hammer Theater in San Jose. And thanks to everybody who came and everybody who knows. And Kittle was in great form. Diameter Lenore was so moved, he posted on social that he was very touched by getting the Dwight Clark Award.
Awesome. So,
yeah, great night. But they wound up putting me up down there, buddy. So my commute was different. I came in your old way today, the old 280 way. Past the airport and all that. So I'm a little out of sorts.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're a man of routines.
Yeah.
You don't like it when your routine is broken.
Well, it's not only that. So I'm a king of I like to wear jackets in the morning because it's a little drafty in here, And I realized in driving down wearing a sport coat for the event, I didn't pack a sweatshirt or a jacket for today. So I'm sitting here in my short sleeves. I stole Michael Connell, Digital Boy, his jacket.
Now you're out here stealing jackets from the digital team.
So I'm wearing somebody else's jacket.
See,
I woke up in a strange place.
Murph spends one night down in the South Bay, and all of a sudden, he's a criminal like me. He's out here stealing guys' jackets, shoving Michael Connell in the corner.
That's pretty much the deal. I got my Boucher on.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, let's go to Madison Square Garden, buddy. So I missed the whole game. So I'll just give you my version. You tell me yours. So we're busy. We're down in the quote-unquote green room doing our thing, micing up Garrison Hurst and Fred Warner and the whole crew. What a gentleman Fred Warner is. My God. Let me tell you this. Fred Warner got his balls broken by the veterans so badly on that panel. Charles Haley was crushing him, and Warner just took it and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. So sometimes you got to just laugh. When the old heads are coming for you, you just got to laugh.
Sit back and wear it.
Because we were putting up Zagaris pictures, and everybody's reacting. And they're all funny pictures, and then there's ones of Fred Warner being very emotional, and Charles Haley's like, what you doing out there? And he's like, man, why? He goes, you crying out there? What do you do? You crying? And so there was big laughs there going on. But anyway, I looked at my phone, and it said Knicks 97, Pacers 92 with about 6 minutes to go. That's all I saw. I then come back later in the night. I say, hey, so the Knicks won? Somebody said, no, dude, the Pacers won. And that's all I knew. And then I woke up this morning, and I got all the details. Did you watch the whole thing?
I did, Murph.
Okay. Take me through it.
So, fourth quarter. The Knicks built up a 17-point lead. I start seeing clips on Twitter of Knicks fans going crazy outside of MSG, chanting, Knicks in 4, Knicks in 4, Knicks in 4. And I'm even at the bar saying, hey, let me get a shot to celebrate the victory.
Oh.
Knicks are going to win game 1.
Premature shots.
Next thing you know, the lead starts to shrink. And Aaron Naismith just catches fire and starts hitting three-pointers left and right and left and right. 4 straight three-pointers. And all of a sudden, I'm like, damn, that lead disappeared. And even in the final minute of the game, like 57 seconds left, the Knicks still had a 9-point lead. And then they cut it down again. Couple more three-pointers, and then it all comes down to Brock Purdy's boy, the Iowa State Cyclone, Tyrese Halliburton, dribbling, running back to the three-point line, throws up a prayer with his foot on the line, and then maybe the best basketball bounce I've ever seen in my life. That thing shot up above the shot clock, somehow came down, foot was on the line, 2-pointer, overtime, and then Pacers just executed better in overtime.
So add to the drama that he made the choke sign.
Yes.
Tyrese Halliburton, who rode Aaron Naismith, and I must confess, Naismith, I slept on Aaron Naismith's career. I had to look him up. Came out of Vandy, drafted by the Celtics in 2020. They traded him to Indiana in 2022 for Malcolm Brogdon. I had lived my life without Aaron Naismith knowledge. And then he made 8 threes last night, 6 in the fourth quarter. And he tied a record. I think 6 threes in a playoff fourth quarter ties a record. Here, good little sound of last night. This is what it sounded like.
Naismith inbounds to Halliburton. Oh, boy, here we go. 6-5 Halliburton to the top of the arc, to the right elbow. Pulls it back out for 3, and the win at the horn. Back iron, and in. Halliburton hit it. Halliburton hit it. Indiana storms the floor. The officials will hold here. They have to review the shot. It hit the back iron, went straight up and dropped in. The question also is, not only did it go to beat the clock, but was it a 3 or a 2? He was right there at the top of the arc. We'll send this game to overtime. We'll wait for the official ruling here after Zach Zarba's review.
After review, the ruling on the floor is confirmed. It's a good 2-point basket, 2-point goal.
All right, so Pacers Radio, actually a little mild on the call. Sean Kelly of Pacers Radio, but that's how it sounded. He thought it was a 3. It turned out to be a 2. Did you know your goose was cooked in OT at that point?
Just the way that the fourth quarter unfolded, I was like, ooh, this is going to end out bad for the Knicks. Now, I did think that there was a chance because Halliburton did do the choke signal, and then it wasn't a game-winning 3. I was like, this could be a case of now them celebrating too early and maybe that adrenaline dump thinking that you're going to win the game. But yeah, overtime, it even came down. Jalen Brunson had an open 3 opportunity, airballed it, got the rebound. Carlo Anthony Towns had a good opportunity also. So they had 2 shots to tie it at the end, just did not hit those shots.
Man, oh man. So the Pacers, guys, in case you're wondering, some of the stats that are unbelievable. They were down 14 with 2:45 to play. Teams in the NBA in that scenario in the playoffs are 0-994.
Whoa.
Now they're 1-900. So it had never happened. This goes back to 1998 is all the stats they have. Wow. They had never A team down 14 or more with 2:45 to play was 0-994 until last night.
You're telling me those teams are due, Murph.
The Pacers now have 4 17-point comebacks this playoff series alone.
This playoff
season alone. They have 3 7-point or more comebacks in the final minute in this postseason. They did it to the Cavs, they did it to the Bucks, and they did it to the Knicks. And by the way, so listen to this. 7 or more point comebacks in the final minute in a playoff game. They've done it 3 times. Prior to them doing it 3 times, it had only happened 4 times total in NBA playoff history, so they've almost matched. Did you see Caitlin Clark sent out an all-caps tweet? The Indiana Pacers are the greatest comeback team I have ever seen in my life. So she's getting the fever. They're getting the fever, and man, oh man, we'll have to see how this plays out from here. But never give up, kids. No. Got to keep playing.
What a game
Gotta
one.
keep playing, kids.
I mean, we've seen so many of these double-digit leads just evaporate, not only with the Pacers, but throughout the entire NBA postseason. It's crazy. Like, in this league, it's a make-or-miss league, and somehow, some way, Tyrese Halliburton got that bounce to fall. I don't think I've ever seen a shot, a three-pointer bounce up that high and then still go in the basket.
Well, as it was pointed out, if you watch the video, it leaves the screen.
Yeah.
It actually leaves the video screen as you're watching. That's how it is. Now, I think for the old heads out there, and that's what my job is here, is to hook up with the old heads. There was a bounce off a rim in a 1960s. A famous Don Nelson, the legendary Nelly, had a famous bounce off a rim that went in for the Boston Celtics. I'm not totally boned up on who they were playing, if it was in the NBA Finals, but it was another time there was a famous shot that won a huge NBA playoff game that bounced off the rim and went up and in. But I don't know if it left the video screen. Like the game probably wasn't on TV back then. In fact, I'm almost certain it wasn't on TV. So anyway, that's what happened last night. And then of course Brock Purdy. Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna give a shout out to Tyrese Halliburton, the only guy that will rock a Brock Purdy jersey before one of his NBA games.
Well, I think we have our easy opening question is like, have you called Tyrese? Seriously, I mean that is incredible. That Tyrese Halliburton had that moment on the same day Brock Purdy officially signs his contract. So big day. Now, were they roommates or just buddies?
I think they were just classmates. Yeah. I think they were in college at the same time, but I don't think they were actual roommates. But I think they knew each other.
And I think they were tight. Yeah. I think they had they had some sort of bond together. Well, who doesn't like Brock? Who doesn't like big friend Brock?
Hey.
You know? So
way to censor yourself, Murph.
By the way, we don't even need to talk about the Giants. We do have to talk about Verlander going to the IL, though.
Yes,
that's a big deal.
That's a big topic.
And what decision they make. Gee, sounds like the kind of day. It's a good day to have Zach Manazian on, right?
Ooh, really good day.
All right, but Brock Purdy at 7 a.m. is our headliner. The Pacers, the Knicks, the headliner. Yes, sir.
And also, shout out the Golden State Valkyries getting their first win in franchise history last night down at Chase Center.
Did you do the two-step?
You know, I did not. I went by after the game, grabbed some barbecue, and hung out, was watching a Knicks game, but after that, I just went home. But caught some of the game, caught the fourth quarter.
Well, let me tell you, anybody who was at the event last night, what a great night to see Bryant Young and Ronnie Lott and all the great Niners are there. I mean, who do you want? I mean, everybody from the past. Keena Turner, my man Junior Bryant, Chris Dahlman, on and on and on and on. Somebody, Eric Wright, E-Wright, 2 weeks in a row, all there because they loved White. And they love the Niners, and it was pretty fun, man. So, all right, guys, here's the deal. It's a Thursday. It's a baby Friday. We got Brock Purdy at 7 a.m., Young Tony with a loaded guest list next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival, and it starts on May 30th. It's coming up, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa!
Opa!
You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And then obviously last week we knew that we were at the number, and we just had to get a couple things figured out within the language of the contract, and that it was going to be a go. And I just didn't know, what day that was going to be or whatnot. And sure enough, we were golfing. My wife and I were golfing at the Olympic Club with Jake Brendel and his wife, and we got a text from my agent saying it's done, and answered John Lynch's FaceTime. And so, yes, it was the late course. Yeah. So.
A lot of questions here from Brock Purdy. First of all, Chung Tony with an interesting move going with the Masters music for the Brock Purdy contract because he was playing golf. But the Olympic Club hosts U.S. Open, not Masters. But we'll give the kid a mulligan on this one, too. He's trying. He's working hard.
I'll give him a breakfast ball this early in the morning.
He's working hard. Also, I have more questions. How hard was that? That's a hard golf course. Where did he shoot? Does he have young Tony-like skills? B, what are you doing answering a FaceTime out on the golf course, bro? Come on, man. We gotta
that's
lock
not
in.
Great golf etiquette, bro.
We gotta lock in. And C, why are you playing golf with the guy that every caller and texter to KNBR wants off the team? Jake Brendel. So I want to open the question with Brock Purdy at 7. Hey, we heard you were playing with Brendel. Everybody here thinks he stinks.
Yeah, no one wants to play golf with him. Why is he in your foursome?
But with their wives, what a nice outing. What a nice outing they had out there. And what a nice way to find out that you got $265 million, right?
Yeah, not bad at all.
Man, oh man. So listen, and celebrate with burger dogs galore. By the way, those burger dogs are literally the best food on earth, really. I guess New York pizza.
Wow, on earth.
New Haven Pizza 1, New York Pizza 2, Olympic Club Burger Dog 3, and I think that's it.
Now, for the uninformed,
a mission burrito, honorable mention.
So, someone like myself who has never been out to the Olympic Club, I've never had one of these burger dogs.
And by the way, if you did go out, we would remove you from the premises.
Yeah, I don't think they would allow me the way that I dress, the way that I look.
We're going, buddy, because we're moving right next door to it.
That's
so
true.
You will have one.
I'll try to hop the fence or something. I'll sneak in. I'll find a back little route.
So it's a burger in the shape of a hot dog. So it's a hot dog bun, and they shape the meat in the shape of a hot dog. The key is they do something to that meat. There's a certain seasoning, or there's a certain salt and peppering to that meat that creates this incredible flavor. And the way they grill it creates an incredible juice. And then the toppings, they figured it out. I get everything. Mustard, ketchup, pickles, onions, okay? And then it all goes into that bag. They slide it into a bag, and it comes out, and you bite in. You go bun, you go cheese. I forgot the cheese.
I got to get the cheese.
You go the meat, then you go the onions, the pickles, the ketchup, and dude, that's it. You're set.
It kind of perplexes me because like the way you describe it's just like, oh, it's just a hamburger shaped like a hot dog. How could it possibly be the best thing in the world?
Well, see, also frequently it's because you're playing golf at Olympic Club. Is that now multiple people are coming in. Silverado has the same thing, and I agree. And I know they do have the same thing. They built like a little franchise out there, a little secondary. Just be honest, though. There's something about the original that's better than the second one.
And I believe, don't they have the burger dog at Chase Center?
Yeah, but you know what,
Not
bro?
the same.
Bro.
Not the same.
I mean, I was excited when they announced it. They're like, Hot Dog Bill's is coming to Chase. Because it's called Hot Dog Bill's. The guy who founded it in the 50s is named Bill. It's called Hot Dog Bill's. And I was like, oh, my gosh. And then I realized, I'm like, there's no way they can replicate it. And then my very first time to Chase Center, I got it, and I took a bite, and I said, yeah, there's no way they can replicate it.
It's a little different. It's a little different.
It's like getting New York pizza in Boise, Idaho. Yeah. It's like, no, man, you gotta be at John's in the Village, unless you're your brother.
Oh yeah, don't get me started on him. He's a deep dish guy.
All right, see, I just looked down. 415 says hard pass on the burger dog. Hey, 415, you and I are out of business. Yes. 916 says I left out the relish. That is correct. I did leave out the
gotta
relish.
have that relish.
Gotta have the relish.
Well, I wonder if Hot Dog Brock stopped by Hot Dog Bill's.
We'll find out.
We'll
find out. A little bit on the Giants. We haven't even mentioned them. You guys were out there. I went home yesterday, took my little beauty nap before the Dwight Clark event. Woke up there down 3-0. Yeah, that sucks when you wake up from a nap and you're down 3-0. And then I just kind of caught up from there and just watched Logan Webb get hit and hit and hit and hit. And he gave up 10 hits in 4 innings.
They jumped on him early, right out the gates. I mean, 8-9 pitches into the game, the Giants were already down 1-0. It seemed like they had approached to try to get to Logan Webb early, which is a solid approach because we've seen if Logan Webb will struggle in games, it will be early on. It will be that first inning before he really gets settled in and gets a feel for that changeup. So you got to tip your cap to the Kansas City Royals, who came out swinging yesterday, and it feels like anytime Logan Webb gets into a 3-0 hole, he's not going to get that run support for the Giants to battle back.
No, we just talked yesterday about the whole, the runs and Oracle and all that. And they did come back. They did score 4. Ramos hit a sort of a window dressing homer in the 9th inning. But you look at the box score, 2 hits for Mikael Garcia, 2 hits for Bobby Witt Jr., 3 hits for Salvi Perez, who did a right-handed homer into the right center arcade, bro.
He did.
Put that on the short list of things you'll see. And I'm just going to say this before we say good morning to Young Tone, is like seeing players from other teams. So frequently you go and you focus on the Giants, right? I had the experience in 2019 of going to Atlanta, and I was absolutely blown away by Ronald Acuna Jr. He had one of those games where he put on everything on display. Made running catches in the outfield, stole multiple bags, hit multiple extra base hits. He just was electric. I've been in love with that guy ever since because I was like, I've never seen a guy. I've said this on the air, and it might sound crazy. I said, but that must be what it was like to see a young Willie Mays. Damn. Like, honestly, that's how talented I thought he was. Of course, he's been beset by injuries.
Yeah, he's injured, but might come back this weekend.
But the guy I was going to say, and he's not Acuna-like, but guy who just leaped through the screen on me, dude, and I'm going to freaking bow down, Bobby Witt Jr. Wow.
He's a stud.
Where's my Bobby Witt Jr.?
He is a stud.
Where's my Bobby? When you go to games, you focus on other teams?
Oh,
frequently?
of course.
Yeah.
Like, I told you as a kid growing up, like, I would always choose, like, my 1 or 2 A's or Giants games a year I'd go to, and I would pick series where I knew there was a Hall of Famer or an All-Star or an ace pitcher, and I'd go and try to watch those guys. Same thing when I grew up going to Raider games. My dad would always pick out a game on a schedule. Oh, Peyton Manning and the Colts are coming to town. Like, you go watch the opponent because it's a chance to witness greatness. So that's one of the first things I'm focused on almost every night at Giants games. I'm usually taking videos of Logan Webb versus Ellie De La Cruz or Bobby Witt versus Robbie Ray. Like, I'm always looking for those key matchups. And Bobby Witt is one of these guys that's going to turn into one of the faces of the MLB moving forward.
He already is, kind of. Yeah. He finished second as MVP last year, right? 2 for 4, 2 RBIs, hitting .305. His OPS is up almost around 900. And he can run like the freaking wind.
Yeah, he's a pure 5-tool player. He does it all.
All right, guest list for young Tony on a Thursday morning, May 22nd, 2025. Young Anthony, how are you, buddy?
Young Anthony, good morning.
Yeah,
Mr. Brian Murphy.
Yeah, that's right. You can call me Brian.
Yeah.
Call me Brian for the rest of the day.
Some people call in and like, yeah, hey, Brian, Marcus, good to talk to you guys. I'm like, Brian, who's Brian?
What the hell is Brian?
Whenever we book a guest who's out of market, and, you can know the guy has no clue what show he's on because he just sees that he's going with Brian Murphy, and Marcus says, hey, Brian, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Brian.
Yeah, man. How was the game yesterday, bud?
It was good, dude. The vibes were incredible. We saw Austin Scott. We checked in with the vibe man himself.
Vibe check.
It was cool. It was good to be out there. Saw Cope, saw a lot of the digital team, saw Jordan, who's there as well. It was a fun day. Just the game itself wasn't great.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Not the best result, but always a good day to be out drinking with your buddies.
All right. Let's get the guest list, bud.
All right. So it's 7 a.m. coming up very soon. Brock Purdy, the man himself, going to join us at 7 o'clock this morning.
Opa!
It's very exciting to a point. No, I'm kidding. It's very exciting. There's an inside joke going on behind the building. I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to this very much.
Good. Today's Thursday, so we have our executive show. Zach Manazian going to join us at 7:30.
Hey, an executive show? Why doesn't everybody should have an executive show? I'm telling inside jokes. Go ahead. Yes.
The big hit's going to be at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30. Matt Mayoko at 8:50.
Matty, who I pinch hit for last night. That's why I was doing the Dwight event. That's usually his event.
Maddie.
His daughter was graduating from college on the East Coast.
Nice.
So he was back there. So I was pinch hitting.
Congrats,
yes.
Maddie.
Pinch hitting. And then, of course, speaking of golf, Dave Fleming going to join us at 9:15. He was covering the PGA Championship, Murph's favorite tournament, obviously.
Well, I like it in August. I don't like it in May.
Well, yeah, we all do, yeah.
It's going to be at an Olympic Club in a few years. Maybe,
That's right, yeah.
Maybe Brock Purdy will be out there wolfing down burger dogs. All right, guys, let's get into a little bit of Brock's presser to get ready for Brock. Next on The Sports Leader.
back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're still thinking about some stuff, but I don't know. I've always been a big fishing advocate, so I was telling my wife, and she's annoyed with me, but I'll say it, but I'd like to get a bass boat one day. So, yeah, that'll be my first big purchase.
All right, so Brock did a 20-minute press conference yesterday, and literally that's like the only thing most people took from the entire thing. For a landlubber like me, who does not fish as much as I should, I had to look up technically what is a bass boat. Like, what is a bass? Like, to me, it's a boat. What, are you going to go catch bass in a boat? So it's a specific thing. It's a small, according to what my research, Young Tone, and I know everybody in the 209, 916, and 559 are rolling their eyes right now. They're saying, oh, my God, could you be more of a frickin' city slicker not knowing what a bass boat is?
City boy.
But it's specifically designed for fishing in freshwater bodies of water. Small boat designed and equipped primarily for bass fishing. It's not, I mean, looking at the size of it, how expensive can a bass boat be?
Oh,
Marcus?
boats are expensive, Murph.
But this one's kind of on the small, it's not like it's a yacht.
No, not at all. But, like, I even know, like, a lot of, like, the skiing boats and wakeboarding boats are going for a pretty pricey cost right now also.
Young Tony, you know what a bass boat is, buddy?
I do. They're very expensive. A lot of high technology. A lot of, like, you got to get the reading underneath the water. You got to get they got, like, pedals to accelerate, obviously, to put the...
And I guess you can kind of dress them up as much. You can get like a fancier one versus like the one I'm looking at. It's like a very basic one, but then you can dress it up. It says it can be as low as $9,000. You can go as much over $100,000 for high-end, feature-rich boats. Is Brock going to go for the big one?
Yeah, I think he's got to get all the gadgets. But my question has always been, like, can't you just add these gadgets to a regular skiing boat?
Well, that's what my question was about a bass. Why is it a bass boat?
Yeah, like, my family has an 89 Sanger, which is an old ski boat that my dad got back in the day. I mean, the boat's older than myself. But, like, you'll go out on the lake and you'll see some of these Mastercraft boats that are these new, highly tech, like, water or wakeboarding boats that have, like, the tower and the speakers and everything. And those things go for more than $100,000, but you can also just fish off of those.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, 707 says, what did old Murph learn today about bass boats, for sure. But yeah, it says that you can get an average one between around 30 and 60K, which is obviously, probably could have afforded that on his old contract because he got like that performance boat-based contract that was up in the millions, right?
Yeah,
like
and he was making some money from John Deere and Toyota and a couple other commercials.
He bought 10 Toyotas for his linemen.
Yeah.
Right? Is he going to buy 10 bass boats for the linemen? This things we're going to ask him at 7 a.m. So, listen, it was classic Brock, as steady as it goes, as steady as he could be. So just to kind of give you guys a little preview of what he's going to cut. Tony, is the big one. Like, did you leave money on the table to make sure you didn't hamstring your team here?
I think where we ended up was exactly where we needed to be. I'm extremely happy with where we ended, and I know the Niners are too. And with that being said, man, like for me, it's all about football now. And however, obviously they use the cap space and all that kind of stuff. Like that's not my job. My job is to now go and win games and lead this team. And but I'm extremely happy and grateful for where we ended with. And hopefully that answers your question.
I love him. Hopefully I answered your question. Things Barry Bonds never says, right? So, but yeah, I mean, listen, this is the classic case. You wind up asking this question a lot when you talk about pro sports is like, how much is too much? How much would you be happy with? And then people say, well, dude, you put yourself in his shoes. Wouldn't you want to get as much as you can? Of course. I mean, this is his one chance. There's no guarantee that he's going to go win 3 Super Bowls and triple this contract next time. This was basically his one chance. But, we've followed the church of Gene Simmons. Don't listen to this person who says they'll take less money. This person is a liar, right? I mean, I'm talking to all y'all in Radio Land and YouTube Land and Twitch Land and Twitter Land. Do you want to take less money at your job?
Absolutely not.
So you can help your coworkers?
No. I want all the money, Murph.
Marcus is like, I think Murph can be okay if I got a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly, Murph. Why don't you throw me a couple pennies over here? Toss it my way.
I was thinking about you and pennies because I did your drive because the Dwight Clark event and Kirk Reynolds were kind enough to give me a hotel room last night. I did the Young Tony thing, which is if you're going to have a late night out, stay instead of driving all the way home and losing time, so I got a hotel room near the airport. And I was driving. I was like, hey, this is what Overnight Dave and Marcus do. The merging onto 280, coming down by the ballpark, the whole deal. I was like, is this where Marcus throws pennies
Yeah.
at other cars?
Allegedly. Allegedly, young Tony.
Is this where Marcus yells, hey, Kershaw?
Yeah, that was where I did yell at Clayton Kershaw.
Might as
But
well play
now,
it, buddy.
now I'm yelling other things out that window, Murph. You never know. I mean, that's the thing. We did have Clayton Kershaw make his return earlier this week, and it didn't go too well. And there I was at Dodger Stadium.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
The crash at the end is incredible.
Yeah, but circling back to the penny pinching of a Brock Purdy, because we've talked about this topic before, not just with the 49ers, but with other teams also. In an ideal world, you're able to go out and win a Super Bowl with a quarterback on a rookie contract. And the 49ers had that window open with Brock Purdy, who is literally making less money than some of the college quarterbacks who are making NIL money. Like, they had him on arguably the best kind of value, maybe in NFL history, for what they were getting at that price point with Brock Purdy. But now he's getting paid. Now he's taking up a bigger piece of the pie. But I saw this stat that I thought was pretty relative, because it was a stat about quarterback salary relative to the salary cap at the signing of the time. And Brock Purdy currently, with the new salary cap increasing this year, is only taking up 18.98% of the total salary, which sounds like a lot, but when it comes to quarterback rankings in the NFL, that's the 14th highest portion of the salary taken up.
That can't be for 2025, because 2025, he's only at a $9.1 million.
No, I'm saying...
Talking about the next year?
Yeah, the overall contract value, not just for one season.
Yeah,
you saw
I
this
think
graphic?
we mentioned that on the air there a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so deals signed since 2020.
That the average of his cap, whatever, they figured out the math that his percentage isn't as high as some others.
Correct. His AAV over the next 4 or 5 years won't be as much as other quarbeen like Dak Prescott, taking up 23.5% of the salary.
Yeah, he was like
cap.
behind like 9 or 10. So just, by the way, just FYI, and take this for what it's worth, we've been open on this show about the fact that we are not capologists, nor do we even want to be capologists.
No.
Dude, when you were out there yesterday quaffing beers at the Giants game, were you thinking about the salary cap?
Absolutely not.
No, you were not.
That's somebody else's problem.
You wanted to watch Bobby Witt and Logan Webb.
That's it.
So 25, but if you are one of these people who gets into this, 2025, his cap number is extremely reasonable, $9.1 million, so the Niners can field a team next year. 2026, his number's 24.7. I mean, guys like Debo and stuff like that, that's been their cap number. Bosa, Kittle, pieces like that. 2027, it's 30.8. Now, it goes up every year, so even the salary cap going up means here's where it gets real. In 2028, it's $57.6 million. In 2029, it's $72 million. So now, it's 2025. Why are we worried about 2029 right now? There could easily be a renegotiation between now and then. They tear it up, they redo it, they spread the cap number around. Also, here's the big question. What will he have accomplished by 2029? What is going to happen in the next 4 years? That's what's going to determine what they do with that contract.
Absolutely.
I mean, guys, the future lies ahead. Or as your millennial boomer gal says, the rest is still unwritten.
That's it.
Right?
The rest is still unwritten with Brock Purdy. And that's the question. At age 25, is the best football still ahead of Brock Purdy? I mean, we talk about him cashing in now. There's nothing to say that he won't get another contract when he's 30 years old. Or to your point, if he is playing well after a couple seasons, there could be a contract extension from there. 49ers could renegotiate some money. Yeah. We've seen him move money around before, but also it's my understanding that the majority of the guaranteed money in Brock Purdy's contract comes in the first 3 seasons before those salary numbers really do spike up. So there is an out possibly with that contract.
Yeah, there is. There is an out. So it's like, what? But it's like for Brock, it's like, oh, wait a minute. You may only have a 3-year deal if it doesn't go well. He's at least getting a lot of money in those 3 years, enough to buy a bass boat.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So,
you can buy a bass boat with what, $160 to $180 million guaranteed?
I think you can.
Something in that ballpark.
I think he could have bought it probably on his old salary. It's just a matter of what Jenna wanted, right? By the way, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I would advise Brock from the other side of the fence. Happy wife, happy life, bro.
Good advice.
If you don't want the bass boat, maybe you should think twice about the bass boats. But at some point, I think, as somebody wrote in, they said, why would Jenna not want him to have a bass boat?
Because then he'll be out fishing every day.
Well, he took her, at least he took her to the Olympic Club to play golf.
Yeah, don't you want to hang out on that boat?
Yeah, some funny texts have come in. 707 says, I work to make money. I don't work to make friends. Blank my coworkers.
Blank them all.
Very good. There you go. 925 says, yeah, get it while you can, Brock. The next play may be your last in the NFL. That's a true story.
I mean, yeah, we've seen freak injuries like Brock tearing his UCL, taking a helmet to the elbow before.
Oof. 931 says, come on down to the land between the lakes and I'll show you what a bass boat looks like here in Kentucky? What's that?
Kentucky?
Is that Kentucky, Tennessee?
Maybe.
Kentucky? Anyway, do you know, Tony, did you go bass fishing back in your days in Kentucky?
A little bit. They're also pretty light. I was going to add that to the conversation, too. That's why they're so expensive, because they're made of almost like graphite or carbon fiber.
Aluminum or something?
Yeah, because I think the goal would be not to create a wake because you don't want to scare off the fishes, right? Which is why the fishing boats always get mad whenever me and my pops go cruising by with him on the Slalom skis.
What? Wait a minute. A Boucher, caused a stir and left a ripple? Come on.
What a surprise.
I can't imagine.
What a surprise.
Wait, you guys are Raiders fans, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Flying that flag on the boat, Murph.
209 says, the dude likely had a nice credit limit before this. Not like he didn't have cash flow before then, for sure. 408 says, I kind of want to know why Jenna was annoyed at the bass boat. Let Brock be Brock.
Yeah, 808 KNBR. What's your credit score, Brock?
310 says, it's all about the engine. The bigger, faster the engine, the more expensive. It's all about power. You get to the fish faster in tournaments. Is Brock going to start entering tournaments?
Ooh, Brock taking over tournaments.
707 says, if you want to ball it out, a bass boat, you can get up to $150K with bells and whistles. And why wouldn't you if you have that kind of dough, right?
Yeah, if you're a millionaire now, get all the bells and whistles you can get.
So there you go. 408 says boat stands for break out another 1,000. It's very expensive.
Yeah, you're always throwing money in those
and
things.
209 says, wow, guys, y'all need to go fishing.
Gone fishing.
Do you guys go fishing at Lake Don Pedro?
Yeah, so my dad likes to fish a lot, but again, most of the time we're either skiing or wakeboarding and we got the tube behind the boat. It's more of like a late night thing, hanging out down on the dock or down by the water, just throwing out a couple reels.
Yeah. Cousin Vinny says, let's be real. What bass boat company is now not going to want to have Brock endorse and toss him a free one?
I mean,
right?
I can already see the billboards at Bass Pro Shop with Brock Purdy's face on it.
And 916, taking a page out of Tim Lincecum's book, says, let Brock fish.
Let Brock fish.
All right. Well, listen, we're going to talk to the man on the other side. I'm hesitant to do this, but we do have these in-house promos, and I'm hesitant to say that we are giving away 2 single-day tickets to the San Jose Greek Festival.
Opa!
They didn't even plan that. Oh, my gosh. Don't tell me we're doing this next week.
Well, there's only one way to congratulate Brock Purdy on his new contract. Opa!
That's not me. That's them. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. Curly, why can't we give these away in the 6 a.m. hour?
Because then we don't have as many opportunities to say, Opa!
You guys have been practicing together?
We have. We're in sync.
All right. Brock Purdy on the other side on KNBR, the sports leader.
Time for traffic on the sports leader. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't know if there was a narrative of Brock's going to take a pay cut because he's a nice guy or this or that, but for me, it's, man, I play in the NFL. There's 32 starting quarterbacks, and those guys, it's not the easiest job in the world. And for me, with what I've done and everything, I could hang my hat on the fact that, I've had success in this league, and I'm capable of leading an organization all the way to the end, the Super Bowl. I've proved that. And so for me, it's, I know who I am, and I'm going to, obviously want to get what I deserve, but also surround myself, like I said, with guys around me and not just try to take every penny for myself.
Brock Purdy, and the reason why we're playing this music is because when we had him on back in 2022, I think, young Tony found a quote online where he told us on KNBR that he likes throwback 90s, and he name-checked the Backstreet Boys, too. So he also likes country, but he says he doesn't mind getting involved in a little 90s pop. So maybe he'll look forward to a 90s Friday coming up here. But anyway, so there you go. Brock is back and Backstreet's back, and he's going to join us in just a couple minutes here at 7 o'clock as we get ready to talk to Brock Purdy, the new man. Now, he talked about, I've been proven that I can get to a Super Bowl. He said that in that answer. I'm telling you guys, I was at the Dwight Clark event last night, which was great, and thanks to everybody who came out and supported the Golden Heart Fund and everything. And, man, who do you want? Ronnie Lott, Bryant Young, everybody was there, right? Eric Wright, all the Hall of Famers, and Charles Haley. And we did the panel of the Z-Man, Michael Zagaris' photos, and Brad Mangian did an incredible job of picking. So what happens is we would put a photo on the screen, and then the panel would react. So it was totally organic. I had to do nothing. Really, all I had to do was say, next picture, Brad. And then they went off. Whether it was a picture of Garrison Hurst or whether it was a picture of Fred Warner, they riffed. Well, at one point, Charles Haley got a little loose. Haley was on stage, and he started talking about winning Super Bowls. And then he started talking about who on this stage has won a Super Bowl. And it was Garrison Hurst, Spice Adams, and Fred Warner. And he's like, and then he said something along the lines of, we're not out here losing Super Bowls. And Freddie double tapped his chest. Like, my bad, you know what I mean? Yeah. So when Brock says, I know I can get us to a Super Bowl, Charles Haley would like a word, you know? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And Murph, we've discussed this topic before, but I know that for my generation, for my age range of Bay Area sports fans, they are the most desperate for a 49er Super Bowl because my age group has seen the Giants win World Series. My age group has seen the Warriors win NBA titles. But anybody 30 or around that age has never really seen a 49er Super Bowl.
It's so hard for me to comprehend that young Tony, born in 98, like, Tony, for you, you're a Niner fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm desperate. I want one, dude. We've had 3 opportunities. They've had 3 opportunities,
So does the 80s, when we talk about the 80s, is it like Yankee fans talking about Joe DiMaggio?
Honestly, yeah.
27.
It's like a myth. I don't even know if it really happened.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
And for me, like, I'm extraordinarily vivid. I lived them all to the fullest because they won the first one when I was a freshman in high school. And I was fully online and fully manically a fan and remember every play and every blade of grass. And so I remember, I'll tell you a little quick anecdote. Marcus is, and Brock's coming on just a minute. So after the Niners lost to the Ravens, I was waiting for the elevator at the old building and Spider Leland said, it's the worst loss in the history of the Bay Area. And I was like, it's not that bad. They got 5.
Yeah, easy for you to say.
And I realized, I remember thinking, are you really that bummed, dude? I'm like, I got 5. What are you worried about? But he was
think about that.
devastated.
Yeah, and then think about the way you felt about the Giants and Warriors in that same time span, thinking if you were ever going to see a championship. And now we've got plenty of them. I mean, hell, we've had 3 from the Giants, 4 from the Warriors, and you're like, damn, it must be nice to win championships when growing up, even before I was live, the 49ers were the championship team in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Young Tony brings up the 0-2 World Series and why it devastated. It would be like me at an elevator just like, the 0-2 World Series ever, and some old head going, they won it in 54. Willie Mays made a catch. Go look it up.
No big deal. Go check out those New York highlights.
Swept the Indians, buddy. I was there. Well, it's all perspective, right? It's all perspective. Hey, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, waiting for Brock Purdy to come in. Give you a little preview that after Brock, there is actually a show after Brock. Zach Manazian will join us at 7:30. Good day to have Zach on because Justin Verlander goes to the IL, which means they have basically 3 choices. Return Jordan Hicks to the rotation. That might be the easiest. The next most exciting would be putting Kyle Harrison. Mm-hmm. And then the one that would be really exciting would be call up Carson Wisenhunt.
Wild card.
Yeah. What do you I mean, the easiest thing for them to do is slide Hicks back in.
I want to see Kyle Harrison.
I would like to see Kyle Harrison. Yes,
I think we've seen the Jordan Hicks experiment. Yeah. I think Kyle Harrison has earned this opportunity. We'll talk to Zach Manazian coming up at 7:30 right after this Brock Purdy interview. But yeah, that's what I would like to see.
Yeah, just a quick digression. Just remind everybody that Manazian will be on at 7:30 do his thing. But back to Brock. Yesterday he handled the press conference classic Brock style. George Kittle said at the event last night that Brock is already more vocal around the building. I mean, get a little more couple bucks in your pocket, but I think he was that way too. Fred Warner told the story of how everybody talks about that very first training camp in 2022 when he actually opened eyes. And again, like the lesson from last night for kids, CYO coaches everywhere, kids never stop playing because you could be like the Pacers and come back. The lesson from Brock Purdy is kids never stop, even no matter where you're on the depth chart, bust your ass.
Keep working.
Bust your ass. Because Warner said that it was like an end of a practice and the threes were in and it was the ones against and Brock scrambled in for a touchdown and like spiked it and talked and Warner was like, who's this guy? So make your presence felt, right? Yeah.
Make an impression.
Yeah. And so he did that and he continued to, there was an anecdote too where Kyle Shanahan tells Jed York, I think our best quarterback is the third stringer, which was a double-edged sword because it was like, that's cool that you like this guy, but wait a minute, we just got Trey Lance.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
This comes after paying Jimmy Garoppolo and then after drafting Trey Lance, and both those guys are on the roster, and you're like, wait, you're telling me Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in the building?
It's funny.
Turns out Kyle was right.
It's funny how sometimes things that are happening while they're happening, they seem wild, but they seem crazy when you look back on them. Like history, that's why now you look back on that camp where Trey Lance was flailing, Brock Purdy was making some noise, and Jimmy was off to the frickin' side.
And more people were watching Jimmy than they were the practice.
Behind the bleachers. Think about how crazy, in retrospect, how nutty that was.
It's wild, yeah.
And then the fact that halfway through that camp, they said, we're re-signing Jimmy. Mm-hmm. Remember? Oh, man. Mm-hmm. I mean, when it happened, it was crazy, but you look back on it now, and all the while, Brock was like a horse on the Kentucky Derby coming around the turn, just charging past everybody.
And think about it. Trey Lance goes down with an injury. Jimmy then steps in, and then he gets hurt in that Miami game. And next thing you know, Brock Purdy is inserted into the starting 11 on offense. And then the very next week, he's out here taking down Tom Brady, becoming the first ever rookie quarterback to beat Tom Brady. And then, a week later, he goes up to Seattle on a Thursday night football game where he plays with a broken rib and also gets his first win against a division team.
Man, it's going to be fun to watch this thing develop. He's got Christian McCaffrey back. He's got, of course, Brandon Ayuk at some point this season. He's got George Kittle back. What about his O-line? We got to ask him about it. I think he's calling in right now. By the way, Trey Lance, current L.A. Charger.
Harbaugh's guy.
Kind of slept on that transaction. Mm-hmm. He's currently an L.A. Charger. So, all right, the connection being made here with Brock Purdy down in Santa Clara as he's probably at work, probably just came off the weight room and doing his thing, keeping those quads as buffed out as possible.
Might be checking his bank account, making sure that check cleared.
I told you guys. I mean, you ever done the, after Mike Huller signed you the big deal, Tony, you keep refreshing your Provident Credit Union account?
Yeah, where's my money, Mike?
All right, connection made. What a delight and what a pleasure to have a guy who's always fun to talk to and is the newly minted long-term contract quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, Brock Purdy. Brock, you've been on with us before. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. on the UMass guest line. First and foremost, good morning and congratulations. How are you?
Morning, Brock.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having me, man. I'm really excited, and obviously an exciting time for my family and I and this organization. But, man, am I excited to be an honor. So.
Yeah. Well, here's the biggest question, though, is did you call Tyrese Halliburton and congratulate him on last night?
Not yet, man. I said this last year, man. I'm just letting him do his thing throughout the series, and then after I'll shoot him a text. But, man, he's a baller, and he and I are always texting and keeping in touch, and want nothing but the best for my guy. So
honestly, it's kind of funny. And for people who don't know, Tyrese and Brock, great buddies from Iowa State together. I wonder in some way, do you get inspired by what they did and what he does?
Yeah, he's had an incredible playoff run so far, and like some really like iconic moments and hitting shots and just being exciting, especially for the Indiana fan base and everything. But and obviously going back to Iowa State, man, I saw him do all those things in Ames, and so for him to be able to do this on this level, I couldn't be happier for him.
Yeah, I mean, Brock, did you guys ever sit back, have a couple conversations about maybe one day you'd be playing in NFC Championship games and Super Bowls, and Tyrese would be out here playing in the Eastern Conference Finals?
We didn't have those conversations, but we were just trying to get through accounting and stats together. But outside of that, we were always, talking and joking around, going from class to class, and we got pretty close there, so it's pretty cool.
You are definitely riding with the Pacers, though, in this series, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, listen, another really important question. Listen, it's morning radio. We're not going to hit you too hard. Maybe one or two negative questions, but mostly positive. I need to know, where were you? What hole were you on at Olympic Club when you got the call?
We were about to tee off hole 17, and man, I had a bunch of missed calls from John Lynch, and my agent's like, dude, you got to answer, like the news is out. And I was like, oh shoot. And so I was out there on hole 17 and calling John Lynch, Kyle, Jed York, they were all together. So it was pretty cool.
So that's a long par 5. What'd you make on that hole?
I think I bogeyed that one, sadly. I'm not the best yet. I'm getting better, but yeah.
And Jenna plays, huh?
Oh yeah, she grew up playing golf and stuff in her town and stuff, so she can go out there and hit it straight and compete and stuff. So it's been fun.
And then I guess my biggest question is, because those of us who grew up around here and have had the great fortune to have an Olympic Club burger dog with cheese and all the fixings, did you celebrate with an Olympic Club burger dog?
Oh yeah, I had I think 4 that day. So, and they were telling me the record out there is Steph Curry. I guess Steph Curry ate like 9 in one day or something like that. That's what I'm hearing. So I got to go back and try to beat that.
That's perfect. And just real quick follow up. So I've been lucky enough to be out there a few times, and we've always settled on 1.5. So for every foursome, you get 6, and so because everybody says you can't have 1, but 2 might be too many. So we get 1.5 each. Cut a knife down. But you said the hell with that. I'm going 4.
Yeah, no, for sure. Had 4. I made sure that when I went in, I was hungry so that I could fit in 4 somehow. But, yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, and Brock, it feels like over this offseason, we've seen a lot of photos of a lot of 49ers teammates going out there on the golf course together. Saw you out playing golf with Ricky Pearsall. So if you had to put together your foursome of the 4 best golfers from the 49er team, who would they be?
Man, Kyle Juszczyk golfs pretty well, and he's consistent. I would say him. Christian McCaffrey, as of late, has been hot on the course. And then, gosh, I mean, Ricky, I love Ricky, but he just started, so probably not Ricky. But George, if you guys saw George Kittle hit a driver, it's insane. He uses this like 2007 Nike Sasquatch, and it flies. It's hilarious.
What about the guy you were playing with, Jake Brendel? How about that? How's an O-lineman doing?
Yeah, he's good. He's consistent, and so I golf with him a lot. And then his wife golfs, so it's great to have him and his wife go with me and my wife. So, but I would say the other guys for sure.
Oh, man. The voice you hear is Brock Purdy, of course. Got the deal done with the 49ers, and so now we start to ask about that kind of thing here. So, we heard your press conference yesterday and saw you do your thing here. We were talking about the idea that, and you addressed this briefly yesterday, about the quote-unquote narrative that Brock is a nice guy and he will do what's best for the team. So can you sort of revisit that topic of, but I also want what I deserve?
Yeah, I think, just where we're at now, going into year 4, what I've shown and proved and done, I think just the whole narrative of, being the last draft pick and just being this nice guy kind of thing, like it's all good. People can think that and say that, but at the end of the day, like I just want to come in here and win games and have this respect, and I have that respect from my teammates and this organization, and that's all that matters. But I'm not really sure what people were saying before, like, oh, he's gonna take a pay cut or this or that, but for me, I have to get what I deserved, and more than anything, it just shows the organization putting their faith and trust in me to be able to lead this organization, and I'm just extremely grateful that they did that.
And Brock, now going to year 4, you just turned 25 this past December. How do you feel about yourself overall as a player, and is it possible that you still think you have your best football ahead of you?
No doubt. Watching the film from last year and the last couple of years, and understanding where I'm at as a player, with Shanahan and Kubiak and Lombardi here, I'm so excited to be able to go out and just continue to chip away and get better. They've given me a couple things I need to work on this offseason, and obviously we have new faces in the locker room, and there's new guys, and the culture is a little bit different, and so the challenge is always different. So for me, it excites me that I have my best ball ahead of me, and I obviously can help elevate the guys around me as well.
We're talking to Brock Purdy here, of course, kind enough to hop on the UMA guest line. You mentioned Lombardi, and most people might not know. Brian Griese, your quarterback coach, left. Mick Lombardi is in. I'd love to hear your reaction to both moves. How bummed you were that Brian Griese left, and what's happening with Mick?
Yeah, obviously I have nothing but love and respect for Griese and what he's done for me, believing in me and getting me here. And then obviously pouring into me just over the last couple of years with his experience of playing quarterback and in the league. And, I learned so much from him, and I'm just extremely grateful for him and our relationship. Obviously he stepped away, and was extremely grateful for the years spent with him. But then obviously Mick came in, and he's been awesome, man. Just the energy that he brings every single day. And he's pushing me, man, to work on things and find ways to always getting better every single day, whether we're in the film room, out in the field. Everybody feels his energy, and it's been pretty cool working with him. So excited to go to war with him this year.
Yeah, so kind of just following up on that, I think people were concerned. 49ers fans were concerned that a continuity would be lost. So how could you address that, a change in continuity?
I mean, that's just part of the game, man. You got coaches that are here for a while, then they get new opportunities, or they have things in life that come up and they go another route. So that's just part of it. And so for me, I have to be a professional in where I'm at, and I have to always be able to adapt and learn from someone new and find a way to win. Brady, Manning, like all the guys, everyone goes through it, all the quarterbacks throughout their career. And so it's part of it. But for me, it's how can I be grateful with each coach and learn something new from each coach, and then adapt with that and apply that to my game. So that's just where I'm at.
Brock, we saw a lot of roster changes offseason also, and coming off a 6-11 season, there's been a lot of conversation about whether or not your guys' Super Bowl window is still open. Personally, and as a team, do you guys still believe that the Super Bowl window is still open?
100%. I think every single year we'll have a chance. We have our core group of guys that we've had here for a while that have established, our winning culture here. Obviously we had some stuff, go awry last year with injuries and whatnot, but I think at the end of the day, we have what it takes here. And what I mean by that is even if we have new guys come in, free agents, rookies that have to come in and play, I think we definitely have what it takes to find ways to win and be the best version of ourselves. And obviously we believe in Kyle and what he's done here, what he's established, and his game plans every single week, we believe. And so at the end of the day, man, it's 11 on 11, 4 quarters of football, and you try to find a way to win. And I definitely believe and know that we have what it takes.
Do you guys hear the noise if somebody on ESPN or KNBR says, no, the window's closing? Heck, Dante Whitner said that yesterday. Do you hear that?
I mean, I'm sure some guys do, but I can tell you, man, no one buys into anything of what, the outside world says. Just the energy here within our locker room, out on the practice field, everyone's got a chip on their shoulder, man, and which excites me because I feel like, the best teams and situations can come from when people are, doubting you or saying some stuff, and you just put that aside and you go to work and you just prove yourself right throughout the season and the year. So I know we have a bunch of young minds in here excited and hungry to go prove themselves to each other, and that's all that matters.
Brock Purdy here joining us in the morning after he did his press conference and signed the big contract. A pleasure to have the 49er quarterback on the UMA guest line. So you talked about Mick Lombardi and Brian Griese's part of the deal, coaches leave and everything. So I'd love to kind of apply that same question to what happened in March when so many of your teammates left, and you even addressed yesterday Dre Greenlaw. Now, there was good news when you guys re-upped Kittle and Warner and you and et cetera, but I wanted to know how Brock Purdy processed the March departures of all those players.
Yeah, man. Obviously, it's tough initially just because you've been through so much stuff with all these guys throughout the years. Like I said, Dre Greenlaw, Huff, Aaron Banks, like all these guys, man, that you step on the field with and you try to win games and you have won games and big moments together. So when you see them go just a different route, it can be tough initially. But for me, it's like, man, that's part of the game, and you got to find a way. And that's like the fun part, the competitive part of this whole thing is, the new challenges. You got new guys coming in, and how can you create a relationship with them, have this authentic brotherhood that lasts throughout the season. Like, we're about to go through this crazy journey from beginning to end. And so for me, it excites me, the new challenge of bringing guys along, teaching them like how we do things here in San Francisco. And so it's going to be nothing but great memories and everything. But as part of it, free agency, guys leave, and I'm happy that guys have gone on and gotten paid and get what they deserve. But, it's just part of the game.
Murph just mentioned the contract extensions for also Fred Warner and George Kittle this offseason. And earlier in this interview, you talked about what it's like being on the golf course with George Kittle. I got to be honest with you. It seems like George Kittle is a fun hang, regardless if you're at a wrestling show or maybe a Nashville Predator hockey game. And I saw some social media clips of you guys hanging out this offseason. Talk to us about how that chemistry helps translate to the chemistry on the field between you and George Kittle.
Yeah, man, it's huge. Obviously, just being able to communicate and, things pop up throughout the season and different looks and schemes. And so because George and I are so close, we do things off the field and we're hanging out. Like, he's my guy and I'm his. And so we can get on the field and just be real with each other. Hey, I missed that throw there. That's on me. Or, hey, man, I need you here on 6 steps breaking in. Like, it's the little things like that. And we just got this tight brotherhood where, we're able to be real with each other. We're able to pick each other up when we need to. And that translates because we have a real relationship with each other.
Yeah, so. George is the kind of guy. We did the Dwight Clark Legacy event last night, and George just on his own time just volunteered to show up as a surprise for everyone. He's that kind of guy, isn't it? I mean, that's what you guys get every day.
Yeah, no, George is always going to be doing something fun and spontaneous for everybody and the whole team, and it's pretty cool because he's a vet, and sometimes you see vets come in and think, like, oh, I'm too old for, doing this or that. But George has got this young kid energy, and he brings it every day for the team. And it's just little things, man, in our locker room and on the field that he does that, reminds everybody, like, oh my gosh, like, even though he's a vet, man, he's going to bring it. He's going to bring the juice every day. And we love him, man. It's a blessing playing with him.
All right, Brock, I know we have a few minutes left. We want to start asking the big ones here. Are you a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir.
So we make lists all the time, That's all we do here on Sports Talk Radio. Like, is that like something you hear about?
Like lists and stuff?
Yeah, like you put yourself amongst your peers.
Yeah, no, I think for sure I'm a top 10 quarterback. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to, create a list or anything right now. So,
all right. Now, the negative one, your O-line gets criticized by fans a lot. Really does. Like, we sit here every day and we do the show, and everybody's like, man, I'm so happy Warner's back. I'm so happy Kittle's back. I'm looking forward to a healthy McCaffrey. So many fans are so excited that you got your deal done and you're such a team player. But they say, man, if only he had an offensive line. What do you say to the fans out there who say your offensive line isn't good enough?
No, man, it's, every game and situation is so different, and things happen and whatnot. But those guys up front, man, I can tell you, like, they are war daddies. Like, every single day they're coming to work, getting better. I've got their back, they've got mine, and no, we're going to be just fine. And these guys here, man, have what it takes to have a successful season. And everybody's going to find out soon. So I've got their backs, man, and it's nothing but love. And I really do believe in these guys. I'm not just saying that to say that. Like, these guys have taken the next step this offseason, and we're all going to continue to grow together. So.
Brock, I also got a hard-hitting question about your offensive line. Does the new $53 million contract change your roommate situation with Nick Zakil?
I mean, marriage changed that last year, so he's got his own place now and whatnot. But man, I still have him all over for game nights and stuff, and it's funny because he came over and he's like, "Dude, I remember this or that in my room," and we're like, "Yeah, man, sorry." So.
No Christmas card with him this year?
I don't think so, but I mean, we might be able to change it up this year and go back to it. We'll see.
That's pretty funny, man. Hey, just kind of a serious one as we wrap up here. Faith is such a big part. You've been very open about faith, and you had a quote yesterday that said, "I didn't want to lose who I was." So what role did faith, your personal faith, play in this whole process?
Yeah, man, it's everything. You know, I'm not chasing the dollar sign in life and trying to rack up my net worth or anything like that. Like, I have this understanding of who I am in Jesus, and at the end of the day, when we die, we're not taking any of this with us. And so there's a Bible verse that talks about storing up treasure in heaven and not on earth. And so for me, it's, yes, I got paid well, and I hope and pray that I can continue to just steward the money in the right way to help people come to know Jesus and help out their life in our communities and all that. Like, that's hopefully what Jenna and I can do with this contract. And so, yeah, just not chasing after things of the world.
So you're saying that part of the deal is you guys want to create something for other people? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you want to do some work, kind of?
Yeah, no doubt. I think I don't know if we start up some kind of foundation or help out other foundations that have been rolling and giving back to the community, you know, something like that. But, you know, helping out other ministries and people that are, you know, literally helping people in need in our country, in our communities here. Like, that's, I think, the desires of our hearts, and we'll see what happens and what arises. But definitely don't want to make this life about us and just storing up treasures here, man. So that's what I mean by it.
And then, like, kind of funny way to end the interview after all that. But you got to have something, right? We all have clothes on our back. You got to have a car. You got to have a house. The one that got so much attention yesterday was you at the end of the interview saying, "Yeah, I might get a bass boat." That caused a huge reaction. Everyone wants to follow up on that. What are we talking about here? Like, what's the bass boat that makes Brock Purdy happy?
I mean, growing up, I grew up in Arizona in the desert, and my dad's from Florida. So anytime we'd go home to Florida for him, I'm like, "Dad, like, why don't we have a bass fishing boat and, like, getting out?" And he's like, "Dude, we live in Arizona." And I was like, "All right." Well, like, just as I've grown up and stuff, I've always said, like, I love bass fishing. And so if I ever got the chance to buy a bass fishing boat, I would love to do that. And, you know, they're a little bit more expensive, but that's what I meant by it, just being able to take my family out there, take Jenna out there, and try to go catch some bass. So hopefully that I'll be able to get that one day.
Now, Klay Thompson made himself pretty famous by constantly being out in the bay, and I believe bass are freshwater fish, not saltwater fish. But what's your interest in deep sea fishing? Is there any chance we're going to see Brock Purdy out in the bay throwing out a couple hooks?
I might be able to go out there and, fish in the bay and learn that. I haven't done that in my life, but I have heard that, you know, Klay Thompson used to take that boat across the bay and people would see him out there and stuff. So I don't know, maybe I could follow in his footsteps.
All right, Brock. Well, listen, everybody's happy. No drama, man. You didn't want to carry this thing out, get some headlines?
No, sir. Let's get back to work. Let's go win some games, and it's all that matters.
So leave us like the Brock Purdy work detail for today. Like, how's Brock going to get better today?
Well, I'm going to go get in the tubs real quick, warm up my body, and then we got meeting at 8, and then we're going to go out in the field, warm up, and just get after it, obviously throwing the routes to receivers and running backs, tight ends, and do a little team period at the end where we're just running through some plays. And then outside of that, we're going to lift and stretch, take care of my body, and maybe get on the golf course later. We'll see.
And have 9 burger dogs, right?
That's right. I got to break that record.
All right, Brock. Listen, it's always a pleasure to have you. Listen, 49ers fans are delighted. We're all happy to have you here. You're a great person to talk to and a fun person to watch win football games, too. So we will let you go. We'll chase you down sometime this summer. Congratulations to you and Jenna and the whole family and everything you worked for, everything you achieved. As you said, defy the odds. You did it, and now I know you want to do more. So have fun. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Brock.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Go Niners.
Brock Purdy on The Sports Leader.
time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Good stuff, Brock Purdy, man. A lot of people checking in saying, man, this guy just says all the right things all the time. And I think that's who he is. I really did. And I was hearing yesterday in the afternoon, the most unusual thing I've ever heard was Copes quoting Jack Loader, which was hilarious. But that you want your quarterback, for lack of a word, I don't mean boring, but like hardworking, quiet, industrious, not making waves, not causing a stir, just getting out there, getting it done.
Not making music videos.
Oh, there you go, buddy. There you go.
But yeah, I mean, we've done this song and dance. We've interviewed Brock Purdy before, but even his rookie year when he was 23, it always seems like he's had a good head on his shoulders. Has always seemed more mature beyond his years.
Yeah, it's a big time, man. Okay, listen, a couple things. One, we got to do the Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. The San Jose Earthquakes host the Houston Dynamo FC Saturday night, 7:30. You can go to that. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball, and that's the Bay Area Calendar, brought to you by Surfside. We can recap Brock Purdy for our big hit at 7:50, but Zach Manazian and the Giants Executive Show next on The Sports Leader.
Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the orange and black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants General Manager Zach Manazian on the Sports Leader.
It's been too long since we talked to Zach. We love talking baseball with Zach, talking Giants with Zach. Some business first. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And the executive show featuring Zach Manazian is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. A lot of fun stuff to talk about with Zach. First and foremost, good morning, Zach. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Zach.
Morning, guys. Morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, excited. I wish we were talking after a win, unfortunately, but let's go big picture. 5-4 homestand.
Yeah.
Your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, look, anytime you lose a series at home, you want every series you can get at home, but trying to keep things in perspective, and I think we're sitting here today 2 games out of first place and in a playoff spot, and also reminding ourselves we got about 112 games to go, so we got a long ways to go yet, but happy with where we're at, and excited for this 3-city trip.
Yeah, and Zach, I'll go even bigger picture. You just mentioned it. There's over 100 games still left in the season, but we just hit game 50 yesterday. And I know in the baseball world, we like to maybe separate the season by quarters every 40 games. But since we have you on this morning, let's talk about these first 50 games, your 29-21 record. Has there been anything that has surprised you so far to start the season? Or what do you think has been the biggest key to your guys' success so far?
Well, I think we've pitched really well. And that's something Buster and I talked about all off season is, forming an identity in Giants baseball, starting with pitching and defense, especially in our ballpark. And I think something that's been great to see, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a surprise. You never quite know how players are going to react to different roles, but to see Hayden Birdsong say, hey, just give me the ball, I'll throw in the pen, go through this transition where Jordan Hicks is going to the pen and it's, hey, just give me the ball whenever you want. I'm going to do what I can to help. And Kyle Harrison go to the pen and I'll do whatever you want. So, just seeing that unity in the clubhouse and guys playing for each other, that's the type of atmosphere that we want to create. And I really think it has a trickle-down effect throughout the entire organization. So just so much credit to our players and just the team-first mentality.
Okay, so big picture stuff, 29-21, real good, playoff spot. Now sort of nitty-gritty stuff. Justin Verlander going to the IL. So obviously, unfortunate, sore pectoral muscle or a nerve issue in his pec, missing 15 days, retroactive to Monday. So what's the move? Who takes his spot in the rotation?
Yeah, still a discussion. I think the good thing, the thing that we talked about in the offseason, I'm excited about is we have a lot of depth, to choose from, and I think they're all quality options. There's a lot of them. Carson Seymour's thrown well in AAA. Carson Wisenhunt's thrown well in AAA. Kyle Harrison threw well in AAA, has come up and I think been really impressive with his stuff. So a lot of options, still a discussion as of now, but it's a nice feeling when you say whoever we put in there, we really feel like is going to give us a chance to win the game.
Jordan Hicks was stretched out earlier this season as a starter. Is he in consideration for maybe that spot, or do you guys want to leave him in the bullpen in his current role right now?
Yeah, I think right now just having him get acclimated back to the pen is what we would like to do. So, wouldn't expect him to be in that discussion to jump back into the rotation after, talking to him and getting that buy-in from him to go to the pen. So, So still, like I said, excited about some of the other options we have, and we'll continue to talk through it.
Can you give us sort of an estimation of when do you guys need to make a decision? Like the way the rotation shakes out, when would you need his spot?
Yeah, I think with how it played out, it would be a start on Saturday. Now we have the off day here today, so you can mix things around, but most likely Saturday. So I would say we would have a better sense of exactly what we're going to do tomorrow.
Last time we talked, Zach, we talked about Carson Wisenhunt, who you mentioned in your answer earlier today, and I talked about going out to see him Easter weekend and watch him throw 7 shutout innings. Since then, he's had 3 more outings of 7 innings or more pitched. He was just named the PCL Pitcher of the Week. Is there a feeling around the organization that he's almost forcing his way onto this roster?
Yeah, I would say everyone's excited about how he's thrown. And, the better you throw and when you can sustain it at AAA, of course, you definitely start to pay attention. Something I've seen my experience successful organizations do is, fortunately, we've been really good in our starting pitching group and really just continuing to develop those guys who are in the minor leagues to the point where when they come, they stay. Is ideal. Now, sometimes players get forced to the big leagues for different reasons. So, it's nice for us to have the depth that we have. And Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes do an unbelievable job in player development. Really excited with where the system's at as a whole, and they can take a more granular look at each individual player and guys like Carson and say, hey, these are still some little things that we want to shore up and before we feel this player starts their career in the big leagues and stays in the big leagues.
All right, we're talking to Zach Manazian, Giants GM. We love checking in every third Thursday with Zach. Giants, of course, about to start a 3-city road trip in Washington. I just looked at the weather because they did get rained out yesterday. I don't see any forecast for the weekend. Knock on for Micah here. So hopefully tomorrow's 3:45 game and the rest of the weekend goes off okay. Okay, so big picture we talked about, returning to that, offense. In the last several games, you guys have not been hitting or scoring runs, I should say. You got, 4 runs against Kansas City yesterday, but a couple in the ninth. They said 4, 7, 8, 10. I'm doing math. 11, 12 runs in your last 6 games. That's not what you want, Zach, right?
No. I think averaging 2 runs a game for the rest of the season would be a really bad thing. So, I think offense, it comes in waves and I think there's going to be times where, look, I think we saw Jung-Hoo carry us for a bit, and I think he had a nice day yesterday, but hasn't been as hot. Wilmer's just been unbelievable, but just guys stepping up for each other, and Ramos has, I think, played very well here lately, and really done very well offensively. So guys stepping up and helping each other to kind of carry the offense. I think we've talked about this often, just our ballpark isn't the best run environment. We're going to play low-scoring games. We're going to play close games. And, having a good bullpen, putting the ball in play late in games and getting clutch hits is going to be key to us winning. So, I'm not sitting here expecting us to score 900 runs in a season like we've seen some of those teams do in the past, or at least I saw in the American League in the 90s. But certainly, our expectations are to score more than 2 runs a game. And I think there's guys who would be first to tell you they haven't gotten off to the start that they wanted to, but they're working tirelessly. Pat the Bat does a great job as our hitting coach with Oscar Bernard and Damon Minor. So really confident in the group, and think as a whole we'll get it going a little bit. And as the weather warms up, maybe not necessarily in San Francisco, we got June gloom around the corner, but as the weather warms up around the league, we get into the summer, you start to see the bats warm up a little bit too.
Zach, it felt like earlier this year when we were down in spring training, there was a lot of excitement surrounding Gerard Encarnacion. Now, he's missed the entire season with a hand injury, but he's eligible to return, I believe, May 26th. So what can you tell us about his rehab assignment, and is the plan to get him back with the big league club and maybe playing some more opportunities over at first base?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. The plan is definitely to get him back, and he can play first base. He can play outfield. It's a big bat, hits the ball extremely hard. We think there's legitimate upside. He's a fantastic person, teammate. He's kind of a gentle giant. So a lot of people in that clubhouse rooting for him. And I may have said this on the radio show before, but probably one day of the entire spring, I was in an awful mood, and it was the day he got hurt. And, just felt so bad for him, where he's come from, big-time prospect to playing in the Mexican leagues to, a pretty exciting major league player here. We're anxious to get him back. He's going to get some at-bats here in Arizona. I think he's eligible to come off the 60 on the 23rd, but we'll see how it goes in Arizona, and hopefully have him back soon.
Little spilled milk here, but do you guys regret putting him on the 60, that he could have come back sooner?
I don't think he would be able to with where we're at and the at-bats that we want him to get. So no, I wouldn't say there's any regret there, and I think just happy that he's starting to feel back to his normal self.
Are you a man filled with regrets, Zach, when you wake up in the morning?
I try not to be, but I would say I'm probably my own toughest critic. So I'll sit back and think about trades from the early 2000s that maybe we should have tried to push through when I was with another organization.
Well, your godfather used to quote Sinatra, so regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention, right? That's what we say. I've seen Tommy sing that, too, by the way, on an old This Week in Baseball.
I've heard it.
I digress. Okay, we were talking about Pat Bailey we were talking about him yesterday on the show. We talked about it with Mike Krukow. And we found an old quote from Buster Posey in the offseason saying his number one job is defense. Him throwing out Bobby Witt Jr. Tuesday night was fantastic. It was a great play, great baseball play, right? But he's hitting 183, and his OPS is 507. So we're just wondering the graph of the one line of the graph is how good he is defensively. The other line of the graph is he's hitting 183 with a 507 OPS. So where do those two lines intersect to the point where he brings you guys value or not?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I go back to our overall record first and foremost. How are we playing as a team and with anybody, not just with Pat behind the plate, but do you want to upset that? With making changes. And, I think some of those premium positions, obviously, we're going to put a higher priority on the defense. But, yeah, I think if we got, just like I mentioned, if we scored 2 runs a game the rest of the year, that wouldn't be good. If Pat hit 183 the rest of the season, I think no one would be more disappointed than Pat. So he's certainly shown flashes of hitting more. And like I said, I think as the team plays well, it allows us to give guys even more rope to try and find themselves, whether that's offensively, defensively, in the bullpen. So I go back to that, and I think with Pat and the same thing with someone like Lamont is we've seen it in flashes. I had an old-time scout tell me once, if you see it once, it's in there. Now whether they can sustain it or not, those are decisions that that we have to make. But yeah, I mean, getting his defense and behind the plate and how he affects the 13 men on the staff, it's huge. So, so as long as he's given that, we'll live with the offense as he gets better. And I know he had a comment the other day about, better days, coming forward, and, hit a nice homer yesterday. And I still think there's some at-bat quality there. So, we'll see how this trip goes for him.
Zach, sticking to the topic of defense, we've talked a lot this season about the defensive development of Bryce Eldridge down in Double-A. And look, every time he hits a home run like he did on Friday night, he hit 2 of them. We get text messages asking, when is he going to get called up to Sacramento? When is he going to get called up to San Francisco? People are always asking questions about Bryce Eldridge. So what can you tell us about his current status and that defensive development down in Double-A?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I'm a fan too. I love watching baseball, and I like messing with Randy Wynn and Kyle. So every time he hits a homer, I may be texting those guys the same exact thing. But like I said with the pitchers, same type of thing with Bryce. We want these guys to get here and be able to stay. The great thing about Bryce is we're talking about an excellent worker. So there are improvements being made. I think there's still a ways to go. I was fortunate to see him in high school, and when I saw him, he was actually pitching that day. So he was pitching and hitting. I mean, he didn't even play a lot of first base in high school. So there's a ways to go, but I think he's making some big strides, and hopefully that learning curve, he can get through it relatively quickly. But it's, first base in the big leagues, feeling around the bag, you're affecting those other infielders every throw. It's a lot, but I think we're happy with the work that he's putting in and starting to see some strides.
So you really do. You'll hit Randy and Kyle with a text. Say, hey, come on,
Bryce did
bring
it
him
again.
Yes, mostly it's just to get on him a little bit, make him nervous, make him squirm. But no, he's an exciting player with an exciting future, and some of these, I had an old mentor tell me, the players will let you know when they're ready, and you just watch. So he's getting better. He's not there yet. Still a ways to go, and how quickly he gets better, it's anyone's guess. But Randy and Kyle, all the faith in the world in them and their opinion when it comes to PD.
Just a quick one on Willie Adames. If you look at his numbers right now, they'd be career lows across the board. Now it's May 22nd. Yeah. He's got a whole summer to explode and go off, and maybe you guys are hoping that there's something in there. But the one thing I want to ask about was the defense. And when you and Buster, went through the film and the cut-ups and the analytics and all that, you knew he wasn't Brandon Crawford. But would you say that but if you go look to Baseball Savant, you can see his fielding run value and all that stuff. Would you guys say that, I don't know, putting a little pressure on himself or just having a slump or?
Yeah. So, no, it's a good question. So when we looked at him in the offseason defensively, we really tried to focus on his physical tools. So we have a pretty good way of evaluating players' range, arm strength, reaction time, so on and so forth. And the physical tools were there. Now, I do think there was a little bit of a fielding slump when he was in Milwaukee that kind of drove down those numbers last year relative to years before. Whether he's there right now or not, it's probably a better question for him. I'm sure he would say, he can play better defensively. But that was the big thing when we talked about him is the physical ability declining, because if it's just, an errant throw here or there, those things can change with whether it's, hey, we just get in a better position with your feet, or setting your body up a little differently. Mechanical changes can fix some of those things. So still happy with where he's at physically. And, I think there's always little adjustments to make. And look, even playing in a different infield, they're all different, the dirt, the grass, so on and so forth. So still happy with where he's at physically and think, we're going to get a good defensive shortstop for the season.
Yeah, and obviously we'll watch the offense maybe explode too or warm up, I should say, during the summer too. So listen, we could go on and on. We could talk to you for hours. We love baseball. We love talking to you about baseball. We're out of time, unfortunately. So we'll to be continued. We'll do this. We'll get you down at the Diamond next time we see you. Are you in D.C. or are you no?
I am heading to D.C. right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's they got some young talent out there. They're playing a little bit. I think they're on a little win streak of late. So I'd like a couple wins, Zach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too. Look, it's the big leagues, right? Can't take any team lightly, and they I think Mike Rizzo does a great job. They've got some young positional players that are super intriguing, and it'll be a battle for us. But like I've said all year, we can't back away from a challenge, especially in our division.
And then I guess last one is there and we asked you about who's starting for Verlander, but is there a roster move you guys would make to bring up somebody for Verlander?
Yeah, there would be a roster move for him. With him hitting the IL, we'll have a decision, but that'll likely come tomorrow.
Okay. Fly safe. Always great talking ball with you.
Thanks, guys. Likewise.
Thanks, Zach.
Zach Manazian on KNBR. Always, like I said, man, we're big Giants fans here. We could go and go and go. We got to get out, though. But Marcus,
but that's the thing. These Giants executive shows on KNBR are sponsored by the Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org.
Okay, that was a good long chat with Zach, but we got to get to the big hit, which is Brock Purdy's hit this morning. What did we take away from it? Next on The Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival, and it starts on May 30th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
I will go to El Cerrito Honda. I won't necessarily say Opa, but I will say what a great place. El Cerrito Honda. I love my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid, which I got at El Cerrito Honda, with the great people, family feel, tremendous selection. Because I was talking to Sharif, and he's like, well, do you want a different color? And I said, well, I mean, I'm a navy blue guy. He said, yeah, we got it. I said, come on. Wheeled it around. There it is. So listen, they got a great selection. And they have great savings. You're going to get a great deal. You're going to get a great deal. I mean, it's Memorial Day weekend coming up, but they've been doing Memorial Day savings all month. So it's the place to go. Where is El Cerrito Honda? I got news for you. It's in El Cerrito, California. How about that for news? It's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. So easy to find. Go on there. Walk on the lot, 1755 San Pablo Avenue. You can start looking for the car you want at elcerritohonda.com. So you know what you want when you go on. Say hello to the crew. Tell them I sent you. Say I heard Murph talk about it on KNBR. Everybody's going to have a great experience. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Hold it now.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right. Wow. What a morning. It's been crazy. God, like the whole nation's talking about Knicks Pacers, and we're like, that's like number 6 on our list right now because we had Brock Purdy make his first post-contract hit. Then we had a meaty conversation with Zach Manazian about the Giants. Plus, we're still coming back from the Dwight Clark Legacy event last night, which was amazing. And thanks to everybody for coming out and supporting Dwight and the Golden Heart Fund. And then Marcus and the crew went out and got sunburned and day drinking and watching Logan Webb get knocked around. And young Tony's using country rejoins for Brock Purdy. George Strait,
check yes or no. What did Brock check?
That's my guy.
That's your guy.
He's checking his bank account
Who
this
here
morning.
has seen George Strait multiple times in concert? That's me, buddy.
That's you, Murph.
What's got 2 thumbs and has seen George Strait multiple times in concert? That's a shocker, isn't it?
The Murph Diesel
That's
does.
like the 2 truths and a lie, that I've seen George Strait multiple times. People would probably guess no.
Yeah, well, I know you do have your deep country roots, not this new pop country.
No Florida Georgia line. We draw the line at that. All right, you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So what did you, Marcus Boucher, the water boy, take away from the Brock Purdy conversation?
Well, easily the biggest piece of breaking news that we got is the fact that Steph Curry once ate 9 burger dogs on the course at Olympic Club.
In all honesty, because Brock knows how to handle an interview, and he did his one yesterday with the media, and he did ours today, and he didn't really break any news per se or give you that smoking hot quote that you can run with. But honestly, probably the juiciest thing he said was that he had 4 Olympic Club burger dogs that day, and that he heard that Steph Curry once ate 9.
I mean, what a surprise! Steph Curry once again just putting up numbers.
Actually, we have the do we have that? We have that cut here. Yeah, cut E. Here it is. Check it out.
Oh yeah, I had I think 4 that day. So, and they were telling me the record out there is Steph Curry. I guess Steph Curry ate like 9 in one day or something like that. That's what I'm hearing. So I got to go back and try to beat that.
That's perfect. So we talked about it. Anybody who's been fortunate enough to be at Olympic Club and have the burger dog, we get a detailed breakdown of it from Marcus. By the way, if we ever move, and I'll believe it when I see it, we will be near Olympic Club, and I have access to that burger dog shack. You will. Now it's to the point where I almost want to dial it back because I don't want to overhype it, But it is it's a very tasty burger dog.
Ooh, I do like a tasty burger.
There's something about the salt and pepper on the meat and then the way they dress it up and how unique it is in that hot dog bun. And so I've had 2. And after having 2, you're in such a blissful state, you don't know what to do. Now I've dialed it back to 1.5 because I'm too fat. But
so 1.5. What do you do with the other half?
You get a knife and you split it and you give it to the guy you're in the cart with.
So both guys get 1.5 instead of 2 each.
I said cart, even though I'd walk.
Cart guy.
Everybody gets 1.5. Yeah, the deal is 2's too many, 1's not enough.
How many do you think you could eat?
Great question. And I think 4 is probably the peak.
Okay.
Steph eating 9 is something special.
That's insane.
It really is.
I mean, that's a burger dog every 2 holes.
And he's known to burn some calories.
Yeah,
You know what
he will run. You think? I bet you Steph Curry doesn't take a cart. I bet you he runs from hole to hole.
That's a great call. He does because he's got time. He's got things to do.
Yeah,
he's going for this thing.
I understand stuff.
So just other things like you asked him about the Super Bowl window.
Yeah,
cut K. Now, of course, he's gonna. We expect him to say yes, but here's what specifically he had to say about it.
100%. I think every single year we'll have a chance. We have our core group of guys that we've had here for a while that have established, our winning culture here. Obviously, we had some stuff, go awry last year with injuries and whatnot, but I think at the end of the day, we have what it takes here. And what I mean by that is even if we have new guys come in, free agents, rookies that have to come in and play, I think we definitely have what it takes to find ways to win and be the best version of ourselves. And obviously we believe in Kyle and what he's done here, what he's established, and his game plans every single week, we believe. And so at the end of the day, man, it's 11 on 11, 4 quarters of football, and you try to find a way to win. And I definitely believe and know that we have what it takes.
Okay, so, yeah, of course. But there is something to being like the Cleveland Browns or the, I don't know, Jacksonville Jaguars and saying that. And then there's something to the 49ers saying that who've been knocking on the door. So that's the expectation every year now. And I had said, like in February, I thought they were moving farther away from a Super Bowl than they had been based on all the moves they're making. But now we have this sort of springtime bloom with George Kittle, Fred Warner, and that guy, Brock Purdy, coming back in and getting their work in. You start to believe, okay, well, are we supposed to start thinking about these guys as Super Bowl contenders?
Well, here's the thing, Murph, because I think we do have to pay attention to how this draft class plays out, and we do have to recognize that they cleaned house on the defensive line, so there's going to be questions about what Robert Saleh can do for this defense, but it's a defense that struggled last year in the run game, and so that's why they had to make those decisions to trim the fat on the roster and kind of retool this roster, not rebuild. So there are fair questions to be asked about the trenches on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively. But to me, there's no question that the 49ers still have one of the best rosters in football when you look at the top-tier talent that they still have on this roster. And that includes Brock Purdy getting paid as a franchise quarterback at 25, Christian McCaffrey still at 27, 28 years old, bringing back Brandon Ayuk if he's healthy and if he can regain that form that made Brock Purdy so good in 2023. You throw in a George Kittle, you look at the development of a Ricky Pearsall. Defensively, you got Demo, Nick Bosa, and Fred Warner leading the way. Like, there's not too many other rosters around the league that have this many all-pro players. So to me, that tells me that the Super Bowl window is still open with this nucleus and with this core, and that's a big reason why Vegas still has them as the odds-on favorite to go out and win the NFC West this year, coming off a 6-11 season. That also sets them up with a last-place schedule.
Yeah, they are favored to win the West, aren't
they? Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they on the Super Bowl odds?
Ooh, let me
Probably
look that up.
7th or 8th or something like that.
There it is. There's that last-place schedule drop.
We didn't ask him about the last-place schedule. We ran out of time. We were too busy riffing on Burger Dog. But I did ask him, say, okay, you say it's open. But I told him, I said, Dante Whitner says it's closing. And I said, there's noise out there that it's closing. What's your reaction?
I mean, I'm sure some guys do, but I can tell you, man, no one buys into anything of what, the outside world says. Just the energy here within our locker room, out on the practice field, everyone's got a chip on their shoulder, man, and which excites me because I feel like, the best teams and situations can come from when people are, doubting you or saying some stuff, and you just put that aside and you go to work and you just prove yourself right throughout the season and the year. So I know we have a bunch of young minds in here excited and hungry to go prove themselves to each other, and that's all that matters.
Okay, so you heard in there, he said it's good to be doubted. So maybe that's their motivation. John Lynch hinted at this in one of the interviews he did. He did a podcast with somebody. We're still chasing John Lynch to come back on the show this spring. We'll have him this fall, of course. But he said it's better to – I like our new role as the hunter, not the hunted.
Yeah, because it feels like even last season coming off the Super Bowl loss, hell, let's be honest, the last 2 or 3 seasons. I know the Eagles just won a Super Bowl and they're one of the premier teams in the NFC, but the 49ers have been the favorite to go out and win the NFC. And you asked about the Super Bowl odds.
Yeah.
I got an update for you. Even coming off this 6-11 schedule and seeing the roster turnover, they have the 6th best odds in the entire NFL at 13-1, and the 3rd best odds in the NFC, only behind the Philadelphia Eagles and the Detroit Lions.
So a question we asked him is, are you a top 10 quarterback? Well, the answer is, does Vegas think the Niners are a top 10 Super Bowl contender? Yeah. And the answer is yes. Mm-hmm. How about that? Well, one more is that if he says the window's open, and he says, like, we have the guys, and you say they have the guys, most fans who want to be cynical would say, no, they don't have the O-line. So we asked him about that. Now, of course, he's not going to knock his O-line, but how did he choose to phrase the fact that, the O-line is viewed as a weak spot?
No, man, it's, every game and situation is so different, and things happen and whatnot, but those guys up front, man, I can tell you, like, they are war daddies. Like, every single day they're coming to work, getting better. I've got their back, they've got mine, and no, we're going to be just fine. And these guys here, man, have what it takes to have a successful season. And everybody's going to find out soon. So I've got their backs, man, and it's nothing but love. And I really do believe in these guys. I'm not just saying that to say that. Like, these guys have taken the next step this offseason, and we're all going to continue to grow together.
Okay. He says, I really do believe in these guys. I'm not just saying that to say that. People ask me that. They say, what do you think about working with young Tony and Marcus? I said, no, I really do believe in these guys.
I tell people all the time, young Tony's a war daddy, Murph. We got a war daddy in the trenches.
He's not going to convince, that answer is not going to convince people who don't like the Niner O-line and the continued narrative that Jake Brendel isn't his guy. Now, ironically, Who was he playing golf with at the Olympic Club when he got the news that the contract was official? Jake Brendel.
Yes, he was.
And their wives, by the way, a little social outing. If you talk about, we talked about the Verlander laser tag and all these things these bonding things. I heard him say this yesterday in the press conference, too, about being in the building right now builds the kind of trust that late in the season, if you're tired in the fourth quarter, you got to look in the huddle and know that you know that guy. And this is what they're doing right now. Oh, that's my guy. I remember he made birdie on the 16th hole at Olympic Club.
I remember this guy bought me a Toyota truck last year.
Right?
He gifted to me at Christmas.
We didn't ask him about that. We didn't ask him about the bass boat, though. We asked him about, because he meant, and listen, I know I angered some people about asking about his faith. I did that a very specific reason. It's a large part of who he is and maybe why he accepted a contract the way he did. And he spoke about that, about his desire to not define himself by his net worth. And would you want to play it? Or what do you got here, Tone?
You tell me. I was going to play both. The bow one's a fun cut.
Then, okay, we'll do that one because we'll end it and then we'll pick it up on the other side. But I said, well, because he did this big thing about you can't take treasure on earth, you have to take treasure in heaven. I was like, okay, I don't mean to be riffing here, but you still do want the bass boat.
Yeah,
right?
what about that boat, Brock?
So, yeah, sometimes you got to have something on it. If you're a guy who believes in the afterlife and all that, you still want a nice bass boat while you're here.
Take it with you.
So here's his answer.
I mean, growing up, I grew up in Arizona in the desert, and my dad's from Florida. So anytime we'd go home to Florida for him, I'm like, Dad, why don't we have a bass fishing boat and get out? And he's like, dude, we live in Arizona. And I was like, all right. Well, just as I've grown up and stuff, I've always said I love bass fishing. And so if I ever got the chance to buy a bass fishing boat, I would love to do that. And, they're a little bit more expensive, but that's what I meant by it. Just being able to take my family out there, take Jen out there and try to go catch some bass. So hopefully I'll be able to get that one day.
That's pretty good. That's gonna be his slogan. Yeah, what are you guys gonna do this Sunday? Well, we're gonna go to Seattle and just try to catch some bass, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, by the time the season comes around, hell, probably by this summer, you're gonna see billboards with Brock Purdy's face outside of Bass Pro Shop.
Man, P1 Chuck sent me a picture of the bass shop is it Memphis?
Oh, the pyramid.
Dude.
Yeah.
I said to him, have you seen this, Young Tone? It's like it almost looks like an Egyptian pyramid.
They have one in Indiana, too, that I've been to.
Huge. Yeah. I said, what are archaeologists going to say 1,000 years from now when they find these things?
This is where the Egyptians buried their treasures.
They're going to say that we found ruins of an ancient society that valued bass fishing.
This society went fishing a lot.
All right, we'll continue this on the other side. We have Dave Fleming's going to join us at 9:15. That'll be fun talking to him about life and baseball and the PGA. Matt Mayoko is going to join us, even though I had to pinch hit for Maddie last night. I threw out an explosive analogy because Laura Britta introduced me. She said, I'm usually with Matt Mayoko. I said, so in this analogy, if Matt Mayoko is like Jimmy Garoppolo and I'm the unheralded backup, does that make me Brock Purdy?
Oh, that's a good situation to be in.
The crowd was like, oh.
Yeah, and then someone from the back of the crowd yelled out,
Here he is, QB1.
Somebody yelled, do it, Murphy.
Do it, Murphy.
In the back of the room. And by the way, all I did was just say, next photo, Brad, and let the panel riff. Charles Haley, Garrison Hurst, Spice Adams, Fred Warner, and Mike Zagaris went off, telling jokes, capping on each other, and the laugh. They were horse laughing. Guys were doubled over there laughing so hard.
And you said Eric Wright was in the room again last night.
He right.
And we were able to pull some audio from Eric Wright from the back of the room.
Murph, keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving.
There it is. We did. Actually, we ended a little bit late, but it was good because there were so many laughs. Okay, on the other side, 808 KNBR, you guys want to check in on Brock. You've now heard him speak to the media yesterday. You've heard him on KNBR today. Where are you at with all this? 808 KNBR. Bang the number on the Sports Leader.
I love bass fishing.
All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning. Oh, good. I'm glad it's Thursday. We got Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, you want to help people taxes. You want to help them if they didn't get their ERC check. Steve, what do you do?
That's right. And now it's so important. People have been waiting a long time. There's this enormous glut of paper returns sitting in the IRS. And there's a lot going on now, too. For example, President Trump has promised to cut $2 trillion off the federal spending. Will he do away with ERC with the stroke of his pen? And another thing, with all the changes that's happening over there at the IRS, you really, really, really want to act now while you still can, because there are big changes there. There's a lot of things going on with the changes from the administration, etc. So the bottom line is, right now, while it's still good law and there's still people there to listen to us and process this for us, we want to do it right now while we still can. We'll explain it all when you call for your free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, "Hey, Steve, I want my ERC," and hurry up and be quick about it, buddy.
That's it. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! We're giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival. It starts on May 30th. It's coming up, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! Say it with me. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir.
So we make lists all the time, you know? That's all we do here on Sports Talk Radio. Is that like something you hear about?
Like lists and stuff.
Yeah, like you put yourself. Yeah, put yourself amongst your peers.
Yeah, no, I think for sure I'm a top 10 quarterback. I'll leave it at that. I'm not gonna, create a list or anything right now.
Come on, Brock, where's your list, buddy? Chris Stapleton playing, one of the names that we looked up. We had asked him years ago what music he likes. And he had name-checked George Strait, Backstreet Boys, and Chris Stapleton, so young Tony's giving him all his rejoins here.
Ooh, we going a little Tennessee whiskey?
Tennessee whiskey. Which NFL player recently sang, it got viral. Ooh. He sang it, it was a Houston Texan, I think.
I believe Steph Curry sang this at a karaoke event over All-Star Weekend.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but is it not a Chris Stapleton original? Did he cover it too?
I feel like all country songs are covers.
Yes, sir.
Somebody covering somebody else.
Either way, sounds good, man. And Brock Purdy was great. We enjoyed him. If you missed it, knbr.com. And I'm sure we'll be playing more of it for you guys. You guys are all reacting. A lot of people's reaction to, we talked about fun stuff like the bass boat and Tyrese Halliburton. People don't know the, by the way, we had a great text. The guy said, I've been listening all morning waiting for the score from the Pacers-Knicks game, but there's no top six.
Oh.
He goes, what do I have to do? Look it up online?
Oh, man. Bring back the top six.
But Tyrese Halliburton and Brock Purdy are boys. How ironic that they're having a big week, these two.
It's awesome. And that photo of Tyrese Halliburton wearing Brock Purdy's jersey earlier this season or last season, it's an old photo, is cropping back up all over social media. And it's kind of a cool way to celebrate the Brock Purdy contract extension with Tyrese Halliburton making one of the craziest shots I've seen in the basketball.
Which is funny because he sort of stole the thunder from the kid who made the 8 threes, Anthony Nesmith. And by the way, can I just old-head it up here right now? Shout out great Nesmiths, Mike Nesmith, the Monkees, Mike Nesmith. We always said Nesmith back for the Monkees, young Tony. No way.
The band, the Monkees, right?
Yeah, well, one of the four of them was named Mike Nesmith.
Oh, I did not know that.
Here's the best fact. That kid his mom invented liquid paper. Young Tony, you know liquid paper, buddy? What? Oh, liquid paper.
We're talking like whiteout?
Yes, dude,
yeah. You know about whiteout.
Yeah. I've never heard someone call it liquid paper.
Well, that was the brand name of it. So you were typing. You used to have to type your papers in the 80s, and you made a mistake. You got to get out the liquid paper.
Got to get the whiteout.
And so his mom invented it. He became a monkey. I don't know what relationship he is to Anthony Nesmith or Nesmith, who went to Vanderbilt, got drafted by the Celtics, got traded to the Pacers, and made 6 threes in the fourth quarter last night.
Can we just take a second to appreciate that sentence that just came out of the mouth of Brian Murphy?
Yes.
Yeah, his mom created liquid paper. He went on to become a monkey.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Seems like the backwards evolution.
I was going to say first time ever, but it's not the first time ever. Somebody has said that. Somebody has said that in the history. By the way, people coming in on Tennessee whiskey, I'm hearing that, it was not a cover. I mean, it was... well, my buddy, Coach Tom says it was David Allen Coe. That makes sense. You don't have to call me darling. Oh, you've seen me sing that.
Yeah, shout out to Rusty Spur.
Well, I hang around as long as you will let me.
Let me.
There you go.
Let me.
By the way, that's like 4 in the afternoon at the Rusty Spur.
Oh, man, perfect drinking time at the Spur.
Did you get that Spur t-shirt?
I did. Shout out to our listener who sent that shirt over.
I haven't seen you wear it.
I wore it to a Giants game earlier this year, and I got called up by like 3 or 4 other people asking me questions about how the Rusty Spur is still there.
I was wondering if you got reaction. You did,
yeah, definitely. And then everybody starts asking me about like old bars, all the bars that you used to go to. I was like, look, I'm still pretty new. I've only been
go
on
talk
twice.
to my partner.
Yeah, I was like, go ask Murph if you want to talk about.
You're like, I don't really do the 20th century.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Let's talk about something that happened after the Berlin Wall came down, buddy.
Hey, you mean like that used to be my line to A's fans?
I know, it's one of my favorite Murph lines.
That's my big one there.
It's my go-to.
Because they'd be like, oh, World Series. I'm like, bro, can we talk about something since the Berlin Wall fell? Berlin Wall fell literally like a couple weeks after the 89 series, so it was a perfect line of demarcation, dude. In fact, we actually asked Purdy on Tyrese Halliburton. Let's keep it on the light side here. Although this is probably for cooler content. What do you want, cut B or A, whichever one? Or go with A, Purdy, about his boy going off last night, Halliburton.
Not yet, man. I said this last year, man. I'm just letting him do his thing throughout the series, and then after I'll shoot him a text. But, man, he's a baller, and he and I are always texting and keeping in touch, and want nothing but the best for my guy.
Yeah, and then we asked him, are you inspired? Like, hey, you go achieve what Halliburton's achieving.
Yeah, he's had an incredible playoff run so far, and like some really like iconic moments and hitting shots and just being exciting, especially for the Indiana fan base and everything. But and obviously going back to Iowa State, man, I saw him do all those things in Ames, and so for him to be able to do this on this level, I couldn't be happier for him.
Yeah, so it is kind of fun that they have that connection to us. Yeah,
it must have been a fun time to be at Iowa State.
Hey,
when
man.
You look at Brock Purdy on campus with his roommate Breece Hall, who's now an NFL running back, and then Tyrese Halliburton's over here killing it on the court.
Dude, we've been sleeping on Iowa State. We've been sleeping on
They
them.
move their bodies like a cyclone.
Well, Overnight Dave claims himself part of the Iowa State community.
Part of the Army.
He does. He stood up and he's like, I'm Cyclone guy all the way. And I said, I thought you were a Hawkeye. He goes, nope, Cyclones. He goes, only Iowa wrestling.
Yeah, he's a big Hawkeye wrestling guy.
One of the guys I coach with, Coach Jeff, he's from Iowa, also talks Iowa State. And you know what's funny? I think when you're from Iowa, I think actually you once you leave the state lines, you claim both schools. They just do anything to pump up Iowa.
Not so fast, because we have seen a few friendly bets between George Kittle and Brock Purdy, the Iowa State rivalry.
That's very, very true. I will tell you, it could have just been my mood. It might have just been my biorhythms. Maybe I had my own things going on. Young Tony, as you know, Vince Vaughn said that in the trailer when he was trying to court that young lass, when he's telling the story about reading the part in Swingers, and he was talking about reading the part for Brother.
I got you.
He read it so well that the whole room was silent and everybody was crying. He goes, even the cameraman was crying. He goes, then again, he might have had his own things going on. One of the great Vince Vaughn ad-libs of all time, right? But maybe I had my own things going on, but we drove coast to coast. I don't know if you've ever driven across the country.
Have not.
Oh, it's awesome. I drove, packed up Candace's life and drove her from New York to San Francisco.
Nice.
Iowa was the state I thought was the prettiest.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, again, it could have just been my own things. There was just a roll. It's got rolling green. The summer, they get the summer rain. So it was summer. It was green. The hills were very pretty and gentle. It just had a great vibe.
Because
I'm an Iowa guy.
I feel like most people, or maybe I'm just speaking for Californians out here, they think of Iowa and they just think of farmland.
Correct. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you, you want to get out there. Hey, dude, where is frickin' Field of Dreams? Come on.
If you build it, they will come.
There you go. That's what they said to Brock Purdy.
Exactly.
If you sign it, you can buy a bass boat.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
you might buy a couple of lakes out in Iowa.
We have lots of stuff to get to with Brock's stuff. We asked him, about little things like, is changing quarterback coach. It's kind of underrated that Brian Griese left. And he's got to have a new guy, Mick Lombardi.
Yeah.
And I heard him say yesterday he's working on fundamentals. I'm like, well, with a new guy.
Yeah, and Brian Griese was his guy. I mean, I feel like it's something that's not talked about enough, but Brian Griese was one of the leaders in drafting Brock Purdy. He was the one that did all that advanced scouting when he was at Iowa State. So, Brian Griese plays a huge, huge part in the 49ers selecting Brock Purdy as Mr. Relevant.
To go one level deeper, there's a guy named Steve Slowick, Bobby Slowick's brother, who turned Brian Griese onto him. Nice. Did you guys read Mike Silver's excerpt that The Athletic just republished from The Why Is Everything?
Oh, I'll ask Greg Silver about it.
It's a really good read about, they went back and retraced everything and how they had their eyes on him and how it was coming down to the end and how the Niners had said and he had done Zooms with the Niners during the process about their offense, but he was depressed. He and his dad took a nap in the 6th round. They were depressed. And then he was already starting to get calls from other teams about undrafted free agent. And then the Niners called him and said, we're going to take you. I mean, it's funny. People say they quote unquote lucked into him, but really, you get credit for saying the name.
I mean, no doubt. I mean, credit to Slowick, credit to Brian Gracie, credit for the scouts that did put in the extra work and convincing the front office that, hey, this last pick of the draft is not a throwaway draft pick. We think we have something here. And then next thing you know, Kyle Shanahan's talking to Jed York about how he thinks their third-string quarterback is the best quarterback in camp.
Yeah. Well, that's why we treat every segment with great care. That's why we don't throw away our last segment. We make it, what did young Tony learn today?
Exactly. We shine the spotlight on our war daddy,
okay,
young Tony.
We have Matt Mayoko coming up in 20 minutes. You know what I want to ask him is about the salary cap numbers, which, we hate talking about that stuff because it's so dull, but it's how can they build a team? And you really see a difference after year 3. Like the salary cap numbers, yeah, they get higher in 26 and 27, but they get astronomical in 28 and 29.
Yeah.
So I wonder what that means.
That's also when the guaranteed money runs out, I believe. The way that this contract is structured is that he's going to get between $160 of the $180 million guaranteed in the first 3 years of the deal. So maybe the 49ers did leave the back door open just in case things do go bad with Brock Purdy, but I don't want to get down that road already.
Bro, did you just say Brock Purdy's going to turn out like Trey Lance?
Look, I'm not saying it, but it is smart, in my opinion. We'll ask Matt Mayoko about this, the way they set up this contract to get him the guaranteed money early when it's not that big of a cap hit, and then maybe they even get to a situation where they start moving money like they do every other year with a Fred Warner or George Kittle, and maybe extend him beyond his age 30 season.
So, in reality, is this just a 3-year deal?
I mean, in the NFL, you have to say yes because we know how important guaranteed money is in the NFL. It's literally the only thing that's guaranteed.
I want to settle this Tennessee whiskey because you're as sweet as Tennessee. Everybody sings that song.
Tennessee whiskey.
Steph Curry. It was Jordan Mailata. People said was the guy who sang it for Stapleton. Everybody thinks it's Stapleton. My buddy Tom from Mill Valley was right. David Allan Coe recorded it in 1981. Then the legendary George Jones. The race is on. Everybody knows George Jones. He also recorded it in 83. And then Stapleton recorded it, and now everybody thinks it's Stapleton.
He gets the credit. He recorded it after the Berlin Wall came down.
Whoever had, there you go. Nice drop, mic drop. Okay, Cooler content, always the good stuff. Maybe some Brock in there too. And then Mayoko, Dave Fleming. Fun Thursday on the Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on with some.
Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Listen to this. The kid is learning. We were talking about we're obsessed, obviously, with the Brock Purdy interview, and even Zach Manazian was great. But that nation is talking about the Knicks and the Pacers last night, which was obviously historic. Stat that the Pacers came from 14-plus down with 2:45 to go. 994 playoff games. It had never happened. The team that was ahead by 14 was 994-0. And we were talking about, Halliburton hit the shot that tied it to force it to OT, but the kid, Anthony Neesmith, hit 8 threes, 8 for 9.
Who the hell is this guy?
That's what I was saying.
Neesmith.
So fill me up. I mean, you didn't know him, did you?
Neesmith? No, I mean, I didn't have a deep book. I mean, I don't have a deep book on the Pacers to begin with. But still, I wasn't expecting this guy to catch fire and turn into Steph Curry in the fourth quarter.
Vandy. So then I saw the name, Neesmith. And I'm like, whoa, you mean Mike Ness? We said Nesmith back in the day from the Monkees. And I said, oh, man, no way young Tony knows this. He was one of the 4 Monkees. There was a takeoff on the Beatles. And it was like right around the time Batman was on TV. This was on TV. It was like a little wacky half-hour show. And they were kind of matinee idols. Girls dug them. And then there was a little trivia fact that Nesmith's mom had invented liquid paper. I was like, wait, what?
Liquid paper.
So did you know this at all, kid?
We were just playing some of the music. I'm a Believer.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard that song. I have heard that. I didn't know it was.
And I saw her face.
I didn't know it was the Monkey song. But
Shout out to the Shrek soundtrack.
Exactly.
Covered by Counting Crows?
Maybe, or was it? I don't know. I know Smash Mouth is in a couple.
It might have been Smash Mouth. Smash Mouth.
Yeah, it might have been Smash Mouth.
All right, Cooler Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. We're dedicating the Cooler today to Brock Purdy. Listen, this is a big deal. As the great Joe Biden. Here we go. I'm going to light it up. I know. We're just saying.
That's a big game, man.
Right. Remember what he said to Obama about the bill? He said, "This is a big blanking deal." Yeah. You know, hey, set the politics aside. Just enjoy the quote.
This is a big contract, man.
Enjoy the quote, everybody. It's a big game.
It's a big game, man.
That's a big game, man. Minnesota!
I forgot we had that one.
So let's have some of the fun stuff that we asked Brock about. First of all, if you're just joining us, he revealed a great detail that he was at Olympic Club. There are those who get mad if you say the Olympic Club. They want it to be at like Chase Center, Olympic Club, whatever. I get it. I've been a member for 22 years, so I'll have to respect my elders.
Nice flex, Murph.
I know.
22 years deep.
Sorry about that.
You're a member of the club before you were on air at KNBR.
Well, that's because I was the golf writer at the Chronicle.
That's right.
So with that, as you know, Tony, membership has its privileges.
How about Marcus yesterday at the game? He's like, yeah, Tony, you ever going to be a member at the Olympic Club? I'm like, bro, slow down there, buddy.
You're
no
a young
chance.
man. You know,
I mean, you're on that
I would have
path,
said
Tony.
at age 26, I would have said the exact same thing. And then give yourself 10 years, see what happens, buddy.
By the way, these burger dogs. So everyone keeps saying like 9 burger dogs per curry. How big are they?
Well, imagine a hot dog bun.
Well, it fits on a regular hot dog bun, right?
It's a hot dog
So
bun.
it's just like a skinnier hamburger in the shape of a hot dog.
Huh.
Again, now I'm like of two minds. I don't want to overhype it for you guys and get you guys, and you guys are like, yeah, it's good, but shout out the time Paulie Mack ate the deep dish pizza and he was just silent. He's like, yeah, it's not my thing.
It disappoint me.
It was very awkward. Very awkward moment in Chicago.
Yeah, you don't want to get into
because I had told him, "Oh, you're going to love this," and it's my fault. I was stupid. I should have known he wasn't going to like it.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to catch people by surprise. Like yesterday, young Tony and I went down to Frankie's right outside of the ballpark.
Oh, that guy, he's a listener.
Yeah, so we caught a dog and a beer. It's one of the best deals before a Giants game. $10 for a beer and a hot dog. And it was a damn good dog too. Sliced down the middle. That's a pro move, Tony.
That is a pro move.
Yeah, dude, I like that sliced grill marks.
That is good. Did they meet the manager who listens to us?
No, we're just man of the people, Murph. We just kind of blend in. Saw a couple buddies who were down there. Got a couple beers, a couple dogs, and then we headed in.
Use your influence to get favors.
Yeah.
We think we saw him, but we weren't sure. There's a lot of people in there, too.
Yeah, but shout out to Frankie.
Oh, they're doing well?
Yeah, they're doing well.
Because hey, listen, if a guy listens to us, I want him to do well.
Exactly.
All right?
Part of the family.
So the burger dog is, for people who don't know, it's a hot dog. It's invented in the 50s at a place called Hot Dog Bill's. This guy, Bill, I wish I had his last name. So he took a hot dog bun. He's like, why don't I put a hamburger in there? It's like, what an idea, right? It's like, whatever. So he found a way to shape the meat in the shape of a hot dog. It's like a long rectangle.
See, now that's impressive because I have been to barbecues before where you run out of hamburger buns and then, like, you're trying to fit a round burger on a hot dog bun. But this guy was so genius that he changed the shape of the actual patty.
Yeah, correct. And so then he does also, there's something about the seasoning. He does something with the salt and pepper. There's something about the salt and pepper on the seasoning. And then the way they grill it, I got to tell you, the guys out there who grill, they just know the exact, to the second.
It's a science.
To the second they know how to flip it and make it just medium rare. And then it's the dressing. And listen, on a burger, usually, sometimes, what do you put on a cheeseburger?
I'm a mustard guy, like hot dogs and burgers. I'm not really a huge ketchup guy, but I'm pretty simple. I want cheese, mustard, and lettuce, and I'll take it from there.
That's an unusual order.
Is it?
To me, that's unusual.
I'm not a fan of tomatoes. Like, I can mix in a little ketchup and mustard and mayo.
I would say the minority of people just put mustard only on a cheeseburger.
I'll take a plain cheeseburger.
I think most people would say mustard only on a hot dog.
No, see, I like both. Like, I'll go to In-N-Out Burger and I'll get the mustard patty. What do you know about that?
This is wild.
Yeah, so they grill up the burger with mustard on the patty already, and I'll just get like a plain 4x4, just meat and cheese.
This is wild. Okay, I will let
throw in some veggies, throw in some lettuce, so I feel healthy.
Let Marcus be Marcus. What do you got on your cheeseburger?
So on a cheeseburger, it comes with lettuce, tomato, onion. You're not
No. You can just get dude, do you have kids every kid in America?
That's true.
All they eat, bun, meat, patty. That's it.
That's fair.
And I throw some mustard on there.
A bun, meat, cheese. That's it.
Yeah.
So they don't start to dress it up until they get into their late teens.
So really. I dress it up. I go pro move grilled onions at In-N-Out at any establishment. I think it's a very pro. My dad taught me about that. I go lettuce, tomato, grilled onions. We'll throw some In-N-Out spread. I'm a mustard guy as well. I throw some mustard on there. Also on a hot dog, I had Dijon mustard.
No, just we're in a cook. Let's say you're not at In-N-Out.
Oh, I'm just making my own barbecue.
We're in Marcus's backyard. On his roof, he's grilling a cheeseburger for us. What do you want on your cheeseburger?
I still go lettuce, tomato, onion. It'll probably be, raw onion.
I think that's a very reasonable order.
Yeah.
I like that order. Mustard, man.
Yeah, just mustard and a little lettuce. It does the job for me. What about you? What's your order?
I with young tone.
Yeah.
Ketchup, tomato, onion.
You put mayo on a burger?
I have. I won't. I'm not going to turn it down, but I'm not seeking it out either.
Yeah, like most of the times, like if I go up to like Sam's up the street off Broadway, legendary burger, one of Anthony Bourdain's favorite burgers, like I'll just ask no onion, no tomato, but I'll take all the other dressing. I'll take the ketchup and mayo there.
Okay, yeah. Shout out my buddy Harms. He used to slather mayo.
Yeah,
on
but that's my
burgers.
standard order. No onions, no tomatoes.
So anyway. So you go to Olympic Club, you get why are we talking about this? It's going to eventually get to the burger, the cooler of content, Brock Purdy, all right? So
stick with us.
I'm telling you, there's something about the way they dress this up. You got to get everything on it. And that is chopped onions. And I will take mustard on this because it also... Thank you.
I was waiting for it, Tony. I was waiting for it.
Then it comes with ketchup, it comes with relish, and it comes with pickles. Yeah. So I would urge you guys, if and when we ever move, and I do take you guys there, and first of all, you can't wear blue jeans.
I'm screwed.
Is to get everything on it, is what I would urge you guys to do.
See, I like the pickles. I'm not a big relish guy, though.
Okay, let you do your thing.
Okay.
We'll do your thing.
Thank you.
I would just advise, get everything on it, just because then you can work backwards from there when you get your next one.
Well, that's the thing. I'm out here trying to set that Steph Curry record. I'm trying to get up to 9 dogs.
The whole reason we're bringing this up is when I'm driving yesterday down to the Dwight Clark event, I was listening to the Brock Purdy press conference, and he said I was golfing, which true golfers wince because you're supposed to say playing golf.
Oh,
well, here it is. Yeah.
And then obviously last week we knew that we were at the number, and we just had to get a couple things figured out within the language of the contract, and that it was going to be a go. And I just didn't know, what day that was going to be or whatnot. And sure enough, we were golfing. My wife and I were golfing at the Olympic Club with Jake Brendel and his wife, and we got a text from my agent saying it's done, and answered John Lynch's FaceTime. And so, yes, it was the Lake course. Yeah.
Okay, so Lake, the more famous U.S. Open course. So my immediate thought was when he was driving, I was like, "Oh man, did he get a burger dog to celebrate?" So we asked him this morning, "Did you celebrate with a burger dog?"
Oh yeah, I had I think 4 that day. So, and they were telling me the record out there is Steph Curry. I guess Steph Curry ate like 9 in one day or something like that. That's what I'm hearing. So I got to go back and try to beat that.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys, and again, I don't want to overhype it, but the minute you finish the burger dog, you're going to want another one. All right, and so I get that he had 4. Now Steph eating 9. That's impressive.
That is impressive. But now I'm kind of kicking myself because we didn't ask the follow-up question of how many burger dogs Jake Brendel took down.
That's a good call. Or what did Brock put on it?
Yeah.
What did Brock put on it?
Well, how'd he dress it?
Then for my golf crowd, I had to ask which hole he was on. Cut D, Tony. Here. Yeah.
We were about to tee off hole 17, and man, I had a bunch of missed calls from John Lynch, and my agent's like, "Dude, you got to answer. Like the news is out." And I was like, "Oh shoot!" Like, and so I was out there on hole 17 and calling John Lynch, Kyle, Jed York. They were all together, so it was pretty cool.
So this is the case where Olympic Club looks the other way when you're out there yapping on your cell phone on the golf course.
I was going to say, you think there was a guy on 16, but like, hurry up, move it along.
Yes.
Play with a little pace, Purdy.
If Murph's behind him, yes.
I say this with great respect to some of the members out there that are my colleagues there, but yeah, there's a few guys who might be a little salty. There's a couple of cranks.
You're telling me golf people might be a little grumpy?
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Hey, if you want to spend your time on the internet looking up golf fights, there's a rich market out there of guys throwing hands on the golf course, dude. Guys, it's on site for some people.
Guys who should not be fighting.
Dude, 17 is a uphill. It's par 5 for us. The pros play is a par 4. It's a long, tough hole. Lake course is a beast. And so I actually asked him, and he said he made bogey on the hole. But then 18 is a great short par 4 with it has an amphitheater finish. And P1 Chuck pointed out that's a famous walk for many, many champions through the years. He goes, Brock just getting the news on 17. He must have felt like the U.S. Open champ walking up 18 into that amphitheater setting, you know? So good for him, man. Good for him. That was fun. Marcus asked him, okay, make your foursome. Who are the best golfers? Who's the best foursome on the Niners?
Man, Kyle Juszczyk golfs pretty well, and he's consistent. I would say him. Christian McCaffrey, as of late, has been hot on the course. And then, gosh, I mean, Ricky, I love Ricky, but he just started, so probably not Ricky. But George, if you guys saw George Kittle hit a driver, it's insane. He uses this like 2007 Nike Sasquatch, and it flies. It's hilarious.
What about Kittle? Kittle, who by the way surprised everyone by showing up at the Dwight Clark event last night.
Awesome on George Kittle. Now, what can you tell me about this 2007 Nike Sasquatch?
Great question.
Because when this was dropped, I saw young Tony's eyes perk up.
Well, I am not an equipment geek. I actually have a 2000. My set is from 2003. I told you guys I played that very, 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 very fancy course that had a caddy. And he said the caddies are known for being gruff, and the guy was from New Zealand, and he literally took my club and he goes, your equipment is
yeah, careful. That was close.
Your equipment is S, mate. Yeah. That's what he said.
I was going to ask, if you've had the same clubs for 23 years, maybe that explains why you're not hitting those balls so well with those clubs that are 23 years old.
Very, very
Maybe switch it up. Now, young Tony, are you familiar? It's just a cool name, the Nike Sasquatch.
I know. I just
shout out to our guy, the Pasquatch.
It looks like a very old. It looks exactly like you would expect it to, like one of your drivers in your golf bag that you showed me yesterday.
Yeah, I showed young Tony. I had my pings in the back of the car.
Dude, well, listen, you golf it around, man. You get it in the hole. That's all I know.
That's the job.
I think the matchup we need is you two facing each other.
Dude, I showed him the Verizon wireless putter that I drained that 58-footer with, and I could see the sweat pouring down Tony's face.
That putter's in good condition. Your dad's taking care of that thing.
Dude, got it from a Little League auction.
The fact that it
over 20 years ago.
Inexplicably has a Verizon wireless ad on the putter.
I'm sponsored, Murph.
More talking about, we talked about that foursome there. Just a little bit more on the bass fishing. We asked him about the bass boat. Marcus asked him, hey, man, we know you do freshwater. Would you ever get a piece of Klay Thompson's saltwater? Cut V.
I might be able to go out there and, fish in the bay and learn that. I haven't done that in my life, but I have heard that, Klay Thompson, you should take that boat across the bay and people will see him out there and stuff. So I don't know, maybe I could follow in his footsteps.
Listen, this guy, I hope he plays well because he's a really easy guy to root for.
You ever go deep sea fishing?
Yes.
Have you? Out in Hawaii?
In Hawaii.
Oh, in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Nice.
You haul them in, man. You haul them in.
Yeah.
Now, they set you up pretty nicely and they know where to go. And then you haul in that tuna and you come home and you feast.
Now, I'm going to tell you a quick story that explains why I was such a troublemaker growing up, because my father was also a troublemaker and the apple does not fall far from the tree. He used to tell me stories about how him and his buddies, when they were like teenagers, almost 20, would go out deep sea fishing in the bay and they would catch these little sharks. And then they would come back home and they would throw it in people's pools as a prank.
Oh!
Yeah, that explains a lot.
Your dad invented Jackass.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, shout out Caddyshack. Some people are throwing Baby Ruths
bars, yeah.
in the pool.
Sharks.
They were throwing sharks in the pool.
Well, everybody likes a good prank.
There's a shark in the water.
That's kind of an elaborate prank.
It is.
Capturing a shark and smuggling it home and putting it in a pool.
Exactly.
That's elaborate. I put my hat is off. All right, guys. That was a fun, cooler content on Brock Purdy. And by the way, I hear from my buddy Dan that Golden Gate Park Golf Course has a great new 9-holer they just redid. It's awesome. You should check it out. He said they have burger dogs out there, too.
Ooh, burger dogs.
So there you go. Silverado has them, too. It's kind of hard to beat the original, though. Like I told you, Chase Center, I was like,
not the same.
No. It's like eating, like I said, they always say, like, New York pizza. They're like, you can have it sent to your house in California. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
It ain't going to be.
I'm still trying to find some Texas barbecue.
Yeah.
Although, shout out Fixque, right outside of Chase Center. Went there yesterday. Got me a nice dino rib.
Like, it's nothing like being at John's in the Village.
I agree.
Unless it's your brother.
Yeah.
Who slagged it.
He's a deep dish guy, just like the Pope.
All right, there you go. Matt Mayoko next, talking Brock Purdy's salary cap. Is this really only a 3-year deal? I don't know. I might be wrong. We'll ask Matt next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, we're talking about a pizza. We talked about New York pizza. How about New York style pizza here in the Bay, Amici's? Now that is fresh and tasty. That you want to eat. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Why am I bringing it up? Well, first of all, I love Amici's. I want you guys to eat it like I do. Second of all, I want to tell you guys it's graduation season. It's that time. Everybody's graduating. So you have graduation parties, right? Y'all do that. What's the best way to cater it? Amici's. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Bring in all the pizzas. So the New York style thin crust, we know that. But how about the new Detroit style too? Those rectangular pizzas with the crispy, cheesy edge. Love those. And then I've done this for year-end parties and stuff in sports is the tray of pasta and the tray of wings. Really, really works out well. So for a graduation party, it would be ideal. I would go to the catering menu at Amicis.com and get it done. So check it out, Amicis.com, AMICIS.com. When you want to enjoy a perfect graduation party this season, Amicis delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did not anticipate sending young Tony on a Monkeys binge. All right, buddy. Last train to Clarksville coming up next. Pleasant Valley Sunday. Let's hear them all, man.
Then I saw Miyoko's face.
Yes.
Now I'm a believer.
Very good. Very good. And that face will be back hosting the Dwight Clark Legacy event, which we got to talk about before we get into the Brock Purdy contract, because I had the gigantic size 18 shoes to fill at the Dwight Clark Legacy event, where Maddie and Laura Britt usually hold it down. Laura did great. Jennifer Lee Chan did great. And you know what? I think I got a passing grade because, all I did was I said, next picture, Brad. That's all I had to say. And Charles Haley, Garrison Hurst, Spice Adams, Fred Warner, and Z-Man did the rest. I mean, they went off. And as Z called it, capping on each other. I didn't say a freaking word until the capping would die down after about 3 minutes, and I'd say, next picture, Brad.
Good. Keep it moving, Murph.
Sometimes the best riff is the one you don't give, right? You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, Maddie, that's all I had to do. Next picture, Brad.
You know what? When I saw that lineup that you had to moderate, or that you were fortunate enough to moderate, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, my gosh. You just have to stay out of the way. Murph, you remember back in the day, Garrison Hurst was the funniest guy in the locker room, hands down, until you put a microphone in front of him, and he clammed up. He went into robot mode. So I'm assuming he was not in robot mode last night.
He is honestly one of the most gregarious and likable pro athletes you ever want to be around. He is absolutely electric. Energy, laughs, positivity. But you're right. Then we'd say, hey, Garrison, you guys are playing the Rams this Sunday. Be like, it's going to be a tough game.
Exactly.
But you know what?
He has that. Were you around when Mariucci called us up to his office? He wanted to show us the clip of Garrison Hurst that did not make it onto the NFL film special because it was just a little bit too. He got hit in a particular part of the anatomy, and it led to a hilarious on-field moment and then sideline moment with Mariucci telling Garrison what he can't and cannot grab on the field when everybody's watching him. And it was absolutely hysterical. And I don't think it ever made it onto NFL films because it was considered just a little bit over the line.
Oh, man, that's good. I don't think I remember that, but that would be really fun to see. By the way, the NFL films piece on Z-Man is incredible. That introed us. But you know who came strong? Charles Haley. Once he warmed up, man, he'll let it fly. And Fred Warner, even though we think of him as all-pro Fred, he was like the little kid in that group. He was like, he had to kind of he had to sort of like step back and let the 5-time Super Bowl champ riff,
Yeah, no, Fred's very quick on his feet. You see his personality on a daily basis, but he also just has that kind of that leadership vibe, or he's a very stately guy, but he can get going too. So that was probably a really good group for him to be around, because you know what? Someday he will be on that stage and he'll be on the role of the elder statesman capping on the young guy. That sounds like, I can't wait to see it.
All credit to Z-Man, because he handpicked the group. And I said to him at one point when people were, as Kruk and Kipe call it, horse laughs, right? As guys were horse laughing their way out of the chair, I said to Z real quietly, I said, dude, your panel. He goes, oh, I told you. He goes, I knew what I was doing. So he handpicked these guys. Spice Adams. And what are you going to say about Spice Adams? Oh. He's unbelievable. We should have him on daily or something. So anyway, that was a really great event, and we raised money for the Golden Heart Fund. Congratulations to Diamador Lenore, who took his award very seriously. He tweeted about, or he posted about it on social. And congrats to George Kittle for coming out unexpectedly as a surprise visitor. That was really fun. So
a word of advice next year, 49er fans, attend the event, because you never know who's going to show up unexpectedly.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, who knows, Matt? It could be Brock Purdy. Yeah. which means it's time to get down to business because it feels like it's been at least 13 straight Thursdays that I've asked you for a Brock Purdy contract update. Well, number 13 finally got paid. So what were your biggest takeaways from Brock Purdy's contract extension?
My biggest takeaway was that it just kind of seemed that Kittle, Purdy, Warner, they all kind of fell in line. And those are the three, I would say, undisputed leaders of that football team. And usually players and teams, you separate the on-field and the off-field and the contract and the financials. Those are completely different things. But I really got the sense, starting with Kittle, that it was a priority that those guys placed on, yes, getting their contracts done, getting a fair contract, and a contract that would make any logical, reasonable human being really happy. But also just not grinding it, not just trying to get every penny they could get. I mean, I think these three guys. They took notice. They lived it last summer. They saw what kind of impact it had when the contract talks were every much a bit of training camp last year as football. And for those guys to get their deals done, and they're very fair, reasonable deals, and they got done relatively quickly before the offense and the defense step on the field together for OTAs, I think that was huge. And so, yes, it vaults them another rung up the ladder as far as the leadership and putting, in a lot of ways, just putting the team first. So that was my takeaway. That Brock Purdy could have continued to haggle and let's get this thing up to 55 and we're not stepping on the field until it gets to 55, and I'm not going to take part in this, but there was none of that. The deal got done. I think both sides are very happy, and everybody should be happy with the way that thing turned out.
Okay, Matt, so from the feel-good vibe to the math here, the salary cap hits are out. 2025, $9.1 million. 2026, $24.7 million. Sounds a little more, reasonable for a quarterback contract. 2027, $30 million. Okay, those are all kind of doable numbers. They're big, but 2028, $57 million. 2029, $72 million. What does that tell you about the structure of this contract? And I guess the question is, is it really a deal that gets reevaluated after 3 years?
Yeah, I think so. But also, look at it this way, that $30 million cap hit, Deebo Samuel counts $31 million against the cap this year for the 49ers, and he's 3,000 miles away. So I think what it shows you is that, also you got to realize that cap is going up. It's not going down. And if the NFL gets an 18th game like we all expect them to do, if every team plays a game in overseas or an international game of some sort, the salary cap is going to continue to rise. So it very well might even be in those final couple of years that you talked about. I mean, that might be a bargain cap-wise for an NFL quarterback who plays at a high level. So, I would say for Brock Purdy, what he's done up to this point has been remarkable, and no one could have ever predicted that he would succeed like he has succeeded and earn this kind of contract. But now the difficult part begins. It's earning that contract. It's reinforcing to the 49ers why they signed him to that contract. But, it's not necessarily kicking the can down the road, but as far as the contracts and the salary cap hits, in due time, those hits might be considered very reasonable. Or if the 49ers need to create cap space, that's easily done to create a lot of cap space with the restructuring of those deals or whatever the case might be. But, from this point forward, his play will determine where he stands as far as how long, in fact, he is the quarterback of the 49ers. So, certainly it's 3 years, I would say, for certain. And then I don't think anybody's going into this thinking, he's only going to be around 3 years. I think it's 3 years for certain. And then after that, kind of reevaluate. But it might be after, 3 years that he ends up signing another extension to maybe reset the market a little bit, because at that point, who knows? He could be underpaid. So it really is, the variables will be all determined as we go along here. But it's a contract that, like I said, I think both sides are happy with, and where the cap is going at that position in particular, they're still, we'll see. Cross that bridge when you get to it, I guess, if you're the 49ers and Brock Purdy.
Matt, Adam Schefter had a report the other day that the Brock Purdy camp originally came to the negotiation table asking for $65 million per year. The 49ers were able to work that contract down to $53 million AAV. I guess my question would be is, do you think last year's performance maybe brought down that price point? And vice versa, if Brock Purdy was eligible for a contract extension after the 2023 season, do you think maybe he would have got a higher contract AAV?
I don't know. I think that in a lot of ways last year was very impressive in its own right when you consider that, he still finished, 7th in QBR among NFL quarterbacks. And a lot of the guys that were on the field, he never even practiced with. So, I know a lot of was made about, the injuries and the comings and goings on the offensive side of the ball, and not having their all-pro left tackle out there for half the season. So, if you could make the argument too, like, well, there are a lot of teams that don't have, the caliber of supporting cast that Brock Purdy had. But the difference is, those guys you're practicing with all the time. And so I don't know. I mean, I think that, the $65 million clearly, whatever the team sets as the first price, whatever the player side sets as their first, counter offer, no one's expecting either one of those numbers to be the number that's in play. So if you're on the player side, you're always going to shoot high. Brock Purdy is the next contract that gets done for a quarterback. And if you're looking at Dak Prescott's deal, I didn't know it would be that high, 65, but it makes sense. Ultimately, I thought it'd be somewhere around 55. I thought it'd be a little more, a little less, somewhere around there, and it's a little less. And I think it goes to the point of that it was more important just to get it done and not haggle over $1 million here, $1 million there that could keep this thing dragging out. And I think, if there was a soft deadline, it would have been the first day of phase 1 of the offseason program. If there's a next soft deadline, I'd say it's coming up here this next week with the opening of OTAs. So they got it done, and now all sides can just move on with their business.
What a story. No drama Obama, we were calling him. He just Boy Scout Brock. It's incredible. We're going to go into this summer with no gigantic storyline. We asked him it was kind of a loaded question, but now the big question is, where does he rank in quarterbacks, and did the 49ers pay for the wrong guy? All this, the controversial sports talk, hot take stuff. So top 10 quarterback in the NFL seems to be like the breaking point. We asked Brock, he said, yes, I'm a top 10 quarterback. Have you made those lists, Matt?
I don't know how to make that list. And how do you determine that? Yeah. That to me, that's the biggest thing. It's, is it the big arm? Is it just the stats? Is it how much you win? If you look at the stats, he was, 1 or 2 in the 2023 season, maybe third, maybe Lamar and Josh Allen and Brock Purdy. And then if you add in, the Super Bowls and the wins, Mahomes is probably number 1, obviously, with that. And so it's a difficult thing to rank, because I would say more than like the arm and the athleticism and the playmaking, what Brock Purdy does is he, by and large, makes it look easy by being able to do things that a lot more, shall we say, talented or physically talented quarterbacks can't do. And that's to just incorporate all that stuff into that mind of his that allows him to recognize, his play call, the defensive adjustments, and be able to synthesize all that stuff to get the ball out to the right person at the right time. And so, I don't know. Trevor Lawrence is obviously a much more physically gifted quarterback than Brock Purdy. He was drafted number 1 overall in the 2021 draft. But is he a better quarterback than Brock Purdy? I'd say right now, no. Jordan Love, I could say the same thing. Brock Purdy got more heat for winning that playoff game than the quarterback who threw 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter, Jordan Love. So, I would put Brock Purdy. I don't know. I would say let's go with 7th. I don't know. He's top 10, 7. Let's go 7. Who those 6 are in front of him, I think we could probably all come up with 3, 4, 5 of the names. I think he's really good. And I think what makes him so good is that, generally speaking, he makes it look easy.
Good stuff, Maddie. All right, I know we got to go. We got Dave Fleming on the other side, but I did want to... Did Jed tweet about Jason Kelce? Things got a little weird, I guess, in this tush-push room?
I heard that... I heard it was more Lurie who was saying stuff that was kind of weird. I don't know. I hadn't heard about Jason Kelce. I know he spoke.
Yeah, Jed tweeted.
I heard it.
Did you see the Jed tweet?
I did not.
Oh, Jed tweeted. It was just unusual. Just out of context, Jed, and I know we don't have much time to dive into this, but out of nowhere, he just tweeted, ton of respect for @Jason Kelce. Definitely owe you a bourbon or 2. It's like, what? Nobody knew what he was talking about, and then it found out that Kelce spoke in the Tush Push meeting, and apparently Jed said to Lurie, how much more S are you going to say?
Well, I think Lurie, yes. So there was something that he made a couple of inappropriate comments and talked for an hour. And I heard Jason Kelce was much more concise and gave a much better argument for keeping the tush push than the owner of the Eagles, who by some estimations went a lot overboard with one of his comments.
So that's, I guess, he's saying Kelce did a better job, I guess is what he's saying. So
I think so. Yeah. And there might have, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I did. I saw it.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna discuss that in the next segment. I'm kidding. We're not.
Okay.
All right,
be
Dave.
Careful.
Maddie.
So your final day here at KNBR.
It's
been a good ride.
Every single day could be like that.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Really glad you had that quality family time and that both your daughters were together, and it was awesome. And now I hand the baton back to you for 2026, buddy. All right? You're good.
All right. Sounds good. I
Thanks,
got big shoes to fill.
Matt Mayoka talking Niners. Dave Fleming talking Giants and PGA Championship and Giants next on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Opa! We have a new contest this week, and we have 2 more days of said contest. I know a lot of people are loving this. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets and a $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival starting on May 30th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by the San Jose Greek Festival. Say it with me, 530. Opa! You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Who knew that Anthony Neesmith would inspire a Monkees rejoin day? But I love it, Tony. All right, let's get to it. Dave Fleming. Always love talking to Dave. He was just at the PGA Championship. We can talk about that. But, of course, we can talk about the baseball team, too. He's also back home in his home region. What a fun trip this is every year for Dave to go back to the Washington, D.C. area where he grew up. So lots to get to, Dave. It's great to have you back with Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Dave.
I'm sitting in my mom's living room, so
nice.
I'm doing pretty well.
That is awesome.
Hey, since you mentioned that game, the Pacers-Knicks game, it was kind of fun. You know, we were in the air, long flight after the game yesterday, but because of the magic of streaming television, we had a big iPad set up. And at the end of that game in our section of the plane, like there were probably 10 of us crowded around this iPad and just going nuts when those shots were going. I mean, we had no rooting interest in the game, but it was like we had our own little flying sports bar. And when the shot that sent it to overtime, the whole plane just erupted. So that was kind of, it's just one of those cool moments where the fellowship of a long season, you're together and you travel in the world and you feel like you miss a lot of stuff. We actually got to share that last night. That was a fun time.
That's a fun anecdote, and that does just create a little memory, and that's the beauty of sports, man. It's unscripted theater, unless it's the NBA draft lottery, then it's scripted, right? Yes. So, by the way, let's get your take. Dave, is the NBA draft lottery rigged?
I don't believe it's rigged. It's hard. I do understand why people think that, because it is sort of hard to imagine it turned out the way it did. The reality is that the system they have set up, I mean, it is, I'm not a mathematician, but if you really look at the math, the teams that are the worst teams, they have a better chance of what happened to them than of actually winning lottery. Like it is really flattened out. And I know MLB's kind of doing the same thing, and it's impacting baseball. There have been a few teams. The Seattle Mariners have a super high pick this year after a pretty decent season last year. And it's all to try to prevent tanking, which I'm for. I mean, I am for some incentives, or at least lessening the incentives to just purposely lose games. That just sucks for everybody. So I do believe in that. But gosh, if you're one of these teams that doesn't get in a year where there's a stud and you don't get that guy, it's easy to feel picked on.
Man, Cooper Flag. It's very, I'm with you. I don't think it's rigged, but man, it's hard to fight against that argument. Dave Fleming is the voice here, back home in his home region of the Washington, D.C. What do you guys call it? The Metro D.C.? What's the Bay Area? What's it? D.C. Metro region? What's the phrase?
Most people, I think, would say DMV. So District, Maryland, Virginia. So the DMV is sort of the regional for the whole area. I tell people I'm from DC just because it's easier to understand. But DMV is a good little local term.
And no weather this weekend, right? I looked at the weather. We're good. Supposedly no rainouts?
Sure. Yeah. No, here. I mean, the rainy weather yesterday and last night, we flew into it here. It's kind of overcast and damp today, but it seems like it's going to be fine. And I do think the the rest of the weekend here should be rain-free. When we get to Detroit, there could be a few weather issues, but for now, I think we're okay.
Yeah, and Dave, I know Giants
cool.
fans.
I mean, it's weird. Not to interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm so used to coming here in the sweltering heat of the summer. It's like 60 degrees right now, so it is kind of nice to be here when it's not 90 and 90% humidity.
Looking for some good weather and some good baseball from the Giants this weekend out in D.C. But, Dave, I was trying to look ahead to check out some of these pitching matchups, but I think one of the biggest questions of the week is who's going to replace Justin Verlander in the rotation after being placed on the IL?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I don't have a good answer for you. My guess would be that Kyle Harrison is the guy, and, you know, that – unlike Birdsong, I think Kyle could go like 60 pitches now, but I'm not sure he was quite as built up as now. I could be wrong because he was going pretty deep into games before he got called up. One of the reasons he got called up is because he was so much more efficient down in AAA and was doing such a better job. So my guess is that Kyle's going to get the first crack, and they have some guys down at AAA who, you know, when they need somebody to almost piggyback with them, you know, Tristan Beck is throwing the heck out of the ball, and we know he's got a track record of success here. You got Sean Jelly down there. You got a guy, Carson Seymour, who is on the 40-man but did start last night. So I'm thinking that is at least one clue that, because I was thinking he was a possibility. They have another Carson. They have all the Carsons, but they have another Carson who's not on the 40-man roster but is, you know, the league pitcher of the week and is having a really nice year and has turned himself into a true big league prospect. So there are lots of choices, but my guess is you reward Kyle for the good work he's done. He looks great, and see where it goes from there.
Okay, Dave Fleming with his prediction that if you didn't know, Justin Verlander went on the IL with a pectoral issue, a nerve issue, and will be missing some starts, and maybe Kyle Harrison gets the nod. Landon Roop gets it tonight doing his thing. So, you listen, 29-21 is really good. Everybody's pretty darn happy about everything. But, of course, being sports fans and Giants fans, you're worried. And everybody's worried about the offense. That's the answer. Dave, what are you seeing with the offense when you see this Giants lineup every day and you look at it, you say, where's the crooked number coming from today?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want this to sound like such a pejorative, but this doesn't surprise me. Like, I don't think the Giants are built to be an offensive juggernaut. They're not. I think that if there's a thing that has been annoying for everybody, it's that this whole talking point since spring training of small ball and find ways to score runs. If you're not going to be like a big, powerful offense, you got a situational hit. You got to take advantage of your opportunities, find a way to get a run across. And it's actually almost been the opposite recently. You know, it's been all or nothing with power, and that's how they've scored their runs, whether it's Ramos or Flores or, you know, yesterday we saw 3 home runs. All the runs came on the home run ball. You know, that to me is not the way that this team needs to go forward. They need to be a little more balanced. So if there's something you're saying, okay, what do they need to do better? Especially early in games, everybody focuses on the late game situations. I think early in games, yesterday we saw it. There were a couple different situations of, you know, the Giants just had some chances, and even if you get one at a time, you don't have to get them all at once. It just changes the way you manage and play the game. They haven't done a great job of that. But I'm just, you know, this team, if you don't like the close, lower-scoring games, you're not going to like this Giants season, because that's going to be the kind of games this team plays, I think, from now until the end of the year.
Dave, anytime we talk about the Giants lineup, we get a bunch of texts about the first base position, and it does seem like Lamont Wade Jr. is starting to swing the bat a little bit better, and they could have reinforcements on the way with Gerard Encarnacion not too far away with his rehab assignment also. But when we talk about the strength of the organization and the depth that they do have with their pitchers, do you think maybe that they will entertain the idea at the trade deadline of going out and trading one of these pitchers for a bat, or do you think maybe they're going to stick with that current combination until Bryce Eldridge is ready?
Yeah, they definitely are going to entertain that for sure. I mean, they have a lot of pitching, and they need offense, so they're going to entertain it. Now, does that mean that it's going to happen? No, because the options are limited. There are other teams that need stuff, and you know, you look around the diamond. There aren't. It is funny with this team. Everybody's been asking for it for a long time, and you've got it, and it's a good thing. but there are set positions right now. You know, you third, short, left, center, catcher, at least those are accounted for. And, I mean, I think you would include right field and second base too. So, I mean, and if Wilmer keeps this up, DH spot is sort of locked down. You know, you do run out of places where you can find real upgrades or at least have the maneuverability. So I think that if you just keep that in mind, you start to think, okay, within those parameters, how do we do it? Well, it doesn't have to be necessarily an everyday guy. I think you saw when Fitzgerald went down, Christian Koss has done a great job. In his role, he's done a great job. But they are limited. Like Fitzgerald went down, I was like, oh, my gosh. For most teams, you lose the guy who's hitting ninth most days. You should be able to overcome that. And the Giants really missed him. And so I think that speaks to they don't have a ton of depth behind those frontline guys. Even just a veteran left-handed hitter who could play on the infield, somebody who could play some first base and pinch hit late in a game, something like that I think would make this roster more complete.
That's a good answer there. I like that. So we'll see as it gets closer. It's May 22nd. Obviously got a couple months to sort that out. Dave, last few for you here. Who should be the closer?
I think it should be Ryan Walker. Part of that is just I think the Giants have set this whole thing up now where it's almost like the old days of the Giants. Okay, you're a veteran. You've proven it before. You get a long leash before something changes. And that, the playoffs were always different, and the playoffs would be different now. But regular season, and Walker has done a nice job recently. He's pitched much better. He seems to have solved his mechanical issue. I know Camilo's been great, but the Giants are finding ways to use him in situations that are at least as important as the ninth inning. And so as long as you get this kind of performance from both of them, I'm cool with, Ryan Walker did a great job last year in that role, and I think he keeps that job for now.
Yeah, okay, good stuff. All right, I've waited 10 minutes to finally ask. Come on, man, let's talk PGA. All right. Well, number one, Dave, you're going to get a hot take from me here. I don't like it in May. I want it back in August. Can I get your vote?
Yeah. I mean, I see both sides of the argument. I mean, I do think that the PGA itself felt bigger when it was in August, when it was the last one.
Yes.
I think the golf calendar feels a little better now. Like you get April, you get May, you get June, you get July. You get one in each of those months before you get to football season, and it feels like the fall. So I think from like a golf year standpoint, it feels a little better to have April, May, June, July, as opposed to April, June, July, August. But I see what you mean about this tournament in particular. I think part of it is like the last few years, we just haven't, Valhalla is a good tournament course, but it's nobody's idea of like some, historic, awesome venue. And then this year, it's a beautiful place, but you go to a place that hosts a tour event every year, and it kind of felt like a tour event. And that's not a knock on Quail Hollow, but when you go somewhere, unless it's Pebble Beach, when you go somewhere that you see every year, it's hard to get that special feeling. And I think the PGA needs to really think now, they lock these things in so far in advance, but the venue in golf makes such a big difference on how the thing feels. And if you're going to do it in May, take advantage of, you can go to some different places. Okay, that's fine. But, prioritizing, when we were in Oak Hill a few years ago, it felt like a big time major tournament, more so to me than it did this year.
That's a good call on the venue for sure. And then what are we going to do with Scotty Scheffler? Where's he going in our American sports pantheon?
Yeah, I mean, I think you would have a hard time arguing he's one of the great athletes in the world right now in any sport. He is dominating his sport in a way that very few others are. Now, that doesn't mean in golf, better than I do, that that doesn't mean that's going to be that way forever or even for a very long time. Things change fast in golf. But for now, right now, he's one of the most dominant athletes in the world. Scotty Scheffler, I watched every shot he took this week, and he had his seat. I'm serious when I say that. Like, he did, except for those few holes on Saturday afternoon where he was unbelievably great. And that, in a lot of ways, that kind of won the tournament for him. But he played about 5 holes looking like the best version of himself, and he played 67 holes playing like the B- version of himself. And he won by 4.
Yeah.
Like, that's Tiger-like. He is not Tiger. Tiger is a whole different category. But Tiger-like is when you struggle and shoot 2 under in a major for a round. And that, his opening round, he hacked it around. Like, by his standards, I was like, what is going on? And he finishes around 2 under par. That's what Tiger did so many times. He'd miss the fairway, and Tiger would be, oh man, the driver's off today, and what's going on with him? And then you look up at the end of the round, he's 8th, he's in 8th place, and he shot 3 under par. It's like, oh well, good luck everybody else. That was Tiger's off day. Now you're toast. And that's what it feels like with Scheffler right now.
Yeah, good stuff. Great breakdown. All right, Dave, always a pleasure. Yes, Marcus.
Actually, real quick, Dave, I want to sneak in here with a golf question of my own because earlier this morning we had Brock Purdy on a show and we were talking to him about getting the call from John Lynch about his new contract on the 17th hole at Olympic Club. And then he told us that he celebrated by eating 4 different burger dogs and then told us about how Steph Curry once ate 9 burger dogs on the course. So my question is, what's the most amount of burger dogs that Dave Fleming has ate at the Olympic Club?
One at a time. I've 9. Oh my God. I guess you'll be shocked to know that Steph and I maybe have different metabolisms for different body types. 9. Oh my God. Those things are legit. They're not like, no, they look a little smaller, but that's like a full hamburger.
Have you doubled? Have you doubled though? Have you gone 2?
I one at a time is good for me.
Is it 2?
As good as they are. Yeah. As good as they are.
All right.
And they are good.
All right, good answer. Disciplined Dave. He answered just 1. Yeah. Just give me the 1. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, enjoy your time with your mom. We'll look forward to your calls, and thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
We have a lot of good memories here. I'm sorry, Dwayne's not here, Mike's not here, John's not here.
Yeah.
And, over the years, we had a lot of cool, we always talk about my mom would make the crab cake dinners and whatnot. So I've been thinking about those guys because today, with the Giants off day, we would have all been here having some crab cakes tonight. But oh well, I'll just do it for them all.
Well, then you're going to have to eat their crab cakes like Steph Curry eats the burger dogs, right?
Now I can put down a couple of those. Now that's a little different category.
All right, Dave. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Thank you, guys.
Dave Fleming back home on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Okay, I hear this, and I know what's going to happen here.
Start clapping, Murph.
Well, I was clapping earlier in the week, and then I hit the wall.
I know, you were having so much fun with it early in the week.
But then too many Opas.
Come
530
on.
texted. Give me that. Come on. All right, here we go. It's Friday. Wait, we're missing. Done.
Austin Scott just walked in. He's like, oh, dude, what's up, Tony? You're the Opa guy.
You're the Opa guy.
That's what I said.
I thought I was the Opa guy.
But see, I echo 530 who texted in. This guy's. We can see if you send a text, we can see what you've sent through the years,
Dude,
you know?
this one.
530, it's the very first text he's ever sent. It just says, say Opa one more time, mother father.
Opa! Well, guess what? The Opas are going to continue to come because once again, it's time to tell you about the unforgettable cultural experience at the San Jose Greek Festival, celebrating 80 incredible years at St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church. Get ready for a weekend filled with delicious Greek cuisine, vibrant music, and joyful dancing. Right now, we're taking one caller, one winner, caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets and one $100 food voucher for the San Jose Greek Festival from May 30th through June 1st. And with this $100 voucher, you can get some beer, you can get some wine, you can get lamb chops, calamari, euros, you can get whatever the hell you want. Come say what's up to me and my guy Elias down at the San Jose Greek Festival. One caller right now, call up John Joe Curley and try to get that voucher.
And Ouzo, did you mention the Ouzo?
Oh, yeah, the Ouzo.
By the way, I got called out. I talked about the licorice bean in the Ouzo. Had the wrong liqueur. It was an Italian liqueur that takes the licorice bean. Of course, I got it wrong. But you know what? You can put a licorice bean in your Ouzo. There's no rule that says you can't.
Why not? You can drop one in and then say, Opa!
How about if you say, Ouzo?
Ouzo!
Oh, my God. Come and celebrate. The copy actually says, come and celebrate, dash,
Opa!
There it is. All right. St. Nicholas. By the way, since we have a short segment here, and winners are pouring in to win their Greek festival thing, and hope for God's sake we don't do this text next week, is that I have a funny Greek Orthodox story. So my wedding, April 5, 1997. So we wanted to it's a long story. We wanted to get married in the Presidio Chapel. It had just opened now. It had just opened to the public. It's now a very popular wedding destination. We were one of the first weddings there because it had been a U.S. Army base for years and years and years and years. And then finally in the 90s, they decommissioned it and be open to the public, which is why now you hear Copes and Carlos Ramirez saying, it's my personal invitation to bring you out to the Presidio. And you can go to the Tunnel Tops Park and all that stuff you can do there with the food trucks. But anyway, we were really excited to get married there. But because my Nani, my Italian grandmother, was still alive, and she pretty much wanted a Catholic wedding, we're like, okay, well, and Candace was raised Catholic and all. I was baptized, but then we bailed out, lapsed Catholics. We're like, all right, we'll go through the machinations and make Nani happy. Well, the Roman Catholic Church wouldn't do a wedding there because it's not a Catholic church. It's a non-denominational chapel. So we're like, what are we going to do? Well, somebody suggested to us there's a way around it. The Greek Orthodox priest will do a non-denominational chapel. Even though you're not Greek Orthodox, they look like Roman Catholic priests. They do everything the same thing as Roman Catholic priests. They're just not. So you could hire them. So we hired Father Joseph. He's a Greek Orthodox priest. He looked the part. He looked like a Roman Catholic priest. And can I say it now, 28 years later? Fooled my Nani.
Wow.
She's like, oh, the priest was so nice, Father Joseph. And he went over to her, talked her up and everything. She thought we got married by a Roman Catholic priest.
Damn.
It was a Greek Orthodox priest who, at the end of our wedding, said, Opa! That's what he said. Gave himself away. I was
going to say, that's a dead giveaway, dropping an Opa. Great story. A lot of religion talk today on the Murph and Marcus show.
A lot of religion talk. You know what? Let's not shy away. Let's go right into it, baby. Let's go right into the meaning of life.
What is the meaning for life?
What is the meaning of life?
What happens after life?
My dad had a joke that I never understood as a kid. It's not that funny of a joke, but actually I kind of appreciate it now. It's rated G, about the guy who wanted to know the meaning of life. and he was told there's a guy in a Tibetan cave and you got to go. He has the answer, and I'll shorten this down to 20 seconds, and he gets on boats and planes, and he travels across the continents, and he gets to Tibet, and he has to crawl up this mountain, and he gets to the cave, and he says to him, I finally found you after a year. What is the meaning of life? And the guy said, the meaning of life is a wet dog. And the guy says, you mean I crawled all over this mountain and I traveled a year, and you tell me the meaning of life is a wet dog? And the Tibetan guy goes, you mean it isn't? That's what he said. Thank you very much.
It's not a wet dog.
We'll get it that even the guy who thinks he knows the meaning, once he's questioned, isn't quite sure.
Nobody knows, Murph. The only person who does know.
It was a rated G joke at the dinner table from Dad.
And I can tell you, there really is only one person who knows, Murph.
Only God knows.
Thank you for saving me.
I got you.
You know what I should have said when he said the meaning of life is a wet dog? He should have said...
Only God knows.
There you go.
Only God opus.
Multiple Seinfeld people saying George Costanza converted to Greek. Do you remember that, John Joe? Did he convert to Greek Orthodox?
Oh, he's working hard back there.
Oh, he is.
He's locked
All
in.
right.
He's taking these winners. He's taking these winners because everybody wants to come out to the San Jose Greek Festival.
801 said,
Opa!
801 said, you guys hear Kipe's new home run call? It is Opa here.
Opa pelota!
By the way, I didn't know this. Multiple people saying Dave Fleming has openly been a vegan for years. I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
And so I guess the burger dog talk might have been a little...
Hey.
A little...
he did say he had them one at a time.
Yeah.
So he's not always been a vegan.
Maybe he has the vegan dog.
He's a born-again vegan.
Perhaps. So can you get the vegan gyro down at the Greek Festival?
Dude, I'm not a fan of those Impossible Patties.
Yeah, there you go.
They're not a sponsor, right?
All right, what did we do in this segment? We told a bad dad joke, and we gave away tickets to the Greek Festival.
Opa!
And I told you guys a story about my wedding. There it is.
Nice.
We'll call that a segment. That's not a blown segment. That's an outstanding radio segment.
Free 99.
What did young Tony learn today on the other side? And today was a fun day. Brock Purdy, Zach Manazian, Matt Mayoko, Dave Fleming all delivered the goods. So I feel like we put in a good day's work. And we'll hand it over to young Tony on the other side, and then Papa and Silver on a Thursday, baby Friday on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, Bigelow Tea. It's Bigelow Tea season here at KNBR because every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. And the first things we do every day is reach for a mug full of English breakfast, Earl Grey, all their great different flavor options. Perfect for those who make a living behind a microphone. Maybe you need a little soothing something on your throat. It's perfect. Bigelow Tea. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here at KNBR. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow Tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is. The Monkees, man. This all started because Anthony Neesmith, as they call him, but I would have said Nesmith because I'm a child of American pop culture, where Mike Nesmith was a member of the Monkees. I guess there's no relation between Mike Nesmith, whose mom invented liquid paper, and Anthony Neesmith, who made 8 threes for the Pacers in 9 tries yesterday, 6 in the fourth quarter.
I need less Smith, Murph. I need less Smith.
Did you wear that one hard?
I mean, it's a bummer. My dad was texting me last night. Of course, I told you about how he's a Knicks fan and raised me a Knicks fan. So I still got love for the Knicks no matter what happens to that organization. So, yeah, I was bummed out that they blew that lead in the fourth quarter. I
haven't seen the New York Post today. It's probably pretty good. I'll look it up. So, Young Tone, why don't we dive in here to the Young Tony lesson of the day here? Yes.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We actually had 2 today. One was for me. I had to learn, the difference between a bass boat and a regular boat.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Yeah, it's all about the bass boat being a little lighter and a little speedier to get around. And, I was like, what's the difference between that and just a regular boat?
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of different boats on the lake, whether we're talking houseboats or ski boats or fishing boats. My question is there a difference specifically between a regular fishing boat, like a pontoon boat, right? Or even
pontoon, yeah.
Yeah, one of those boats versus a bass fishing boat. Is that specific for only catching bass?
Something that you can navigate around fresh water.
Then again, there's probably the fishing army that's clowning us for not having fishing knowledge.
Much smaller. The pontoon would be if you had 30 people, that thing.
By the way,
Fleet Week, Marcus.
I did find the New York Post back. They have the Reggie Miller picture side by side with the Tyrese Halliburton picture, and it says Choke 2.0. That's what they want with 2.0.
Here we go again.
The other thing was, young Tony didn't know much about the Monkees. And this is, of course, their famous theme song. It was a strange show. It was a strange show. They were supposed to be a knockoff of the Beatles, and they actually did perform. And they had Davy Jones, who was a matinee idol, who showed up on the Brady Bunch. Mickey Dolenz became kind of famous. I think he's still going. I think he might even still be performing. So I don't know. Monkees, Young Tone, they appeared on your radar?
So we looked up some of the music in one of the breaks. I'm a Believer is a song that I definitely know from Shrek. Mm-hmm. So that, jived my memory a little bit. But I just didn't realize their band name was the Monkees. And they got an incredible look, by the way.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. It was right around the time Batman was on TV in the mid to late 60s. I only saw the reruns growing up.
Yeah.
I wasn't a huge Monkees guy, but, respect.
Their haircuts are a mixture of the Beatles and Justin Bieber.
Yeah, something like that.
That kind of hairstyle.
They were kind of trying. It was supposed to be a knockoff on the Beatles, the Monkees, and they had some tunes. This was their theme song. And then they had, obviously, I'm a Believer, as you mentioned. And then they had Pleasant Valley Sunday, Last Train to Clarksdale, and all that good stuff, too. So
Daydream Believer as well.
Daydream Believer, which I think Davy Jones might have sang individually. Davy Jones also cropped up on the Brady Bunch. Greg Papa know the Monkees? Does Greg Papa know do you know the Monkees? Mickey Dolenz.
I know Papa's got to be a believer.
Papa, I said this because Anthony Neesmith for the Pacers made me think of Mike.
Not Naismith.
There it is. Made me think of Michael Nesmith. And you know the trivia on Michael Nesmith from the Monkees? You remember he wore the cap,
little hat, little beanie.
Yeah. But you remember his mom? Remember the famous story about his mom?
No.
She invented liquid paper.
Liquid paper.
Oh wow! How long did that last?
Well, there was for about 5-10 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I was in elementary school, I still used whiteout. We didn't call it liquid paper, but it was called whiteout.
I actually think they made a lot of money on that. No joke. I think that was the story, that he came from a big money family because liquid paper blew up.
But then they started making those erasable pens, where they had the pens with the eraser where you could erase pen.
There's also this thing called the computer where you hit delete.
Yeah, that
backspace.
Works too, yeah.
That was it for the Mike Nesmith.
Who's using pens and pencils
That was it for the Mike Nesmith dynasty. There you go. All right, we'll finish up by going to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. You guys have sent in many, many fun thoughts today. 408 says Mickey Dolenz' daughter is a popular 80s actress. I didn't know that. 310 says, when it comes to boats, it's all about size, Marcus.
Ah, yeah. Shout out to our captain, Tommy Lee.
Here we go. 50 Stan Tim, who's, by the way, on probation. because he said the burger dog is overrated.
Oh, no, Stanton.
He said contract extensions. Murph got the news of his while driving carpool duty. Is that a riff? Did I? I don't know about that. No, I don't even know when I
duty?
707 says, I got a bass boat. It goes 75 miles an hour.
Damn.
510 says, I'm a UPS driver, and yesterday I came into my business saying, Opa. He says, I got a lot of crazy eye looks, but today they're waiting for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, young men.
Tony.
Opa! Oh, my God. 916 says, hey, guys, thanks for the Norm tribute yesterday. In the UK, Cheers was on Friday night and part of our family Friday nights for years. Thank you, long live Norm. I'm coming from the UK. How about that?
Hello, governor.
347's all upset at me because I said George Costanza had a Greek Orthodox. They're saying, no, he was Latvian Orthodox. 530 was at the Golden Heart Fund event last night and wanted to really say they enjoyed it. And again, what an event for Dwight. Dwight wanted, so people need to know the history on this. Dwight tragically afflicted with ALS. It took his life far too soon. And he said, we said, like Kirk Reynolds and all those guys, Ronnie and everybody, they were saying, what can we do? What can we do? And he said, well, do something that helps out the fellas. Do something that helps out the boys. Now, Eddie D started the Golden Heart Fund. And listen, when the game ends for a lot of these people, they're beat up physically and emotionally. And some of them don't have the best medical plans. And these are guys who played football for you on Sundays. So it's about helping out. They say it's not a hand out, it's a hand up. And they're benefiting the Tommy Hart's family yesterday, the member of the old Gold Rush. But so this was for Dwight. And so everybody raised money. The ticket sales and the auction all went towards the Golden Heart Fund to help out these 49ers. And look at George Kittle showing up on his own time. He wasn't getting any awards or anything. He just showed up. And then Demo Lenore was honored with the Dwight Clark Award, which he... Did you see him post that?
No, I got to check out his socials.
Check it out. Yeah, he posted a very, kind of a poignant thing. Like, he took it very seriously. Like, he didn't just show up and, collect a trophy and walk out. He had a picture of himself making an interception, and then it looked like the Dwight Clark catch. And he said how much it meant to him. See, it's on... I sent it to the text thread there, buddy.
Check it out.
Yeah, he says, let me read you exactly what he said, because I want to give him his propers for doing this here. Demo Lenore, he wrote, here he goes, right? Sorry about this. It takes a little bit. He has a picture of himself making an interception, and he split screens it with the catch. And he says, pictures worth billions of words. Ever since this picture surfaced, I always thought of a moment on how to be remembered. Dwight Clark in the historical catch was a legendary moment that'll last forever. The legacy lives on. Honored and blessed to receive the 2025 Dwight Clark Legacy Award.
Nice.
So Demo's turning into a dude.
That's it. Yeah. And Demo is now carrying the torch of that 49er legacy, which all of these players talk about so much anytime we have them on the previous event. They talk about how different it is to represent this organization in that uniform.
Yeah, so fun way to end the show. All right, time for a change. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that on KNBR 104.5. Oh, pardon me, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Wife and I were golfing at the Olympic Club.
Did you celebrate with an Olympic Club burger dog?
Oh, yeah. I had, I think, 4 that day. The record out there is Steph Curry ate 9 in one day or something like that.
9? Oh, my God.
I love bass fishing.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Selber.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
We've got some breaking news out of the NFL, where the San Francisco 49ers and quarterback Brock Purdy have agreed to a 5-year, $265 million contract extension. That's the latest from our NFL insider, Jonathan Jones. Represents a gigantic raise for the former 7th-round pick, who's made less than $1 million in base salary each of the first 3 seasons in the NFL. Purdy led the Niners to the Super Bowl in the 23 season, his first full year as the starting quarterback.
Purdy now chased out of the pocket, now going back the other way, a 360 spin, trying to send, throws for the end zone. Ayuk is open. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
On the playground!
I think every single year we'll have a chance. We have our core group of guys that we've had here for a while that have established, our winning culture here. So at the end of the day, man, it's 11 on 11 4 quarters of football, and you try to find a way to win. And I definitely believe and know that we have what it takes.
A little bit of everything there in that package to open up a Thursday. What's going on? Papa and Silver here with you at 10 to 2. We got Walter in the house. We got the whip around later today, and we're going to need it after a wild day yesterday. Giants getting knocked around. Logan Webb has a few of those every year, and just was not his day at home. He'd been lights out at home until yesterday, but the Royals win it 8-4. They take the series. Giants are off. They're headed to the nation's capital to take on Washington over the weekend. And, of course, Brock Purdy, you heard it there. You heard him talking with Murph and Marcus this morning. Going to be playing a bunch of those cuts. You heard the breaking news of his extension. And then you heard some of those fantastic plays with my guy Greg Papa on it. And that was the Tampa Bay game when he went full playground. Tim Ryan was loving it. It's a playground ball, baby.
A little late over the middle to Brandon Ayuk, but that's Brock being a Brock star. And first of all, good to be in studio with you today. A lot to get to. We are going to talk about Brock's college, not teammate. They weren't on the same team together. They were on campus together. Classmate. Yeah. Well, did they both graduate from school? I don't know. They went to Iowa State together simultaneously. Halliburton with boom, baby. Mark Boyle. We lost Slick Leonard, and we'll recap the greatest comeback in the history of the Indiana Pacers. And Mark is the voice of the Pacers. Has seen quite a few. Is it better than what Reggie did 30 years ago? Well, that game last night was incredible. And maybe we'll talk about the state of the Giants coming up and what happened to Logan Webb. But he is the Brock star, and we did wonder, how would he dress for the? It was decidedly understated. It was like a Thursday. Brock meets the media. The coordinators go in. Brock keeps everybody's waiting because he's working on the game plan. And then he comes in, and Kyle Shanahan was not with him. John Lynch was not with him. Kyle Strongen was not with him. His Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, was with him when he walked in the room to start. That's Brock. But it was, with the exception of I've never seen his hair more perfectly coiffed ever. I thought he may wear even a hat to go with his Niner hoodie, his sweatshirt, but his hair, and he rocked that hair all day. I saw him later on the Insiders with Pelissero and from the league meetings, and his hair, I'm looking at the hair like I've never seen it parted like that. Did he get a haircut right before or get it styled, get it blown out? I don't know. But it was really just classic Brock, the entire thing, the whole negotiation, the way, he quietly, again, the agents work for the player. And why did this not go sideways like a few Niners situations have? Because of Brock and who he is as a person. And they, 28 days after the start of organized team activities, he didn't miss anything. And then the big thing is we got a holiday weekend coming up and then come back on Tuesday after Memorial Day and they're on the field and his hair's not going to look so good then. He's going to be sweating with a helmet on. But that was just classic Brock in everything he said, the way he handled himself. I was surprised there wasn't more of an entourage there. When Bosa signed, John was next to him. But, it's business as usual for the Brock stars. So it's the biggest contract in the history of the 49ers franchise, one of the biggest in the history of the NFL. But that's kind of the way he plays. He's a great teammate. He's a leader. He is understated. And the show yesterday was about Brock, but Brock has a way of making it about everybody, people higher than him as he looks at in the world and beyond, and his teammates. So, the whole thing was just classic Brock Purdy yesterday.
No question about it. He was 19 minutes over at the podium, and then, of course, another 19 or so with Murph and Marcus this morning. So we got all those cuts. Young Tony doing the good work out here, as you can see on the stream on YouTube and Twitch. Say good morning to the YouTube chat, by the way. Pat H saying Brock should have worn the backwards cap just to troll Colin Cowherd. But no, his hair was looking way too good to end up doing that. So, it was no suit. It was just a pretty mellow press conference. And kind of the theme of the offseason, as we keep stating, Kittle extended, Warner extended, Brock Purdy now extended. And this is going to be an interesting next chapter when you look at the red and gold in the sense that, as great as this last week has felt with Brock Purdy signing the deal, let's also not forget that they had to say goodbye to a lot of people, and it's going to be a very different look. Robert Saleh comes back with Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and other than that, a pretty darn new defense. The offensive line still could somewhat be a work in progress. Obviously, they got Chris Foerster, the best in the game, to try to get the most out of all of those guys, but Aaron Banks went to Green Bay. Jalen Moore now protecting Kermit the Frog, Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. So this will be a nice next chapter, and there's going to be more on Brock's shoulders, but If there's one takeaway from yesterday, and we're going to be playing a whole bunch of sound bites breaking it down, it's that business as usual. He's ready to get to work after the holiday weekend.
Yeah, but this was a different offseason. I mean, when the new league year started on March the 10th and got really rolling on March the 12th, there was an exodus. They were marching people out of 49-49. And it was hard. And I remember at the end of the show on Monday, March 10th, I was like, bro, you got to pick me up. What's going on here? Like, you knew they were going to lose a lot of guys. But even Brock referenced Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw had a locker next to Brock in the locker room at 49-49. You didn't expect that to happen. You didn't know how it was going to happen, but you were hopeful. We talked about the Juszczyk situation. He wound up coming back. They lost a lot of good football players, but a lot of them had outlived their contract. They were older players, declining players in some respects, overpaid players. It's just, some of them were not, but some of them were, and you had to move on. So, the exodus, the march in the month of March out of the building was hard. And then you're feeling a draft. And then April rolls around, and we went to the Combine. I'm so glad we went to Indianapolis, and my former home where I worked the Pacers games, fresh out of college. And it was great going back there, even though Gene Hackman and everything went down when we landed. It was so weird. But just seeing the Combine, how the process works. And, man, we don't have a defensive line. There's no D lineman on this team except for Bosa and Gross Matos and a few other guys. Jordan Elliott is still hung around, and they got a big. So then they, went out. And we saw these draft eligibles of D linemen. Let's go get 1, 2, 3 of those guys in the first 5 rounds and just rebuild a football team with an infusion of youth. And let's do it came in too. And so it's just the whole thing. And then you get into the spring fling, as you have dubbed it. And I think it is. Now you take care of the guys that you've drafted before, that you've given second contracts to, and now third contracts to, and Kittle and Warner, and then you break the bank. It's Brock's second deal, but it's the biggest deal in the history of the franchise because he plays that position, and it's one of the biggest deals in the history of the NFL. We'll talk about, the whole thing, that no trade clause I thought was very interesting. Brock is honest. He wants to improve his eyes and his feet. That's what lines up a quarterback. You can hear Bill Walsh talking about footwork. He's honest. He's got to, get better in some regard, in some degree, get back that edge of his rookie year. I'm going to be anxious to go out there next week and just feel the vibe. Brock was talking about the renew. When you bring this many rookies in, 11 drafted, all the ones they unsigned, with a new, it's different. You got new guys in the locker room. A lot of them I don't know. They don't know. They're learning their new teammates. But I think this team needs this. I think they got to get back to the fundamentals of football, playing Niner way. And there's no one more fundamental in what he does than Brock Purdy. He's big brain Brock, but it all comes down to his footwork and how detailed he is. And I love the fact that he talked about that first and foremost. So last year was hard. It was a hard year in a lot of respects. All the, players losing children during the year, Charvarius and Trent Williams. I mean, come on. You just want to cry. It's just nothing you ever. I mean, the worst thing in life as a parent is to have to say goodbye to your child. I can't even imagine the pain. But to do it when they're just babies is incomprehensible pain. So the team had to endure a lot. It's behind us now. It's a reset. A lot of people think, like you, they're going to go from 11 losses. Did you say 11 or 12? You said 12.
I went 12. It's funny. I actually, looking at the schedule the first time, I think in whatever rendition I had 11-6, and then somewhere in our exercise, I must have flipped one of them because we went with the Kruger dozen.
You went 12, yeah.
I went 12.
I think you went 12-5, and there were a couple that I thought, really? We're going to lose at Indianapolis?
There's always a couple of, games you look back on at the end of the year, every year, where you're just like, that doesn't make any sense.
By the way, we are in a Indianapolis state of mind. We'll talk to Mark Boyle, their great radio voice, who I don't think there was a layover after I left. They had another announcer that came in from Toronto. But anyway, love Mark Boyle. And then, the loss of Jim Irsay. That when I moved to Indianapolis in 84, they had the Mayflower trucks had rolled out of Baltimore. They were freshly in Indianapolis, playing at the Hoosier Dome, but way before Peyton Manning. It was Mike Pagel and, remember, Art Schleister and his gambling problem. And it was still Bob Irsay, was involved then. And then his son, Jim Irsay. So we lost one of the owners of the NFL. To me, he's a lot like, Lamar Hunt's son, Clark, has gone a completely different way, the way he lives his life off the field. Al Davis' son, Mark, also somewhat kind of in the middle. Mark had to battle a lot of the stuff that Jim Irsay had to battle throughout his life, but just way too young to lose him. So we'll talk a lot about Indianapolis and what the Pacers are doing, the loss of the Colts, and certainly, though, a lot about Brock Purdy, the Giants, and a lot of other things going on. JT Snow's going to join us later on. Huh?
JT Snow is going to join us at 12:50. Vic Tafer of The Athletic, now back on the 49ers beat, is going to be joining us at 11:50. And then James Palmer, formerly NFL Network, now with Bleacher Report, NFL insider based out of Denver, but does the whole national bit, is going to be joining us at 10:50. So big football in the first half of the show. Obviously, a lot of Giants in the 12 o'clock hour. And tomorrow, going to be a great chance to be recapping the Orange and Black. Justin Verlander goes to the IL. We talked about that possibility with John Shea yesterday. And the note I'll end this segment on is with Jim Irsay. Kind of wild that 8:58 a.m. Pacific time yesterday, his final tweet, "Go Pacers, good luck to Herb, the entire Pacers organization, and our city." And for the Pacers to go out and have that kind of game on that kind of day, sometimes sports works in funny ways, man.
So what he's talking about is Herb Simon, who hired me. He was my first owner in the NBA. It was Mel and Herb Simon, the Simon brothers. They were second in the nation in developing shopping malls at the time to the DeBartolo family. They had a lot of money. And when I went to my meeting, I just read they were also dabbling into producing motion pictures and TV shows. They produced, did you ever see Porky's?
No.
Oh, the greatest movie ever. So I go into my main meeting and you made Porky's, Mel Simon, I got to work for you. And I got right on the PA system and I paged Michael Hunt. Good story there. Look that one up.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Anybody seen Mike Hunt? Oh, sorry. Anyway, Porky's 2 sucked. Porky's 2, the worst movie ever. But the original Porky's, super bad. Animal House that got that genre all started. If you ever watched in your life Porky's, love Porky's, and it was made by Mel and Herb Simon.
Well, there we go. Now I have an assignment for the long weekend, and I could be dabbling in some films. So there we have it. 808 KNBR, the number if you'd like to call in. Give Walter a call. Tell him what's up. And even if you don't want to get on the air with us, just keep Walter some company back there. He's giving us a stare like, I got to deal with both of you in studio today. This is a lot for me. So he'll have his moment, 1:30 at the whip around, and we'll be playing some sounds from Brock Purdy on the other side, only here, Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brock Purdy, after signing his 5-year, $265 million extension, is on the full-blown media tour. That's right. He spoke to reporters yesterday. We're going to be playing a bunch of that sound, and he also joined Murph and Marcus at 7 o'clock this morning. So if that was a little early for you or you weren't able to catch the interview, don't even worry about it. Go to KNBR.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your podcasts, and listen back to Brock's time with the guys.
Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
No doubt. Watching the film from, last year and the last couple of years and understanding where I'm at as a player, with Shanahan and Kubiak and Lombardi here, I'm so excited to be able to go out and just continue to chip away and get better. They've given me a couple things I need to work on this offseason. And obviously we have new faces in the locker room and there's new guys and the culture is a little bit different. And so the challenge is always different. So for me, it excites me that, I have my best ball ahead of me and I obviously can help elevate the guys around me as well.
It doesn't feel appropriate to call Brock Purdy the man of the hour because there's a whole bunch of different hours. He was the man of the 1:30 hour yesterday. He was the man of the 7 o'clock a.m. hour with Murph and Marcus this morning. He's really been the man of the week, or if you want to call it, as the contract states, the man of the next 5 years. There with Murph and Marcus, the cut you just heard, asked about how he feels about himself as a player and if his best football is ahead of him. Well, I know he certainly hopes that's the case because we've been very real about the season that just happened, 6-11. Brock Purdy did not have his best year, as was the case for about 95% of the team. Maybe take away J.P. Mason, who, by the way, is not with the team anymore. Take away George Kittle, who was fantastic, and he got an extension. And Fred Warner got an extension as well, but he was playing through a big injury after that game against the Patriots, and which was one of the few smooth 49er games that we were used to in this last year. Going to be playing some drops from Brock Purdy as he joined our morning boys this morning. But, yeah, Papa, I mean, again, if his best football's ahead of him, I think the answer that he's going to bank on and that Jed York and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are going to bank on is yes, or you don't get paid that kind of money in this league.
And I remember interviewing John right before Thanksgiving week. It wasn't this past year. It was the year before. And we got into the conversation. We were laughing. When you get the family around the dinner table, and I think the Niners might have been playing in Seattle. I think they were. We had a Thanksgiving night game. Seems like we play up there every year on a Thursday. That opening game, by the way, against Sam Darnold is going to be interesting. But anyway, we were talking about how, what are you most thankful for besides your family? And it's Brock. I mean, Brock Purdy saved this franchise in so many ways after the bold move, as it turned out to be a reckless swing to go up and get Trey Lance. It was the boldest move in the history of the NFL, to trade from 12 to 3 to get a quarterback with such limited experience at that level. And then Brock Purdy, comes around at number 262. And the thought, but John did say that, but the conversation turned to, in so many ways, Brock is the perfect quarterback for Kyle Shanahan. Not everybody is. I mean, honestly, if you brought Aaron Rodgers in here, even when he was Aaron Rodgers, and I hope he gets back to being Aaron Rodgers, who knows where he's going to play in his magical mystery tour, but you don't think they would lock heads? You think he'd locked heads with Tom Brady? He'd locked heads with Matt Ryan when Matt was young, but he developed him into a Hall of Fame quarterback. Brock's got a way where he doesn't have to say a word. He just looks at you, and it's like, is he mad at me? Did I say the wrong thing there? Why is he looking at me like that? Like his brain is just, but Kyle can coach him hard. I think that's the thing of it. Brock's got so many endearing qualities that make him who he is. As a football player, maybe first and foremost in this building, that building, he is coachable. And he can take hard coaching the way Steph Curry can, the way Tim Duncan could with Pop and other players. And you heard the list of the names he was rattling off that are his coaches. Shanahan. That is Mike Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, or Mike Shanahan's son, I should say. Kyle Shanahan, the two-time Super Bowl winning head coach, who for some reason's been omitted for a Hall of Fame like George Seifert has been and Tom Flores was forever. And he also won one here as a coordinator in 94. When you say Shanahan, Mike Shanahan started the whole thing. So Shanahan. Then it's Kubiak. Now, is that Clay or Clint? And you get confused because they look a lot alike. Our guy's Clay, their guy's
Clint. Spell it with a K, both of them.
It's Gary Kubiak's son. It's Gary Kubiak. He was the backup quarterback to John Elway for Mike Shanahan in Denver. When Mike Shanahan ceded the play calling role, which was beyond me, it was right after John retired, and a guy named Bubby Brister came in to play quarterback for a short time. He let Gary Kubiak run the offense. Gary Kubiak became a head coach in the NFL, and he coached Peyton Manning in Denver to a Super Bowl, the last one at Levi, Super Bowl 15. That's Kubiak. The other name is Lombardi, and it's not Vince Lombardi. It's not even David Lombardi or Joe Lombardi, but it's Mick Lombardi, who I've known forever. That's Michael Lombardi's son, who grew up around football, grew up around Bill Walsh, grew up around Bill Belichick, grew up around Al Davis. He grew up around all these people. So when you hear, I'm getting coached up by Shanahan, Kubiak, Lombardi, it's like, whoa. And they lost Brian Griese. Who was Bob Griese's son, a Hall of Fame quarterback? So he's been around good coaching. He's been around different personalities. I think Mick will be entirely different. Brian Griese could give you that look as well. Brian was a little bit of a crusty, not an old football. He was a young football coach, but he was out of the game for a while. He actually, coached quarterback Michigan to a national championship with Tom Brady behind him. And then he just became a broadcaster for a long time. We've had him. I never thought he was going to really do it for a long time role. It's just too many. How many hours we got to stay here? It's ridiculous. Anyway, he's family anyway. But, Brian, I think that'll be an interesting thing to watch this year, how Mick Lombardi handles Brian, because Mick didn't play the position, and Brian played it at the highest level, obviously, in college and the pros. But anyway, it's just Brock is coachable. There's so many things you love about Brock Purdy. He is coachable, and he's being coached by second-generation football guys. Don't give me the Nepo baby and all that stupid. These guys grew up around the game. Why was Barry Bonds Barry Bonds? Why was Ken Griffey Jr. Ken Griffey Jr.?
I mean, we just talked about it with Dallas Braden and Jacob Wilson. He grew up with
Jack
the pedigree.
Wilson.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes on and on. I think, and there's more and more of that you're seeing in sports. And actually, teams that scout in all sports look for it. Guys that grow up around Patrick Mahomes, his dad, being around Jeter. It goes on and on. Anyway, so he is coachable, and he's getting coaching at the highest level. These guys learned the game of football. Shanahan, Kubiak, Lombardi, from they were in the crib.
So the coaching element is a good one to bring up here for this segment because there's been a lot of offseason focus on, well, Dre Greenlaw's gone and Deebo Samuel got traded and a lot of different faces have walked out the door and a lot of salary cutting. But the coaching element, now that Brock Purdy's here for the long term, is worth bringing up. So he was asked, Brock Purdy, with Murph and Marcus, about the change from Brian Griese to Mick Lombardi. Here's what he had to say about that change at the quarterback coaching position.
I mean, that's just part of the game, man. You know, you got coaches that are here for a while, then they get new opportunities, or they have things in life that come up and they go another route. So that's just part of it. And so for me, you know, I have to be a professional in where I'm at, and I have to always be able to adapt and learn from someone new and find a way to win. You know, Brady, Manning, like all the guys, everyone goes through it, all the quarterbacks throughout their career. And so it's part of it. But for me, it's how can I be grateful with each coach and learn something new from each coach and then adapt with that and apply that to my game. So that's just where I'm at.
So, yeah, it's 100% part of it in the world of football. Either you don't do your job well enough and then there's overturn because guys get fired and that's the kind of industry it is, or you do your job so well that guys who aren't head coaches go and get higher level coaching jobs somewhere else. But all that being said, this is sort of the first big overturn on the offensive side that Brock Purdy's dealing with in his career now. Does he have his head coach and his play caller still? Yes. Kyle Shanahan is the constant. That said, it still is a new element that he's got to confront for the first time here.
But it happened. I mean, going back before Brock even arrived, the two Mikes who ran the offense, LaFleur and McDaniel, are both gone. Robert Saleh left. D'Amico Ryans left. It happens. That's just what he's saying is when you have the success the Niners had over that 5-year stretch, people want to hire coaches away to make them head coaches or more prominent roles. So it is what it is. I'll be anxious to see Mick Lombardi and how he coaches him. You were on the field. We were talking to your dad, and Mick came over, and I was kidding him about how long before you go to North Carolina.
Yeah.
Because Belichick just got the job in Chapel Hill, and Michael Lombardi essentially is the general manager of a college football program, which is interesting. We're seeing more and more of that, obviously, with Andrew Luck and what's going on at Cal with Coach Rivera. It's just kind of what happens, but it's Belichick. But anyway, I've known Mick since he was a kid, but I haven't been around him. I was last year, and I don't even know what title he had last year, but he was just involved because you had Griese there. You obviously had Brian Fleury there, Chris Verster. Now that he's the actual quarterback coach, I wonder, because when they break off and they go into individuals and it's just the QBs, Griese would take over with that and run that. I'll be anxious to see how Mick handles that. Mick's been around. I mean, you know, in New England with Belichick and Michael, he was the offensive coordinator of the Raiders, for he actually called the plays. So I do wonder, you know, having, you know, Kubiak here and Mick Lombardi, two guys that are not just second-generation NFL coaches, but guys that have been play callers.
No question about it. Let's hear one more from Purdy, and this one is going to be one of the great offseason talking points. Is the 49ers Super Bowl window still open? Well, I think you know what he's going to say to that question, but let's hear it from the man himself as he was on our airwaves this morning.
100%. I think every single year we'll have a chance. We have our core group of guys that we've had here for a while that have established, you know, our winning culture here. Obviously, we had some stuff, you know, go awry last year with injuries and whatnot, but I think at the end of the day, we have what it takes here. And what I mean by that is even if we have new guys come in, free agents, rookies that have to come in and play, I think we definitely have what it takes to find ways to win and be the best version of ourselves. And obviously we believe in Kyle and what he's done here, what he's established, and his game plans every single week, we believe. And so at the end of the day, man, it's 11 on 11, 4 quarters of football, and you try to find a way to win. And I definitely believe and know that we have what it takes.
So, yeah, a lot of internal confidence, a lot of belief in Brock Purdy for his young age, is wise beyond his years and the way he carries himself. All of that being said, for the 49ers to reach a level of prominence and Super Bowl contention, ultimately, there's going to have to be a lot of guys who still step up. A lot of it's going to have to be newer faces, particularly when you look at the defensive side of the ball. And then there's also going to be some familiar faces with Brock Purdy himself being in that mix. I mean, we just said it. Not a lot of guys had great seasons last year. A lot of things went awry. First, it was matters off the field in the sense of contract holdouts and the Brandon Ayuk situation. Then it was a lot of things pertaining to the field with Christian McCaffrey and the Achilles tendonitis. A lot of guys getting hurt. Things weren't going right. And then it got to a point where it was even just beyond the field. Charvarius Ward, Trent Williams, the tragedies that this team had to endure. It was a long, Hall to 6-11, and Brock Purdy, one of the familiar faces that's going to have to take it to another level if they want to reach that level of contention, which is their ultimate goal.
And you've already predicted 12 wins, so it is 11-11. Sometimes it's 7-7. We'll see what they do next week, and then when they get to training camp, it'll be 9-7 when they thump it up. But 11 losses last year. You picked 11, but you're going with a dozen, which is a high total. 12-5 is good. My main takeaway from Brock this morning, and I skipped breakfast. I got to fast today for some blood work to be done. I need a burger dog and I've had one at the Silverado when I've been there for a Warrior function and a Niner function. And he was talking about having it at the Olympic Club when he was playing golf with his wife Jenna and Jake Brendel and his wife when he got the call from his agent Kyle Strongen. But the most I could ever do was normally two people, order three of them. And then you split, Merck was saying cut it in half, but the hell with that. Just keep eating till I'm done, and then you eat the other half.
Yeah.
It's like pass the pipe. We're all good, bro. Here. He said he ate 4 burger dogs from the Olympic Club in one setting. I could kind of see that. I wonder how many Trent Williams can power down. But the amazing thing, he said Stephen Curry ate 9 burger dogs at the Olympic Club. Was that on the turn to go play the back 9? How the hell, when you go right to sleep, I got to get confirmation of Curry powering down 9 burger. And they're not like a full-blown burger. They're a hot dog bun. But they're filling. They are so good. I don't know why there's not more of those around. But once I get down and I get the clearance to eat today, I'm going to try to get through 2 burger dogs.
I mean, 2 would be impressive. I've had 0 in my life, so I got to get on that. But
Can we get him in studio? Let's talk to the Olympic Club. Silverado's probably too far. When I spoke at the Olympic Club, their basketball banquet a couple of weeks ago, I said, what are you giving me, like, chicken, rubber chicken? I thought I'd get a burger dog is the only reason I came here.
It's kind of wild that, and I don't want to doubt Steph Curry after everything he has done over 16 years to the Bay Area, but he would not be on my list of top 10 for holding the record of Bay Area athletes current who hold that record.
Sneaky eater. Who would Trent Williams would have to be there. How many burger dogs could Trent? And they asked him about playing golf. Has he played golf with Trent Williams? Trent has gotten to be an avid golfer the last couple of years. But anyway, Coach Seaman, remember Coach Seaman called us from the Olympic Club last week? Seaman all over the court. I don't want semen all over my burger dog, please. A little salty taste for me for that. But send us burger dogs in studio today. You got to have... You're a virgin of the burger dog?
I'm a virgin of the burger dog. I don't even know what you're talking about with this Coach Seaman. Well,
anyway,
on that note...
Steph had 9 burger dogs?
On that note, let's go ahead, revisit this conversation on the other side. Get ready for James Palmer at 10:50. It is Papa and Silver only here on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boys.
What's happening, everybody? Good to catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz during the break here. Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always giving the people the best financial saving tips. And Steve, you know the drill. Let's discuss some ERC.
ERC. There's so many of your listeners that are waiting and waiting and waiting for the check. Where is it? And they're worried they're going to get it. And people are very worried with President Trump's promise to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal budget. Will he take his pen and do away with ERC? Who knows? Why take that chance? There's 3 different ways we can hurry up the IRS. And it's so vitally important, especially now when all these IRS people are being fired and the turmoil that's going on. While this is still good law, while we have people to work with, we want to go ahead and reach out to them right now and get your money. Plus interest. So you're going to get more than you were thinking because the government pays you interest. Bottom line is, we have a lot to tell you about it. We've got a lot of these cases. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERT money now.
Appreciate the call and appreciate the tips, Steve. He is Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney, Moskowitz LLP. You can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
It sound right, boy.
Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. I had, I think, 4 that day. So, and they were telling me the record out there is Steph Curry. I guess Steph Curry ate like 9 in one day or something like that. That's what I'm hearing. So I got to go back and try to beat that.
That's perfect. And just real quick follow-up. So I've been lucky enough to be out there a few times, and we've always settled on 1.5. So for every foursome, you get 6. And so because everybody says you can't have 1, but 2 might be too many. So we get 1.5 each, cut a knife down. But you said the hell with that. I'm going 4.
Yeah, no, for sure. Had 4. I made sure that when I went in, I was hungry so that I could fit in 4 somehow. But, yeah, it was really good.
All this talk of the burger dogs and who can eat the most is also making me wonder, what's a Steph Curry Thanksgiving look like at this point? He's sneaky with the 9 burger dog operation going as the record at the Olympic Club. That's pretty impressive.
What does he, play 9, eat 9, play 9? And then sleep for 9?
Yeah, what's the Babe Ruth challenge? 9 innings, 9 beers, 9 dogs. That's tough with the pitch clock now.
Yeah. So what Murph was talking about, they're not that big. And they are, for some reason, they are so delicious. I don't know. It's that hot dog roll that makes them work. So you just powered through the first one, and you're like, wow, I want another one. But then when you get to the second one, you faded about a half. So I think I got through 1.5, maybe 2, but 4 for Brock seems on point for a guy his size. But Steph, we need confirmation on Curry doing 9 burger dogs at the Olympic Club.
Yeah, no question about it.
And then he shot 9 under.
Yeah, and then he probably shot 9 under.
He's even better than me at eating. How is that possible?
I know. He's you're beating him on children, though. 5-4.
He's got time. He's got time.
I'm just saying, maybe he calls it quits here.
In the end, you don't look at that as winning. You want to go the other way.
All right,
I got a 2-for-1 going out of business sale on the last 2, so it was great.
Yeah, as someone that is stuck at 0, I'm just going to stay out of that conversation. And
burger dogs or children?
Children.
Oh.
Yeah, no, burger dogs.
Actually, both.
Give me some, yeah. Maybe I'll eat more burger dogs than I end up having children.
We keep talking about it. I'm expecting the Olympic Club to send us, what do we want, 9? If we get 9 in studio for Curry?
Yeah, 9 in studio.
Let's invite Jaws in, Joey Chestnut. have a burger dog off with Joey.
4 for me, 4 for you, maybe 1 for Walter if we're feeling nice.
I'm not going to get through 4.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm fasting today, so I wanted to arrive at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It would be perfect.
James Palmer going to be joining us coming up in the next segment. So lots of NFL talk to be getting into. We got into a little bit yesterday. The tush push lives on. 22-10 was the vote. The 49ers, of course, one of the teams that did ultimately vote to ban it. Now, Combine, when we were out there in Indianapolis, it was a crazy, hectic few days. We started off with a bang with the red eye, and then the hotel rooms not being open for us right away. So what was it, like the Rutgers track and field team just hanging out while we're just sleeping in the lobby?
They were.
Anyway.
I brought one of the young ladies to a workout, by the way.
Oh, hey, good for you.
She came over on Sunday. She did well the day before. They were hanging around, and she wanted to go to the Combine.
Okay, well, fantastic. She's probably like, I can run faster than Isaiah Bond, predicting he's going to break the 40 time and all that. Ended up being his own teammate, Matthew Golden, and then Xavier Worthy with the record. But in one of the interactions I did have with John Lynch, it was a very brief one, but I was talking about the tush push and how he wasn't a big fan of it. And I said, yeah, I got to take it a little differently when I hear John Lynch isn't into it, because we're not talking about Frankie Louvu in the NFC Championship trying to time the snap count and get it to the point where they were just ready to award a score due to some rule in the NFL book. I'm like, if John Lynch would be coming at me, I'd be thinking twice about running that play. All that being said, Philadelphia Eagles, the reigning Super Bowl champions, tush push lives on for the moment.
Yeah, and what Frankie Louvu did is what the great Troy Polamalu tried to do when he jumped over the pile and nailed Kerry Collins on a 4th down. Was the greatest defensive play ever. But he completely mistimed it. Like, how many times did he do that? And they were to throw him out of the game. But Washington did do something in that game that the Niners used with Chase Young. And the way to actually combat it, where I just don't like it. So, first of all, you got a quarterback that can squat 600 pounds. And then it's not a 9-man line. It's an 8-man line. And they put 2 people behind the quarterback. And they each push aside. But the guy that really gets the push is Dallas Goedert, who I thought right around draft time, I had heard Howie Roseman was going to trade Dallas Goedert. Are they not trading him? Are they keeping him? But he is the key pusher of the tush in the brotherly shove play. So what Washington did in the NFC title game, Chase Young, when he was a Niner and we went to Philly for that game, and early in the game, Philadelphia led that game. Wasn't it like 7-6? I think after one quarter, the Niners were struggling. The Niners couldn't even get a first down. Whatever it was, they ran that play. I think they scored on it. But Chase, and he was talking about it before, he looped around the outside. He did not get down on the low scrum and try to take on their massive line. He went around them, and he tried to grab Jalen Hurts because the quarterback in the pocket does not have protection from a horse collar.
Right.
So you can come around and grab him. The problem is Hurts takes the ball and he sneaks so fast that it's hard to get him. What Washington did was come around and get not the quarterback but the pusher. They grabbed Dallas Goedert. And they put sometimes Saquon. I wonder what Saquon thinks of that. How many touchdowns would Saquon Barkley have scored last year if that play was limited last year? He would have had his 2,000-plus yards and like 25 touchdowns. But I thought Washington did show something to look at, is to loop around and grab the pusher. And if Dallas Goedert's still there, I wondered about what if they put Jordan Mailata behind the quarterback and just used him to push? I mean, they were talking about one of the biggest men in the history of pro football. But the play is what it is, and we'll talk to James Palmer about it. He is addicted to love. But I don't like the play from pushing running back. I go back to Marshawn Lynch years ago, long before Philadelphia did this. When he got stood up, and he's a hard guy to tackle, you wrap him up with one guy and a second guy, and then 2 or 3 linemen or a tight end come in behind, and they push him forward. It goes back to did they change the rule around the time of the Bush push in USC? They changed the rule in the NFL, I think in 2001. For years, you were not allowed to push a ball carrier. You could not propel a ball carrier forward. You could not pull him. You could not push him. And then college football, one of the most famous games of all time, USC and Texas, for the national championship game, the Bush push with Bush and Leinart. I wonder, what year was that game? Early 2000s?
Great question. Would that have to be 05?
So they already had it in the NFL at that point. I think the rule in the NFL was changed in 01 to allow it.
Yeah.
But I didn't like it in that play where you're pushing a guy from behind. But college has, everything is different in college. I just don't like it in the NFL because I remember many teams like Seattle using it as an advantage to push Marshawn Lynch. It's hard enough to tackle Marshawn Lynch, and when are you going to blow the whistle? There was a point where, all right, he's tackled. Now they come up behind him, and it's like, when are they going to blow the damn whistle? He was tackled for 2 seconds, and all of a sudden they push him 10 yards into the end zone. How are you supposed to stop that?
Yeah, and if you're the defense, right, you get forward progress. If you're the offense, no matter how much you push them back. But then meanwhile, it's a double standard with the offensive coming in to push you forward. So lots to get into. James Palmer from Bleacher Report will be joining us on the other side. Get into all of it, the tush push, the 49ers, how they are viewed nationally after Brock Purdy's contract extension and all the faces walking out the door in March. It is Pop and Silver with Palmer next on the Sports Leader.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back. Papa and Silver hanging out with you on a Thursday. Great to be with you. 415-808-5627, the number to call or text in. We also have the YouTube chat, and good to see a lot of our regulars in there as well. Lots to get into. First hour has been big on the Brock Purdy and the Burger Dogs, but it's time to bring in our first guest of the day. He is an NFL insider for Bleacher Report, formerly of NFL Network and Underdog, and 104.7 The Fan in Denver insider as well. He is the great James Palmer, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. James, great to talk to you again. What's happening? How are you?
I'm on cloud nine, boys. I'm not going to lie. I'm rocking my Phillies gear, standing outside of Coors Field here in Denver, looking to sweep the Rockies, who are, wow, I've never seen a baseball team like this in my life with their 8 wins this year. But Phillies are red hot, so I'm stoked to hopefully get a sweep today on a beautiful day here in Denver.
How many home runs for Kyle Schwarber, James? What's the over-under, 1.5?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I was there on Monday. My son's sitting next to me, and he wasn't looking when Schwarber put that, his 300th into the third deck at Coors Field. He just heard it, and he's 12. He goes, "What was that?" And I go, "That was Kyle Schwarber hitting a moonshot." Yeah, it's been a barrage. The bats have been hot, but again, this Rockies team, we're historically bad here in Denver, and it's been interesting to watch because it's awful, guys. Well, it's really bad.
How many people are there to watch a day game in Lodo?
Oh, it's slammed down here right now. Well, it's 90% Phillies fans, but the attendance, that's been the really
90% Phillies fans in Denver?
100%. 100% agree. But here's the wild thing. I will say this, and obviously we know about attendance and baseball and things like that. They're averaging 30,000 a game for this team that's won 8 games. Wow. Because obviously the ballpark's great, and everybody from Denver is from somewhere else. So when the Dodgers come to town, or the Phillies, or the Cardinals, or the Red Sox, or whoever it is, I mean, it is slammed with opposing fans, and I don't think Mumford cares because he's still collecting money, I guess in some capacity, because they're all drinking beers.
I mean, we were kind of joking yesterday, what's the highest cumulative win total for a division in baseball? Because the top 4 in the NL West, with our Giants in there, it's insane, but the Rockies are so bad that it might not even be a record-setting season for how much they drag it all down.
I know it might ruin it when they're having, which they're on pace for right now, the worst season in Major League Baseball history, which is saying something.
Poor Bud Black. Come on. All right, so we are going to talk football. I want to know, are you rocking like a Bryce Harper jersey or a Jalen Hurts #1, and you're getting down in your low squat and waiting you for Dallas Goedert to illegally shove you into the end zone again?
Well, I will never wear another man's name on my back, so I'm wearing a Phillies jersey with nobody on the back. But in football, they don't really give you that option, right? But yeah, this tush-push thing, I mean, I feel like the words have come out of my mouth too frequently, guys, probably all of ours, and what's happened. And I think it was an interesting turn of events, because if you talk to anybody within the league that was heading into, these meetings over the last couple of days, it was, this got pushed because the league wants it out, which is true. Roger Goodell wants it out, which is true. And they're buying time to gain the steam and the momentum to get the 24 votes. I don't think they knew that Jeffrey Lurie was coming up with the ace up his sleeve and Jason Kelsey, which I'm from Philadelphia. I know that man is already never going to buy a beer in Philadelphia. Now the legend continues. And they were able to convince everybody of, really in the room of the data that they presented, the ability to showcase that they have always been an organization, and I think this is maybe the biggest part, an organization that has always favored player safety, and that they'd implemented the tush push. And I don't know if this is widely known. They started doing it because they believe it's safer than the traditional quarterback sneaks. And if that doesn't kind of show you the counter argument to what the league is trying to push, that it could be an injury down the road, a team that values safety does it because they believe it's safer than a quarterback sneak. And I think that carried a little bit of weight. And I think Mike Vrabel also, his voice is usually heard when he says, "I don't like Lamar Jackson running, so let's ban Lamar Jackson running." Like those type of opinions.
That's slightly different. Slightly different.
But is it? I mean,
you're propelling an offensive player forward. For most of the league's history, that was illegal.
Well, not now. And it still isn't.
For now.
I would say this. I don't think, and I've talked to people in the league that have gone back and watched every single tush push the Philadelphia Eagles have had. and the majority of them do not include a player pushing Jalen Hurts from behind. He's already crossed the line to gain before somebody pushes him. So I still think Philadelphia's success rate with it would still be relatively high. But I do think, and I'd like your guys' opinion on this, if these two things happened, I'm curious if it would have gotten this far. If they would have lost to the Rams in the divisional round, and they would have never participated in the NFC Championship game where we saw all that tomfoolery down there at the goal line, and the last notion of the tush-push we would see in the 2024 season was when I was standing on the sideline at Arrowhead, and it was Josh Allen getting stood up short, however you want to rate it, whether you believe he was short or not, but being ruled short on a tush-push related play as our final memory, and the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl, and we don't see what happened in the NFC Championship game. I don't know if it would have gotten to the point to where they were voting on it because there wasn't even a proposal the year before. I think that what happened at the end of the season played a big part in the push against the play.
I do agree with you, James, that the Eagles do this play better than anybody else. It's not just some foolproof play for all teams. And the Josh Allen example that you bring up is a good one because it wasn't just that play. The Bills tried it a handful of times and had about a 50% success rate on it against the Chiefs. So,
yeah, and I also think the secret weapon I was always told, and I know plenty of people in that building in Philadelphia, is Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach that's been there for an eternity and one of the best offensive line coaches this league has ever seen. I was always told that it's the way Jeff coaches it, the way they practice it, and obviously you have a quarterback that squats 600 pounds, but you look at what they've built up front with the agility and low center of gravity with both Jason Kelce and then Cam Jurgens, who was picked by Jason Kelce to be his replacement, which doesn't happen much in the league, and the size of their guards, which is through the roof. And so I do think they're just personnel-wise built differently and built to be successful with this specific play.
And the thing about and first of all, it's not the tush push in Buffalo. It's the Buffalo snowplow. And Josh Allen kept. Yes, Mike Tirico dubbed it that. And I'm from Buffalo, James. So you can be from Philly. Okay. I'm from Buffalo. Josh Allen kept jumping in the B gap. He would not take it directly over the center because they lined up some of their bigger guys, including Chris Jones. So he kept sliding. He would not take the snap and go directly downhill like you're talking about. He was trying to jump over outside of the A all the way to the B gap, and they slammed him. So that was just he did that a couple of times in that game in the divisional. Anyway, getting back, and I love Jeff Stoutland. He's one of the best, and have spent a lot of times with him. And one of the obviously he's getting a lot of acclaim now, but one of the great offensive line coaches in football. But you were talking about practicing it. How do they practice that play? Do they actually run that at NovaCare? In training camp, when you can go ones versus ones, I could see where you'd run that some, but they don't run it against Jalen Carter and their defense in practice, do they? How do they practice that play?
No, they don't, but wouldn't you want to see Jalen Carter?
I would. It's the first thing I thought. He'd be the one guy that could stop it.
Him and Jordan Davis out there, I'd love to see those guys do it. They don't do it like full tilt. When I say they practice it meticulously, work on it, it's what I'm told in terms of the technique that they use, how they go over, how the coordination between the center, obviously, and the quarterback, to where if you look at the way they do it, Jalen's getting the ball as Cam Jurgens is moving forward, and he's almost receiving the ball more in a forward motion than probably a lot of other teams do it. But my point is, the technique that they practice over and over again is pretty meticulous from my understanding, and they've spent a lot of time perfecting it. And there were people in that room, I will say this, there were people in that room, to my understanding, that do believe that type of stance, going, we shouldn't penalize this team that has gotten very good at it because of the work that they have put in to be good at it. As long as it's within the rules, we do appreciate the effort and the technique and what they've done to become really, really good at this play. That part was actually kind of respected by some teams in the room, actually.
Talking to James Palmer here, NFL insider for Bleacher Report. So one thing we do know, whether you like the tush push, whether you're against it, it's here to stay, at least for another year. And so how do you see teams defending around this? Because we're talking about practicing, and it's tough to practice against it unless you are the Philadelphia Eagles, the team that runs it better than anybody. We were getting into the fact that there you could kind of horse collar tackle a little bit because it's legal in that context. Maybe different personnel packages we're going to start seeing out there. I don't know if there's going to be some kind of tush-push lineup where you see some fakes, but I think it's going to create really new, fascinating layers for the NFL this year now that it's become such a focal point. The play itself is not new. The Eagles running it is not new, but this offseason it feels very heightened, James.
It really does, and it's funny that we're having this lengthy conversation about on a play that's around 0.26% of the time in terms of overall plays in the NFL. So it's not universally used a ton, but finding a way to stop it because of the manner in which it's used on the field in terms of, getting 7 instead of 3 down by the goal line, extending drives. Obviously, its importance is extremely big, but its usage isn't. And that's the part that I find very, very fascinating because, the Eagles actually used it a lot less this past season than they did the year before. And so their usage of it actually has gone down in some extent. And there are some people in the league that do believe Philly, just out of spite, might use it less, which would be kind of funny after all of this hoopla that they went through personally as an organization to do it. But I do think you're going to get more creativity from defensive staffs to find ways to stop it. But I do believe, this is the way the league works, right? You see something become very successful, and then you see the league start to adapt and change. Like when the RPO game started making its way more and more into the league, then you saw a lot of success. You saw defensive counter, and back and forth this dance goes. This is just one, and I think why we have such an eyeball on it, one where nobody's really figured out how to stop it. My opinion, just covering this league, I think you need the proper people to stop it because unique people are the reason why it's successful. I think your team needs to have those type of unique players. And if you don't, I think your success rate still isn't going to be very high.
Yeah, I mean, you could cite the stats on how many times they actually run the play, but the play involves everything they do offensively. When you start with the Philadelphia Eagles, it's not 1st and 10. It's 1st and 8. When they're in a 2nd and 7, it's 2nd and 5. And likewise on 3rd down, because they're going to run that play and convert it at a high rate within 2 yards of conversion. So it changes the way they run offense. It changes the way they play. Everybody plays defense against them. So it really impacts 100% of their offensive snaps, no matter how actually execute the play. My question is, Jason Kelsey got in the room and got emotional, and that kind of pushed it over. I heard
Jason Kelsey got emotional. What?
He doesn't as much on Monday nights, but he does it when he's playing at the Mummers Day. Anyway, and then the owner Jeffrey Lurie got up there and went off, and even Jed York of the 49ers, and the Niners voted against it. At one point, Jed raised his hand and said, "Is this guy going to sit down and stop talking?" I mean, he went on and on about it's the greatest play in the history of football. It's a wet dream play, and what? Yeah. So I mean, it was close. They were 2 votes away from getting rid of this play. How do you think we proceed? Because you said the commissioner's looking at this, that most of the owners want it gone. It's in for now, but will it be in 1 year from now?
I think when the league wants something to happen, it usually ends up happening, right? I mean, I think there's people in the league that do believe that this wasn't entirely the Packers' idea. This was, let's have the Packers. Actually, the funny part is the Packers have, I think, one of the highest success rates against the tush push of any team in the NFL. But that's neither here nor there.
It's all part of the plot, James. It's all part of the plot.
Well, it's because they don't have an owner, right? So then you don't have an acting owner, the one team that doesn't. You don't have an owner that proposed it against one team, which is really what this is, right? And that's what rubbed the Eagles the wrong way and that's why the language changed in the second time that, it came about in the last couple of days is they eliminated the portion of, you can't push a player immediately after the snap. That was changed because the rule in a lot of owners' minds was targeting just Philadelphia. And so they wanted to eliminate that so it looked like it was just going towards pushing or pulling a ball carrier anywhere on the field, and that you have the Packers be the ones who do it to where an owner doesn't have a target that they targeted another team with a rule change, which is something that obviously owners don't want to have on their back when they're negotiating all of these things and all of these different aspects of what they do as a league. All of that said, when the league wants something to happen, it usually ends up happening. So I would not be surprised that in a year, this ends up getting the 2 more votes that it needs. I mean, they really wanted flag football to go through. They really, really, really did. That was 32-0. When they want something to happen, it usually eventually finds its way.
A few more minutes here with James Palmer, and a big piece of news out of the NFL world yesterday was the passing of Jim Irsay at 65. Just want to get a sense if you had much of a working relationship with him, what your time around the Indianapolis organization has been like covering the NFL. And I mean, just the fact that he's a pretty unique owner in terms of his story and personality, and 65, really young to go.
Yeah, and A man named Michael Silva wrote a hell of a piece this morning on The Athletic.
I read it.
Really, I think better than right, better than anybody else was able to portray it. And obviously, that's a special relationship, and it was an awesome piece by Mike, obviously. But like, I interacted with him a decent amount, being at NFL Network for a decade. I do think like the point that I would want to make is, and yeah, like 65, way too young. I would say, whenever you were around the Colts and you ever were around that building at Lucas Oil, or you were around their facility or around their building, there was a family vibe to it that Jim kind of created. And there's been a lot written, obviously, about his dad and about how he wanted to do things a little bit differently. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot of it. And that vibe was something to where players knew they were cared about by their owner. They were considered more than just transactions. And I think that was really important with Jim. And it's rare that you can feel that. You can feel the way an owner operates by going from building to building. You really can. And the imprint that they put on how a building operates, specifically usually the practice facility, is seen really clearly. And with Jim, that was what I always felt and noticed without him even being there, the type of vibe that he created in terms of just the caring atmosphere and almost like a family business that a lot of these teams aren't run in that manner. He really had that feel to him, and he was one of the kind of OGs of like, this is the league, this is what I care about more than anything, less about like, hey, look at me, I own an NFL franchise. The caring aspect of it was the part that always you could just feel around Jim Irsay.
All right, brother, an hour to first pitch. Philly's got Ranger Suarez on the mound. Herman Marquez with an ERA almost of 9. And the Phillies are rolling out all their big boys today. They never take a day off, those guys. What are you looking at today? How bad are they going to rock Colorado?
I mean, I think it was 17 hits on Monday, 15 hits on Tuesday, 12 hits, I think, yesterday. They went back-to-back on back-to-back pitches between Trey Turner and Bryce Harper. Harper has been hitting the ball well, but he hasn't been, finding the spots over the fence. So hopefully he can get hot as they're heading to play the A's in their next series, I believe.
Oh, my God. How many home runs are they going to hit in Sacramento?
I don't know. I mean, they're at altitude here. We could say that.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
Yeah.
James, thanks so much for coming on with us. I knew you 10:50 was your best time. I didn't know it was because you were going to go watch some Rockies ball. So really appreciate you spending some time with us. If you're with your sons again at the game, have fun. And by the way, him missing that Kyle Schwarber homer, just a reminder for all of us youngins out there, stay off your freaking phone once in a while, huh?
Yeah, right. Keep your eyes on the field of play. I know that mesh netting is up, and I know you feel safer, but pay attention. Come on, youth of America.
He's going to hit him another one in about 90 minutes. It'll be all good.
Probably will.
Thank you, James.
Thanks, James.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
He is James Palmer, NFL insider for Bleacher Report, formerly NFL Network and Underdog. You can also hear him on 104.3 The Fan out in Denver, and that's where he is right now to go watch the great Colorado Rockies. Oh, sorry, I did that wrong. The great Philadelphia Phillies against a home run hitting stadium Colorado Rockies. Coming up, let's continue recapping some tush-push comments as well as other general NFL rules. It survives. Vic Tafer is going to be joining us at 11:50, so we'll get back into Brock, and then a lot of Giants in the 12 o'clock hour when JT Snow joins us at 12:50. It's all coming up. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, that was a tough one for the Giants yesterday. Despite the orange and black hitting 3 home runs, the Royals exploded for 16 hits, and Logan Webb got knocked around for his toughest start of the season. They lose it 8-4 and lose the series to the Kansas City Royals. But they got an off day. They're headed to Washington, and they're going to look to turn things around on the road starting tomorrow.
Hey, are you maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Line. Hey, it's Greg Papa. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. Wow. That is a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, they give you instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours, so use it. You can get cash out of it to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB, Better Business Bureau, and have nearly 2,500 5-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. So call now to start the conversation. 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get debt relief now at loanpronto.com.
Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Brooks to inbound. And now Shangun. Defended by Green. For the lead. No! Ripping it off. Rebound inside. Whistle blown. Foul. Rockets. And Draymond Green wanted all the smoke versus Shangun. There's a reason why he's a former Defensive Player of the Year. A finalist this year.
Yeah, finalist of Defensive Player of the Year this year, Draymond Green. So to no surprise, although he did not win the award, he was selected, as we found out just before the break. First team 2024-2025 NBA All-Defensive. First team, Evan Mobley, the Defensive Player of the Year. Draymond Green, Dyson Daniels, Lou Dort, and the Bay Area's favorite, Amen Thompson. Now, that highlight we just came in with right there was at the very end of Game 4. Draymond Green, defensive stand on Şengün. Jimmy Butler's legs seem to be hurting. Maybe they seem to be a little bit old toward the end of the playoffs. Either way, he used everything he had to go up and get that rebound, which helped give the Warriors that Game 4 win. And boy, did they need that, because they got all the way tied to 7. They end up winning Game 7 on the road. You guys know the rest. Steph Curry hamstring, lose to the Timberwolves in 5. But Draymond Green now, for the 9th time in his career, has been selected All-NBA defense. 5th time he has been named to first team.
And that play against Şengün is the brilliance of Draymond Green. They ran an out-of-bounds play, and they wanted to give a handoff to Van Vliet and create a switch there. The Warriors wouldn't allow it, and Gary Payton kind of got in the middle of it, and it was Şengün one-on-one against Draymond, and Şengün started too far out. And Draymond, once he hit that free throw line, the nail right in the middle of the free throw line where he likes to operate, Draymond just bang, bang. He would not allow him to get deeper, and he took that jump hook after giving him the right shoulder and spinning away from it to the right hand, too far out. That's the brilliance of Draymond Green. Now, in the Julius Randle confrontation in the next round, Julius Randle would bang, release, and he kept gaining ground and getting deeper, and Draymond said, along with Pascal Siakam, the hardest cover. But overall, this is a worthy award for Draymond Green to be All-NBA first team. He finished 3rd for the Defensive Player of the Year award. I think he would have won that award maybe if they had gotten Jimmy Butler earlier in the year. Draymond's defense picked up after they got Butler. He was not as good early in the year. But what this does now, and you gave the numbers, for Draymond Green, this is 9 times he has made All-NBA defense, 5 times first team, 4 times second team. And that is fitting. Draymond Green, who, by the way, is a brilliant broadcaster. He was so good last night. I didn't hear a peep out of Shaq for like 10 minutes. Draymond and Kenny and even Charles had things to say last night that were interesting, can run that show. And Draymond he is a natural on TV. I mean, the way he comes across is different than when he plays. But anyway, when you look at the all-time NBA defensive selections, first and second team, Tim Duncan is number 1 with 15. Kobe Bryant is number 2 with Kevin Garnett with 12, and both of them had 9 first-team selections. Kareem had 11. Bobby Jones, great defender in Philly, had 11. He also won 2 in the ABA when he was a shutdown defender for Larry Brown of the Denver Nuggets. Scotty won 10. Dennis Johnson, 9. Michael Jordan won 9. All first team for Michael. Jason Kidd, our guy from the Bay Area, St. Joe's, won 9. Hakeem Olajuwon, 9. Chris Paul, 9. Gary Payton, 9. And now Draymond Green. So if he can, add a couple of more, and I know that number is significant. Yeah. He's not going to get to Tim Duncan. No. But he could get 10 to get to Pippen, and then up to Bobby Jones and Kareem and get 11. I mean, we'll see how long he wants to play.
On the Warriors news release, it says Bobby Jones has 9 and is tied with the others. I mean, anyway, bottom line, Bobby Jones was awesome. Draymond Green's got 9.
What about Bobby Jones?
Said the Warriors press release, it said Bobby Jones had 9 in his career.
Yeah, when you include the 2 in the ABA.
Oh, gotcha.
And they have merged the records now. He was a great defender. And the ABA was like Sasquatch. You knew it was out there. You just didn't get to see the games. They weren't on TV as much if you didn't live in an ABA city. But Bobby Jones, before the merger that came into the NBA, he was probably the best defensive player in the ABA. So that's where he had 9 in the NBA. Then you had the 2 from the Denver Nuggets. He got 11 total. But in any event, we'll see what Draymond does. And I think that's one of the big things looking ahead. You're always wondering. He's got the gray and the beard, and he can guard like he used to a lot. But then there's times where he's getting older, these guys, Şengün. You don't think Şengün's watching clips of that play over and over and over again? That's his off season. I got to make that shot. And then Draymond could not guard Julius Randle, and there's so many guys out there that are just so dominant offensively. The one thing watching these NBA playoffs is the preponderance of playing two bigs. We saw it in the Minnesota series. We saw it in the Houston series with Şengün and Adams. Obviously, Minnesota has three bigs. By the way, Gobert's all-NBA defensive second team. Did not make first team this year. But
four-time defensive player of the year, Rudy Gobert.
He's, that gets Draymond going. But anyway, just the two bigs. Minnesota's got three of them. I mean, what Karl Anthony Towns does from distance. Miles Turner did not have a great game last night, but Indiana's got a stretch guy. Oklahoma City plays Hartenstein, and Chet Holmgren is such an interesting player. He reminds me a lot of a really, really, really emaciated Bill Walton, but he's got the skills of the mountain man. The way, and I agree exactly with, the critique on the game with Richard Jefferson. Just calm down, be slow. When he plays slow, he goes up in powers. What a skill that guy's got. He can block shots. He's just so thin. He can rebound. Anyway, it's just hard. You can't ask Draymond Green to play 5 now and Jimmy Butler to play 4 for extended times, Greg. There was a time there you couldn't play two bigs in the NBA. You got to run out. The Warriors ran Pop when he had the 4 bigs and played 2 of them. He had to go small. But now the bigs are just different. And the way they shoot the long ball, Karl Anthony Towns right off his fingertips, so high. It's just,
I thought Cat was going to make that 3. He had a good look. The Brunson one was a little bit of a fadeaway. Cat looked like he got no legs on that.
They were tired. That was a scramble last sequence. But early in the game, he was dominant. But anyway, congratulations to Draymond Green. But you do wonder, they're talking about, I think they need a couple of bigs. Trace Jackson Davis has got to get better, get back into the rotation. We know about, Quentin Post, QP3. It's more than just being a stretch 3. He's got to defend to stay on the floor. Otherwise, you're going to be played off the floor, and you need more. I mean, these teams are playing two bigs together. I mean, I didn't think we'd go back to an NBA when everybody downsized and everything is 5 out. It's just, but the 5 out is these guys can shoot threes. The big guys can shoot from distance. Naz Reid can make a shot. Karl Anthony Towns can make a shot. Chet Holmgren can make a shot. It goes on and on and on. It's just the ability. Miles Turner can make a shot. So you need that, but I think they need multiple. They need a Steven Adams, kind of a screen-setting big. Kevon can do that. But we heard, Brook Lopez's name is out there. We'll see what the Warriors do. Where's he at in his career?
Was Luke Cornett the guy that brought Mark Spears was bringing up? Can he shoot threes?
I got to look at his game more.
I haven't really seen him shoot.
I don't think so. He's more of a screen-setting role guy as a pop guy. But we'll see when we get more into it. But anyway, great honor for Draymond Green. He essentially won this award, and Evan Mobley is a center, but he won this award by playing undersized 5. Can you still do that? There's so many teams are playing. Like if Draymond takes one big, there's another big you got to guard. And he may not be in the post, posting up like the old days, 4 down, 5 down. But you got to get him on the glass. You got to rebound him, and they wear you down. So it's just watching these playoffs, it's been fascinating on a lot of levels. But the way that they play two bigs and these guys can shoot from distance now, they're all stretch 5s.
Yeah, you've seen how the game has changed. Nikola Jokic, another one who you'd think can't make threes just given how awkward he looks when he moves, but that guy is just sensational. He's got the best touch in the entire NBA. He'll make them. Chet Holmgren, Miles Turner, all the other ones still alive in these playoffs. So, Draymond Green did win this award by playing a lot of 5. Tim Kawakami said the Warriors are at their best when Draymond Green plays the 5 with the current roster. They have been. That said, even if that's going to be the case going into next year, you got to find a way to make it so he's not playing so many damn minutes at the 5, because over the course of 82, and let's say he doesn't play 82, let's say he plays 65, 70. Still, if you want to get these playoff runs going, you can ill afford to have your old guys wear down because we saw what happened when Jimmy Butler was a little bit diminished. Steph Curry went out. Draymond Green kind of wore down without Steph, and Julius Randle just took it to him. And this was a very different team than the one that was able to compete with Houston. And I will give Houston credit in this regard. It's a team that probably was the best matchup for the Warriors, all in all, although the Lakers, actually, in hindsight, probably would have gone better with the way they defended and had lack of depth. Houston was not a terrible matchup for the Warriors, considering they were the 7th seed. You also saw how much that series, the fact that it went to 7, the physicality, the youth, the athleticism, took it out of Golden State.
There's no doubt when the Warriors went small, and whether they did it with the debt lineup with Harrison Barnes and Andre sliding up, or the Hamptons 5, and you also had Kevin Durant there. So even though Draymond guarded 5s, Kevin would jump center in that lineup, and Kevin could guard around the rim. Kevin could guard anywhere. When they did that, they would run by teams, and Draymond could guard those guys, and that's why they ran this league for 5 years. And it's why, a couple of years later, he got a 4th championship in the 8th year. That's what they were. The league was different then. The league was downsizing. The proliferation of the Daryl Morey and the 3-point Rainbow Revolution. It's still like that in the NBA, but I honestly, I don't think they can win with Draymond being a 5 and then asking Jimmy Butler to play the 4. I just don't. I don't think that's big enough. I don't think that's good enough. They're very good zone players with their eyes. Jimmy does not stop the ball. He gets beat. What Jimmy is good is helping defensively. So I know what Kawakami thinks because that's what they've been, but you could do it in spurts, but you've got to get more size. Even if you go up against Denver and you got to deal with the Joker and those two forwards jumping out the gym, Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon, they're gonna pound you.
Yeah.
So that's what they've been.
And that's another guy, by the way. Aaron Gordon was never a 3-point shooter in his life until this last season, and now he hits them all the time.
He's improved. We had his agent out at St. Lee's 9-9, and now he did it. So anyway, that's what the Warriors were. Let's go small. Whether it's Andre plays 4, or HB plays 4, or Kevin plays 4-5, whatever it is, and we got Clay as Rocco. We got you, and we can put size and length on the floor. Draymond's older now. He did not guard Julius Randle well. There are other guys that give him problems, including the Joker. I think that's what they were, but as you look ahead, can you win with that model? You can't do it for 82 games. You want to do it the last 30 and then have to win 16 more in the playoffs, they get worn down. Draymond's a brilliant defender. I think when he's at his best, really, and that lineup has been killer. We got nicknames for it. But when he's at his best, he had big Bogues behind him. Mm-hmm. And Draymond was the rover. He was the middle linebacker. He was the free safety. He was the blitzer. He would guard everybody 1 to 5. It's a lot to ask him to take. That's why they got him off Randle and put him on Gobert. But Draymond, I think now at this stage of his career, needs to play out on the floor a little bit more and have a shot blocker behind him. So that's why I say you need 2 bigs. If Miles Turner would give you both of them in 1, how much you got to pay that guy? But you need just a screen setter, an Andrew Bogut who's going to maul you. Kevon can do that some, but then you need another stretch 5. Can Quentin Post develop this offseason and be consistently that guy? We thought that. And when the deadline came around, they had just played Chicago, and I saw him stand up Nick Vucevic, and I thought, we don't need Nick Vucevic. Quentin Post is a young Nick Vucevic. Quentin Post is a too young Nick Vucevic. Now, what will he be next year?
Right.
But I don't care. I want to double down, triple down. All the 5's got to learn to shoot. Kevon, you got to learn to shoot. Trace Jackson Davis, you got to learn to shoot. You can do all the other things. Got to learn to finish around the goal. But the NBA is being overtaken by stretch 5's.
100%, and you need the rim protecting element, but then you also need the perimeter shooting, and those were 2 areas the Warriors lacked. On our Just Dubs show, the last one of the season, which also lives on as a podcast in the offseason that JD and Kyle do every Saturdays, and I was going on with them during the playoffs, but one of the comments was like, how did the Warriors get to the point where they need a wing, a stretch 5, another playmaking guard, and all of this? And look, a lot of it was just kind of the dominoes that fell. If we're talking about Jordan Poole having to get traded, you didn't get anything back for Chris Paul's salary. They missed on the James Wiseman pick. You still got a core that you can build around, but the bottom line is they are older and you got to figure out the pieces. So Mike Dunleavy has got his work cut out for him. But all in all, to have it work, even with a guy who's 35 years old, 6'7" in high tops, and be a Defensive Player of the Year finalist and be able to defend as an undersized center and make all defensive first team, that's why we're talking about a team that got to the second round in the first place. So congratulations to Draymond Green. We'll see if he can make it to number 10 and tie Scottie Pippen at some point. Tim Duncan with 15. Unbelievable, man.
And he wasn't a bad offensive player either.
I was going to say, I think he was pretty good.
How about Kobe with 12? He wasn't a bad. I mean, Garnett, Kareem, Scottie was a defender. Michael, I mean, you're Hakeem Olajuwon. When Michael was out playing baseball, Hakeem Olajuwon was the best player in the NBA on offense, and he was the best player in the NBA on defense.
Unbelievable. Coming up, let's get into some more Brock Purdy comments from yesterday when he addressed the media at the podium. He wasn't wearing a suit, but his hair did look spectacular. And then Vic Tafur, who was out there back on the 49ers beat, is going to be joining us at 11:50. 415-808-5627, the number to call or text in. And we also, of course, have the YouTube chat. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, some not even based in the state of California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. We are talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, had your rights violated, well, you can go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights because your rights matter. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So remember, with all the chaos around us, please do your best to be careful and make the Bay Area as safe as it can be. But if something happens and you need the help, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, 9 zeros and all, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And the best part of it all, you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, good to be with you. Got Vic Tafer coming up in about 12 minutes. He, of course, was out there and at Brock Purdy's presser yesterday. So going to be great to hear his thoughts as he is now back on the 49ers beat. Longtime Bay Area guy with the formerly Oakland Raiders, then the Las Vegas Raiders, and now he will be with the San Francisco 49ers, although we'll be seeing him a lot in Santa Clara. Got to get your geography straight here on a Thursday. He'll be joining us coming up in just a bit. And we played a lot of Brock Purdy cuts from his radio interview with Murph and Marcus. If you missed that one, go back and check it out. It was on at 7 a.m. this morning and is now available on the KNBR podcast page or wherever you get your podcasts. Walter, are you an Apple or Spotify guy? Just kidding. Save it for the whip round. I don't know. Well, Walter's whip round is going to be coming up.
We doing that today?
Yeah, it's going to be at 1:30.
I got to whip it out?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Look, I mean, we're trying to catch you on a weekday when you're fasting. You got the blood work coming up.
You got any action on the burger dogs? The Olympic Club responded
I've never had a burger dog.
No, I thought talking about it on the air, they'd bring them into the studio. We didn't get any action.
I'll look into it. See what we got. All right.
I figured I thought somebody would call the studio and just offer it up, but
Walter's like, dude, I'm not paying attention. I'm trying to order my Gambinos across the street over there. So I want to play
Where's
a couple.
Coach Seaman? I want that.
Here we go again. Let's hear from Brock Purdy as he was out talking to reporters yesterday. First one, let's go with the fact that he was asked if the offseason was easier now that the contracts are settled. I think we, as sports talk radio hosts, are saying definitely. Brock Purdy was actually the last between him. Well, no, he wasn't. Fred Warner was last. But he, Fred Warner, George Kittle, all by the middle of May, have gotten their deals done. And here were his thoughts on the fact that we're not having a little training camp holdout session.
Yeah, I feel like every year there sort of has been someone that it's like, man, you'd like to get them done, and it's gone on pretty late. And whether that has affected the locker room or not, I'm not really sure. I don't want to just pinpoint something, but this year having the guys done and being able to get back to work and be around the guys in the locker room and just like build our culture and standard really from the ground up with all the new guys that we have. It's been pretty cool. And everybody's bought in right now, and we're excited obviously to do like more team activities and stuff as we move along the off season. But man, it's hard to explain, but the young guys, the older guys, everybody's is bringing it right now. And I think it's just so important that we're just around each other a lot, doing little different activities and continuing to build chemistry. Like that's the kind of stuff that matters, man. When you get late in the season and things get tough and you go through some tough things as a team, like you want to be able to know the guy next to you and what he's about and that he's going to have your back and everything like that. So anyways, having the contract stuff done, it's been a huge blessing for the whole team and organization.
So well said by a man who is wise and well-spoken, but the primary takeaway I'm getting from this is that they're excited to get to work, but there's also an understanding of how much work there is to do because we got to be honest, we got to be real. This isn't, oh, we're so close to winning the Super Bowl and we really want Brandon Ayuk to come back and this thing's going to drag out. This was, we've been in an off-season mode since before the new year when we knew we were mathematically eliminated. They went 6-11.
Yeah, and Brock was talking about his schedule right after he got off the air with Murph and Marcus, that he was going to go in the cold tub and lift and get on the field. And he can actually throw now to some of his teammates on the field. Coaches cannot be on the field. Then maybe get a round of golf and get some burger dogs in them later in the day. Hint, hint, again. So next week it does start. And actually, when they first come back that Tuesday after Memorial Day, will still be considered part of Phase 2 of the off-season, the OTAs, which means they can't be on the field with helmets and coaches. They can do a walkthrough on the field, but the actual start will be that next day, Wednesday, the 28th. They call it OTA practice number 1, where they can actually be on the field. And I think practice will be around 12 o'clock, noon in that hour. So, and then they can get helmets on. The coaches can be there. So, the timing of it, Brock got through all the off-season activities, OTAs, and it's been undergoing for like 28 days before you agreed to the deal last Friday on the 19th. But now the big date was next week when he actually can be on the field, put helmets on and go out and practice football with the coaches. So that'll start next week, and mainly it'll be on Wednesday. It'll start.
One more here from Brock Purdy before we get to Vic Tafer. This one, I was going to go with what he wants to improve on the most. You kind of hinted at it earlier. I know we don't go for FCC violations here, but Brock Purdy going to utter the big F word.
Man, just fundamentals in general. And I know it sounds, cheesy or whatnot, but just watching the film and stuff, like my footwork and being on point and not getting too comfortable within a situation or game. I actually have gone back and watched a lot of my rookie tape. And when I first got in, how I was on it. And all I knew was what they coached me and my footwork and where my eyes need to be. And so sort of syncing back to those fundamentals and applying that to OTAs and the field work every single day. And having that fire in me every single rep. And so it's been pretty cool. And then obviously just being around the young guys, man, and them coming in and not knowing a whole lot, like seeing like, hey, this is how the coaches teach it and it works. You got to trust that and go all in on that. So, the fundamentals.
Big fundamentals guy. Now, you and Tim Ryan have obviously watched it more than, Tim Duncan, 15-time All-NBA defense, Tim Duncan. So you and Tim Ryan have watched it more than just about anybody. And the morning show yesterday played a cut of Tim Ryan late in the season talking about, and he admitted in the cut, Tim Ryan, that he had not gone back and watched a lot of the tape because this was a Monday after a game, but it was Brock Purdy seemingly looking a little bit more uncomfortable in the system. And I know that got a lot of run. The footwork is something that had to be worked on. He obviously did a lot more scrambling this last year outside of the pocket and kind of had to with some of the lack of protection he was getting at times. But trying to get back to basics and footwork, eyesight, all that, big part of it.
Those are Bill Walsh staples, footwork. That's all he ever harped on. Your feet. And I think Coach Walsh, we always think about what Bill would be thinking. He'd love Brock. But when he's talking about going back, how many players in the league say, I got to go back to my rookie tape to see when I was good? I mean, you were pretty good last year, Brock, and the year before you went to the Super Bowl, and you've done well. But I remember talking to him right before Jimmy got hurt, before we went to Mexico City. The team was in Colorado Springs to practice at altitude, actually even higher than Colorado Springs, about a mile and a half, and so is Mexico City. Anyway, Brock didn't play in that game. He came in at the end to mop up because, oh no, Tacion happened, and the Niners rolled him. Jimmy had a big game. But I remember just talking to him. We were in the facility there at Colorado Springs, and it was inside. It was freezing cold out, and he was getting ready for practice and watching him practice, obviously. And then we just chatted for a long time that day. There was free time. And just he never spoke much, but he spoke by his work habits. He did open up that day, and we had a long conversation about things. But the first thing that I noticed about him was the way he went through his progressions. And I remember at that joint practice in Eagan against the Vikings, and I was standing next to Mike Shanahan, and neither one of us are, 6 feet tall, not nearly. Brock's slightly bigger. The way he was able to look around Jadarius and Danielle, and I'm like, how does he do it? And it's the way he moved his feet subtly. But when Brock, go back and you look at the way Brock would line up his feet and time up his eyes, he was almost like a middle infielder. Wherever he would go through his progressions and say number one was in the, a right slant. He'd get his feet lined up to throw it to the right slant. And then all of a sudden it came, a left side dig route on the backside. The right slant's taken away. He would turn his body and his shoulders and his feet, and he would get downhill before he released the ball. And then he would go to his third, and then maybe he'd come to a check down. But it was like, wow, he looks like a middle infielder, a great second baseman, Robbie Alomar, a great shortstop, Omar Vizquel, whoever you want to name, the way he moved his feet. Dwayne Kuiper should have won Gold Gloves. Frank White stole them every year in Kansas City. Dwayne was certainly his equal. But the way he lined up his feet to hit the target, it was like boom, boom, boom. You see, some quarterbacks get sloppy. Like Mahomes doesn't have to do that. He'll just sidearm it and throw it behind his back or, head it to you. It don't matter. But when guys like Brock, they got to be lined up. So he's got to get back to that a little bit. And I think what Tim's talking about, seeing the field a little bit, the big brain Brock. I could count on one hand, I think, the number of times his first couple of years in the NFL all the way to the Super Bowl where I thought, where's he going with the ball there? Where last year, I'm not going to say it happened a couple of times a game, but it happened in big moments. The rollout going to his left against Minnesota before the 4th and 5 to Jawan Jennings. Ayuk was wide open. Throw the ball.
And let's be fair. When you're the height of Brock Purdy at 6'1", you got to see the field a lot better.
Well, and that time he rolled out. I remember could you not see it because you were obstructed? He just something about it. He would not pull the trigger. And I didn't like Ayuk just ran out of bounds on the play. John and I talked about that play all year. Like, don't run out of bounds. Just come back in the field of play. But Brock's got to get the ball out. The play that Tim noted, the big miss in L.A. against the Rams when they just dropped Brandon Ayuk. He's wide open down the middle of the field. Brock, pumped to throw it and then just didn't. So sometimes you wonder, can he see it? But sometimes you wonder if he just didn't, be able to grip it, see it, feel confident. So when you have a guy that just got a $265 million contract, he's not a guy, rolling in his Bentley and throwing the keys to the, security guard. He's in there in his Toyota and he's grinding and he's acknowledging because he's getting coached hard by Shanahan, Kubiak, Lombardi, what we were talking about earlier about tightening up his footwork. When his feet and his eyes are all married together, then you got the Brock star.
Vic Tafur going to be joining us on the other side. He was out at the Dwight Clark Legacy event as well as Brock Purdy at the podium yesterday, so we'll ask him all about it and welcome him back to an area that's familiar in the Bay. Papa, Silver, Tafur on the other side on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Good to be with you, Papa and Silver, hanging out on a Thursday, almost halfway through the show. Great to have a conversation with James Palmer, talk a little tush push, talk a little football. He's out about to watch the Rockies get smacked around by the Phillies. By the way, speaking of smacked around, Padres, if there's one silver lining of yesterday, 14-0 by the Blue Jays.
They're playing right now. They finally scored. They had 2 in the first, but they are trailing in Toronto 4-2.
We'll get back into baseball in the 12 o'clock hour. It is time to bring in our good friend, and we've known him for a long time. Vic Tafur of The Athletic, covered the Raiders for years now, back on the 49ers beat, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Vic, we've been talking about everything Indianapolis, Combine, Brock Purdy, and it seems like the common theme is that you're a part of it all. So welcome to the show. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Good to be here. How you guys doing?
Big Vic, welcome back to the Bay, man. I want to give you a big hug. So it's been years since we've been together. What? Obviously, David Lombardi left the Athletic, went to the Standard, and you got Matt Barrows there. So how are you guys going to tag team the Niner coverage this year, Vic?
Yeah, I was going to chop it up and take some good stuff each of us and have some fun doing it. I mean, I think I want to get back to the Bay, and a lot of Raider fans are calling me the next Greg Papa, which I can deal with that, but it's all good.
All right, so before we get into Brock Purdy and all the comments he made to reporters yesterday, you were at the Dwight Clark Legacy event last night. How was that?
I actually did not go to that one. I went to the Brock Purdy, but did not go to Dwight's thing last night.
Gotcha. Sorry. Well, I was looking through Twitter, and I thought I saw the image. So, okay, my mistake there. But looked like a lot of fun anyway, and George Kittle came to surprise the teammates. So I will take it to where you were, which was in Santa Clara for Brock Purdy. We were kind of joking at the end of our show yesterday. Was he just going to show up in a suit? He did not. It was just like typical meet the media, end of the week, Brock Purdy statements right there. But just kind of primary takeaways on all of this and how little drama this 49ers offseason's been. I know you were on the Raiders beat last year, but 49ers have had a good handful of contentious negotiations. And seems like the fact that we're having these discussions on May 22nd, kind of a nice, pleasant surprise and something different here in Santa Clara / San Francisco.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday was a very low-key affair. Like you mentioned, it was kind of, he came in his hoodie and it's kind of like, hey, by the way, they gave me $181 million guaranteed. I'm the guy, and let's go back to work. So it was kind of definitely a low-key environment. But I think clearly he's the guy. They showed in that negotiations. Like he didn't want to break the bank. Obviously, he's still making $53 million a year, so he's doing pretty well. But clearly he just wants to get respected as being a top 10 quarterback. I think he's kind of shown that already. And I think for me, it's all about the upside. I mean, obviously he's been rewarded for what he's done, and he has a high 4. But to me, they're paying him for the upside and what he can be as he grows and gets better.
Yeah, it was for typical Brock. He came in by himself. John and Kyle were not there, or even his agent, Kyle Strongin. And the hair, he had a strong hair day, but he wore a Niner hoodie, and he was just Brock. When he first started, he thanked his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And Brock is a very religious man. And I ask you this because of your association with the Raiders and Derek Carr. And I think Derek and Brock are entirely different people. But you got to be careful about bringing outside influences, whatever they are. And religion can be divisive in a locker room. I don't think Brock does that in his own locker room. Derek was a little more someone that would proselytize. I remember that one situation in Washington during the first Trump administration, and they were 2-0 going into that game, and the whole thing turned to the offensive line, and it got a little ugly. So just based on, and you're learning Brock Purdy, the quarterbacks and leaders or anybody really in a professional sports locker room, how they walk that line between being a Christian and then speaking openly about it and how it may impact the locker room, Vic.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think with Brock, what I'm hearing from teammates and from other guys around the organization is he has kind of this confidence, obviously, this swag to him where he came in knowing he has something to prove, but also knowing he could do it. I think he definitely carries himself a little differently than Derek. Derek was always, I think, looking for approval, looking for guys to kind of, validate him, and I think that was part of the problem he had. But I think they both do a good job of handling, their outside stuff pretty well, and kind of they obviously are heavily influenced by the church, but nothing that they're going to, beat you over the head with.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. We are talking to Vic Tafur of The Athletic, and there's been so much talk nationally. And again, with you not being on the Niners beat and kind of focusing on a different team and looking at the 49ers more from a league perspective, I feel like you're a good person to sort of get into this discussion with. So Brock Purdy, when he was getting MVP votes, it was, oh, well, he's got Christian McCaffrey, he's got George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, he's got so many weapons. And then last year, it was almost so far to the other scale of, well, the support was so little and everything was going wrong for the 49ers. He does have some weapons, some departed, some emerging, some coming back. But one concern is the offensive line, which did not perform all that well at times last year. It also wasn't heavily touched on in the draft until the 7th round. Just getting a chance to observe some of these rookie mini camps and seeing how defense was the focus of the offseason and what they invested their draft capital in. Should there be concerns about the offensive line at this stage here in May?
Yeah, I think there always should be. I think definitely that was one of their, regrets in the draft was they didn't address, on the tackle spots and they wanted to, but clearly they had other guys they liked and they addressed their defensive needs and they got guys they thought were good fits. So I think clearly that's the one piece they wanted to add and didn't. They signed some veteran guys the last few weeks. We'll see how that goes. And you can always bring somebody else in at training camp. But yeah, I think they like their nucleus, but clearly it has a lot to be proven and still I think that's definitely one of the key areas you got to look at in terms of where they can show up the roster between now and September.
It has been an eventful offseason, certainly, with the march out of 49, the March exodus of guys out of the building and went on to sign contracts, then the draft and replenishing, and then the spring fling where they signed not just Brock, but George Kittle, Fred Warner. For years in the Bay Area, they talked about a 2 timeline with the young Warriors and the old Warriors. You got a 2 number attached to a 2-year window. So how do you see the extensions for Fred Warner and also George Kittle and how they structured the contract for Brock Purdy? You are deeming it that the Niners have 2 years with an open window to go get a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think you can always reassess it for 2 years, but to me, even the George Kittle deal, look at it, they can get away from that in a couple of years if his body takes some more damage or he's not what he was in the past. So, and they've got 8 guys now. The core guys intact. I think those guys are all signed for the next couple of years. So to me, they're trying to retool the defense. They got the first 5 picks of defensive guys, and ideally Robert Saleh can get those guys where it needs them to be. But if the team's going to win this year, it's because of the easy schedule, because of these 8 guys they brought back and guys they have under control for a couple of years. And I think they all have a lot of confidence. They all believe in themselves. They all believe they can get back to where they were just 2 years ago. So to me, they're looking at this core guys, these 8 guys, as being there for a couple of years and really trying to make this thing work.
Vic, aside from Brock Purdy yesterday, who was rightfully in a very good mood, what's your sense of the energy in the building among some of the other vets and the coaches? Because this offseason started a lot earlier than it did for the past couple of off seasons. This last season, I know you can't speak to comparing it to previous off seasons or what it was like being in the building every day, but it took a toll on the Niners, both with everything that was happening on the field and then even some tragic off-the-field matters. I'm just kind of wondering if you see a little bit of a sense of levity, relief, kind of looking well-rested, given that they've had since January, and it's now been about 4 months since they've really had to be at the end of the football season and doing this daily grind.
Yeah, I think it's like you look back just 2 months ago, people were freaking out on the outside. They lost, 8 starters in free agency. People thought they were going to, totally go in the toilet. And I think even Kyle Shanahan was a little concerned about what was going on. But I think now you look at what they've done with the guys they've re-signed, the guys they've locked up. They hit the draft the way they wanted to. So I think there's some confidence that they can get back to where they want to. They looked at the schedule. It's a nice schedule. To me, I mean, Kill mentioned yesterday, this little event. There's definitely a sense of there's no drama this year, no contract holdouts, nothing over their heads. They just can get back to business, and McCaffrey's healthy, which is a huge thing. So to me, they're definitely in a really good mental space, and hopefully they're in a good physical space. Once the season starts, they can get back to winning football.
It's interesting because everybody's got an opinion about Brock Purdy, and Murph and Marcus flat out asked him, are you a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? And he said yes, and he got paid accordingly. But I think, to do that is kind of silly, but you're assessing what your opponents think of him. So going back to your Raider days, and Brock Purdy, there was an epic game on a New Year's Day, the 22 season, but it was January 1 of 23, where the 49ers went to Allegiant, and it was a wild shootout. Stidham played well for the Raiders, and it went to overtime, and Nick had a big hit at the end of the game, but they won 37-34. Brock in that game threw a rare interception to the corner and had a couple of touchdowns. But going into that game, what was do you get any feeling from what the Raider coaches, defensive coaches, thought of Brock Purdy? Because he had just taken over earlier, 6 weeks earlier as a starting quarterback, Vic.
Yeah, I think when you talk to coaches and even opposing players about Brock, I think what stands out is you watch the film, and, film doesn't lie. You can see his making the progressions. He makes throws in tight windows. I think he has some poise to him and better scrambling ability, and people realize he gets out and makes plays on the run. So I think you see all those things, and you're like, okay, they got something here. So I think there's always a question mark of how good he can be. What's his ceiling? Is he really thriving because of the supporting cast? And that was always a question mark. But also just watching the film, hey, this guy's good. This guy definitely, you can see it makes sense why they turned to him, why he's starting, and why he's having success.
Vic, have you gotten a chance to interact much with any of the second-year players and a lot of them who got starts, such as a Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa, to this point? I'm just so fascinated by this group because there's so much made of this draft class, and they had 11 picks, and they got some undrafted free agents coming in. But last year, the rookie class was kind of forced to make a larger impact in playing time than they ever would have expected because of how many injuries that were happening here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I have not. I've talked to most of these rookies and veteran guys so far, but I think clearly you talk to guys like George Kittle and Fred Warner, and they're looking for those guys to make a jump. Those year two guys are definitely a key part of this equation. That there is this 2-year window we talk about and trying to get back to the playoffs this year and maybe Super Bowl, if not this year, next year. Those guys got to take another jump this year and be more reliable, more consistent kind of guys who can make plays for them. So I think those guys definitely looked at like teammates as being guys who have to contribute this year and make a jump.
All right, so we went through the regular season schedule, and we kind of knew what the preseason schedule was, but now it's been officially announced. The Niners are going to play the Denver Broncos at Levi's August the 9th at 5:30. There's going to be 1 day of joint practice before that game, and that's going to be interesting at the reconfigured Performance Center there in San Jose, Vic. And then we are going back to Vegas, brother, August 16th for a Saturday afternoon 1 o'clock kickoff at Allegiant. And we are hearing again, it is an annual tradition in my life to go back to August for a joint workout with the Raiders. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, I heard. So the game was August 16th, I believe. I think the joint practice will be the 14th.
Correct.
And they're going to roll out the red carpet for you and me. They're going to have trumpets blaring, and we're going to go out there, and they're going to throw flowers at our feet, and we'll get great access. We'll be able to sit right in front and watch what's going on. Like 5 fields away with binoculars, so it's going to be
Hubble telescope. I had to bring the Hubble telescope last time to see the field.
Exactly. So it's going to be a great day for you and I when we go back to Vegas in August.
Vic, before we let you go, do you take credit for the low drama offseason because you were not on the beat last year, but you're here this year?
Yeah, I'm bringing good vibes. And so far it's all been positive. So knock on wood, it keeps going on. But I was with the Raiders for 15 years, so I definitely. It was just a lot of circus-type stuff, so it's been kind of a nice, refreshing start so far.
I'm glad you said it and I didn't say it. Welcome home, brother. Can't wait to see you, Big Vic.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, Vic. Vic Tafer of The Athletic. Oh, man, I should have asked him how many burger dogs he could crush.
Vic, right. He may break Curry's record.
I think we got to make him try. Get all the beat writers out there. We're going to have Matt Mayoko on tomorrow. You think Mayoko, with all of his experience?
Olympic Club guy?
Yeah.
I could see him more of a Round Hill guy out in the East Bay, but I don't know. I bet JT Snow's played the Olympic Club like 1,000 times in his life. I wonder how many burger dogs JT has had.
You know that we're kind of getting into a different part of the year when we're at the point where the big theme of the show is just burger dogs, and we keep going back to it.
Well, Brock brought it up this morning with Murph and Marcus.
That's what I'm saying.
And I got to fast till 4 o'clock. Nothing at all, Walter? Nothing from the Olympic Club at all? I thought we'd have a tray full. Nothing?
Not yet. I called and it was just dial tones. Like nothing. They weren't. It was busy. It was a busy line. Yeah,
they weren't open.
Maybe they get.
As for a tea time.
I think that the burger dogs got mixed up in the delivery with the NBA grab bag for next week, which is going to be coming for Dirty Work.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. That must be it. Anyway, so good football. Couple of hours for sure. Lots to get into tomorrow as well, but we've been kind of avoiding it after how rough it was yesterday. We do got to get into what happened with Logan Webb getting knocked around on the mound. Just 4 innings, 10 hits, 3 earned runs, but 6 total. And the Giants, despite hitting 3 bombs, still lose it 8-4. We'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Justin Verlander is headed to the IL. So what does that mean for Saturday's start for the Orange and Black? Will it be Kyle Harrison? Will it be Carson Whisenhunt? Well, Murph and Marcus spent some time catching up this morning with Zach Manazian as part of the Giants Executive Show. So lots to unpack from that interview. You can go back and check it out on KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And a high fly ball hit to right and carrying well. Going back onto Yastrzemski, looking up, it's gone! Oh my goodness. Salvador Perez way up in the air, out to right center field and up over the big wall. A 2-run homer. And Webb just looks stunned as Perez rounds the bases. It's 6-1, Kansas City.
Baseball is just a weird sport, let's be honest. If you told me yesterday you got Logan Webb on the mound at home and that Patrick Bailey would hit one of the Giants' 3 homers, I'd say pretty good chance Giants take that series. And it lasts, they lose 8-4 yesterday. Logan Webb, just a tough outing. Goes 4 innings, gives up 10 hits, 6 total runs, 3 earned. And sometimes that's how it goes when you build your diamond notes around one thing. Although I did say, keys to the game, RISP 0 for 7. Wilmer Flores almost had that ball drop with the bases loaded, which could have given the Giants a little bit of life. But really, they were kind of out of this one from the get-go. And they got a day off. They're going to Washington, but a tough way to end a 5-4 homestand.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave. He just wasn't sharp yesterday. It's funny. I've seen this now. The White Sox did it to him early in the start a couple of years ago. He opened against the Yankees, and Garrett Cole pitched well. He went to Chicago, Andrew Benintendi, and he came right out and said after the game, Logan Webb, the scouting report, has looked down, sinker, slider, change, hit the ball away. So I thought that's interesting. Why would the American League team have better notes than some of the National League teams? Then I see the Boston Red Sox the next year did it to him. Down, away. And now another American League team, Kansas City, does it. You've seen it. San Diego did it to him earlier this year. He really only had one bad start. But they did pull some balls yesterday. And the balls that he wanted to be down were not. They were not completely down, and they were hittable. So it was just a rough outing on a day when you needed to have a little length from him. 4 innings, gave up 10 hits, 6 runs. Fortunately, only 3 were earned. Lamont Wade Jr. let that ball roll up his wrist. Not a good play. We are going to talk to J.T. Snow at 12:50, the 6-time Gold Glover. And Lamont's drawing his walks. He's just not coming up with hits. He's swinging the bat better lately. But that error defensively was just, especially the first out of the first leadoff hitter, and to set Webb up for having to pitch out of the stretch and the whole thing. And he has shortened up to the plate, but just not a good outing by him at all. And then you had to get in the bullpen. The one good thing is Jordan Hicks did look good yesterday, and we'll get into what they're going to do. We got confirmation as we were speculating yesterday with John Shea, and you and I have been talking about it since Monday, that Justin Verlander's just not right, whether it's a nerve issue or a pec or something's going on. They did put him on the IL, so he's going to have to miss a couple of starts. They'll need somebody for Saturday, and we'll get into that. But it's just hard when the starting pitcher, and when Salvador Perez took him out, what a home. That guy, his legs, he has always been a big and a thick catcher, but later in his career now, is he the biggest he's ever been? And he's not catching every day. They catch him, they play him at first, they DH him. But his legs are so huge, and he does do the leg lift. So when he gets a leg up and he times it, he is so damn powerful. He was pounding the ball, and that home run, you just don't see balls get out like that off of Logan. But as Mike Krukow was detailing, the ball was carrying a lot of carry, which did help Patrick Bailey at his very first home run of the year. It's interesting. It was just a nice, easy swing by Bailey. He is using the torpedo bat, and you can see how that thing looks like he's swinging a bowling pin. It's just completely different. It also has a huge knob. The knob handle is just so humongous. A lot of bats don't have any knob at all anymore. His has a huge one. So that was a good sign. There were a couple of good signs, but overall, not a good outing for Logan Webb.
No, not at all. And 4 innings is certainly something you did not expect when His home ERA to that point, he was 3-0 with an 0.64, then got knocked around yesterday by the Royals. And even just some of the little plays, like when he tried to turn back to second base, couldn't get the ball out of his glove, then barely got the play at first. And then that ended up leading to, I think it was Bobby Witt doubled the next play, and then it was another run, and then the Perez homer that we came in with right there. So all in all, a struggle. I mean, look, this isn't a day to overreact about the Giants pitching and Logan Webb. He's going to have games like that a couple of times a year, but certainly not the sight you want to see as you're trying to take a series and an American League team, to your point, comes in, has a scouting report on Webb, and now they got to go get this done on the road. And I guess it's a bummer of a loss in the sense of we have gotten into what this upcoming schedule looks like. You're going to go on the road, and you're going to start facing a lot of the big boys. And because of the division that you play in, well, we mentioned the Padres losing 14-0 yesterday. They're down 4-2 in the top of the 8th as we watch it right here in the studio. So you got a little bit of a buffer on them, but the Dodgers are in first, and they're 2 games ahead of you right now. It's just this entire season, if you want to be in playoff contention, you're never going to have a whole bunch of leeway. So every little loss like that, any loss with the Logan Webb home start, any loss where you can only get 3 hits, any loss where you get no hit into the 6th inning, it's going to sting.
San Diego's lost 5 in a row. They may lose their 6th in a row here. What is it, 4-2? They're batting in the top of the 8th. They got shut out the first 2 games of this series in Toronto. They scored 2 in the first, but they're down 4-2. Their offense, what has happened to them? And they're playing so sloppily. Manny Machado, Luis Arraez, they're kicking the ball around, so they're going through it a little bit down there. Watching the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers, they've already played 7 times this year. They're not going to play again. I was watching that game last night after the incredible comeback by the Pacers. Boom, baby! And we will talk to the voice of the Pacers, Mark Boyle, a little bit later on. Teoscar Hernandez had an unbelievable home run off Corbin Burns, 3-run shot. They go up 3-1. They go to the bullpen, and they got so many guys on the IL, the Dodgers. They did bring in Lou Trevino, who was with the Giants earlier this year, longtime Oakland A, who Bob Melvin had, and then he came up to he lost his spot when Kyle Harrison came back up. But San Diego is free-falling. The Dodgers right now are vulnerable with all their pitching injuries, yet they still find a way to win in extras. And there was some curious, managing by Torey Lovello in the extra inning a couple of nights ago. And then, one swing of the bat by Teoscar and the bullpen holds up and the Dodgers win. So the Dodgers are still 31-19. San Diego is, just not, they're behind the Giants now at 27-20 with this 5-game losing streak. Arizona has not caught fire yet. Their offense scares you from top to bottom. Corbin Burns pitched better last night, but still he has room to go. And they got Zach Gallen, they got Merrill Kelly, they got the arms, Brandon Pfaadt. Their bullpen has got to get straight. So we'll find out what JT thinks overall. But you got to catch the Dodgers while they're vulnerable. At some point, Shohei's got to get up on a mound in July, and he's going to pitch. Right now, he's pitching up on the mound, throwing his fastball and his splitter, but they won't let him throw his slider on a mound. He throws it only on flat ground because of the elbow from the Tommy John, and you got to pronate the elbow. But they're going to start to get some of these guys back. I don't know, Glasnow, Blake Snell, they're short relievers. They got Evan Scott back. But for the Giants' perspective, it is going to be a challenging road trip. Washington's just young. I think it's good to go there early in the year. It seems like always the Giants go there around the 4th of July, and it's 100 degrees and 95% humidity, and the game starts.
Jordan Hicks has to pitch, and then he's got the blood sugar up and down.
I remember Madison melting on a 4th of July there. I never got in studio at 8:30 to do those games on high noon on the 4th of July. And then the Detroit Tigers, very quietly, have the best record in baseball. Who would have possibly thought that? The Tigers are 33-17. They were a playoff team, and then you wind up in Miami. So they flew out after the game yesterday. They're already in Washington. I think it's raining there today. But the big issue now is going to be, and there were good signs yesterday. Matt Chapman hit a home run. We mentioned Patrick Bailey hitting a home run for the first time since September the 24th.
Yeah, you also added Hicks, giving a good clean inning.
He did. Hicks still clean. I mean, he was in and out fast. They're going to leave Hicks. Zach Manazian was on this morning. They are going to leave him in the bullpen. But we'll give you our thoughts. I think we have a good idea what they're going to do as far as the start for Saturday, but it's not going to be Justin Verlander.
Yeah, so Washington, then Detroit, then Miami. Bob Melvin said yesterday that Gerard Encarnacion could return on that Miami trip, and that would be the earliest. And then they come back home for 4 games against the reeling San Diego Padres, who are looking to get one against the Blue Jays. They did score, and they're still fighting to stay alive here, but trailing it 4-2 in the top of the 8th in Toronto right now. So we'll continue this and talk a little Justin Verlander coming up in a bit. I will say, quick note on the Tigers. So, yeah, quietly the best record in all of Major League Baseball. It's wild to me that last year, and Walter was doing a lot of Giants shows last year, and I remember there's a lot of trade deadline talk, right? And it was, is Tarek Skubal going to be dealt? And that was a big name that was floating around as someone that was probably going to go to another team. Ends up not getting dealt. They finished the season 31-11, have this ridiculous run to get into the postseason, get Jack Flaherty back, and now they're a damn good baseball team.
And Tarek Skubal wins the American League Cy Young Award.
Cy Young, yeah.
And Riley Green is one of the best players in baseball. Their center fielder.
Yeah, no question about it.
So the Padres, Arise had a 2-out double down the line, but San Diego stranded him. So 4-2 Blue Jays coming to bat in the bottom of the 8th.
Okay, so Padres got 3 outs to work with and at least 2 runs they're going to have to get. So we'll be monitoring that one for you. I mean, look, we got Greg Papa in studio. He's a natural play-by-play guy. What can I say? Walter's Whip Around coming up at 1:30. We're going to have JT Snow joining us at 12:50. So on the other side, let's get into what we got into with John Shea yesterday. Could Kyle Harrison be getting a start on Saturday? Would they call up Carson Whisenhunt? It's not going to be Jordan Hicks, but there's going to be some new shakeups here for your orange and black. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver hanging out with you. JT Snow going to be joining us in about 20 minutes. Talk a little San Francisco Giants. They lose it 8-4, but they're 8 games above 500 at this juncture in the season and 2 back of first place of the NL West for the Los Angeles Dodgers. So life could certainly be a lot worse. This was a series in which the pitching was very much on display. The hitting, not so much. And then when the bats finally woke up with 3 homers yesterday, well, it was Logan Webb's worst start of the season. They lose it by a score of 8-4. And now as we look ahead to the road trip, which is going to begin tomorrow in Washington, yeah, we're curious about Landon Roop, and he's going to be going tomorrow, and he just had his best start of the year in that fantastic 10-inning game against the A's that ended with the great Wilmer Flores at bat to get a walk RBI, 1-0 final. But then Saturday would have been a spot for Justin Verlander, who's still searching for his first win, to maybe go and get it. It's now going to be a possible Kyle Harrison. It's now going to be a possible Carson Whisenhunt.
It is going to be Kyle Harrison, and the Giants will make that official tomorrow. I think they told him after the game yesterday. Zach Manazian was on this show this morning, Murph and Marcus, and the alternative, it wasn't going to be Jordan Hicks. They want to get him to get settled into the bullpen role. That it would be Carson Whisenhunt. Carson Whisenhunt, in a lot of people's thoughts, are ready. He's last 4 games have been outstanding. He was the Pacific Coast League pitcher of the week, and his last 2 starts have been amazing. Interestingly, he's not on the 40-man roster, and you wonder why is he not on the 40-man roster. The Giants have no need to protect him yet from the Rule 5 draft, so they had the other 2 Carsons are on the 40-man. They had to protect Ragsdale and Seymour, but they have not had to protect Whisenhunt. Part of it is Kyle Harrison was outspoken the other day saying, I'm a starter. I'll do what they want, but I'm a starting pitcher. So when they do make this move, and they'll announce it tomorrow that Kyle's going to start the game Saturday, they have to bring up an arm. Then we'll get into the question, do you want a lefty in the bullpen? Do you want a righty in the bullpen? We'll get into that. But it is going to be Kyle Harrison, who will start on Saturday at Nationals Park. And when Zach was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, he had a couple of interesting things to say. And we are going to talk to JT Snow a little bit about a young first baseman at AA, Bryce Eldridge. But he was also talking about Carson Whisenhunt. And when you bring these guys up, you want them to be up and stay. Yes. It doesn't always turn out that way. Kyle Harrison was up all last year, went back down. But you want them to be finished, fully developed prospects where they can make the conversion to the highest level of professional baseball. And you've got Kyle Haynes, who's been doing this, the farm director forever. Now Randy Wynn is there. And when you listen closely to what Zach was saying to Murph and Marcus this morning, I think it's pretty clear that Whisenhunt is on a heater right now, but is he fully developed? And if they bring him up, he will be here to stay. I'm not sure that's the feeling I got.
Yeah, let's hear from Zach Manazian right now. So, Walter, when we get that clip of Manazian from the morning, here's what he had to say about the notion of bringing Carson Whisenhunt up and why they want to be sure when they do bring someone up, it's here so that they're not just going to get sent right back down.
Yeah, I would say everyone's excited about how he's thrown. And, the better you throw and when you can sustain it at AAA, of course, you definitely start to pay attention. Something I've seen my experience successful organizations do is, fortunately, we've been really good in our starting pitching group and really just continuing to develop those guys who are in the minor leagues to the point where when they come, they stay. Is ideal. Now, sometimes players get forced to the big leagues for different reasons. So, it's nice for us to have the depth that we have. And Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes do an unbelievable job in player development. Really excited with where the system's at as a whole, and they can take a more granular look at each individual player and guys like Carson and say, hey, these are still some little things that we want to shore up and before we feel this player starts their career in the big leagues and stays in the big leagues.
It's a very deliberate approach about not just rushing somebody up, because you look at some stats. And by the way, those stats are pretty damn impressive. If you look at his 4 starts in May, 28 innings, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 28 strikeouts. That changeup is doing nasty work.
And those that watch him, his velocity's up. The changeup's one of the best pitches in baseball. But he was talking about little things, subtle things he has to do to improve. Unless you watch him every day, you don't really know. So I think you could hear it in Zach's voice that he's not completely ready. The other aspect of going with Kyle Harrison, and that's what they're going to do, is Justin Verlander's not going to be out the year. Justin Verlander's not going to be out 2 months. He's not going to be out, hopefully. Well, maybe it will be 2 weeks. We'll see.
Say what? So we're thinking maybe 2 starts,
3
3 starts.
So he may come back and pitch off this, the next homestand against San Diego and Atlanta. So if you call up Carson Whisenhunt, you have to move him from put him on the 40-man roster. You bring him up. What do you do with him when Justin Verlander comes back to pitch? The much easier path is to just pitch Kyle Harrison out of the bullpen, and that's what they're going to do on Saturday. And then we'll see what they do, as far as a corresponding move, because they're going to lose a lefty in the bullpen. So I don't know what they're going to do there.
Yeah.
So there's some young arms, right-handed arms. Joey Lucchesi is probably the lefty they would call up if they want to go that way, but there's some other arms you could turn to. Sean Jelly's an experienced guy. And for Kyle, this is a chance to get back into the starting rotation and prove he pitched well at AAA. He never got a chance to compete with Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong. He wasn't right, dating back to last year and the ankle injury in the weight room and the shoulder injury, and then he got sick. He lost 10 or 15 pounds. He wasn't right. He never was a consideration. It took him a while to build himself back up, to get his weight back up. The velo is way back up. We're seeing, up to 96, 97. My question would be, he threw 16 pitches on Tuesday. That won't affect him. But, how many pitches can he go out and throw? The one thing about Whisenhunt, he's been starting this entire time.
Exactly.
So I don't like going into a game. And Hayden Birdsong was fine. He went 5 innings and got to almost 80 pitches. Can Kyle do that? Or do you have to, he was built up more because he was a starter this year. He made 6 starts at AAA Sacramento, went 3.46 ERA, the 38 punchies you mentioned. He pitched 26 innings, and his last 3 starts were really good, was when he locked in. But he's been pitching out of the bullpen now for a couple of weeks. So how many pitches can he give you? He's got to be economical with his pitches. The one thing with him still, and you'll still see it with Hayden Birdsong, and you were talking, I listened after I got off the air yesterday, you and Flem were doing the pregame show, and Flem called it spraying his fastball. And that's what he does. He sprays it. He also will choke off a breaking ball and spike one, but he will just spray it where you'd have no idea where it's going. Kyle Harrison does that every once in a while. Now, they did it a lot more. Kyle, I saw him do it at AAA, and it was like he kept spraying it. He should work on the grounds crew. He's not locked in. There was that arm side command, and then he got better with it. But occasionally, the point I'm making is he is going to start on Saturday, but how many pitches can he throw? Right. Can he give you 80? And he's the kind of guy that it's hard to put on a pitch count because he'll punch you out, he'll walk you, he'll throw a lot of pitches. So hopefully he'll attack the strike zone and go get it. But that's what they're going to do for a variety of reasons. So it will be Kyle Harrison that'll make the start on Saturday. Now, this is a chance for Kyle to pitch himself back into the rotation. But when Justin Verlander does come back, then we'll reassess it. The one thing with Verlander, he's older. And it's, a nerve injury in the pec, his pec muscle? What's bothering him? It's not related to the neck. Is it going to heal? So it's not inconceivable that they're thinking, Princess Bride, that we're thinking that he's out for 2 starts. It could become more. It could easily linger into a longer period of time. You don't want him to be out 2 months, but he'll know his bodies, but he's got to heal from it. But in any event, you could just tell from Zach's voice And you could also hear it with Bryce Eldridge when he talked about Bryce, and we are going to talk to JT, kind of the same thing. There's just subtle aspects that they are in Bryce's, he's got to learn first base and the dance around there. He's had some big home runs at AA. The next step would be to move him up to AAA. But even for a guy like Carson Wisenhunt, even though the numbers are so good over his last 4, the last 2 even better, Pacific Coast League Pitcher of the Week, there are subtle things he needs to improve before they feel fully comfortable. When he does come up, he's not going back down.
I've actually been texting with our friend Justice De Los Santos, who comes on every once in a while with us. He's going to be out there next week checking out Bryce Eldridge, so we'll have him on and get the full latest scouting report. Yeah. So going to be a nice little fun inside track to have on the Bryce Eldridge. Before we go ahead and get to JT Snow, I do have to let you all know that it is that time of week. It's Thursday, so it's time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. A lot of teams on the road for our Bay Area. So the Giants, of course, are going to be in Washington. They'll be getting going tomorrow after an off day today. Congratulations to the Golden State Valkyries' first ever win in franchise history last night down at Chase Center in what they're calling Valhalla, but they will also be on the road tomorrow. So all you SoCal folks want to go check out the LA Sparks. They're going to be playing in Los Angeles at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Bay FC and San Jose Earthquakes both play the Houston teams. Bay FC is going to be on the road. San Jose Earthquakes will be at home 7:30 on Saturday to take on the Houston Dynamo. Cal Baseball, by the way, for the number 16 seed in the ACC tournament, they might not have much more to go, but they beat Miami, then they beat Wake Forest yesterday, and right now they're getting going against Georgia Tech. They trail at 4-0 in the top of the third, but that's a fun little Bay Area story as well. So as far as events to go to, not a whole lot, but there certainly is a lot to watch on TV. And before I forget, I should also let everyone know that per our guy John Dickinson, the Warriors announced that Moses Moody had surgery on an ulnar collateral ligament in his right thumb and is expected to make a full recovery and be ready for the
That's
start
a
of training
shooting
camp.
hand. When did he injure that?
That's all I know. All I know is the surgery.
That could explain why he didn't shoot the ball well in the playoffs. Update from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Not good news. Gavin Sheets, a 2-run homer with Jackson Merrill aboard. The Padres have tied the game 4-4 with 2 in the top of the 9th.
And it will be going to a bottom of the 9th now. So we'll keep you updated on that. The Padres, we're looking to see if they can drop 6 in a row. And that is the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. JT Snow joins us next, Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brock Purdy, after signing his 5-year, $265 million extension, is on the full-blown media tour. That's right. He spoke to reporters yesterday. We're going to be playing a bunch of that sound, and he also joined Murph and Marcus at 7 o'clock this morning. So if that was a little early for you or you weren't able to catch the interview, don't even worry about it. Go to KNBR.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your podcasts and listen back to Brock's time with the guys.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver hanging out with you. Walter's Whip Around coming up at 1:30. Maybe a little Silver Linings playlist in the 1 o'clock hour. Talk a little Tyrese Halliburton and what went down at the Garden last night. But before we get into all of that, we've been big focused on the 12 o'clock hour. Giants baseball. They lose 8-4 and lose the series to the Royals. Now they head on the road to face a Nationals team that's young and a little scrappy. The Detroit Tigers, who got the best record in all of baseball, and then Miami when they could possibly get Gerard Encarnacion back on that. Speaking of, I was going to say potential first baseman, but this guy's not a potential first baseman. He's one of the best ever. He is.
6 golds later.
JT Snow, our good friends who joins us on the UMA guest line. JT, what's happening? Good to have you. It's been a bit.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I think I saw you at opening day, and I can't believe it's been 50 games already, right? We only got, 110 to go, 112?
Yeah, but 50 games is a good marker. We got Memorial Day coming up. So overall, just want to get your thoughts on the team. They are 29-21. The major statistical breakdown that is alarming is what they do against left-handed starting pitching. And even yesterday, the Royals rolled out an opener, and that worked. And so the Giants are 4-12 against left-handed starters. They did beat the 2A starters over the weekend, go down against J.P. Sears, but they could not hit Jeffrey Springs. They're 25-9 against righties. JT, 4-12 against lefties. So give me your thoughts on the first 50, but tell me, how do they solve the hitting woes against left-handed pitching?
Yeah, I thought that would be a no-brainer, right? A left-handed pitching with Adames and Chapman and some of the guys. the young Greg, if you remember when I said opening day that baseball is stupid.
Oh, we use it all the time. I love it
We
so
have a
much.
sign in the studio. JT Snow, baseball is stupid.
So this makes sense, right? You got a couple big, big money free agent guys, and I don't know. I'm like head scratching at this one because I thought they would light up lefties. Maybe their BP guy Cutter John is too good in batting practice.
John Yandel.
Yeah, John Yandel. I think I was in spring training and I got to throw to Chappie and Adamas on the backfield, and maybe they need to mix in another left-handed BP pitcher. I'm happy to come up there and do it, but I don't know. It's weird, and I've always thought I would always have a couple lefties in the lineup because a left-handed pitcher, and back in the day when I was playing, we faced Al Leiter a couple times in playoffs, and they would stack the lineup with righties. Well, Al Leiter had a great cutter, and he would just get in a rhythm, right? Just you see the same side guy every at-bat for 9 hitters. You get into a rhythm, an arm slot, a release point. I always thought it was good to mix in a lefty. Maybe you can hit a guy second or hit a guy seventh or sixth, somewhere in there, and just mix it up and give it a different look. I know they put Lamont Wade in there the other day, and Bailey's much better from the left than the right. But that's a real head scratcher. I don't know. We don't face lefties that much, but lefties typically don't throw as hard, and maybe they're limited with pitches. Maybe just they might have a fastball, cutter, curveball, changeup. Lefties don't throw a lot of sliders. So yeah, I don't know. If you'd have told me that at the beginning of the year, I would have definitely taken the over on the win total against lefties. I don't know what's going on.
JT, back when we spoke to you on opening day, it was really early in the season, so we didn't react too much to any trend, any one player doing super well or struggling, and talked a little bit about Lamont Wade Jr. And I know that the whole Buster regime and Bob Melvin, they're trying to go with the approach of patience. And to Lamont's credit, he's had some big time pinch hit at bats lately, even some big walks. But why do you think he's struggled this deep into the season at this degree?
I don't know. When I was in spring training, he was working his butt off down in the cage in the mornings. I was down there talking with him. Jeffrey Leonard was down there. The one thing I see with Lamont, and I saw this from day one, is he's got a little bit of a longer swing, and he holds his hands a little lower. And we were taught, and I was taught this coming up through pitching coaches and hitting coaches, and when you see a guy hold his hands low, you pitch him up because there's a hole there. And when you see a guy with their hands up high, you pitch them down. I was a low ball hitter, so I try to keep my hands high to attack the low ball because that was my strength. But I think with Lamont, there's a little bit of a hole right above the belt and under the letters. And if you watch his swing, his first move with his hands, they drop a little bit, and he's got an upward bat path. And a lot of that goes back to what these kids were taught about launch angle and exit velocity and all that. And I think it can kind of catch up with you. And also in any sport, and you guys know this, they get a book on you. And once they get a book, they're going to keep pounding it until you make an adjustment and you start beating them a certain way. So I think, listen, he's a great guy, and he's a competitor, and he loves to play the game. And it's really hard when you get off to a slow start because you put a lot of pressure on yourself. And I was never a fast starter. I always was a slow starter. I like the warmer weather, being from SoCal, and we really never got that up here. But you get behind the 8 ball, and then at every game you feel like you got to get 2 and 3 hits. And trust me, you look up at the scoreboard and you see a 1 in front of your batting average. You're under the Mendoza line. It's not fun. But the one thing you can do is just go try to start having good at bats. Go 1 for 3, work a walk, hit a sac fly, move a guy over. The game a few days ago or last week, I mean, he lasered 4 balls and had nothing to show for it. And so once again, baseball's stupid, right? It's like, but guys notice that, and you look at your average, you look at the scoreboard. You just got to get back to being simple and just take it one at bat at a time and just try and have a positive at bat. Maybe that's a walk. Maybe it's get a guy over from second. Maybe it's a sac fly. Maybe it's a base hit or a double. So, but 50 games in, and now's the time to go. Now's the time to put your foot down, and you got to try and win all these games from here on out. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he's got a 1 in front of his batting average, a 173.
Yeah.
He's drawing his walks, but and the power has kind of disappeared a little bit for him. Just 1 homer. A few years ago, he got 17, and when he came up in 21, he had 18 and didn't get up until Memorial Day. So there is going to be a little bit of a when Gerard Encarnacion comes off the IL, we're going to have an explosion here at first base. Wilmer's going to stay, obviously. I think Lamont in the dilemma with him would be later on if they do bring up Bryce Eldridge or make a trade to get somebody. I don't know if they'd blow that up now. But for the short term, when they do activate Encarnacion, I don't know where's a role for Casey Schmidt on the club. So, like David Villar, he may have to go back down. I remember when we had you on opening day, it was off that first road trip of the year in Cincinnati and Houston, and he struggled at first base in Houston in particular. We were talking about how baseball is not only stupid, sometimes it's unfair. You're asking this guy to go play first base. But, JT, It's been amazing to me how much better in a short time he has gotten as a major league first baseman.
Yeah, he's a pretty good athlete, and when you play on the corners, and he was a shortstop and third baseman at San Diego State and coming up in high school, and if you play a corner position, it doesn't always translate over there, but there are some similarities, and I'm sure Matt Williams is working with him. Matty's great at third base, and we have a lot of the same philosophies about pre-pitch preparation, being ready on the corner. You're right, he has gotten better. He's a pretty good athlete. He's pretty athletic and pretty thick, and he's got good feet. For him, it's just a matter of staying under control. He can get up and down, and he can get hard on himself. But when Encarnacion comes back, and he was the one guy in spring training when I was down there. Jung-Hoo Lee was the one that impressed me the most, and then Encarnacion was probably the second guy. And if you make a mistake to this guy, he'll make you pay. And if just to have that presence in the middle of that lineup, he can rifle balls to right center field with authority. And he's pretty good at first base. He was out there every morning. We were out there, and we had 7 guys out there at first base. And Casey Schmidt was not out there. He was always on the left side of the field. So VR was there, and Encarnacion and Wilmer and all these guys. So you're right. I think he's a wild card, and hopefully he comes back healthy, gets enough rehab at bats, and he's a big, gentle giant with a great mental approach to the game. Doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low, always has a smile on his face. And I think he's going to be a big addition. And that's why they pay those guys in the front office the big bucks to make those decisions on who's going to stay and who's going to go, because they've got guys that can play multiple positions, right? Fitzgerald can slide over there. Schmidt can play a bunch. Wisely was up, and he can play. So they got some decisions to make, but in the end, the bat is always going to win out. And if a guy can hit, especially in this ballpark and especially late in the season, you want the bat. And with the way the offense has been going, there's a lot of guys hitting in the low 200s and in the 190s, and thank God for the pitching has kind of held him in there, and the defense too. So, he's a wild card, definitely the wild card.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me that they were going to be 29 and 21 and Gerard Encarnacion was going to miss all this time, I would have been pretty surprised with the spring he had. And JT, actually, what you just talked about with working with the first baseman at spring training is very much what I've wanted to ask you from the get-go, having you on here. With Gerard Encarnacion at first base, what was kind of your evaluation of his skill set, what he does well, what he might need to work on, if that ends up being a position he's getting some significant reps at here?
Yeah, so I was impressed. I thought he had really soft hands. He's a big guy, and we worked on his feet a lot. And Matt Williams and I and Wotus was down there, and we were trying to get him to be a little lighter on your feet and get on your toes a little bit and anticipate. That's the one thing that you learn playing a corner position is we can position you where to stand. We can work all day on ground balls, getting your feet spread, getting your butt down, your hands out front, but we can't teach you how to anticipate and watch the swings of the hitters during the game and know what pitch is coming with the pitch comm in your hat and moving a step here or step there, in, back. You can pick up a lot of ground. So I thought he was good. His hands were soft. We worked on his feet, just get him a little lighter, as that's what we were trying to work on with Bryce Eldridge. And I always told these guys, and I've said it my whole career, that every great infielder you see, the reason they have soft hands is because they have good feet. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be fast or quick, but most guys have quick feet. They're light on their feet, and that allows your hands to be relaxed and stay soft. So he has that. And I was impressed with him. He turned the double play good. He turned the 3-6 pretty good. He's a big target over there. That gives your infielders a lot of confidence to not have to make a perfect throw, just get it in the area and let him go get it. But hopefully he comes back and he's swinging the bat the way he was in spring training, and I think he can give this team a huge lift.
Yeah, he's a big target over there, but not as big as Bryce Eldridge. Every time we have you on, we chat you up about Bryce, and he's a Double-A Richmond, a little injury coming out of spring training. The numbers are good. He had a couple of bombs the other night, so he's got 5 homers on the year. He has 6 doubles, batting average at .299, the on-base percentage at .371, as he has walked 9 times and 97 plate appearance, slug of .540. That's a hard league. I wonder when they will move him up to AAA and the Pacific Coast League. But what are you hearing about Bryce Eldridge this year so far, JT?
Just, yeah, I got set back a little bit with the wrist tendonitis, but I just looked up his numbers last night, and then I've been following him all along. But the on-base percentage is good. He will strike out, but he's a power guy. And I think it was amazing. I looked up his career minor league numbers, and I think he's 34 homers and 120 some and over 600 at bats, and the average is up around the 290s, which is pretty impressive. And I think he's mature beyond his years. He's only 20 years old, going to be 21, but he's mature, and that's the kind of guy that I've always felt. A guy like that when he conquers, or he's got it mentally and physically in the league, I think then you bump him up to the next one. And Double-A, in my experience, was the toughest league to play because that's where all the prospects are. Pitchers are throwing hard. AAA is more big league guys, 4A guys maybe, and the pitching in AAA I don't think is as tough as Double-A. You got more guys around the plate throwing strikes, and it could be the perfect scenario. But yeah, and they need some production at first base, as we've seen this year. But I think with Encarnacion coming back, maybe you let him play it and see how he does, and then let Bryce keep going. But I was always a big believer when a guy's swinging it well, when his confidence is high, when his mental side is strong, that's when you bump him up the next level and see if he can handle it. And if he can handle the next level, then he could be a big addition. But if the team's doing well like they are, maybe just let him simmer and let him play. But they definitely need a little more production over there. So I'm a big fan of Bryce. He's a great kid. I've stayed in contact with him this year. We email or text back and forth, make sure everything's going good. And he's going to be a good one.
I'm sure Bryce really appreciates having that mentorship kind of as well. So JT Snow joining us on the UMA guest line. A few more minutes. Speaking of team leaders, Willy Adames has been a great clubhouse addition. He has also been very up and down streaky, and I think Giants fans, it's fair to say, through 50 games, probably would like to see a little bit more results at the plate. Now, he's had some big hits lately, the RBI triple to get the Giants going in the win they had against the Royals. But what are you seeing by and large from Willy Adames at the plate, and how he can address some of those weaknesses of chasing a lot of pitches low in that outside corner?
Yeah, I think anytime you come to a new team, and of course the contract you sign, there's a lot of burden on you. And I think he's learning that hitting in San Francisco is hard, and it's a different ballpark. He played in Milwaukee, which we all played there, and it's very home run friendly, and the environment is easy, right? If the roof's closed, in the summer it's warm, the ball flies. It's always hard coming. You love his mental makeup and his enthusiasm. But yeah, I think just relax a little bit. And the whole thing with hitting is what we like to see in guys is when they have a good game, can they back it up the next day, then the next day, and take it just one series at a time. You're probably going to get 12, 13 at bats in a series, and just start having good series, and then it starts rolling. Like I said earlier, it's always hard when you get off to a slow start because you're constantly battling uphill. And nobody likes to look up, and he doesn't like to look up seeing himself hit 220. He's better than that. But they once again they get a book on you, and you have to make adjustments. And it seems to me, like you said, Greg, the sliders down and away, and a lot of that's pressing a little bit and putting a little too much pressure on yourself. But yeah, it's an interesting thing that the left side of the infield has been good defensively. The strikeouts are up, and there's just a different. It's hard when you come over as a big time free agent. You feel like you got to carry the whole team, which he doesn't have to do. But I think if he just keeps up his enthusiasm, his mental side, and like I said earlier, just take it one series at a time. Not even one game. Just take it one series. Start getting a couple hits a night, and then back it up with a couple more, and a couple more, and then you get rolling. You're always working on your weaknesses, but you've got to stay sharp on your strengths too. So I'm sure, he's getting down there with Pat Burrell, and they're working, and they're in the cage and off the machine and working on the slider down and away. And he's another guy that has kind of a big swing, right? If you watch a swing, it can get loose at times. And those are the guys that their ups and downs can be more than a guy with a tighter, shorter swing.
Like Luis Arraez of the San Diego Padres, who just, after Fernando Tatis Jr. on a back foot slider against the lefty, struck out in the top of the 10th for 2 outs. Arraez, who barrels everything, singled in a run. So San Diego got 1 in the top of the 10th, and the Blue Jays, with the placed runner at second, come to bat in the bottom of the 10th. 5-4 for the Padres, trying to break their 5-game losing streak. So we got to solve this crisis against left-handed pitching. The numbers are ugly. 4-12 against lefties, 25-9 against righties. We do love Cutter Yandel, John Yandel. He's been throwing BP to you and Barry forever and ever. But I saw your opening pitch when the Giants were in Anaheim, Jack Thomas. You went out on that mound and threw a strike. You must be a pretty good BP pitcher. I used to pitch in high school, and then I pitched nothing but a fastball and a changeup. And then I was playing summer ball one year in high school at a place in Long Beach. You may know, Greg. It's called Blair Field. The Rams used to train there. It's an old-time Long Beach State plays there now. And I came in, and a guy on the other team hit a home run off me, and I was walking out to my car. I was a senior in high school, and there was a scout there, and the scout came up to me and he said, "Good thing you're going to go to Arizona and play first base, because I've been coming here for 40 years, and that's the farthest ball I've ever seen somebody hit in the ballpark." And my pitching days are over. What was it, a fastball, I hope?
Yeah, I was topping out at 83. Like little change up, a little sinker. But from playing football in high school and playing quarterback, you have that good release point, and you throw that straight four-seamer. And that's the one thing I regret, or I don't regret my career. The one thing I wish that never happened, and I used to bug Dusty and I used to bug Felipe. I said, I want to pitch an inning in a blowout, and they never put me in. And then I saw the Crawford day, and he got to pitch, and I saw him, and I was bummed. I'm like, man, you got to fulfill something I never did. I always want to stand on the mound and pitch like in a blowout game, and I never got that chance. And
they didn't do that in your era. Guys didn't do that very much.
Yeah, not a lot. But if it was a blowout, they might take a position player.
Yeah.
Pitching's fun. It's hard. I mean, you're out there and everyone's staring at you and trying to pick up your pitches. But yeah, I did a little pitching back in the day, but when you only throw 83, 84, you're not going very far.
The best was Pablo when he got on the mound. Pablo was good, and he was smiling, blowing bubbles the whole way.
Yeah, it's fun. But the Angels Giants series was great, and it all came about really quick. My old teammate Mark Langston does the radio for the Angels.
I worked with him before.
And so he set it up, and they got me a jersey, and they want to throw out the first pitch. And I'll tell you what, you ask anybody, especially former players, it's pretty nerve-wracking throwing out. And I didn't go to the top of the mound because I have a superstition about ruining the dirt before the game. You always stay off it, and that's the home starter pitcher gets to do the dirt. But I got the front, and you just aim high, right? You just aim at the kid that caught the pitch, Kevin Newman. He played at the University of Arizona, was their shortstop. So it was a fun night, and got to see a good series between the Angels, and got to run into Ron Washington and talk to him. And what a great infield guru that guy is. And it was fun all around.
JT, you're the best. Appreciate you coming by, and glad we got to reconnect after we were what was it, like 9 games into the season? Now here we are about 40 later or so. So, hey, maybe we'll do this like every 40 games, just if it's good luck for the Giants as they continue to have a good start to the season, but still a lot to improve on.
I appreciate it. Yeah, let's do it again. And just remember that baseball is stupid. You can't explain it.
I got it on the wall here. Baseball is stupid. Love you, Jack Thomas.
Okay, I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
He is JT Snow. Great to have him join us on the UMA guest line. While we were finishing up with JT Snow, Jonathan Clase just needed one pitch to hit it up the 4-6 gap right by second base. And we are tied here with no outs, runner on first. So we'll see if the Blue Jays can take this one in the 10th.
Robert Suarez, the Padre closer in. He gives it up, so it's 5-5. George Springer as a pinch hitter with a fly ball to center. That is not going to get it done, Springer. Did not advance the runner, so we'll give you an update from Toronto.
All right, maybe we'll have an answer by the time we come back. It'll be a chance for a little Silver Linings playlist, and then Walter, I can see him just stirring in his chair every 5 minutes or so. He's ready to whip it out at 1:30.
We got Mark Boyle ready.
Oh, we do?
Boom, baby! The voice of the Indiana Pacers just finished up his interview with the angry Jim Carrey, Rick Carlisle. Even in that comeback last night, the guy never smiles.
It's amazing.
Greatest comeback in the history of NBA playoffs. And Mark has called quite a few, including 30 years ago in Reggie Miller against Spike Lee. And what did Tyrese Halliburton did it? So in honor of our guy, the great Slick Leonard, boom, baby! Boom, baby! Boom, baby!
Okay, we'll push the playlist back in the queue. Mark Boyle is going to join us next. Talk a little madness at the Garden. And these Pacers, I don't want to say 2012 Giants and upset our local fan base, but they do remind me just in the sense of
team of destiny.
They are cockroaches. You cannot kill them. We'll talk about that next. Poppin' Silver here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, that was a tough one for the Giants yesterday. Despite the orange and black hitting 3 home runs, the Royals exploded for 16 hits, and Logan Webb got knocked around for his toughest start of the season. They lose it 8-4 and lose the series to the Kansas City Royals. But they got an off day. They're headed to Washington, and they're going to look to turn things around on the road starting tomorrow.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
More foul shot.
Try to compose yourself when the Pacers hit this game winner.
All right. He made the second. It's a 2-point game. Bring it the length, fellas, and hit a three. 2-point game, 6 seconds to go. Halliburton driving. He's in the lane. He nearly lost it. He backs up and unloads a three. Oh! That did not happen! It hit the back of the rim. It popped high into the air, and it dropped gently through the net. The scoreboard shows 125-125. It's called a 2-point shot.
And it was a 2-point shot, but the Pacers would go on to win and have one of the most remarkable comebacks we've ever seen in a postseason, 138-135. Nice little forecasting there. Try to keep yourself together when they hit this game winner. Well, apparently the Indiana Pacers just got a knack for doing that in the 2025 postseason. What a team to watch. And I don't know if they're going to win this series or not. I don't know if they will win the finals or not. But what I do know is they got some magic going either way, and nobody knows that better than the voice you just heard on that call. Mark Boyle calls the Pacers games for the radio in their second straight conference finals. But last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, Mark, as we welcome you in, Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco. Last year, it was a lot of end-game heartbreaks where the Pacers had their opportunities against the Boston Celtics. They could not get it done. This time, they go ahead, take game one in a raucous environment, and Tyrese Halliburton with the most awkward-looking pull out of the mid-range, attempt to take a three, and the touch of God off the rim. Wow, how about it?
How about it? I don't know that I've ever seen a ball hit the back of the rim like that and seemingly go 20 feet up into the air and then drop right back down through. So I'm not a big believer in karma or destiny, but the way these playoffs are unfolding, that's the third time something like this has happened in a positive manner for the Pacers. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should reevaluate that, because this is so improbable. And you're right, there's a long way to go. They might lose the next four, or they might not lose ever again and win the championship, or likely somewhere in between. But what we've seen so far, at least from the Pacer perspective, has just been astonishing.
Boom, baby! We think of Slick Leonard every time. Mark's been doing the Pacers games for 35 years, so you have seen some big moments. But Nesmith and what he did in the fourth quarter, you called the greatest comeback in the history of NBA playoff basketball last night, Mark. Encapsulate how it happened. And the Halliburton shot. Don Nelson did win a title for the Boston Celtics in '69 off the back rim, went high in the air. But Halliburton's went up above the 24-second clock. So you've seen Reggie go in there and give him the original choke to Spike. Have you ever seen anything quite like last night in the fourth quarter?
Not really, although we had one like that in the Cleveland series and one like that in the Milwaukee series. In each case, the Pacers were down 7 with about 40 seconds to go, and they won both of those, and now they win this one last night. That's happened 4 times in the history of the league, and the Pacers have done it 3 times in the last 3 weeks. So the odds of that are astronomical. And as far as improbability goes, you mentioned Nesmith. He had never made more than 7 threes in a game in his career. He made 6 in one quarter last night. And what are the odds of that? So things are happening that defy belief, and you're starting to wonder, is this just their season? Or are they maxing out and they've dodged bullets and they should have been eliminated by now, and maybe they will be soon? Who knows? But it's fun.
I mean, either way, it's a lot of fun to witness and talk about, as you just noted right there. Let's play a little numbers game. Pacers last night. 23 points in the final 3:14 of regulation. That's the most in the final 3:14 of regulation in a playoff game in the play-by-play era since 1997. NBA teams were 0-970 when down by 14 or more points in the final 250 of a game. Of the last 27 postseasons, they're now 1-970. Aaron Nesmith in the playoffs, 35 three-pointers made, 53.8 three-point percentage, first in all NBA playoffs. I could go on and on.
Boom, baby!
The bottom line is this is quite ridiculous, but just to look at the Pacers and kind of the arc of their season as a whole, as we are talking to Mark Boyle here on the Yuma guest line, I mean, they started kind of up and down, a little bit middling. I remember the Warriors, they played them in December, and the Pacers ended up taking that one at Chase. It was a close one, but what really clicked, aside from just the mega clutch factor, what has really worked for Indiana? Maybe it's coaching-wise, maybe it's some of these guys stepping up in big moments, but I don't know, what kind of turned after sort of a okay start?
Well, they were 10-15, and then after that they finished 40-17. So you get the idea that as the season went along, they kept getting better and better. Part of that was health. They played a long stretch early in the season without Nesmith and Andrew Nembhard, who are 2 really undervalued players in terms, at least, of how the average fan perceives them. They're not role players; they're important starters, but they don't put up big numbers. And the Pacers are not a great defensive team, and those are their 2 best perimeter defenders. So to play without them was a problem. And then you just had a group that slowly but surely got better, more cohesive, more confident, and now you're seeing the end result. Now, as I said earlier, I don't know how this plays out. They might be eliminated by this time next week, or they might be in the finals. You just don't know. But right now they seem to be the goal of every team in every sport, I think it's fair to say, is to be playing at peak efficiency when the games really count. And they have really been able to do that. They've had some bad stretches. They played a bad second half in one of the Milwaukee games and got beat. They played a bad game at home against Cleveland and got beat. But they're 9-2 in the playoffs, 5-1 on the road, and they are really playing at a high level.
Without a doubt. And to do it inside the world's most famous arena. I love going in the Garden whenever I got a chance to do a game. I never did a playoff game inside Madison Square Garden. You've done how many? In the eight years you guys have matched up with the Knicks.
Yeah. I think 700, 800, it seems like. Yeah.
I mean, but what's it like to be with the Pacers traveling party in Manhattan today? Can you leave the hotel and have an Indiana Pacers jacket on without getting mugged? What's going on in New York? Because you guys won, but they're looking at it like they gave you the game.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't left the hotel yet today,
Smart
so
man.
I can't say. Yeah, I can't say for sure, but this place is just different, whether it's out on the streets or in the Garden. And unless you've been here, it's really hard to explain because every NBA team plays in a large city. Now, this is the largest city in the league outside of Toronto, so it's a little bit different. And the people on the East Coast, I think, generally speaking, are far more passionate in their fandom than other parts of the country, which sometimes manifests itself in ugly ways. So we've seen that. But in this series so far, most of the banter has been reasonably friendly. But now that the Pacers have the lead in the series, perhaps that'll change.
Talking to Mark Boyle here, and I want to ask this as actually a rather serious question because just from kind of observing and watching the national NBA playoffs, you don't catch every detail of every game, but one thing that was going around was what happened with Tyrese Halliburton's father and Giannis Antetokounmpo at the end of the Bucks series, and Charles Barkley was saying on TNT last night that they should let John Halliburton back in the building for games 3 and 4 in Indiana. Now, I don't know if you've gotten the chance to interact with John personally much, but I kind of did want to get your thoughts on that whole situation because my thought is I think he should be allowed back in, obviously just, be within the boundaries of a spectator who's seeing your son and be there to support the team. But, there's no guarantee that you ever get back to this point and you ever get to watch your child play at this level again.
All true. And I do know John. He's a good guy, at least in my opinion. He's a good guy who has used some questionable judgment. That wasn't the only time something like that has happened with John, but it was the most prominent and the most notable, and from the perspective of the franchise, the most embarrassing. So they never said he couldn't come back in the arena during these playoffs. They just said he couldn't come back indefinitely. And I don't have any inside information on this. My guess is that if they get to the finals, he'll be allowed back in. As for games 3 and 4, who knows? In general, I agree with you. I think he's been penalized properly, but that's not my call to make.
His son is a hell of a basketball player, even with that funky shot and the way he orchestrates the game and scores 31, 11 assists last night. We kind of pull for him in the Bay Area because Brock Purdy and him went to Iowa State together. Brock was talking to us this morning, Mark, and he loves
Greg,
Halliburton.
He's Tyrese wears the Brock Purdy jersey on occasion.
Does he?
Yeah,
49ers
nice.
account posted it. Yeah.
And the other side of it is that, when they pick Wiseman, Bob Myers tells everybody he wanted Halliburton. But the clutch gene, a lot of these moments you're referencing, that comeback against Cleveland last night. I mean, I thought he was going in to make a 2, and he kind of bobbled the ball, and all of a sudden he's going back out to the line. He stepped on the line. If he had backed up behind the line, that wouldn't have hit the back rim. Probably would have been a swish. But tell me about just being around Halliburton, Mark.
He's a very good guy, mature. I wouldn't say beyond his years. There are people in their mid-20s who are very mature, but given all that he's had to deal with, he's now the face of the franchise. He's the most prominent player in terms of fan recognition. He handles it all very well. And, we talked about John earlier. Part of that is parenting. And, John may have made some mistakes, but you don't have a kid like this in his mid-20s without some really good parenting. So I would give them credit for that. He's mature. He's well-liked by his teammates. There's no downside to this guy. And, he's still young and theoretically at least will be the face of the franchise for another decade or so.
Mark, really appreciate you coming by with Greg and Greg for a moment. I know it's a very busy time for you. We'll let you get back to it and go ahead and face Madison Square Garden when you do leave the hotel room. But all in all, great to just kind of relive last night's moment because as a neutral spectator, I mean, that was one of the most incredible things I've ever watched in an NBA playoff setting. So glad you got to live it up close, and I know that's something that will never be forgotten.
Well, anything for you guys, because had Greg Papa not left Indiana, I wouldn't be there. So thanks.
They kicked me out of town. I couldn't drink with Slick Leonard anymore. He was killing me at age 24. Boom, baby! Boom, baby! Love Slick.
Thanks, fellas.
Thank you, Mark.
He is Mark Boyle, radio voice for the Indiana Pacers. Has seen, what did you say, 35 years?
35 years. So when I got there, that's when the Colts moved from Baltimore, and Bob Lamey was the longtime voice of the Pacers. He gave the job up to do the Colts games. So they hired me at age 21 on WIBC to do the Pacers games. We weren't very good, had some bad years. And then as I was flying out of town to fly to the Bay Area to be the voice of the Warriors, literally Reggie Miller and Dr. Jack Ramsey, I was taking off on runway A. They were landing on runway B, and the fate of the franchise. But Mark came in shortly after. I've been out here 40 years. Mark didn't replace me directly, but 35 years as the radio voice of the Indiana Pacers, a franchise record. Think of all the moments that he has called this year, last night, Reggie Miller and Spike Lee, and his partner was my good friend, Bob Slick Leonard, the great coach, who every time Reggie would make a three, Bob would bellow out, "Boom, bye-bye! Boom, bye-bye!"
And the Pacers winning did validate Tyrese Halliburton going with the choke celebration. He did say afterwards, he's like, if I'd known it was a 2, I wouldn't have done it. But the image is still going to be lasting as they did take game 1.
It's amazing how they think of that immediately, isn't it?
Crazy. Yeah. So he had that Kevin Durant toe when he was with Brooklyn against Milwaukee. Yeah. I was like, he's got that KD toe and that clutch gene right there. So coming up on the other side, we'll get ready to wrap up the show. But before we do that, Walter is going to whip it out and hit us with the hardest hitting questions in sports. It's Pop and Silver, only here on the Burger Dog Leader. Hey, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in California. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. You can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, everybody's all around us. So let's work together and make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You lost me at Wednesday. What's today?
It's Walters.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Thursday. Whip it out.
You know how many times we play that on a day that isn't Wednesday? It just throws off everybody.
Yeah, well, you know what? I feel like the whip around gets me settled back into the week, so it cancels off everybody else getting thrown off.
I got good news for the whip around. Nathan Lukes with a game winner in Toronto. The Blue Jays beat the Padres in the bottom of the 11th, 7-6. The Padres have lost 6 in a row.
I'm extra hyped. Those are my Jays. I'm really excited right now. Yeah, hell yeah.
That'll get you going.
Walter's whipping it out here in the studio and just swinging it around everywhere. Let's go with the biggest questions and the most important wonders in sports with this very objective scoring system. What do you got for us?
All right, so we're going to start with the NBA playoffs, right? Because I have been losing money left and right. I have a vendetta against Jalen's, right? Jalen Brunson and Jalen Williams did not cover the spread for me in either of the games. But let's keep it with the Pacers. We just had Mark Boyle on. Let's play a little bit of what if.
All right.
What if the Warriors did elect to get Halliburton over James Wiseman?
Okay, Bob Myers.
Ooh. Okay. Just leave it at that. Just what if.
Yeah, what if? Where would we be now?
Whenever I think of Halliburton, I think of Dick Cheney for some reason. But moving on. That one blows my mind. And they didn't take James Wiseman. It's the pandemic. You want me to go first?
Yeah, go first.
Wow. Obviously he went to Indiana, then he got traded, and Klay Thompson got hurt, and on that day of that draft, it was right before the season started. It was after Thanksgiving. Klay Thompson tore his Achilles after the ACL. There was the wonder about getting LaMelo Ball. But Bob does say that he wanted Halliburton, funky shot at all. So if you would have had that year a healthy Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, and Steph Curry in the existing lineup, and then Klay Thompson comes to that team afterwards. Now, Steph Curry did get hurt, when he got fallen on, so it was a convoluted time. They wouldn't have been down. Would they have won the NBA championship in 2022? How would it have all worked?
Right.
That one has kind of got me befuddled, actually. I'm going to give this one to Silver because I don't know. Obviously, it'd be much better to have Halliburton on the team than James Wiseman, but so many other dominoes that fell afterwards would not have. But Bob says he wanted Halliburton. I don't know if I believe him on that one.
I mean, it is wild to think about, and my first thought is exactly what would have happened in 2022. Would they have won that championship? You think about all the dominance of guards. Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. Then Andrew Wiggins comes in as your two-way wig, small forward. Still not a ton of size on the team. Now, Wiseman didn't pan out. In one sense, Walter, I do think Halliburton could have worked really well with Steph Curry in that he's a ball-dominant point guard. His assist to turnover is nuts. The guy is a great passer, and Steph plays off the ball for a point guard better than anybody possible. So I can kind of see it in that sense. Now, there's also the questions about what would have happened as far as Klay Thompson. Would it have given him more incentive to stay here? Would it have pushed him out sooner, having another guard with a Jordan Poole and a Tyrese Halliburton? I guess I'll just leave it at that. I think it would have worked with Steph Curry. No idea how it all would have played out.
Yeah, that's where I think it would have been a problem. Halliburton is two-ball dominant for Steph. I do like his length. The 209 text in, what if they had kept Halliburton and traded De'Aaron Fox for Sabonis in Sacramento? How would that have changed things? So it obviously would have turned out better to have Halliburton on the team than Wiseman, but that's revisionist history. Wiseman got hurt, and he's still getting hurt. He would have fit better. I got to think more. Wiggins was already on the team then?
Wiggins was on the team. He came over
the year before in the D'Angelo Russell trade.
Yes.
Right?
2021-22 was his first full year.
When the pandemic first broke out in 20, and that was the draft, the fall of 20. It's an interesting concept. My mind doesn't go there. But when Klay Thompson got back and healthy, think about that guard road. And Jordan Poole was there. Your 4 guards would be Steph and Klay, Halliburton, and Jordan Poole. Let's just play Draymond in 5 and let's roll.
Yeah.
I feel like I broke you guys with this question.
Well, that one.
You're taking me back 5 years, bro. That's crazy.
We had to go back. I need to look at the roster when they made that trade. But is that even true? And would Joe have done that? They wanted Wiseman just because of the size. He was a better fit.
Quick follow-up, though.
Okay,
really
all right.
quick.
All right.
Would the Warriors be better off if they did draft Halliburton?
Well, yeah, because
We're thinking
Wiseman didn't play. Yeah, I mean, but I don't know fully about the mix. I think he is too ball dominant.
Okay, that's fair.
For Steph. You need someone a little, but you could stagger the minutes where Steph, and can you imagine a backup backcourt of Tyrese Halliburton and Jordan Poole? I mean, you'd have, 4 guards that would play a lot of minutes, and, Klay would move up and play a little bit. That one is just so wild to think about the concept, but they weren't going to do that.
Well, Walter, the quick answer to that is I say they would have been better off because at the very least, if it didn't work and didn't fit, you use them as a trade asset.
I'm giving up the point. I can't even wrap my brain around it. Give it to Silver. I'm broken.
I broke Papa. All right, the point goes to Silver.
I defer.
Let's go over to the next question. There's been a lot of boat talk in the
bass
media.
boat. The bass boat.
Yeah. The bass boat with Brock Purdy got paid, obviously, and he's going to use that money to go get a bass boat, apparently. But I don't know if you guys have been following on social media. There's this dude that is sailing from Oregon to Hawaii in a sailboat.
Wow.
So my question to you,
I'm not going with him.
Thinking about all these captains that we have in the Bay Area, right? With Brock Purdy, if he gets his boat, Klay Thompson, he has his boat, obviously. All these great captains, the skipper from Gilligan's Island. Who would you want to go on a cross Pacific voyage on a sailboat with? Who would be your pick?
How many seats available?
It's you and your captain.
Me and my captain?
Yeah, so
okay.
It's only 2. Actually, let's involve 3 people. They can have a first mate or whatever they're called. I don't know boat lingo.
A coxswain. Oh, that'd be in the back of a kayak. All right, I'm going to go because he was on just a couple of days ago. I'm thinking, how fun would that be to do it with George Kittle? But probably, 10 kilometers into the trip, I want to throw him overboard. George, do you ever stop talking? Damn. I need a nap here. Nick Bosa would be interesting, though. I would go with Rex Hudler. Again, Rex is not in the Bay Area, but he is from Fresno.
That's a good call.
And I've always wanted. I've actually been invited on a boat to go out to the Cove this summer. I've always wanted to do that. I would do it on a kayak. I wanted to do a Giants pregame and postgame live from a kayak and be out there with McCovey Cove Dave, my guy, stealing baseballs from him. But Rex Hudler did it the other day. And what a hoot. I mean, he's a lot like Bill Walton of baseball. He would pick up the spirits. We're not going to do it in a kayak. We'd have to do it in a speedboat. I'm not seasick, but I'm not looking forward to the nights where we're going to drop anchor and sleep. But I know with Hudler, we're drinking beers. We're partaking in all kinds of medicinal purposes, and we're having fun. So I'm going to, because he brought a kayak into the bay the other day, I'm going with the wonder dog, Rex Hudler.
That's a really good call. In the Lonely Island when it's the I'm on a boat video and he opens it and it's like free boat ride for 3 and he goes, I'll take whatever his friend who's sitting across from him is, and there's like one other guy, and then it just pans over and he's like, I'll take T-Pain, and one of the friends gets left out. I would probably, Rex Hudler's a great call. The late great Bill Walton, same kind of energy.
That would be a trip.
Be a trip. I think if we're going 2 though, I'm going to go with the newest best friend duo in the Bay Area, Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield, because I think that's a nice balancing of each other out. If Buddy doesn't ever stop talking, Jimmy Butler would be the one to be like, Buddy, just shut up, bro. And I wouldn't have to do any of the dirty work. I could just sit back, listen, paddle, and, sail to Hawaii.
All right, I like that. Can either of them drive a boat?
Jimmy Butler would figure it out.
I'm not sure Rex Hudler can, and I certainly cannot. So I don't know. That's the one I would not want to be on. To listen to that act of Big Face and Buddy, I'm not listening to that at all.
Yeah,
I would capsize the boat.
I'm going to give the point to Papa on that one. Yeah. Rex, a gem that we had on earlier. It was this week, right? We had him on this week?
Yeah, it was this week.
My days are all
Rex
running
Hudler?
together. Yeah. No, he was incredible.
When the Royals were in
that's right.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Love Rex.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and move on into the next question. Keep it baseball. Keep it simple. NL Wild West, right? it currently stands because the Padres just lost.
Got walked off.
The Dodgers in first place, Giants in second, Padres in third, Diamondbacks in fourth. What is the order when we get to the All-Star break?
You want to go? You want me to
I'll go first. I'm going to say the order that it is right now. I think the Dodgers will still be on top. They're going to get healthier. Schedule might get a little bit harder. I think the Giants have played a harder strength of schedule to this point. I'm going to say that the San Diego Padres will be second, actually. They will pass the Giants. The Giants got to figure out their offense. I hope I'm wrong. I predicted 83 wins at the start of the year. It's looking like they could get above that for sure if they play 500 ball the rest of the year. That said, the Giants are about to play some big boys on the schedule. Big road trip ahead. Then you got the Padres. You got the Dodgers a couple of times before the All-Star break. So I'll say Diamondbacks stay fourth, Giants third, Padres second, Dodgers first.
Okay. So we know what they got coming on this road trip. Washington, Detroit, Miami. Detroit, the best record in all of baseball. They come home for San Diego and Atlanta. Then they got to go to Dodger Stadium for the first time. Cleveland, Boston. They got Arizona again. The week before the All-Star break, they host the Philadelphia Phillies for 3 and the Los Angeles Dodgers for 3. That takes you into the All-Star break. We call it a June swoon around here. What's going to happen in July? Will they fly? The schedule's about to get rough when you get off this road trip here. So I would say, I think ultimately you went Dodgers, Padres, Giants is what you went?
Yes.
I think that would be, it'll depend on what they do in the 4-game series with San Diego, obviously, to determine that. And that'll be June 2 through 5, and we'll be on the patio June 5. I do think the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to wake up here at some point. Their offense is too good. And the hardest thing, the Dodgers bullpen, despite their injuries, the Giants bullpen, San Diego's bullpen, 3 of the best in baseball. Arizona's is the worst. They lead the league in blown saves, but they're going to out-hit you, and they got the starters. So I think they're going to be third, but I also hold out a bit of an alarming thought that they could be fourth behind the Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks.
Yeah,
Walter, I lost Walter.
Yeah,
I got to play to my audience.
I'm
still worried about Halliburton. I don't give a damn about the West. What if the Warriors had Halliburton?
By the way, shout out to 916 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line being like, stop whining about Halliburton. We had him with the... Dude, okay, it's a hypothetical fun segment, okay? We're whipping it out.
Come on, relax.
Yeah.
I lost you on dropping the Giants to 4. They will be in first place, Walter.
That's the answer.
At the All-Star break.
That's the answer.
Here's the other question. How many All-Stars they going to have?
That's a good question. We'll save that for another whip around. All right, so...
Right now, it's looking minimal.
Well, they have to have one, right?
Lee has not had a good month of May.
No, it probably won't.
He has not had a good month of May. Is Wilmer going to make it? Is Wilmer going to hold on here? I don't know.
Well, you got Schwarber as a DH. You got Ohtani, obviously. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they take 3 DHs, but anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Silver won 2-1 because I said the Giants fourth place.
So Silver got that one, but I mean the schedule does get pretty difficult moving forward with the. I think they got 4 games, right? 4 games against the Padres, 6 against the Dodgers, and 4 against the Diamondbacks also. So
and the Phillies for 3.
That gets really difficult.
And Boston and Cleveland.
So point to Silver, last one, confidence rating, and then we'll get on out of here because we're up against it. Confidence game, right? We've done this before, I think, on the whip around.
Yep.
Put this in order. What you're most confident in and what you're least confident in. Brock Purdy winning touchdown drive under 2 minutes. Halliburton and the Pacers go to the finals and win the whole damn thing. Or the Giants will not dip below 500 at all this season.
Halliburton, Brock, Giants.
That sucks that I had the same answer. I was going to say Halliburton because we both picked Indiana to make the finals.
They're going to win the whole thing. Indiana, they're the team of destiny.
I picked it. You asked us on the air a couple days ago.
Yeah, Papa's Pacers.
Halliburton, number 1. They're also so close. Like, you got to get so far to get to this point. They're 3 games away. Brock Purdy, I think, has a good shot to do a game-winning drive under 2 minutes because the 49ers, unlike 2023, probably aren't going to be that degree of a front-running team. They might have to face some comebacks in the fourth quarter. And then the Giants, again, tough schedule. I don't think they might drop all the way below 500, but when you look at the competition they got to face, it's not crazy to think it could happen if things go south.
You guys just killed my buzz on a Thursday. My God.
Speaking of buzz, Mark Boyle has not left his hotel room in New York. When I was doing the pace, I never went to my hotel room. I never even knew the inside of it when you're in New York. What the hell is he doing there? You out of your mind?
Hey, Walter.
Sleep in Oklahoma City.
Thanks for whipping it out, Walter. We'll wrap the show up on the other side. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, that was a tough one for the Giants yesterday. Despite the orange and black hitting 3 home runs, the Royals exploded for 16 hits, and Logan Webb got knocked around for his toughest start of the season. They lose it 8-4 and lose the series to the Kansas City Royals. But they got an off day. They're headed to Washington, and they're going to look to turn things around on the road starting tomorrow.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently. The sports leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver just about ready to wrap it up and hand it off to Dirty Work. Giants are off today. They are headed to the nation's capital to take on the Nationals for 3 games over the weekend. Busy weekend ahead with sports, but a lot of it happening on the road, so lots to monitor. And then tomorrow, got Matt Mayoko coming up with us, as we always do. We'll ask him about Brock Purdy and the contract, and we got the news about 2 hours following the last time we had him on, so it'll be nice to recap that with him. And then big, heavy baseball day as the Giants have hit the 50-game mark.
I wonder where Mayoko's going to be tomorrow. He was traveling back from New Hampshire and missed the event last night in San Jose. The Giants made it official. Justin Verlander placed on the 15-day injured list, retro to May 19th, with a right pec strain. No corresponding move to bring somebody up, but look for, as we've been saying, Kyle Harrison will make the start Saturday in the nation's capital in Nationals Park. And David VR has cleared waivers, but this time he has elected free agency. He is not going to Sacramento. So we got to wish Viller, the killer, the very best. Good guy.
Absolutely. Yeah, all the best to David VR and the recovery of Justin Verlander. Big thank you to our guests as well, James Palmer, Vic Tafer, JT Snow, and a big thank you to Walter for whipping it around. That's going to do it. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, Tim Webb, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. As soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair. What? Your Walt's whip it out wasn't enough on a Wednesday? Now you got to sit in the chair, too? Can't let Tim get to his job?
I kind of enjoyed the production of that, though.
I got to tell you, the open for Walt's Wednesday...
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Walt's Wednesday whip it out, or whatever the hell they call it.
Speaking of dirty, Jesus, Greg, you can, wash out this dirty mug before you leave. There's still water in here.
Just water. It's your dad's backwash.
I know, but, I don't know where the hell you're going, but you can clean that out a little bit. Anyway.
By the way, I haven't seen him get... I mean, he got out of here. It was a cloud, a puff of smoke when Papa left the building.
I'm gone like that.
He was gone before.
2 o'clock, I'm out.
2 o'clock and 14 seconds, I think, was the count.
I got places to be.
He's gone, out. Anyway, we got a full show for you today. Last full show of the week. Because tomorrow, presumably, Giants will be playing a game in Washington.
Oh, don't tell me this.
Weather permitting.
Don't tell me this.
John Miller was saying that on the postgame yesterday. He goes, and it's... Anybody paying attention, the Nationals were rained out in today's game, and they're scheduled to play one tomorrow night, and it's scheduled to rain then. So anybody paying attention, just something to watch for Friday's Giants and Nationals. So
the last thing we need is a Giants rain out due to rain.
Dude, they'll rain out due to rain. You ever notice that always happens to us on a Friday if that's happening?
Well, so far only once when they were in. They played that game against the Yankees, even though they probably shouldn't have.
This is my third season, I think, now doing this dance, though, since I started in this time slot, and so... It's happened to me. It seems to me every time it's going to happen. It's like a weekend series in Atlanta, in D.C., somewhere on the East Coast where rain is prevalent still this time of year.
Yeah.
And it'll be like a Friday where we're supposed to get out at like 3:45, but instead we got to do the rain dance, which is the opposite of what you wanted to, because I think a rain dance makes it rain.
Exactly.
Not appropriating anything here.
No, I got you.
Nothing, you know what I mean? I'm just...
Yeah. I'm with you.
Let you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just, by definition.
45-minute show tomorrow, hopefully.
Simply by definition.
Giants-Cubs baseball rained out today at Wrigley Field due to rain.
We got a full show today. We'll be with you till 6 o'clock.
You know what? Friday's looking pretty good.
Oh, we looking good for the Nats?
I think so.
Vibes. Let's go.
I think so. I don't want to hear anything else from John Miller or DC. They're playing ball tomorrow.
I don't want to hear anything from Wrath. Nothing except for sunshine.
And you know what? I would love to hear a radio show between Dave Fleming and John Miller for 4 hours. Jon Stewart too.
Yeah. By the way, you
guys got it?
Is Raph on the schedule or on the calendar at all? Is he today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Both? Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
All right, we'll get a little rain train with Raph.
We're gonna get a Raph weather report tomorrow for sure. It is a Thursday on the show, which means Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com, Mark Spears.
Yeah.
Joins the show. We'll talk to Mark Spears. How about that game last night? Did you watch that?
That was insane.
The
clank in?
I don't know that I've ever seen anything like the way that game ended. I mean, it was a 17-point lead at one point with 6 minutes left. It was a 14-point lead with 2.5 to play.
Yeah.
And the Knicks just fell apart. And by the way, they even caught breaks. There was a chance they could have lost that game in regulation. Then you get the Halliburton, Reggie Miller choke job.
God.
It's not the three. And he goes, man, they've been wanting me to do that. He said the team, I saw him interviewed after the game, Halliburton, said the team wanted him to do that. They've been bugging him to do the Reggie Miller choke.
It was a good moment for it, but not the game-winning dagger three,
though.
though.
He thought it was.
I know.
And so he did it, which is because he goes, I wanted to do it, waited to do it against the Knicks
I
in
know.
the right
Perfect moment to do it.
Here's the other thing about that, and I question this. In doing a celebration like that, then the Pacers lost that series to the Knicks when Reggie did that.
He did, yeah.
They didn't win that.
They did.
They lost that series. Is it a bad omen, not only that he did it, but that he did it in reference to a series in which they lost to the New York Knicks?
I would say yeah, except for the fact that was catastrophic for New York.
But it was catastrophic when Reggie did it, too. It was when he got the back-to-back steals and the knockdown threes.
Here's the thing. The
it was
Pacers,
the same sort of thing.
The Pacers winning that game, well, they were up 3-1 in that series, right? And then they came back and tied up 3-3, but they lost at 7. But that's the most famous Pacers-Knicks series. Since then, the Pacers have dominated the Knicks in the postseason, dating back to 1993. So even though they've had years, almost decades of dominance against the Knicks, that is the most famous moment in that series rivalry. So yeah, I understand why he did that last
I don't know if you guys were like me, but I was sitting there thinking to myself, all right, we're going to get another one of those New York Insano videos
Yeah,
of people, just screaming F-bombs and climbing on poles.
Tell me something, Knicks fan. You think you're going to win that game?
Yeah, not a lot of that afterwards.
They were riffing pretty heavily on Inside the NBA or NBA on TNT afterwards. Chuck, Ernie, Shaq, and Kenny, and Draymond was with them too.
Yep.
They were riffing pretty heavily on the fact that they thought it was going to be a poppin' couple of days in New York, and now it's going to be disastrous. The city's burning to the ground.
I'll tell you what, man. If they go down 2-0, oof.
They thought the city was going to explode after a potential game 1 win. The way that they were winning, 14 points up with 2.5 to play. But dude, I don't know. Indy's got that. It's so funny when two teams like this collide in the playoffs because we hear the quote team of destiny stuff all the time. Kind of felt that way with the Eagles last year when they went on their run, just the way they were beating teams.
Yeah.
And just they had something special going that other teams couldn't put together. They were blowing teams out.
By the way, Saquon thinks they're a top 5 team all time. I don't know about that.
He can say whatever he wants.
Yeah.
He just won the Super Bowl. I don't know. Got an incredible season.
Yeah.
Say whatever you want. This is the time to do it. When you win the way they won, you earn the right to kind of get to puff your chest out.
That's fine.
And flaunt your feathers a little bit. You know what I mean? And peacock around the league. Say what you want to say. That's for us to debate, right? They don't care. Go out and prove you can continue to do it and be one of the all-time greats. But when you get two teams like this, like the Pacers and the Knicks, who are both viewed as good teams in the East, nobody saw them being better than Boston or Cleveland, I don't think, come the playoffs.
No.
Cleveland fell apart.
Especially Indy. Nobody. I mean, talk about a team that's just been slept on all year.
So it's sort of like two teams who have that sort of team of destiny magic run feel are meeting against each other.
But more so the Pacers, because you said last night, that was ridiculous how they were able to come back with 58 seconds left, down by 9. Yeah. They did the same thing against the Bucks when they were up 3-1 in that series.
But the Knicks did it last series, 3 games.
I know.
They were down 20 points and they came back.
Yeah, that's true.
Or 2 games down 20, 1 down 15.
But it was the exact same shot, too, with Halliburton and against the Cavaliers right before the Warriors and I believe it was the Timberwolves game 1. But, yeah, no, Halliburton's incredible. We'll talk about it later. Most overrated player in basketball? I think not.
Dude, he's catching heat, man. I don't understand why people hate on Halliburton so much.
I like him.
Yeah, he's kind of a fun dude. I don't know. He seems like
his voice changes mid-interview. Kind of like him.
Does it?
Oh, you haven't seen that interview he did with Pat McAfee years ago where he talks a certain way for a little while, then out of nowhere it gets deeper. And Pat McAfee's like, bro, your voice just changed mid-interview. He goes, yeah, that happens sometimes.
What a weird thing. Max Scherzer has 2 different colored eyes.
That is true. Yes, he does.
Halliburton's got 2 different voices that he uses.
Yeah. But, Copes, we did call out Liberty. Or I guess you did call out Liberty. Let's give the
give the Valkyries some love.
Their praise, man.
First
a win.
Franchise victory over the Washington Mystics yesterday.
Oh, those pesky Mystics.
They won it by 2. What was it, 76-74?
Correctamundo.
I believe was the final. Yeah, dude, Veronica Burton, 22 points, 9 boards, 5 assists, led all scorers, all assisters, and all rebounders. So game for the Valkyrie.
We're definitely keeping track of the Valks.
They hit the road for a 3-game road trip. They play tomorrow at the LA Sparks, who, remember I told you, only give up 7 points to the Valks in the fourth quarter on opening night. Kelsey Plum went for 37 in the game. They were raining threes. Valks got rolled in the second half.
Good time for some revenge.
Good time for some revenge down at the Crypt. They're going
Jesus.
down to Crypt. Going down to crypto.com to take on the Sparks tomorrow.
That was my reaction to Jordan in the YouTube chat yesterday. Good Lord, Jordan.
Jesus, Jordo. Jordo, Dirty Work's favorite little sister. Yeah. And then, by the way, you know who, I told you this, you know who then the Valkyrie are going to play after that?
Who's that?
Back-to-back tilts against Liberty in New York.
Oh.
How about the Valkyrie?
Liberty.
How about the Valkyrie potentially being out there in New York at the Barclays Center while this Eastern Conference playoff is going on?
Ooh, that's intense.
That's pretty incredible. Anyway, yeah, there's your Valks update for the day.
There you go.
We will later in the show as well get you a Dirty Work dial.
Yes, we will.
And we'll get you a New Orleans.
Nothing like the NBA crap.
New Orleans jailbreak update.
Okay, yeah.
The thing is still going, by the way. We're a week in tonight at midnight.
So, but they also arrested.
Really 9:30 our time. That's how I track it, you know?
So what are we up to right now? There's 4 guys that were caught?
They've caught 5 now.
Okay.
Jesus.
Well, dude, don't remember
Slowly but surely.
Don't forget they arrested one dude who worked in the prison as like a
yes, a maintenance guy.
As like a maintenance guy. They arrested him and they were like questioning him about his connection to it, saying that they had to have help from the inside. They believe he helped them escape, and we were joking, I could get locked up in the same place. Dude, he's already got an excuse. Tim, you hear this guy's excuse? He said, dude, I had no idea about any of the jailbreak. I was just unclogging the toilets.
That seems fair.
He's like, dude, I was walking around with a plunger.
There was another guy who was hungry who just kind of like walked away on like a snack break or something like that.
I was just hungry. I didn't know about it.
Well, yeah, you see an open door to get out of the jail, you take it. I'm sorry.
Not only that, it's a wall. Look at the photo. It's a toilet wall.
Yeah, it's a toilet wall.
It's not like, Alcatraz where you got a straw guy sleeping where they got out. It's a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They left notes.
They left notes. They did artwork.
LOL.
They had time to write things down on the way out.
They're like, we actually ripped this toilet off 3 days ago. We just been waiting to. We want to get the perfect message before
we took a hell of a pee break.
All the guards,
insane, dude.
You think they're coming back? Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway, there were 10 that escaped. They've got 5.
Might be time to shuffle the roster, right?
So the question, Tim, is we were originally supposed to. We kept thinking we're going to move today. It's going to be our first day at the new studio.
We're still here, baby.
We're still here, but we're hearing that next Thursday is going to be our first day at the new studio. Tim,
Oh, really?
Tim, what happens first? Do we go to the new studio or do they catch the last 5 dudes?
I'm saying they catch all 5 dudes.
You think they catch all 5 dudes?
I like your burrito bet that you made. Maybe you should tell people that.
I don't know if that's for air.
We have a burrito wager. That's all you need to know.
There's a burrito wager on when we move off air here. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com is going to join us at 2:50 to talk some NBA. 3:50, Brent Jones, the newest 49er member of the 49er Hall of Fame.
Hell yeah.
Well, he's not inducted yet.
Not yet. This September.
He's been elected.
Or this time in the fall.
He's been elected. He'll be inducted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Not sure which game that will be, but he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he'll be inducted later this year. Anyway, Brent Jones, the People's tight end, going to join us at 3:50.
Oh, yeah.
Is that George Kittle's the People's tight end?
He's our tight end.
I think he's the People's tight end. He's number
84 in your hearts.
Program's number 1 in your hearts.
Well, either way.
Rich Aurelia at
he's Dirty Work's tight end.
Yeah, he's 450. Rich Aurelia joins us, talking some Giants baseball. Off day for the Giants. Tough one yesterday, 8-4.
Yeah.
They fell. Tough deal.
Not a good day for Logan Webb.
So Mark Spears, Brent Jones, Rich Aurelia, and then, of course, at 6 o'clock, Diners Nightly, Larry's extensive review on contract extensions and cheese blintzes.
Love myself a good blintz.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
You a blintz man?
Oh, big time.
When's the last?
I was going to say, when was the last time you had a blintz?
I was like this. I don't even know if I've ever had a blintz.
I had a blintz last time I was in Boca Raton, Florida to see my mom.
Bong and a blintz?
Very popular in the Jewish community.
I was going to say, this is a Jewish community.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We love everybody here at Dirty Work.
Did your for sure. Did your mom make it for you? Or
No. We bought them at like a local deli.
What's the best thing your mom cooks for you?
Oh, don't put me on the spot here.
All right, think of something, and then come back to it.
She makes a mean shrimp etouffee.
Shrimp etouffee.
Etouffee. I get down with that.
I've never had an etouffee.
Ooh, you're missing out, buddy.
Shrimp or crawfish. It's where you put like some bone broth and some hot like Cajun spices, maybe some celery, onions, mix it all together and get yourself a stew and put it on top of rice, and that's a etouffee.
Ooh, that sounds fantastic.
Big, deep flavor. Sometimes they would like the stuff would burn on the bottom of the pan and get absorbed into the gravy. It's good.
Yeah, my mom's an amazing cook.
So this is one of her go-to dishes, though.
Yes.
Oh, is she a great cook?
She's an amazing cook. I love my mom.
All right. Well, dude, I just know. I mean, John Lund used to talk extensively about how bad of a cook his parents were.
Yeah, I know.
This is always
my mom's in the habit now of watching and listening every day, so she's an amazing cook.
Oh, she listens every day now?
Let's not talk about the Dave Stewart story.
Okay, we won't. Jesus.
Enough smoke there, right, buddy?
Yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire, dude. Or where there's smoke, there's Derek.
I think she has it on mute. So like every time like she talks to me, she's like, "Oh, I saw you and Coach. So you guys have a good time."
She doesn't hear the content then.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, all right.
Filthy disgusting.
Yeah, well, thank you, Carlos Ramirez. All right, let's take a quick break. How about this? Brock Purdy was on the morning show.
How about that?
Marcus. Have you heard this yet?
Not the full interview, but bits and pieces.
Well, we're going to play some bits and pieces for you. You can hear the full interview, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. How about this? Brock Purdy joined Murph and Marcus today, discussed how he views himself as a quarterback. I want everybody during the break to think about that. How you viewing yourself today? We'll hear what Brock Purdy thinks about himself next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. It's a Thursday. It's a full show Thursday on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy joined Murph and Marcus this morning with his thoughts on being a top 10 QB, the Super Bowl window being open, and crushing 4 burger dogs the day he got his contract. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And tell us how many burger dogs you can crush on the YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to brag about overeating and gluttony.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. By the way, we're streaming, as always, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. You can watch the show on video, as well as on the KNBR YouTube channel, where many members of the Filth hang out.
Are you streaming for Dirty Work?
Actually, I just found out. I almost put this out there. Going to ask a question about, I was going to say, we must have a Pacers fan as part of the Filth. Like, there's got to be a member of the Filth that's a Pacers fan.
Probably.
And Tim got a text from, he said he's Pacers insider.
Yeah, I got a guy.
Tim's got a Pacers guy.
Okay.
Tim's Pacers.
By the way, he texted me last night, and it just said one word, just said, Pacers.
Did you
seems
respond?
appropriate.
Did you respond?
Yeah, my response was a 2-word, holy cannoli.
You went full Clay there, huh?
I did, yeah.
Holy cannoli. All right, so Tim, what did your Pacers insider say?
Pacers insider Ganjier Scott said that Copes was wrong again. The Reggie choke wasn't from the 8 points in 9 seconds. Is when he dropped 25 in the fourth, and he did it to Spike Lee.
That's my bad. I got to polish up on gotta polish up my Pacers.
Well, they're saying that you brought this up the other day that that Spike Lee's not considered the number one Knicks fan anymore.
I saw that Knicks fans were debating it on a podcast. Like, has he lost his status as number one Knicks fan based on his attendance and behavior during this run?
Behavior,
like he hadn't showed. Like, again, they were mostly basing it on how many. There was such a prominent rise of guys like Ben Stiller and Timothy Chalamet, who are obviously living and breathing, living and dying on every game and every shot. Whereas they were like, Spike's at the Met. I was like,
these guys are ruthless. What?
I was like, dude, Knicks fans are.
So what? Tracy Morgan can't get any love because he's throwing up on the court and leaves the game.
A real Knicks fan would have stayed. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Would have puked and stayed.
You sit in that vomit.
You would have booted and rallied. Would have been right back there. Anyway, they're coming for their own. They're eating their own now.
Well, I saw Larry David and Susie at the game last night.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they were in the crowd.
They were in the crowd just hanging.
Yeah, they do like the usual thing. Well, Kevin Harlan will go around the room and see all the celebrities. I mean, the Knicks, it's a big deal, but I don't know, man. That with a win like that, I wouldn't be surprised if the Pacers win the series now, just because of that win alone, right there.
Don't forget the episode of Curb when Larry
puts his feet out and trips Shaq.
No, I was going to go with a different basketball one when he's pitching the idea for the Seinfeld reboot.
Yes,
and the NBC executive says he's going to get him courtside tickets to the Knicks game, or he's going to get him tickets to the Knicks game, so Larry assumes they're going to be great. He and Jeff end up at, like, the very top of Staples Center.
Dude, that's one of my favorite cutaways, like the next scene where Larry's like, I'm going to say something to the exec, and they're like, please don't.
And it cuts to him outside, and he's like...
Well, no, like, the guy's like, so Larry, did you like the seats? Well, and then it cuts to Jerry Seinfeld. You told the executive of NBC to go F himself?
Larry, at one point, he calls, he's using Jeff's binoculars, or he's using the guy next to his binoculars, and he sees the executive sitting courtside with David Spade.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm going to call him. And he calls him, and the executive pulls the phone out. He's like, and he just hangs
screened my call.
He's screening my call. Anyway, Brock Purdy went out with Murph and Marcus this morning.
He did.
The long-term 49er quarterback now.
Yes, franchise quarterback.
The next 6 years, he'll be the Niners quarterback, a no-trade clause. He discussed how he views himself. Here's what Brock Purdy had to say. Murph and Marcus asked him if he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and there's a little back and forth here as well.
Are you a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir.
So we make lists all the time, you know? That's all we do here on Sports Talk Radio. Like, is that like something you hear about?
Like lists and stuff?
Yeah, like you put yourself amongst your peers.
Yeah, no, I think for sure I'm a top 10 quarterback. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to, create a list or anything right now.
No, I mean, he's got confidence in himself.
Yeah, Murph was like, tell me, what number?
I mean,
Murph's like, are you 6?
I love the fact that he's modest and humble, but also, like, he's confident in himself. But I think the whole top 10 list is overrated. At the end of the day, if Purdy gets this team to the Super Bowl, what does it matter what his stats are?
How many people had Jalen Hurts top 10 before the Super Bowl win this past year? And then it's like, if you win
he had a down year the year before. So
it's like, if you win one, then everyone's like, oh, well, then you are. You're in that class, you're climbing towards that class. But I mean, you're only as good as what your latest season and your latest bit of success is, right?
I mean, is it fair right now to say that Matthew Stafford is a top 10 quarterback over Brock Purdy for what he's accomplished and his passing ability?
He was just in the NFC Championship again. Maybe. You said Matt Stafford?
Yeah. Well, he was close.
Well, they went divisional.
Yeah.
Yeah, divisional round.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, probably. I mean, for me, it's status-based, too, what he's accomplished in his career.
Yeah, of course.
But, like, yeah, probably. He's probably right there. he's got to be top 10. If Brock's top 10, Stafford's top 10.
Yeah, and it's not all based on status. Like, I want to put Aaron Rodgers in the top 10 based on what he's accomplished in the past, but I don't think it matters. Like, me personally, I want to put Brock Purdy in my top 10, but does that matter? No. The whole goal this season is, take advantage of your schedule and get the number 1 seed. It's right there for the taking with how easy this schedule is on paper, but yeah, I would say right now the 49ers maybe not as talented as the other teams in the NFC, but they have a chance to get the number 1 seed and have those teams come to your place. But as far as a top 10 list, I think that stuff's overrated. At the end of the day, like, there's more talented quarterbacks in this division alone. Like, I would say Kyler Murray's more athletic, but is he a better quarterback? No, I'd rather have Brock Purdy. Would I rather have Matthew Stafford? He's getting older, but if I had to win one game, yeah, I'd rather have Matthew Stafford.
Sort of the Jordan Love thing. We all believe his ceiling could be higher than Brock Purdy's, but who has more success in their career to this point?
So at the end of the day, like, it's noble of Brock to answer that way, but like top 10 lists, I think they're so overrated. Who cares?
Okay, here's another one from Murph and Marcus to Brock Purdy. Full interview, by the way, up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. He was asked to address fans who say the O-line is not good enough, because we've been talking about that. Of all the things they had to address this offseason, the O-line was on that list in my mind, and there was nothing really added. What did Brock Purdy have to say to fans who believe the O-line is not good?
No, man, it's, every game and situation is so different, and things happen and whatnot, but those guys up front, man, I can tell you, like, they are war daddies. Like, every single day, they're coming to work, getting better. I've got their back, they've got mine, and no, we're going to be just fine. And these guys here, man, have what it takes to have a successful season, and everybody's going to find out soon. So I've got their backs, man, and it's nothing but love. And I really do believe in these guys. I'm not just saying that to say that. Like, these guys have taken the next step this offseason, and we're all going to continue to grow together.
Well, of course he's going to say that. I mean, he bought these guys Toyotas last year. We didn't have a contract. So he's not going to call it his offensive line. Now, I will say every year.
Guys who protect him,
Yeah, exactly. Now, I will say every year he's been the starter for the 49ers. It's gone up in sacks. But that's just bound to happen. He was sacked 31 times last season. The one thing you don't want to have is a Andrew Luck situation where you have this franchise quarterback and he didn't do enough to have good offensive linemen around him, so he gets beat the crap out of and then retires early. I'm not saying that's going to happen for Brock Purdy, but when you invest that much money in your franchise quarterback, you want him to be healthy to live out the rest of that contract. So that's the one thing I worry about. And, Kyle Shanahan has faith in these guys. I do have a lot of confidence in their run blocking ability. As far as pass blocking, there's a lot to be desired, but if I can't say with confidence that this 49ers offensive line is going to be great this season. I think they'll be solid. There's a lot of teams out there in the NFL that have worst offensive lines, but yeah, it's something they need to address, hopefully in the future when Trent Williams eventually retires.
War daddy.
He loves that. I mean, that's straight from Tim Ryan.
It's a big football term, though. It's like an old school football term.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
It originated like the 50s or the 60s.
I honestly
think it died off and then it came back. It's getting big again.
I think of it more as like pass rushers, like war daddies that people
Lawrence
explode.
Taylor, I was thinking of like a war daddy. Yeah.
Off the line of scrimmage, those are war daddies. But yeah,
it's basically used
to the offensive lineman.
Explain guys who are absolute beasts on the field who will play through injury and keep going at a high level.
Yes.
Anyway, it's almost like a pure football term, which is funny. You don't hear it about anything else.
No. Would you call like somebody a war daddy in
basketball or baseball? You wouldn't really do.
Well,
that.
would Camilo Duval be a war daddy with his ability to throw like a fastball or anything?
I don't think so. I don't think any baseball player is a war daddy. I don't really
Doesn't work.
I don't see a baseball player as a war daddy or a basketball player like I don't know war daddy.
I mean,
they're playing like 50 games a year.
With Steph Curry's ability to shoot threes, he's a real war daddy. No, it
doesn't work the same way.
Doesn't sound
like a
good.
hockey goon, maybe.
See, hockey, you can pull it off. Hockey, there might be a dude who's like a war daddy.
Yeah,
who's like laying
that
wood on
works.
some guys.
Yeah.
Maybe like a goalie who's playing hurt. He's still making every save.
Right.
You know what I mean? In there between the
war
daddy. War daddy. He's like
Was that Lawrence? Yes.
Said Lawrence Taylor, not Lawrence. War daddy. Another one here from Brock Purdy. How about this? I guess he celebrated. He played golf at Olympic Club.
He did.
Played 18, and Murph asked him, did he have a burger dog after his 18 at Olympic Club? Here you go.
Oh, yeah. I had, I think, 4 that day. So, and they were telling me the record out there is Steph Curry. I guess Steph Curry ate like 9 in one day or something like that. That's what I'm hearing. So I got to go back and try to beat that.
That's perfect. Just real quick follow-up. So I've been lucky enough to be out there a few times, and we've always settled on 1.5. So for every foursome, you get 6. And so because everybody says you can't have 1, but 2 might be too many. So we get 1.5 each, cut a knife down. But you said, the hell with that, I'm going 4.
Yeah, no, for sure. Had 4. I made sure that when I went in, I was hungry so that I could fit in for somehow. But yeah, it was really good.
Athletes can eat, man. And I haven't had these burger dogs, but
Dude, it's incredible.
Yeah,
the Olympic Club Burger Dog is one of the best treats you can have in San Francisco. It's like a special cast iron thing or a special iron grill thing that they use. It basically takes a burger patty and puts it in the shape of a hot dog. There's just something about it, man. It's unbelievable.
So one of the San Francisco must-haves, like the Ghirardelli Sundae or the House of Prime rib meal. Got to do it.
It's incredible.
How many can you do in one sitting, you think?
Probably 2. I mean, I told you before,
Yeah.
I'm not like a major eater. I think Murph's saying 1.5 is a little light.
Okay.
He's like 2 might be too many.
But 9 for Steph Curry?
4's a lot.
I mean, yeah, 4 sounds like a lot, but like for Brock Purdy, kind of a bigger dude.
He's
but
a football player.
Steph Curry, he probably crapped his pants that day. 9 burger dogs. Sorry.
And he shot like a 68. You know what I mean? He's
exactly.
Just like
How many do you
400.
think Joey Chestnut could put away?
That's a burger dog every 2 holes. I mean, jeez.
Dude, I mean, how many could Joey Chestnut put away? I don't know. It just seems...
He had 76 in 10
foolish.
minutes.
That's 76 hot dog. It just
Yeah.
seems foolish to ask. Like,
Yeah, probably.
it seems anything I say would just be disrespectful to the king.
True.
You guy doesn't have, what are we up to now, Tim? 19, 17? How many mustard belts does Joey Chestnut have?
He didn't compete last year.
That's right. He's out of MLE.
So we're like 2 months away, and I don't know if we're going to see this guy again when it comes to the greatest, day of America, which is 4th of July.
The greatest day
of America.
Greatest day of America.
I don't even know the way to phrase that.
What are you talking about?
The 4th of July, I always think of the pageantry and the fireworks and everything, but really I do love the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest, and I don't know if it's the same without Joey Chestnut.
16th mustard belt was won July 4, 2023.
Yeah.
Dogs.
He'll never be caught, right?
No.
He'll never be caught.
No, he's up there with Ty Cobb and Cy Young. Come on.
Johnny
There's
Vander-
Ty Cobb and there's Joey Chestnut.
Dude, I mean, Johnny
Unbreakable
Vanderman.
records.
Yeah,
I mean,
nobody's getting
Ricky
that.
Henderson, single season stolen
Yeah,
bases.
true.
Forget
Joe
about it.
Chestnut.
Forget about it. It's never happening.
Yeah. I don't know if it's worth watching anymore.
Was it last year? I can't. Do you know who won last year?
I tuned in.
Yeah.
I forget who it was, though.
See what I mean?
Eater X or whoever it is.
Come
I forget.
on,
Yeah,
dude.
I
Who
know.
won? Okay, we got to figure this out before we get out of here. Who won the 2024? Nobody knows, right?
I don't remember
I
off the
can
top of
tell
my
you
head.
who lost us because Joey Chestnut wasn't in it.
That's exactly it. It was run by Patrick Bertoletti.
Patrick Bertoletti, okay.
Yeah.
He sounds like he might be Eater X.
58 dogs.
No, Eater X is Tim Janis. It's somebody else.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Tim. Sorry.
Tim with incredible Major League eating knowledge.
Tim
dude.
knows a lot.
That's fantastic. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. That's Tim Janis. No, you're not
What
going
about
to get
Megatoad Stoney?
Pat Bertoletti's nickname is Deep Dish.
Deep Dish. Okay. Deep Dish. Gotcha.
They used to call him Deep Dish. It's just Marty doing Major League Eaters nicknames.
Oh, God. I would love to hear that.
They called him Greg the Gullet. He'd suck them down. He would. He'd eat them all. We'll take a quick break. We come on back on Dirty Work. How about this one? What are you asking this for? Is the Niners window closing? I thought they just retooled. I thought they just reset.
Well, Dante Whitner's asking this.
Dante Whitner's saying the window's closing?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something else. We'll talk a little bit about what Dante had to say. Dante Whitner was on the Kay Adams podcast. He says the Niners window is closing. I think the window is open. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on these sports leaders.
War Daddy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com joins us in about 10 minutes. Talking some NBA. Brent Jones at 3:50, Rich Aureli at 4:50. We're with you till 6 o'clock tonight. I guess Dante Whitner's been doing some media lately.
With your favorite podcast.
Man. Again, I told you what, dude. The only reason I ever know that anything happens on the Kay Adams podcast is because we play it here.
She gets the names.
It's not in my like, it hasn't touched my orbit or my timeline or my algorithm.
Don't subscribe to it, because if you do, it is relentless. Like, there is not one time that I could log on to Twitter or X, and it doesn't show up. Like, it's always there. Like,
You becoming an X guy now, Tim?
I want to say every 20 minutes they post something. It is always there.
Tim dropped an X on us.
Yeah, either way.
I was trying to do the John Miller voice. X.
Or it's X. Still to come here on the KNBR pregame show.
More Bomel.
More Bomel. Today's cap. You see that one? I don't hear anything from Kay Adams unless Derek says, hey, guess what was on Kay Adams?
Yeah, sorry. She's a content machine.
Well, here you go. Dante Whitner was on with Kay Adams, and he's talking about the 49ers window being closed.
The window?
Which, if they were riding with the same situation they were in last season, would be hard to debate. Maybe you think they are still riding with that. I think they've done a retool for the most part. What does Dante Whitner think?
I do believe that the 49ers window is closing. So many players are getting what they rightfully deserve, and that's top contracts. But when you do that and you have to pay Brock Purdy, you start to reach for talent in other positions. And one of the position groups that they did not address was the offensive line. Yes, you'll have Trent Williams returning, but the other four guys are really in question. And though Christian McCaffrey will be back, if there's nobody that can block and positional block and get it consistently up front, they'll probably struggle running the ball. And then you lost Deebo Samuel. Even though Deebo Samuel didn't have his typical year last year, he was still a major piece to that offense. So it'll be fun to see what they do. When I look at the individual players that they have to replace, and I've been covering them for so long now, there just comes a point in time, just like we did with our trip with Harbaugh, when we went to 3 consecutive NFC championships, we ran out of juice. Players get handpicked from your squad to go to other teams, and then you're trying to fill them with a free agent or a rookie who really doesn't have much invested. And then when you get to those big games versus those great quarterbacks, they know who to pick on. And that's what usually happens. And then you wear down on defense. You start to lose guys. The run defense starts to suffer. Then you can't get turnovers. And then it turns into the same story where you have to have a rebuilding phase. They've done a really good job of rebuilding without it being noticeable. But I think this is going to be the first year where it's very noticeable, the rebuild for the 49ers.
I understand what Dante's saying. And as always, Dante's, fantastic. But I would say that I am not ready to say the window is closing until I see it in back-to-back seasons that they have a below 500 record. I think that
I've got to see the full step back.
Exactly. You could say the same thing in 2020 when they were 6-10 and then they came back and retooled. Yeah. I understand the rationale behind this with paying Brock Purdy. I mean, Puka Nacua said this a couple weeks ago on the Julian Edelman podcast where he was like, if they sign Brock Purdy to a long-term contract, the window's closing. I get that sentiment, but
some people thought that was a shot.
I consider it a shot. Well,
I was like, I didn't really hear it that way.
Let's hang on to that audio when they play, week 5 this upcoming season?
The window is open.
Well, we'll see here. But, yeah, I mean, I understand when they start signing, older players like Fred Warner and George Kittle to their third contracts. So you could say the window is closing just because they're not getting younger. But they are getting younger. They are getting, they drafted a lot of players, and we'll see what they become. Like, let me ask you, do you think the window's open right now for the Los Angeles Rams to win a Super Bowl? I would say yes.
I think it is. I think based on the...
So it happens in different, iterations of a team. Like a few years ago, you would say the Rams window is open. They just won the Super Bowl. Then they had a down year in 2022, and you're like, okay, well, the window's closed. They have to retool, and then it comes open again. I think it's just cycles, but I will say this, and some fans may disagree with me because for whatever reason they have it out for this guy. As long as Kyle Shanahan is the head coach of this team, and I have a lot of confidence in him as a head coach, I think the window will always be open. But I have to see it. I have to see 2 straight years of them being a below 500 team to say the window is closed.
Yeah,
or closing.
That's kind of when you have a core of players that have had as much success over the period of time that these Niners have. I'm with you in that one down year after, to your point exactly about the 2020 season where they go 6-10. The next year they go to an NFC championship. Following season they went to a Super Bowl, right? The following season they go to NFC championship back to back, and then they go to a Super Bowl, right? So that window was a potent 3-year window for the 49ers following a retool. It wouldn't shock me at all based on the schedule that they did that again or that they retool. And the 2021 team wasn't as good as the 2022 team.
No.
22 team was much better. 21 team had a better defense, but I think in general the 22 team was a better team.
Right.
But they didn't have to play as difficult of a schedule coming out of 2020 because they went 6-10. It's an even easier schedule this year. What I would say, too, is that Dante, it's a little bit of a false equivalency in comparing to the Jim Harbaugh era. One, the league is different than it was then, a decade ago, more than a decade ago now. Also, I don't think anybody ever believed Jim Harbaugh was building a sustainable product that was going to last a decade plus.
And also, he got fired.
Contract was up and mutually agreed to leave, right?
He got fired.
He wasn't coming back.
Right. But yeah.
He didn't want to come back. And they were done with him. But that's kind of my point is everywhere he'd gone, it had been short enough stints where he'd built a winner and built success, but it wasn't like big 10-year-long stays in one place, right? And I think that was a big thing that Jed York was looking for when he hired Kyle Shanahan and he got out of the way. And after Tom Sula, he's like, I'm getting Kyle Shanahan, I'm getting John Lynch, and then he gets out of the way and you don't have to see him or hear from him. We talk about it all the time. Teams that have owners that are the face of the organization, oftentimes that stuff is problematic. He was more involved because I feel like Jim Harbaugh undercut him at times and wanted to be the face of the organization in a way that was not a cohesive unit at the top of the brass. I don't think that's an equivalent to what's going on with Kyle Shanahan. He was given a 6-year deal out of the gate, right? He was looked at as, you're going to be here long term, and they plan for him to be here for the next 6 or 7 beyond that. They just keep handing him extensions. So they've already proven at least one time that they can take a step back after losing a Super Bowl and retool enough to have more success than they did when they built towards that first Super Bowl loss. I'm not willing to say the window is closed until, like what you said, we see this caliber of player take a step back 2 years in a row. Like at some point, and I'm not going to write him off. The guy's one of the greatest players we've ever seen. I think he's the greatest player I've ever watched with my own eyes is Christian McCaffrey offensively. So in terms of whether or not he's capable of regaining that form or being what he was, a form of that from a couple of years ago, remains to be seen. The hope is that this year off for him, basically most of a year off, and this offseason for a lot of these aging guys has been enough to refuel them for the coming season. Until they show us that it's a complete step backwards, that the wheels have come off of some of these vets, I'm not willing to say it's over.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to say the window's closed.
100% agree.
If it's bad this year and they miss the playoffs again and they're a disjointed team,
it's a conversation to be had.
Then we're talking about, okay, now it's a completely, you may need a different unit to get this thing done.
Agreed.
But I'm not there yet. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Always the number to call and to text. We'll take a quick break. Let's jump into some basketball, huh? How about this? Tyrese Halliburton leads the charge last night.
Yes,
what a game. I mean, one of the greatest games we've ever seen in playoff history to start the Eastern Conference Finals, down 14 with 2.5 to play. Pacers come back and win it. They take game one. We'll talk about some of this with our guy Mark Spears, who joins us next. Dirty Work. It's the, as one of the texters says, Dirty Work, the war daddy of KNBR.
I'll take
Only
it.
here on the Sports
I'll take that.
Well, the Giants are off tonight, but look to get back on the right track tomorrow against the Washington Nationals as Landon Root faces off against Mackenzie Gore. San Francisco sits 2 games back of the Dodgers, but have jumped the Padres in the standings. And if that doesn't do it for you, they're 20.5 games ahead of the Rockies. Keep it locked for all things Giants on KNBR. They're way too early to look at the standings leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We do it every week with our guy Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com. Mark Spears is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Mark joins us from Oklahoma City on the UMA guest line. Mark, no wine and cheese festivals with Joakim Noah and OKC, huh?
Nah, man. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? And the wide people will love this. I went to this really, really cool sports bar. It was called the Oak Room last night, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, man, y'all got a wine list? He said, hey, man, what kind of wine we got? He like yelled to his brother. His brother said, man, we got red, we got white. I know there's a blend. And then I think we got another white. Hey, man, I'll take a vodka with something.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, give me a vodka sodas. Just give me a couple of lime wedges, too. I'll be set. That's it. That's all I need. Yeah, right.
Get that Sky vodka you got up there.
Something out of a plastic bottle, please. If you get some Popov, even better, you know.
You got a place I was in, huh?
Yeah, that's OKC, man. That's it. Man, I remember a few years ago, the Warriors were...
Real quick, though, they did have... First time I ever heard and saw and participated in it, hip-hop and R&B karaoke. And you'd be proud to know I did blow the whistle.
That a boy, nice. Hell yeah. Okay.
Nice.
You didn't have to pay royalties on that, did you?
No, that's that's why they ain't got the fancy wine there.
No royalties in OKC. Mark Spears with us. Let's start first with the game last night. I mean, I imagine you watched it. That was one of the most incredible things. I mean, it's incredible still in the playoffs at this level, as long as we've been playing basketball, to see stuff like that. I mean, 14 points, the Pacers are down. The way it ends with the shot in regulation where he does the Reggie choke and Halliburton thinks he's hit the three, and then they go to OT. They end up pulling it out anyway. I mean, that was one of the best playoff games I can remember.
You know what made it sweeter was I was sitting with two Knicks fans from New York. And if you've been watching the Knicks fans, they've been the most obnoxious fans in the league. They're almost like Cowboys fans. Just like I saw them throw bottles at Brian Windhorst, my colleague, the other day. There was a guy there with a Halliburton jersey who was a firefighter in New York.
Saw that video, yeah.
Hit him with trash, and I know that dude's happy right now. And so to see what happened, I'm like, see, that's what y'all get. You know, like I've never seen anything like that. Like if you had I even forgot the dude's name already. What was the guy? Ness? How do you say his name?
From where?
Which guy?
The Pacers guy that hit all the threes.
Nesmith?
Nesmith, yeah. Like, exactly. Nesmith nailed 6 threes, bro. In like the last 5.5 minutes or something like that.
Had the legs for it, too.
Took them back in, and then that last shot, like, it would have even been more cruel if that shot wasn't a 2.
Yeah.
But that was perhaps, and Larry David was sitting courtside to make it even better. Like, that was one of the most incredible endings I've ever seen. Like, every time I think I've seen it all, I saw that, and it made me mad because I could have went to New York City, but I decided to stay out west. That's a gut punch to the Knicks. These games are so important. Like, and I talked to Jaden McDaniels from Minnesota about this the other day. Like, what they learned in the postseason last year, being in the West Finals. Like, you can't give up games, man. You can't give up games. It's the first of 4. When you look at these down the road, the score doesn't matter. It's W or L, and first team to get 4 of them. So to lose a home game, lose home court advantage in a loss like that, that's brutal. I mean, it was brutal. It was sad to watch for New York. It was funny to watch. It was incredible to watch all in one. And I'll tell you what, man, is Halliburton MVP of the playoffs right now?
Yes,
Probably,
definitely.
Yeah.
He's been absolutely incredible.
No, he has. But to that point, Mark, have you talked to players around the league and asked why they voted him the most overrated player in the players poll that happened recently?
I don't know. They were wrong.
Yeah, they were wrong.
mean, he had a tough season for most of the season. Like last year, to me, when they made it to the finals of the NBA Cup, he was on the sensational ride. Then he had some injury issues, didn't start off well. So maybe they just, it was because of that, because he didn't return to being an all-star. He had a tough first half of the season, but his second half, I don't know when they took that vote, but he took off the second half of the season, made the Pacers one of the best teams the second half of the season. And those same insiders that you talked to, everybody I know that's been following NBA closely is like this. And I said this after the, first round. I'm like, Pacers can win this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that the Pacers can win this whole thing. And they are, right now my biggest fear is how to figure out an Oklahoma City to Indianapolis fight, because it just very may well happen.
Yep.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. Nice enough to join us. So you've seen OKC up close and personal. I mean, I still think they're the best team left in the postseason. Yeah. They've got the MVP, and were you at the MVP announcement? Or what did they do for that yesterday?
I was there. Yeah, it was cool, man. I really like SGA. SGA reminds me of Steph. Just like a nice, humble guy. He's not humble with his clothes, and he's not. He's apologetic about that, and I respect that. He's very much a Met Gala fashionista guy. I respect all that. He's the best dressed guy in the league. But in terms of ego, there's not really an ego there, and it's hard for the rest of his teammates to really have one like Steph. Because if you look at Jimmy, didn't Jimmy even seem to have much more humility in a Golden State uniform than he did in Miami?
Definitely.
Right? I think Steph has a lot to do with that.
Yep.
And so the guy wins this award, and he gives his teammates. I've never seen Steph didn't give no teammates nothing when he won his 2 tops that I know of, but he gives his teammates a Rolex.
Yeah.
He gives them a Canadian Goose jacket, an Apple phone, some Converse shoes and gear. Who does that? He's just that much of a considerate guy, and broke down talking about his wife and everything. He's just like one of the guys you're going to root for. And I'm going to give you guys a little heads up. He's on the Starting 5 season 2 for Netflix.
Yep.
And, I've been doing a lot of interviews of that. And I think after this, his from what I hear about the access he gives, and, I've been closer to him to see how he is. The world will see it, and the world's going to fall in love with him the same way they fell in love with Steph when they get to see up and close, how great a guy he is.
Yeah, I mean, I loved all season long, whatever interviews he did after the games. He brought all of his teammates with him to do the interviews. But switching over to Warriors real quick, Mark. Last week when you were on with us, we were talking about the Warriors offseason. You said that Kerr needs to figure things out with Kuminga. And Kerr went on with Tim Kawakami's podcast yesterday and said Kuminga's not a 38-minute type of player. And when being asked to do so much to win a championship for this team, in the process, he's going to piss off fans. He's going to piss off ownership with some of his decisions. So do you believe that Steve hasn't done a good job of developing players, or it's just the fact that he's been asked to do so much by ownership to win these championships in the little amount of time he has left with Steph Curry?
I think it's all mutually exclusive. I don't blame Steve for Wiseman. I just think that Wiseman probably needed more time in the G League. And also I think Wiseman was a victim of COVID. Definitely wasn't a good time for somebody that needed a lot of, personal help on and off the court. So, obviously look at Brandon, what he's doing, Moody, what he's become. And Kuminga has had his moments. I just still think that Steve needs to figure it out. To me, it was a good sign for people that are pro Kuminga that he was sitting courtside with, the owner, Joe Lacob, at the game, Valkyrie's game the other day. If you don't want to be here, you're not going to do that, right? You'll politely decline. The same way, I guess, Clay politely declined doing stuff before he left, right? So, that's a good sign. But, ultimately, somebody's going to offer Kuminga an offer sheet to sign. Somebody's going to take a chance. Somebody's going to feel differently than Steve. And we'll see if the Warriors want to match it. We'll see how daunting that offer sheet is. And so, because I do think for him to maximize what he wants to make, what he hopes to make, and I don't know if he'll get that, but there just needs to be one team of 29 that believes that he has an opportunity to be special. They could bring it out of him, and they have the money to offer him something that might make Golden State say, I like him, but not that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I myself, like that, they're going to find that one team for him. I don't know how good his agent is, but we'll find out. And that the Warriors will probably be staring at something to try to match or not match when it's all said and done. And if they're not able to match it, that team also is probably thinking, well, we could flip some players back to them, maybe some assets to them. So that's the one thing that's good about making him a restricted free agent, which he will become, is that even if Kuminga does sign an offer sheet that is too lucrative, the Warriors should still be able to get something back in return. But when you think about what they did in that case with Durant, you don't remember what they got for Durant, right? It wasn't nothing special. So it may not be worth anything to yell about in terms of what you get back. But
right.
Like I said, just remember this. All it takes is one team to really, really like him and sign him to something notable.
Yep.
Mark Spears, the voice you hear, ESPN and Anscape.com. You heading over to the Paycom Center to check out Game 2?
Yeah, man, down here in amazing Bricktown. We'll get some boots and a hat and mosey myself down to the arena pretty soon. Check out the game tonight. I've been told by Anthony Edwards' people that he's going to be spectacular tonight.
Okay. His people said, watch for Edwards tonight. He's going to be spectacular.
Yeah.
Do you believe it?
But I'm like, they're like, why wasn't he spectacular game?
Yeah.
One? Why?
I could have used him.
Why he show up now?
He kind of got blown out the other on Tuesday.
But,
yeah.
You know, he's what I was told is like, you know, the first game he typically likes to dip his foot in the water and kind of see how warm the temperature is, figure out what they're doing, and like you can't waste games right now.
No,
man.
you can't.
Like, but he did stay up to like 3 a.m. watching the game over, and I think he's in a really, really interesting place right now because Shea tonight is going to be, you know, getting an MVP trophy in front of him. So could it be David Robinson, Akeem Olajuwon kind of thing? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is he going to be out there to see it? I don't know. But if you can't be motivated down 0-1 with one of your contemporaries getting an MVP award, I don't know what brings you up.
Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com, joins us every week on the Uma Guest Line. Mark, enjoy the Spurs, the 10-gallon hats, and the chaps. And we'll see you back in California.
Yes, sir.
All right, bro. Good to talk
Thanks, Mark.
to you. The great Mark Spears. Dude, I don't see any world where Minnesota can win this series.
It will be difficult. I would be more impressed if Anthony Edwards' people said he's going to be terrible tonight.
Like at 2 marks, like, why wasn't he good in game 1 then?
Yeah, I know.
He likes to stick his toe into the water, check the temperature.
So,
it's the conference final. Put the trunks on and jump in.
Yeah, exactly. He has a LeBron effect where I always thought LeBron kind of like, slowly figured out how the series was going to go in game 1. But now Anthony Edwards doesn't have that luxury with how good OKC is. I mean, you know this team. They won 64 games this year. So you're trying to feel them out? Feel them out. They're the best team in basketball. You're trying to win.
Yeah, I'm with you. I forget who he said he was talking to in Minnesota. He said, you can't waste games in the playoffs. And I think the Warriors fell victim to that a little bit this postseason, even at the end of the regular season.
Oh, definitely they did.
Like, yes, they wasted games, but the games where you're like, well, we can mentally get up for this one, but maybe not. Like, nobody ever outright said that.
Yeah.
But it certainly felt that way at certain points, and you could almost pinpoint when it was going to happen.
Well, we got a little bit of news today. Moses Moody had surgery on his thumb. He had a UCL tear on his thumb, so that may have been the reason why he was not good in the playoffs down the stretch there. He was 0 for 14 during 3 games there.
By the way, speaking of our
yeah.
And by the way, that could be a huge reason as to why
I think so.
He didn't play that well, and the shooting was so off down the stretch. Have you know how we were talking about the San Jose Greek Festival that Marcus is going to be at?
Yeah.
And you're a big, of course, Oakland
Opa.
Greek Fest guy. And Marcus ends that. Have you heard the morning show guys doing the Opa on the air?
Murph's not a fan,
Murph is not having it, dude. It's really funny. It's like, so they're using Opa. They're like, oh, Giants lost 8-4. Opa! Like, apparently that's what Marcus and young Tony are doing.
Yeah.
I kind of get a kick out of it. I think it's sort of funny.
It's funny, yeah.
They said every other text, it's like opposite, like it's what the text line is.
Right.
Half the people love it. Half the people are like, shut up, dude. And then Marcus says there'll be like 10 straight that just say, Opa!
Who doesn't love a good Opa?
I mean, it feels good to say. But I think it's hilarious that Murph is just not having it.
Oh, come on, man.
Because I think we're all on the O train, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh!
I'll meet you at the boathouse.
And then just add a little PA at the end. But yeah, come on, Murph, get in the Greek spirit here.
Yeah, I think at one point Marcus said he was like, what does that even mean? They're doing it for good things and for bad things, too.
Yeah.
They were yelling it at the ballpark, the boys were yesterday.
I mean, it's just an extension of the O. You know what I mean? That's what we're yelling it no matter what.
I endorse it. I say, get after it, morning show. Go do it.
No, I mean, Greeks have the Opa and Italians have the O, or one of my favorite things, Marrone.
Never heard you say that.
Well, I don't say it.
We just found out you were Italian last week.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Indonesian, Italian, Texan.
I'm everything.
Everything that encompasses Derek. Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. When we come on back, let's get into a little bit more of the Tyrese Halliburton thing. So they do these polls of NBA players.
Yep.
I think when they vote for the most overrated, they should not be anonymous. I think they should make them put their name on who they're saying is overrated.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of the poll is that it's anonymous. But yeah, like I don't understand. I could understand a few players that were on this list for being overrated, but Tyrese Halliburton, he's on a tear right now, and good friends with Brock Purdy.
Well, here we go. Tyrese Halliburton. Yeah, he is good friends with Brock Purdy. Tyrese Halliburton was voted by the players the most overrated player in the NBA. Do you agree? We'll talk about this next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, the sports leader.
Dave Fleming.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Join Murph Sauce and Water Guy this morning, suggesting that Kyle Harrison is the leading candidate to spot start for Justin Verlander. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the anti-children leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Neesmith inbounds to Halliburton. Oh boy, here we go. 6-5 Halliburton to the top of the arc, to the right elbow. Pulls it back out for three, and the win at the horn. Back iron, and in. Halliburton hit it. Halliburton hit it. Indiana storms the floor. The officials will hold here. They have to review the shot. It hit the back iron, went straight up and dropped in. The question also is, not only did it go to beat the clock, but was it a 3 or a 2? He was right there at the top of the arc.
It was a 2, unfortunately, for Brock Purdy's old schoolmate, Tyrese Halliburton, as the Pacers still win the game in overtime to beat the New York Knicks to take the 1-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. And Tyrese Halliburton right now is on a tear, as Mark Spears just joined us and said that he's the MVP of the postseason. I 100% agree, and I have no idea why in this anonymous NBA players poll that The Athletic ran, they would vote him the most overrated player in all of basketball. I think Draymond Green was on that list. Jimmy Butler was on that list as well. Tyrese Halliburton, he has elevated the Indiana Pacers to being a great team in the East. So I don't understand why people will call him overrated. I think he's one of the best players in basketball right now.
He was on Team USA last year, wasn't he?
Yes.
He sat a whole lot. So did Jason Tatum. But
that was the whole thing,
neither here nor there.
God, that's so low-hanging fruit. Well, he didn't play for Team USA, so he must be overrated.
No,
the overrated.
I don't think that's the reason. I have no idea.
The funny thing for me is when I hear this, I'm like, oftentimes when there's like these overrated polls about anything, I frequently am like, I think it's properly rated, and maybe it's just where I classify it in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think of Tyrese Halliburton as like a top 20 player in the NBA, a top 25 player in the NBA.
I would agree.
So what's the and if you eliminate a bunch of those for being foreign players or maybe really young players and talent that maybe wouldn't make Team USA, makes every bit of sense that he'd be on a 15-man roster, whatever that was, for Team USA, right? 12 to 15, however many they carry in totality for those tournaments. But forget that. Forget the Olympic placement of it. Like, in what place is he being overrated? Where is Tyrese Halliburton being talked about at such a high level all the time that his peers believe he ain't as good as they say he is? I don't really understand where, you know what I mean? If he were playing for like the New York Knicks or the Lakers,
right,
and he was on TV all the time and getting all these nationally televised games, like nobody's going to say LeBron's overrated, but we know that he's going to get as much attention, if not more, than when he was in Cleveland when he joined the Lakers, right?
Yeah.
Because of the market that he's in and how ESPN covers that stuff. If you're a Cowboy, like, is it fair to say Dak Prescott's overrated? I think people would say at times Dak Prescott is overrated. He's
I think
the highest
him being
paid quarterback in football.
I think him being on the Cowboys gives him a lot of exposure. Exactly. Kind of the reason why he's the highest paid quarterback in football.
He may not be if he weren't a Cowboy, and he probably wouldn't be. I don't know that I'd view him as overrated if he weren't a Dallas Cowboy, just because of the coverage that he gets, right?
But to that point, do you think like Jalen Brunson being on the Knicks, do you think he gets overexposure? I think it's appropriate, honestly.
I've started to see people turn on Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
He's the ultimate flopper. I don't know if you know this. It's like that's the thing now is all he does is flop and get to the free throw line.
Well, so does Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Absolutely. I saw a funny highlight reel that somebody cut together and said, can't wait to see the NBA Finals. And it was just a highlight reel of, it was back and forth highlight reel of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander shooting free throws and then Jalen Brunson. There were no highlights. It was just the music was like all pumped up.
Yeah.
I forget what it was.
That's
but
their game.
It was like a highlight reel of just them shooting free throws, which can be dull, but as we saw with Jimmy Butler and the Warriors, it's sometimes a necessary part of a game.
Oh, absolutely.
This NBA game brought to you by James Harden.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
but Harden's was so annoying, maybe because I just don't like him.
I don't know that Brunson is overrated. I feel like Brunson, again, properly rated. Nobody's saying he's the best player in the game. Nobody's saying he's the best point guard in the game. Everybody says he's a dog, he's a leader, and this is the time of year and season where he takes over games and can make it really, really difficult on opponents. But again, I don't know that Halliburton's overrated because I don't think of him really as the best at anything. He's the leader of that team. He's a really, really, really good player.
Mm-hmm.
He's an all-star. Maybe that's where they're saying he's not all-star caliber, but I'm like, every year look at the all-star team, find 2 or 3 guys at that position, you can make a case for it, right? Of the dudes who come off the bench. So I guess I'm not really surprised he's listed as overrated. Maybe I'm more surprised that it wasn't Draymond by the rest of the league because it's so funny. You'll hear people talk about how highly intelligent Draymond is when it comes to defense. And you'll hear this from his peers at times and what kind of player he is and how smart he is on the court. Yet when it comes to voting for this type of stuff, they all will take their shots and say, well, he's one of the most overrated players in the game. But what is overrated? He's not making all-star teams. He's not winning awards. He's helping a championship team, and he's done it so many times. Or previously, he's helped championship teams and done it a number of times and played so many playoff games that he sure is at the forefront of everybody's mind. But if he weren't with the Warriors, nobody would think he was overrated.
Well, it's the Charles Barkley argument where people say, like, you think he's a Hall of Famer? It's the same thing like Andre Iguodala. How much points? How many points did he average in his career? It's like, it's not about that. It's his impact on the game in different ways. It's not all about scoring points. That's what people focus on with Jonathan Kuminga. It's how you impact the game in other aspects where Draymond Green's the quarterback and the middle linebacker for the Warriors. His assist, his ability to play defense, how he's able to call out signals and everything when they're running their offense and whatnot. So I don't think Draymond's overrated. I think people don't like Draymond. I think he probably gets too much run, and you think a guy like Rudy Gobert is not getting national ads in the same way that Draymond Green is. But Draymond Green's that much more of a star. He's on TV. He's good on TV. I would understand why people would call him out being overrated, but the Tyrese Halliburton thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And also it brings back revisionist history when it comes to the 2020 NBA draft, where I saw some people saying, like, why didn't the Warriors draft Tyrese Halliburton with the second overall pick? Well, because that would be ridiculous. He went 12th overall to the Kings, and he was a point guard. They didn't need a point guard. Yeah, exactly. But they didn't need a point guard at the time. They had Steph and Clay. They needed a center. So I know, like, through this whole playoffs, when you see Anthony Edwards go off and you see Tyrese Halliburton go off, I'm sure Warriors fans are like, we made the wrong move. But they were always going to take James Wiseman. It was the right pick at the time. It's like, you can argue about Trey Lance and whatnot. Was that the right pick at the time? James Wiseman was definitely... he had a lot of hype around him, and he was going to... The Warriors obviously needed a center, so that was the move. There was no scenario where they were going to take Anthony Edwards or LaMelo Ball or Tyrese Halliburton. You just have to give props to Tyrese Halliburton for being the great player he is today.
Yeah, like a texter here says, and this is kind of where I'm at, 510 checks in and says, I think more, on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, says, I think more often than not people overlook Tyrese Halliburton because he's an assist guy over a scoring guy usually. I feel like he's a guy I sort of forget when I'm putting together my list. If I said the top 20 or 25 players in the league, he's a guy that I would kind of forget. I'd eventually get there for sure, but anyway, the overrated thing, it's interesting among his peers to be voted that way. Because it's different when it's like, if we put together our list of like, what's the most overrated fast food cheeseburger? You know what I mean? Like if you were going to do something like that.
And then you overlook something because you're just not thinking about it.
It's not like the burgers are. It's not like McDonald's is voting against Burger King in this. It's us like objectively doing it.
Yeah.
If you were to ask fans who's the most overrated, I don't think Halliburton would be near the top.
That's a good question though. Most overrated cheeseburger when it comes to fast food.
Well, also to the Halliburton point, when we were talking about Minnesota and Anthony Edwards, it's sort of the same thing with Brunson, where it's like he's a killer. You know what I mean? He's might clutch. Not be the guy that is going to get you 35 points a game. He's a killer, and he has that in him. And, so to qualify by saying, well, he's overrated, it's like, again, I feel like a lot of this is just, well, he didn't play for the national teams, and he's in Indiana, so we don't know a ton about him, so screw him.
Exactly. But he's good friends with Brock Purdy. And I guess Brock Purdy talked about him today on with Murph and Marcus, and was asked if he's inspired by Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers.
Yeah. He's had an incredible playoff run so far, and like some really like iconic moments and hitting shots and just being exciting, especially for the Indiana fan base and everything. But and obviously going back to Iowa State, man, I saw him do all those things in Ames, and so for him to be able to do this on this level, I couldn't be happier for him.
I thought we had something going with that burger comment I made.
And then
Tim just kind of, for no reason.
Sitting on my hands with that Halliburton thing.
Tim was like dying to get in to talk some Halliburton. I just thought,
sorry,
because I was going to, and now my brain's not even working for it.
It's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
I wouldn't call that the mistake of the day, Tim. I think the second commercial break would be.
Yeah, we don't need to know about that, Derek.
I think when Tim messed up the commercial breaks.
I played your Bank of America ad wrong. I apologize.
So, by the way, somebody checked in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line right after the last commercial break. 925 said, I can't get enough of Depop's Bank of America.
Damn right you can't. Brought to you by.
That's pretty good. More people checking in too. 707 says, yeah, dude, OG Murph absolutely hates the OPA. I love it. I hope they keep it up after the Greek festival. Somebody else said that OPA is so effing annoying, dude. So it's divides the audience.
Well, maybe we should do it more.
Brandon Belt, Kuminga.
Just to annoy Murph.
Nah, I don't think we got our own thing.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing is because Murph's annoyed, I think they're doing it more.
Well, why not?
I don't think they'd be doing it as much if Murph weren't bothered by it.
Well, why is that so annoying?
I don't know. Why is anybody annoyed by anything?
It doesn't yuck my yum.
Yeah, I guess Murph's not down with the Greeks.
Some guy came at you, too, and said, it's not Marone, like Doug. It's Marone. You got to roll your R's.
Sorry.
It's not
I know.
Doug Marone, you know?
Doug Marone.
Doug Marone. Former Jags coach.
Marone.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Tim Webb with you Thursday afternoon.
Doug Marone.
That's pretty good. Marone.
I had something with the burgers. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
no,
Tim,
it's all right.
You're really fine.
I mean, what is the most overrated fast food burger?
It's over. We passed it.
All right. It's done.
We passed it.
All right. Let's move on.
Yeah.
I ruined it. I'm sorry.
This is why we give you your segment on Tuesdays.
That's a tasty overrated burger.
Mr. KNBR checked in on the KNBR YouTube channel. Said, did someone say cheeseburger? We'll take a quick break. Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. We spoke to Mark Spears earlier. You can check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Brent Jones is going to join us in about 20 minutes at 3:50. How about that?
I'm ready.
Brent Jones is going into the 49ers Hall of Fame. He's going to join us at 3:50. Rich Aurelia at 4:50. When we come on back, as if the Niners and the Eagles needed any more juice, now Jed York is coming at Jeffrey Lurie.
Oh, baby.
Owner of the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm all about this. This is my owner right here, dude. This is my owner, Jed York. We'll tell you what he had to say to Lurie yesterday in an owners meeting. That's all coming up. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. So, owners' meetings just happened.
Yeah, on Wednesday, yes.
NFL owners' meetings were on yesterday?
Yesterday, yeah, with the tush push and the other things that were voted on.
That was when the vote happened. So,
yes.
Despite the reports, and we talked about it yesterday, that the tush push would be banned, as Tim said, are you tired of the tush push? Well, that's too damn bad.
It's here to stay.
It's here to stay. Did not pass. Needed 2 more votes.
That's too damn bad!
To get voted out, and it did not. The Packers' proposal to ban the tush push got 22 votes. to the 10 to keep it in. They needed 24 votes to pass. The Lions, Jaguars, Dolphins, Patriots, Saints, Jets, and Titans, as well as the Eagles, Ravens, and Browns were the teams that voted to keep it.
Yes.
So the teams that wanted to keep the tush push, Eagles, Ravens, Browns, Lions, Jags, Dolphins, Pats, Saints, Jets, Titans.
So the 49ers voted to ban it. You'll notice on there one of the teams that voted to keep it were the Saints. Kellen Moore, former offensive coordinator for the Eagles. Funny enough, though, Shane Steichen, former Eagles offensive coordinator, voted against it. And Jonathan Gannon. Yes, and Jonathan Gannon.
With Arizona.
With the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, former defensive coordinator for the Eagles, voted to ban it as well. Nick Sirianni not having a lot of friends these days.
After you win, dude. So before the voting, and I didn't really know that this is how this process works.
Yeah.
Before the voting, Jeffrey Lurie, owner of the Eagles, got up in front of the rest of the owners. And we know that there's a lot of weird dynamics with these owners, right? It's a bunch of billionaires sitting in a room. They're all cliquey. A lot of them have known each other since they were like children, becoming heirs to these fortunes of these organizations.
These are 32 guys that nobody ever says no to.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yep. And so they're sitting there. They've got Troy Vincent there, the head of like rules and officiating in the NFL. They've got Roger Goodell there. So Jeffrey Lurie gets up and he's given a speech on why the tush push should be allowed.
Yes.
Right? He got very emotional during his hour-long speech. Talked for nearly an hour about the tush push. I'm stretching to find 8 minutes to talk for you guys about the push. You know what I mean?
You know how long it takes me to come up with takes? That's 5 minutes.
Lurie's up here giving an hour speech on the tush push to keep the play alive. Now, Seth Wickersham detailed what happened. Toward the end of the speech that lasted close to an hour, Lurie made an analogy telling the room that regardless of whether the play was banned, quote, it was a win-win for the Eagles, adding that it was, quote, like a wet dream for a teenage boy to create a play that was so successful that the only way for it to be stopped was for it to be banned. That's a quote. Like a wet dream for a teenage boy that the only way to stop a play that was invented was for it to be banned.
All right, Jeff.
So after he finishes speaking, then Executive Vice President of Football, Troy Vincent, he's the EVP we just talked about.
Former Eagle, by the way.
He gets up and he chastises Jeffrey Lurie in front of the room for saying, hey, you're saying something inappropriate. The wet dream comment specifically says there's women in this meeting. There are people in this room. It's a mixed audience. It's a professional environment. So an hour passes. Lurie gets back up to talk some more. And when Lurie gets back up to talk more, apparently Jed York stands up or yells out from the crowd, how much more S do you really need to say? Which when I read this, I had to make sure I wasn't getting Centel. I had to make sure I wasn't. Can we, as a show, should we give a standing O to Jed York, dude? Props to York, dude, for making your voice heard, bro. We knew where he stood, by the way, on the vote after he shouted that out. Do you really have more S you got to say?
But can you imagine that? Like, just all these owners, and then, like, Jed York in the back, like, Jeffrey, that's enough. That's enough. He spoke for an hour. Not only did Jeffrey speak, Jeffrey Lurie, he flew Jason Kelsey all the way from Philly to Minnesota for him to speak on this. And, you know, a lot of people gave him more credit, saying, like, you know, he actually is there and actually does the tush push. And said it's one of the more safer plays I've ever been a part of. If I could come back to play in the NFL, I would do 60 more tush pushes. So the whole thing sounds insane to me, though, where Jeffrey Lurie, in the heat of a speech, you know, like you think of all the great speeches in years past, he's up there talking about wet dreams when it comes to a tush push. Like, that's insane. Also, I will say, I do think it's kind of lame that 10 teams, or not necessarily 22 teams, wants to get rid of this thing.
I was a little bit surprised by how high the number was.
Me too. And considering the teams as well, like the 49ers, Raiders.
Bills voted to get rid of it?
Bills, who run the play all the time, or that to not the same effect, obviously, as the Eagles do, but they did like a weird sweep to the left with Josh Allen. But no, I think it's lame that as many teams voted against it as they did. But, you know, it was all like the kind of the Shanahan guys, McVay and, you know, or did the Dolphins vote in favor? I forget. No, they wanted to keep it. But yeah, it's just crazy for Jeffrey Lurie to do the wet dream analogy, and then Jed York's like, all right, Jeffrey, that's enough of this thing.
Okay, so the interesting thing to me is that 22 teams did vote for this, but nobody was willing to be the guy to like step forward and be like, hey, we're the people that are saying stop doing this. It had to be the Green Bay Packers, who ostensibly don't have a singular owner.
Exactly.
That's interesting. The other interesting thing to me is this is maybe my favorite Jed York moment ever. Like,
Yes.
He signed a bunch of guys to contracts, and that's fantastic. But in this moment, we are Jed York guys because hell yeah, instead of how much more of this ass do we have to listen to?
That's enough. And also, it sounds like Jeffrey Lurie, while he was doing this speech, called out Roger Goodell and just basically was like, you want this to go away? You don't think it's a good-looking play? And everyone's like, all right.
Oh, yeah, he called out Goodell. He called out the league and the medical staff saying that, I forget the head of the NFL.
Alan Stills.
Alan Stills. The only reason I know a lot of these names is because of the DeMar Hamlin thing.
Yes.
It's the guys who were all, Troy Vincent and Stills were all involved in the DeMar Hamlin thing and the situation of getting them back on the field.
Lurie just comes across as such a snot. You know what I mean? Just like, oh, it's a win-win for us.
They basically were arguing arguing that there's been, and this was part of my issue with the banning of it, there was basically there's not really any medical evidence, which is what the NFL is hiding behind. Goodell has lobbied to have it banned, I think, is kind of Lurie's point. He doesn't want it there, was the indication from Seth Wickersham.
You're right.
And so if Goodell doesn't like the play and doesn't want it in, and Troy Vincent don't want it in, they're pushing owners to get rid of it, and they want owners to vote against it.
Which is kind of lame to me.
But they're hiding behind the medicals of it, and I'm like, give us a better reason than that if you don't really have the medical data to support that.
Yeah, I mean, Goodell's whole thing is it's not a good-looking play, which I totally get, but, like, I'm kind of frustrated with Tua at times. I think they do it too much. Like, I want to see, like, I think last year during the playoffs, they had a play-action fake for a deep pass with the tush push. Just have a little more creativity to it. But if it works, it works. And I would tell, people playing against the Eagles, stop this team on first and second down. That should be your goal. In short yardage situations, when it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, they're going to run this damn play. And that Fred Warner did a great job against it 2 years ago. The Niners kicked the Eagles' ass 42-19, so the tush push didn't really have an effect in that game. But you just got to get better. You need Alfred Collins to stuff the run up in the middle and make sure that Jalen Hurts doesn't go over the middle there. But yeah, I think that the conspiring of all the owners, or basically Roger Goodell will tell everybody, like, I don't like this play. Let's use the Packers, who don't have an owner, and then we'll put the onus on them to get this thing done. And now that it failed, everybody's pointing at the Packers being like, look at you. Look how lame you are. And funny enough, 22-10, that's the exact same score that the Eagles beat the Packers this year in the wild card round.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to text. 707 checks in, says, my wife always shuts me down for the tush push. If she can figure out a way to stop it, so can all these other teams. There you go.
Amen, brother.
The 707. 408 checks in, says, dude, I thought the Wet Dreams line was a good one. Almost as good as that Mariner outfielder who said this year, my arm hasn't hurt this much since I was 15 and found the lock on the door. What Mariner?
Wow, that's a great line.
I don't think Victor Robles said that, but
feels like a Cal Raleigh big dumper thing, right?
916. I think I speak for all Jeffreys, and I say we don't claim Jeffrey Lurie.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just a little bit surprised at how many voted against it, but hey, it's not gone. It remains on. Jeffrey Lurie, after all that, he gets to keep his play.
Wet dreams and all. Real quick, we talked about this briefly in the NBA grab bag the other day. The NFL allowing players to participate in the Olympics when it comes to flag football. It sounds cool in theory, but as NFL fans, and the rule is one player per team, do we really want NFL players participating in this? I know when it sounds like when you say flag football, you're like, what could possibly go wrong? But do you want that to happen? We're all very understanding about NBA players going to the Olympics. It's been going on for quite some time now. We are all crazy as football fans, and we love fantasy football. If Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or somebody tweaks a hamstring in August, right before training camp, do you really want that to happen? I think owners want like this idea, but I don't think we're actually going to implement it to the point where we have these stars playing. Honestly, I would rather have the recently retired athletes, like maybe the Gronks or the Tom Bradys of the world, to participate in this. I don't love the idea of the stars of the NFL doing this thing right before the season starts, and you could potentially lose them to injury.
Well, if you're Justin Jefferson and it's your dream to win a gold medal.
Yeah, him too, yeah.
Which that made me laugh. I saw that. He was like, it's my dream to win a gold medal. And I was like, then why do you play football?
Exactly.
I was like, why are you a football player? If that was your dream, why don't you go do that? Well, I want to be a football player and win a gold medal. So
yeah, if I was the owner of the Vikings, I'd be like, Justin, I know it's your dream, man, but my dream is also for you to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine. can you imagine telling Bill Belichick, I want to... Except they had that dude that played for the Patriots, who's a special teamer for years, who was on a national rugby team and left to go play in the Rugby
you're
World
right.
Cup.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick allowed that to happen. Wanted that guy to go follow his dream and play Rugby World Cups. I forget who it was. Special teamer for years. I'm blanking on the guy's name.
Special teamer. I mean,
a little bit different.
And the same thing happened this past year with oh man, what's her name? Jonathan Owens, the DB for the
Candace Owens?
Yes. He was.
Bears let him go, right?
Yeah, the Bears let him go during training camp.
They let him go to watch Simone Biles.
Exactly. He wasn't competing, but they let him go for extended period amount of time for like a few months, or not a few months, but a couple of weeks to watch his girlfriend or fiance to participate in the Olympics.
His wife. They're married.
His wife, yeah. But
Nate Ebner, by the way, is the Patriots special
Nate
team.
Ebner, yes.
That's the guy's name.
But yeah, I have a hard time believing that even though owners, I guess, voted for this, I don't think they're going to sign off on players playing.
Yeah, I can't imagine with the investment that they have, and they're getting ready to move it to 18 games.
Football, it's its own animal, man, where fans will not understand. Fans will be pissed.
We need the big three of football.
Exactly.
Those players need to do it. All right, we're going to talk to our guy, Brent Jones, who's going into the 49ers Hall of Fame this season. It's been a while since we caught up with Brent. We can talk to him about the 49er offseason, ask him about the tush-push, what he thinks about this flag football stuff. But before we do that, we have responsibilities here on Dirty Work.
Oh, we do.
I'd like to say we're the most responsible show on KNBR in terms of handling what we've got to handle here.
I would agree with that.
On the Sports Leader, which is why every week when we get close to the weekend, I start to prepare you guys because I know that there are people out there without the internet. And even when they have it, they don't know where to go to find out what the Bay Area sports calendar and landscape looks like for that weekend. And so, like we do every Thursday and Friday, because you don't have internet, you don't have a phone, you don't know where to find your sports calendar, it's time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, and it's sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. So the people are asking, what are we doing this weekend? What's going on? Where do I go for my Bay Area sports? Well,
what's the latest scuttle?
Derek Papa and Brody Brazil have single-handedly saved baseball in the city of Oakland. If it's Oakland ball, it's Oakland Ballers. And hey,
damn right,
it's Nurses Appreciation Night.
Oh, I love
versus
nurses.
the Ogden Raptors, Friday, 6:35 at Ramondi Park. Come out, show some love for your and admiration for your nurses.
Support the nurses.
How can you not like nurses?
What's not to like? But maybe that's not what you're going to do. Maybe you're busy. Maybe you got to go to a Doctor Appreciation Night instead. And that's where there's other things that come in on the Bay Area calendar.
All right.
If it's the Bay Area sports calendar, it's Ted Ramey's San Jose Earthquakes. You know how it goes, dude. They face off against the Houston Dynamo on Saturday night at 7:30 p.m. at PayPal Park. You've heard it here before. It's the world's longest outdoor bar, and Ted is buying. So go root on the Quakes and root on the Rameys on Saturday.
There you go.
Down at PayPal Park. All right. And the other thing that everyone knows about Dirty Work, if people think Dirty Work, they think two things. The greatest show in America. Mm-hmm. It's probably three things. The NBA grab bag.
Right.
And they know that we love the Valkyries here, and we never miss an opportunity to talk Valkyries ball. Even our girl Liberty knows it. She called in a couple of days ago.
Shout out Liberty.
They may be out of time, but if you can't get enough, they may be sold out by the time you get this. But if you can't get enough, there's a Valkyries watch party at Line 51 Brewing in Oakland. Friday, 7 to 10, when the Valkyries look to avenge their opening night loss to the LA Sparks. Good spot. Crypto.com arena.
Good spot.
You've been to Line 51.
I don't know if you know what? Yeah, I have. Good spot.
Wow, really?
Beer, you can get a great brat. They're
really
going to have hot dogs and stuff out there that day.
I know of it. I've always said, like, it's a good spot. It's a good bar, but I haven't been recently.
You've
but
done nothing to that. You said, yeah, ooh, good spot. I said, you've been there. You said, yeah. Good spot.
Years ago.
Line 51. That's where you're watching your Valkyries on Friday night after their first ever franchise win, 76-74 against the Mystics last night. And that is your Bay Area sports calendar.
Hell yeah.
On a Thursday. We'll take a quick break. One of our favorite guys, Brent Jones, going into the 49er Hall of Fame, one of the greatest tight ends in 49er history, if not the best, joins us next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. We love the Valks. Only here on the Sports Leader.
ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants general manager Zach Manazian joined Murph and Marcus this morning addressing who would step in for Justin Verlander as the team hits the road for a 3-city, 9-game stretch. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the stretch leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And thank goodness, because, Steve, the people have questions, especially about things like the ERC. What should we know?
You should call us. People have been waiting and waiting and waiting for their ERC checks, wondering are they ever going to get them. And they don't realize they're entitled to more than they thought because the government pays interest on it. So it's a big chunk of money on interest here. But President Trump has promised to do away with $2 trillion worth of federal spending. Will he do away with ERC? Who knows? Let's not take that risk. We have 3 different ways to hurry them up. That's what we want to do. We want to get you the money. Or if your claim was denied. Right now, the IRS is being sued, alleging that they're disallowing all kinds of claims with AI. They don't even know if you're qualified or not, so we have to appeal that, or if you're being audited. That's the big 3. 1, are you waiting for your check? 2, was your claim disallowed? We want to get it appealed. Or 3, being audited. The only thing you have to do, we have a free consultation. We have a lot of experience with this. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is call us up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Give Steve a call. He can help. 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. And what a treat. We've been talking a bunch of football this week as there's been some votes. The Brock Purdy contract. Fred Warner signed. George Kittle signed. But one of our favorite guys, we haven't had a chance to talk to him in a while. Basically all offseason, it's Brent Jones who's getting inducted into the 49er Hall of Fame this season. Brent joins us on the UMA guest line. What up, Brent? How are you, bro?
Congrats, Brent.
Congrats, man.
D, thanks, man. You guys are studs. I appreciate it. Appreciate you having me on. But yeah, it was awesome to get the news. I was really excited. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a little bit of a haul probably toward the end of the season. But man, I'm looking forward to a big game and a great season by the Niners.
So how did we'll get into some Niner talk for sure, but so how'd you find out? Who notified you? I mean, a bunch of Niner Hall of Famers, of course. You absolutely are deserving of this, but how'd they notify you that this was going down?
It was super legit. Jed called me, nice. And I thought they were, I think I've talked to Jed once or twice over the years, and I thought maybe they were having, some type of event or something. Yeah. And when I picked up the phone, he said, "Yes, I'd like to speak with the next 49er Hall of Famer." And there was dead silence. And I was like, "Are you kidding?" And so it was really cool. No, he was great. It was a treat talking to him on the phone.
Well, dude, we're all pumped on Jed. I mean, Jed revving as high as he's ever revved for us, I think, on the show. After finding out what happened in the meetings, the owners' meetings the other day, did you see this with Jeffrey Lurie? Got up and spoke for an hour on why they shouldn't ban the tush push. And apparently Jed yelled out, after an hour, "Do you really have more S you have to say?"
That is awesome. You think about the owners, and so you got to follow all the teams. You got to follow the league. But, man, when you sign your quarterback, your tight end, and your stud linebacker, in a span of 10 days, you are doing something right. And this version of the 49ers, Jed has been all in on all of our key guys. And, you can't keep everybody, but the have to keeps, we have done it. We've paid everybody, and we're probably one of the best paying teams in the NFL right now. So we push it. We push the cap every season and it's awesome because as a fan, that's exactly what you want.
Just one more for you on the Hall of Fame, Brent. And Brent Jones going into the 49ers Hall of Fame, been elected, will be inducted later this year. We're all really, really excited about this and really happy for you, man. So we were at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner last week, and Eric Wright was getting inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And what was incredible to me is I went last year, but this year having a 49er from that generation get inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Joe was there, Jerry was there, Charles Haley was there, Keena's there, Ronnie's there, Carmen Policy shows up. I mean, it's a true fraternity of guys in the NFL, but there's something really, really special about that generation and your generation of 49ers. What does it mean to you to be recognized by the organization in this way? Because, there's, outside of going to Canton, there's maybe no higher honor for a guy who from here got to play here and got to have the success that you had.
Coach, you nailed it. It is just the ultimate culmination of a career. I think the older you get, the more those things matter. I was so excited to see Eric go in and wish it could have been there. And, he was a guy that was a premier cover corner, shutdown corner, and probably got hurt a little earlier in his career, and that might have affected it. But he certainly was an instrumental part of multiple Super Bowls. And the guys that you mentioned are part of something special, and it's absolutely an honor to be recognized as one of those, because it's just it's for all time, and it's super special. My family is so excited. My friends, I've heard from people all over the place. The response has really kind of been overwhelming, and it just makes it that much more special, especially, being a Bay Area kid.
Talking to Brent Jones on the UMA guest line. So, Brent, you brought it up with the contracts that the 49ers have handed out this offseason. Let's start with Brock Purdy. What was your reaction to the 49ers making him the franchise quarterback and giving him a 5-year, $265 million deal?
Derek, I thought it was awesome. And, you guys have heard me enough. I've been on the Purdy bandwagon. I'm glad he didn't want to break the bank. I'm glad it wasn't acrimonious. I think he was very respectful, kind of probably taking less than most quarterbacks would be able to do in his position. I think it was a good quarterback contract for him, a team-friendly quarterback contract for the team. You want to be able to keep your big guns, and I think the way that he handled himself throughout the negotiations was fantastic. If you look at Kittle, you look at Fred, same way, classy guys, and the organization came through for him. And so I think all around, it's probably one of the better big three signings that I've seen maybe in my lifetime, without any acrimony, without any calling people names, without unfollowing people or your team on Instagram. Right. Boy, that'll really do some damage. So I felt like it was a win all around. All the things that happened last year with injuries, with a few holdouts, with all this stuff, we're addressing this offseason with none of that baggage, which feels so good. So let's get down to business. Let's focus. Let's work together with the full team when we're having some team camps, and let's get everybody ready to go and come back this year, because I don't want to say people are writing the 49ers off, but I think that they're kind of under the radar right now, and I think there's some guys on that team with a lot to prove.
I mean, to that point, Brent, talk about your thoughts on the offseason. I know a lot of guys left, Trey Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, but this offseason feels a lot better than a year ago. You were talking about, guys unfollowing people. The Brandon Ayuk saga was just way too much, I think, for all of us. So compared to that, do you think this is a better offseason where they're just focusing on football and there's not so much noise?
I absolutely think so, and it's tough to lose a Greenlaw, but decisions are being made, and you have to make the most appropriate decisions with all the facts in front of you. And the facts were, he was still coming back from that Achilles. You don't know if a guy's going to ever regain his full speed and be the same impact player. And man, you certainly can't afford to not re-sign George Kittle. Because you're going to take a shot there, and you can't not afford to go into the season with no quarterback. And so those are the decisions that is tough for a front office, and that's why the salary cap can be so complex for teams. But we've done our best to sign everybody that we need to sign, and then obviously we had to rely on the draft, and we're going to have to for years to come to find a couple players in the early rounds that can come in and make an impact. And I thought we did a really good job. We were very disciplined. As much as I know those guys will want to grab some offensive players, Kyle and John did a great job of getting five defensive players in a row. I don't know. It's been a long time since we've done that. But that was great. And so I think we're going to have some guys that are going to be additive to our defense. It's going to really kind of shore it up. And if we can keep people healthy, I don't see why this team can't go all the way. I really believe the pieces are in place.
What gives you confidence that, and Derek and I were talking, because Dante Whitner was on a podcast, I guess, a couple of days ago, and was talking about, the window of time you have to win a championship, and he was more comping this Niners team to his run where they went 3 straight NFC championships, and talked about, players getting plucked off the roster and ending up in other places. And I said that was different because that was like a really potent 3 and 4 year window, but this machine under Kyle and John feels like it's been built for long-term success. In 2020, they went 6-10, retooled, and then went back-to-back NFC championships, and then went to a Super Bowl. I feel like they've got the tools to keep the window open for the next couple of years before they have to kind of retool and get younger again. But for me, I'm not sold that what we saw last year is who this team has become.
Yeah, I agree, Copes, completely. And maybe I sound a little bit like a homer, but we've called it like we've seen it for years. And certainly we have at least 2 years, I think, in this window. And, it's hard to judge outside of a 2-year window just because of the amount of injuries and the things that happen and the timing of contracts and what, and the way that the cap works. But this team has not been afraid to spend money to stay competitive while that window is open. And so I think the fact that Jed and the organization, the York family, paid our key players and paid them well, I think speaks to the fact that they believe the window is still open as well for at least 2 to 3 years. And you never know with some of these draft picks that people aren't sure how they're going to, materialize. You get a couple of, you find a diamond or two in the rough, and all of a sudden that window extends. And so I feel pretty good about where we are without, without all the noise. And hoping that Brandon Ayuk is coming back and is going to be healthy and is going to be, buying in. And those are the things. I mean, we've got some guys that can play. Juwan Jennings stepped up big last year. Ricky Pearsall, the last, 3, 4, 5 games was making an impact. And so those things matter. And you look across the line and you see hopefully a completely healthy Nick Bosa, completely healthy Fred Warner, and some great additions to the defense. And you look up and down and go, gosh, I think we're as good as anybody. And so I'm positive.
Talking to Brett Jones on the UMA guest line. Just jumping around the league a little bit, Brent. We talked about the tush-push vote yesterday that ruled in favor of the Eagles still able to do it, and Niners are one of the teams that voted against it. What's your feeling about the play? Do you see it as a real football play, or are you kind of with everybody else where it's kind of like it's a little too rugby for your taste?
Yeah, I'm a traditionalist, and so I am, I thought it was a unique, 1 or 2 year thing, and it went from just, pushing the Eagles quarterback into pushing the line and becoming a rugby play anytime there's a potential pileup. And I don't like it necessarily. And you can say, oh, there's player safety issues, but it's not a football play. It never was. And now it's kind of become this fluky little thing that actually happens, more than a few times a game. And it takes away, I think, from the character and the quality of the game that we've enjoyed all these years. So like I said, I'm more of a traditionalist, and I didn't even see how the votes came down. I didn't know if the Niners voted for or against it, but I'm not sure why everybody other than the Eagles would vote to keep it in the game. I'm just not sure, but I guess it survived by 2 votes.
Yep. Yeah, 22-10 was the vote. The Niners voted against it, which, based on Jed's reaction to Jeffrey Lurie, I think was maybe a given. He's like, you got more S to say? Really? You're still talking about this thing? So the Niners did vote to ban it. There were 10 teams who voted to keep it alive. I can give you the 10 if you want, Brent. Derek, you have them in front of you? I did have the 10.
I did have the list. Hang on one second.
The ones who wanted to keep it, Eagles, obviously, Ravens, Browns, Lions, Jaguars, Dolphins, Patriots, Saints, Jets, Titans were the ones who voted to keep it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know all the rhyme or reason for any of that, really.
Yeah, I love the analysis. I know Jeffrey Lurie's gotten under center before and taken some snaps and so
squatting in 1,000 pounds like Hurts.
Give me a break. That takes away half their offense in the red zone if you ban it.
Seriously.
Yeah, seriously. We said the bigger problem is it's kind of like people who are griping about Brock. Anybody who gripes about the amount of money Brock got, we're like, well, you're really more mad about the quarterback market, not that Brock got paid that, because it's on par with his peers, sort of like with the tush push. You're not really mad about the tush push. You're mad about not stopping like 2nd and 8. You know what I mean? Like that's really what you're pissed
pretty
about.
much.
Stop 2nd and 8. You don't have to deal with 4th and inches every time down. You know what I mean? So
yeah, there's a lot of things going on in the world, and I think to draw the line at the tush push, or how much you're paying Brock Purdy, if it's not coming out of your paycheck, it's probably a little short-sighted at this point. But during the season, I can get locked in too and have certain things drive me crazy.
Sure.
No, definitely.
Certainly officiating.
Oh, no. I mean, we're right there with you, Brent. But as far as Brock getting the deal, yesterday he had his press conference, and they asked him, what's the first thing you want to buy with the money you're making? And he said, I want to buy a bass fishing boat. So when you got your first big contract, what was the first purchase you had?
That's a great question. I have to think. I think, my first big contract. Yeah, because my first contract wasn't big. Yeah, you know what? I think I knowing me, I just bought a car. And,
all right.
And instead of getting a Jeep, I probably got a BMW and thought I was the man. And so nothing too outrageous. Just because I was married young and I had kids, and I was trying to be responsible.
Beamer Brett, dude. That's what they call him.
Yeah.
That's what it says on the football reference page. Brent Jones, the voice you hear. What you got, Dirk? One more?
Well, just real quick, Brent, I'm trying to find the date. Do we have a date yet for when you're getting inducted into the Hall of Fame during halftime or whatever game it's going to be?
No official date yet, but I'm sure I'll be talking to you guys more a few times during the year. So I'll give you the heads up when we get it.
Sweet.
Brent, it's awesome to talk to you, man. We miss you. It's been a long off season already, but we're glad it's been as quiet as it has been. And a huge congratulations again, a great honor, and we're thrilled you're going in this year. Tim and I will be out there for sure. So stoked that you're going into the Hall this year, man.
Congrats, Brent.
I appreciate you guys, man, and you know it. And so look forward to talking to you a handful of times during the season. And you guys are great, and so is Tim.
Much love, Brent. We'll talk to you soon, bro.
Thanks, Brent.
Take care, guys.
See you, bro. The great Brent Jones. Dude, we love Brent, man.
Brent's the man.
One of our favorite people, dude. Just one of the best guys. Something that, people know or don't know. I don't know, behind the scenes, like when Tom was let go back in November, Brent hit up Derek and I and said, no, I'm going to still do the hits with you guys for sure. I don't want you guys to be hung out to dry. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. You're my guys, too. And that was, anyway, Brent's just treated us so well over the years. And he's a legend, just an absolute legend of a 49er.
I was stunned that he wasn't in the Hall of Fame already. I just assumed he was.
When Kittle passed him last year, it was like,
when we heard the news, there's there's guests that that are, you would consider your friends or people that you care about and everything, but it's kind of few and far between. I immediately shot Brent a text and was like, hey, man, that's awesome. Yep. Just really, really cool. And the list of people that I would assume are going to be there for Brent getting in is going to be incredible. It's going to be huge. Yeah. He's one of those guys that everybody gravitates around, much in the way that people did with Dwight Clark.
How about when Jed York called him? That's what a cool way to get the call too. Hey, I'd like to speak to the next 49er Hall of Famer.
You talking to me?
Talking to you? He's like, wait, this isn't Steve.
The word is that Jed followed it up and said, "Do you have anything to S and say, man?
Any more S you got to say, Brent? Anything else you want to add here? Careful, you don't want to go too long in your
yeah,
speech.
True.
Otherwise, Jed might get you off stage.
All right, that's enough. That's enough.
It's like, Brent, you got more S to say. Dude.
No, but to Tim's point, there's going to be a lot of 49er Hall of Famers that will show up for Brent's honor, and I think a lot of people say like, oh, Joe Montana only shows up when they want to cut a check. Joe Montana most likely will be there. He loves Brent Jones, so I look forward to that. 143
games the Niners, 126 starts, 11 years with the Niners, 417 catches, 51.95 is the yardage, 12.5 yards a grab. How about that? 33 touchdowns, 21 playoff games, 19 starts, 60 catches at 12.3 yards a catch and 5 touchdowns in the playoffs. Super Bowl champ, one of the best to ever do it in a Niner uniform. Awesome that Brent is going into the Niner Hall of Fame. All right, we got to take a quick break. It's a Thursday here on Dirty Work. No Giants. We're with you till 6 o'clock when Larry Krueger takes over for Niners or Diners Nightly on a Thursday night.
Blintzes.
You know what we got time for now? Talking blintzes, yeah. Larry Krueger talking cheese blintzes, which we found out Derek is big on.
But I love me a blintz.
Only when he goes to Boca Raton.
A bagel and a blintz.
Only when a bong and a blintz.
Well, when I'm in Boca Raton, I get a bagel and a blintz.
Do you get both?
Oh, yeah.
You go bagel and a blintz.
I go a little crazy when I see my mom.
A little crazy and a little stereotypical.
Get those cigars, buddy.
Oy vey.
The Orange is doing Opas. We're doing Oy veys.
Sometimes I trade my Maroons for Oy veys.
Maybe some schmutz, something like that.
There you go.
There you go. Maybe a black and white cookie. I don't know.
You're damn right I get a black and white cookie. I do it all, man.
You're a real mensch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some matzo ball soup, the whole thing.
Okay. Stop. You're just making yourself look weird.
You're right. I don't eat matzo ball soup.
You don't?
No. Tastes terrible.
Okay.
Tastes terrible.
I don't know. You go with all the stereotypical stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew this. Derek's Jewish.
Yep.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come on back, we do it every week. I walk back into the KNBR storage facility, and I roll it on out. It's this big wheel-looking thing. It's more of a dial.
Yeah.
We call it the Dirty Work dial. It's nothing like the NBA grab.
Not even close.
And we'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy joined Murph and Marcus this morning with his thoughts on being a top 10 QB, the Super Bowl window being open, and crushing 4 burger dogs the day he got his contract. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And tell us how many burger dogs you can crush on the YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to brag about overeating and gluttony.
to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Somebody with a pretty good riff here.
Let me hear it.
Sorry, I was talking about how great Brent was to us.
Yeah.
Last year when and Steve finished the season with us as well too.
Love Steve.
I said, yeah. Brent texted us and was like, nah, dude, I don't want to turn my back on you guys. I'm hanging with you guys. I'll stick with you guys.
Brent Jones does the dirty work.
Yeah. 707 Jason says, guessing Steve Kerr didn't send you guys one of those texts.
Yeah.
Pretty good text from the 707.
Hey.
No, you would guess correctly.
No, I do not put it against Steve. You know how much of a struggle it was to have Steve do those interviews in the first place with Tom? God, pain in the ass.
Then this person follows us up and says, dude, I'm going to need more of those Derek Reeds on Bank of America.
Oh, just wait for the krill oil, my friends.
Wait for the krill.
Come for the bank, stay for the krill.
Grilling and grilling, dude. Just wait. We're right around the corner.
No, Steve, we love Steve Kerr. We love Steve Kerr.
Yeah, we're the last two, I guess. We're the last three guys who like Steve Kerr.
Apparently.
Everybody else turned their back on him.
Seriously.
Steve Kerr. All right, let's get into what we love to do on a Thursday. I go down to the KNBR storage facility, which is getting emptier and emptier by the day.
Yeah.
They're moving all of it to the new facility.
This place is getting really barren around here, I tell you.
All that's left of those damn oranges.
Yeah,
they're over there.
The bowl of orange is going to be the last thing to leave KNBR. These studios. I go down, I wheel it out. It's a big old wheel. It's got all these like pie pieces on it. It's like a pie chart.
Yeah.
It's got topics we might get into.
I got you.
It's actually less of a wheel. It's more of a dial.
Yeah, you said that.
We call it the Dirty Work Dial.
It's the Dirty Work Dial, and it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
It's nothing like it.
Not even close.
Totally different. All right, so
you can offer me.
Those of you who stream the show on video on the YouTube channel or on the KNBR app, KNBR.com, you can see the Dirty Work Dial.
The dial's there.
It's right here. It's sitting right up on your screen. It's got a bunch of different topics on it. I spin the dial, whatever it lands on. That's what we'll get into. So why don't we spin away?
When's the last time we done the dial on a Friday?
Spinning it, Tim.
Because we have a short show tomorrow. All right, what we got?
It lands on Abdul Carter number.
This is last week's Dirty Work Dial.
Oh, man.
Well, why don't you just read one and we'll get the wheel up there.
Oh, man. I was going to say, didn't we do? I was like, am I crazy? Wasn't this on the dial last week?
No, well, you don't think about Abdul Carter? He's trying to get the number 11. Can't get it from Chris Sims.
Okay, hold on.
Or Phil Sims.
Do we build a new dial every week? And
Tim's loaded it in.
But we keep the old dial too?
Yeah, you never get rid of the old dial.
Yeah, sometimes it takes, sometimes it doesn't.
The dial didn't take this time when you wheeled it out?
Yeah, well, the reason we're doing the Dirty Work Dial today is because we have a 40-minute show tomorrow.
As the texter 408 just texted and says, it's a Filthy Friday tomorrow.
Yes, it is.
We're going to have to start getting into that. Filthy Friday is all about the listeners.
I'm all about that.
It's all about you guys on a Friday.
Yes, we'll make time for the listeners tomorrow, so we have to make time for Marcus Thompson at 2:15. But, I think that we'll only have a 45-minute show because I'm looking at the weather report in D.C. looking like clear skies tomorrow.
Clear skies tomorrow. I like that.
I don't want to jinx it, but I think we're playing ball tomorrow for the Giants and the Nationals.
408 says, hey, have you explained where this song is from yet?
Do you want me to?
No, I don't know if they're being facetious.
Yeah, I know.
Derek brings it up every week. He's like, people don't even know.
It's just that the fact that we're doing a show.
You think this is the craziest thing we do, and it's not. It's just a song from Hey Arnold.
Yeah, I know, but I love it. And it's just such an obscure song. All right, we got the new dial?
Is the dial taken yet, Tim? All right, let's try this again. It's a Dirty Work Dial. We do it every week. It's nothing like the NBA grab bag. And those of you streaming will see the new and improved dial sitting on your screen right now.
All right, here we go.
We spin it, round and round and round it goes. And it lands on CFP changes, the college football playoff.
All right, so the 12-team college football playoff will move to a straight seeding model this fall, rewarding the selection committee's top 4 teams with the top 4 seeds in a first-round bye. So no more like the top 4 seeds are predicated on the conference winners. It's all about who has the best, who the selection committee deems is the best team.
So it's sort of like when we heard the other day that the NFL was considering a change in their playoff format to not make division winners have automatic higher bids or higher seeds than teams with better records.
Correct,
or wild card teams. They're saying we don't care if you're the second place team in the SEC, you don't get a bye, or you may get a bye like Boise State did last year. Boise State, obviously not as quality, not like they weren't.
Yeah.
ASU and Boise getting the bye was probably a little misguided in terms of the quality of teams. So they're saying, if you're a better team and you're out of the SEC or the Big 10 or the Big 12, whatever, we're just going to rank based on top 12, what we think are the top 12.
Yeah, I mean, perfect example a year ago was Texas lost the SEC championship game to Georgia and then had to be like the 5 seed. I think under the new rules, it'd probably be a higher seed in the years to come.
You like that?
I do.
I'm down with that.
I think that's more than fair.
I can get down with that, too. 415 checks in on the text line, says, what happened to the crab section?
Oh.
5:30, my
Give
man.
it time.
Give it an
people.
hour, my man. You'll get some crab coming right around the corner.
Yeah,
That's a lot of crab.
Yeah, we'll also give you an update on this New Orleans prison break.
We did it earlier in the show, kind of. We'll rehash what we told you before, the New Orleans jailbreak update. And for those wondering, as we spin the wheel here, those wondering, Raph is in the building tomorrow. He'll get you a weather report.
Ooh, the rain
Some
train.
guy said he didn't want to open his app. Can he just get a Raph report? The Dirty Work Dial says Draymond All-NBA.
Yes. Draymond Green made an All-Pro defensive first team today, the 5th in his career and the first time since 2021. So good on Draymond Green, even though he said he lost his matchup against Julius Randle, and he really did. He earned that spot as a first-team All-Pro defensive player.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Who's the rest of the team? Dyson Daniels made it.
Dyson Daniels,
Lou Dort,
Evan Mobley.
Lou Dort. And then there's somebody else who I'm forgetting.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but I'll look it up here
Lou
real
Dort,
quick.
Dyson Daniels, Draymond Green, Evan Mobley.
Maybe Rudy Gobert.
No, it was not.
Rudy Gobert was
wasn't?
second team.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Hang on one second. Sorry, everybody. Nope, it's not in there. Where did JD send this? I saw it earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
I'll spin the dial and you figure it out.
It's coming. What we got?
All defensive team.
The last one?
Sorry, Hard Knocks is what it landed on.
Okay.
Well, Amen Thompson was the last one.
Ahmed Thompson. Yes, we just saw him with the Rockets. The Hard Knocks team for this year's training camp has been announced. The NFL announced that the Buffalo Bills will be this year's training camp team on HBO's Hard Knocks. And for the in-season edition, it will be all 4 teams of the NFC East. So it's the Cowboys, the Commanders, the Eagles, and the Giants. I think it's hilarious that the Giants are forced back on Hard Knocks after a year ago they were made fun of for the whole Saquon Barkley thing on the off-season edition of Hard Knocks.
This is hold on. What's the training camp one?
Buffalo Bills. Yes.
How are the Buffalo Bills the Hard Knocks training camp team based on the rules around?
They changed it. The Buffalo Bills.
I know they changed the rules, but they said I still thought you couldn't. I thought they eliminated. I thought the only rule they changed was the last 2 playoff season rule. So you had it used to be you had to have missed the playoffs for. Yeah. It used to be rules that qualified you to be on Hard Knocks. You could not have a first-year head coach.
Yep.
You could not have. You have to have missed the playoffs for 2 consecutive years, and you can't have been on Hard Knocks in the last decade. I think was the rule. I thought the only rule they changed was that you could not have been the 2-year playoff thing. Meaning, if you'd made the playoffs in either of the last 2 years, or missed one of the last 2, you were still eligible. The Bills have made it each of the last 2.
You are correct in all of this. It's different, though, if you openly volunteer to be on Hard Knocks. The Buffalo Bills want to be on Hard Knocks this season.
Wow.
Yes.
Because my thought was, boy, the Niners, all of a sudden after that change, the Niners were in the mix. They were one of the potential teams.
I mean, it was on the table. I think Tim Kawakami was reporting that for the in-season Hard Knocks, the NFC West was on the table. But they go with the NFC East. And, yeah, the Buffalo Bills are openly wanting to be on Hard Knocks this season. A lot of people think...
Why?
Because they want to put Haley Steinfeld out there.
That's not a why.
I know.
I just don't get why would you volunteer to do it?
I mean, there's not a lot going on in Buffalo, and my dad may say otherwise, but it's not going on. Not going a lot. Not a lot going on in that town.
How dare they say?
Exactly, but I think that a lot of fans have fun during Buffalo Bills training camp, so it'll be fun to see.
It'll be a good team to watch. Usually, you don't get
way more intrigued to watch it now than I have been the last couple of years.
Exactly.
You've never had a contender on Hard Knocks because it's not what it's designed for.
Exactly, and Josh Allen's a big star, and we haven't seen him. Like, he wasn't in the quarterback show a couple years ago.
Get my Liv Schreiber on, yeah, I'm in.
Yeah. Leave Schreiber with Josh Allen. Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm always down for some Hard Knocks. It doesn't matter who the team is. I'm always down.
All right. Well, let's spin the dial here again.
All righty.
It's spinning, Tim.
Ooh.
It's landing on Draymond. Why don't we go with this Rockies one, though? The Rockies fan sued.
Oh, yes. Okay, so a Rockies fan is suing the team over an incident in 2023 when he was hit in the eye by a foul ball while sitting in a suite at Coors Field. one of his central claims is the product on the field has been so poor that fans weren't paying attention to the game.
So, like, when you get your ticket, these used to be on every printed ticket. Like, there'd be, like, the fine print.
Yeah.
Like, watch out for flying bats and balls and all that. And I'm sure there's some legality stuff that happens. Teams are very good about taking care of people who get hurt or get injured.
Right.
Oh, my mama Susie fell at the Giants game a couple weeks ago. And
really?
They wrapped her up good, man. Sent her to first aid. She was all taken care of. Yeah, she's all good.
Even Jordo got some treatment yesterday.
Dude, Jordo yesterday had to get some medical attention. She's all good. But
busy dunking on people.
In general, teams are good about taking care of the fans. This guy was in a suite, got hit with a foul ball in his face. And I imagine the Rockies are like, man, you got to be paying attention when you're at a game.
Yeah.
And his response is, yeah, well, you guys got to put something on the field worth paying attention to. How about that? Dude buys a ticket to a Rockies game, shows up, gets hurt, and then rips the Rockies for not making the product good enough for him to pay attention to.
More than fair. This guy does not have a case, though.
I don't think he does either.
No, he does
imagine he's going to win. 650 checks in on the song here on the Dirty Work Dow says, put some respect on Mr. Huyn's name.
Damn right. It's Win.
Mr. Hoon, it's Win.
It's Win.
Moving on here in the Dirty Work.
Let's do one more spin. Here we go.
Chances it lands on something we've already done?
Probably. High.
No,
it's not.
Giants PA booth.
This is a good one to end on. The Giants, kind of softly, dedicated their public address booth to Miss or Mrs. Rennell Brooks Moon. So that we love Rennell, and I'm glad that she's being honored in the PA booth.
So the public address announcers booth at Oracle Park now is named the Rennell Brooks Moon PA booth. The only problem any of us, I think, have is why was this done so quietly?
Yeah, I know.
Why was it so? Why they whisper it to us in the middle of the night?
I don't like that.
Hey, we're naming it after Rennell.
But I'm glad that she's getting the recognition that she deserves.
There's not. I mean, maybe pound for pound, one of the most beloved people in the history of Barry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you won't find anybody to say a bad word about Rennell Brooks Moon. So congratulations to Rennell. An awesome way to be honored, and deservedly so. Probably should have named it that while she was still in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have been good with that when she was still here.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Named it Ricky Henderson Field. My dude was standing on the field.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I was giving it 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Dude was in the booth. You know what I mean? He was at the ballpark.
Yes.
At the address.
Maybe that's why they did it quietly.
I kind of like honoring somebody when they're there. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Rich Aurelia going to join us in about 20 minutes at 4:50 talking some Giants baseball on an off day. When we come on back, though, I'm going to have you set this one up.
Okay.
You tease this. Is Tom Cruise the closest thing we have to an athlete in film? The new Mission Impossible Final Reckoning is coming out.
The Final Reckoning.
I'll tell you. Okay, we'll talk some Mission Impossible and some Cruise next.
Let's do it.
It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America on the Cruise Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb will be joined by Rich Aurelia in about 14 minutes. Let's talk a little Mission Impossible, because I'm kind of excited for the new movie to come out this weekend. Don't know if I'll have time to get around to watching it.
Sure, we'll have time.
Don't know if I'll have time.
Ready for this?
What?
I've never seen a Mission Impossible movie.
Any of them?
Not one.
They're not for everybody.
It's a blind spot. No, it's not because I'm opposed to it.
Just haven't got around to watching it?
Never gotten around to watching it. I'm an action movie guy. I'm a popcorn movie guy. I'm not a Top Gun guy, as you guys know, but I'm down with Cruise. I ride with Cruise.
Well,
I've just never. I mean, how many are we up to now? 8?
Oh, we have. Let's see here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 8th.
This is the 8th rendition.
And supposedly final one, but I'm not buying it. If it makes enough money at the box office, they'll have Tom Cruise do this until he's dead. Honestly, the guy is 63 years old. He looks great. And he kind of has an athlete's mentality when it comes to doing these movies. He does all his own stunts. See the new one where he's on a propeller plane and he's like falling off of it?
I saw that. I mean, I didn't really. They made this one pretty soon after they made the last one, right?
Yes.
Didn't one just come out like last year or 2 years ago?
Dead Reckoning Part 1. They changed the title. The Part 1 sounds stupid now.
Because it was Dead Reckoning and now this is Final Reckoning?
This is Final Reckoning. They would call it Dead Reckoning Part 1 and then call it Dead Reckoning Part 2, but they dropped the Dead Reckoning and now it's the Final Reckoning.
Okay, so bottom line is they made that one last year or 2 years ago. It came out, and there was that scene. I watched the making of them doing that scene where he's like holding on to the side of that plane. Also, when he does the jump on the motorcycle with
that's in the last one. The airplane one's a couple years ago.
Anyway,
but
I've seen how they do some of these shots. It's incredible. It's awesome that he does these stunts because he's doing. I mean, people talk about this like he's one of the last movie stars. I sort of look at Tom Cruise in the way that we look at the way we joke with Marcus Thompson about LeBron and Steph
being stewards of the game.
The last two superstars in the way that they're superstars, they are stewards of the game. They want to move the game forward. They want to leave it a better place than they found it. It's not just all about them. Being a superstar carries a different weight. Tom Cruise is a movie star, an action movie star in the same capacity, right? Like he's making popcorn movies, but he's making movies that are meant to be seen on the big screen, that he only wants to be shown on the big screen. Top Gun 2 was all about that, right? Like he didn't want to be released in COVID. They pushed it all back because he's like, this is meant to be seen in a movie theater. I love going to the movies, even when they're throwing chickens and all that. Chicken Jackie.
Chicken Jackie.
I think it was so stupid. But I mean, I think it's pretty cool. Like I love that he's about that. And then watching him do some of these stunts. I mean, he's in his 60s, right?
He's 63. 63, and what's crazy is...
He's a different type of movie star, man.
In the first Mission Impossible movie, he is the same exact age as Jon Voight in the first one, and Jon Voight looks like he's 63. Tom Cruise does not. And the man does not age, and that's why I think like he's kind of an athlete the way he approaches these movies, because he's willing to die to entertain us. And yes, the man is insane. There's things over the years that he's said and done on TV where I'm like, this guy's lost his mind. But the man is willing to sacrifice his body in order to entertain us. And these movies are fun. They're kind of a mix of James Bond meets Fast and Furious.
Well, you mentioned James Bond. Daniel Craig, another guy who did a lot of his own stunts, especially in the James Bond movies. And that's like a long-standing tradition, I think, with guys who have played Bond, as a lot of them do their own stunts. So, when you said this, is he the closest thing to an athlete? That was the first guy that came to mind, and then I was like, well, then you got to go like Jackie Chan.
Oh, yeah.
Who's a legitimate athlete, right? And
but he's not doing this stuff anymore, I believe.
We're talking about Karate Kid's coming out now.
A new one when he's doing his own stunts? Is he going all out?
Dude, yeah. He's like, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. You think Jackie Chan's got somebody step in for him? I feel like if you hire Chan, that's what you're paying for.
You have to go full Chan.
I'm hiring Chan so that he'll go full Chan on my movies.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I'm not hiring him to just act. If you hire Jackie Chan or you cast him in a movie, you're doing it so he can kick through some boards or something.
True. Okay.
Or jump through like what's the scene in Rush Hour 2 when he jumps through like the
Oh yeah.
Jumps in the
he tries to
tell her great.
In the bloopers, he gets stuck. Dude, he gets stuck in the grate, which is pretty funny. No, I think Jackie Chan's got to be in there. You go a little further back. I mean, your guy Seagal. I don't know if you've seen him lately.
He's no athlete today.
He ain't no athlete now.
No, he's not.
Hanging out in North Korea and all that?
Yeah, no.
Like Seagal lost
I would
his
not
mind,
say
dude.
Steven Seagal's an athlete.
Putting out guitar albums that are atrocious.
Does he really?
Oh, it's so bad.
Steven Seagal doing guitar albums?
For years, I've told you guys about this. We have a party called S Christmas, where it's 2 months after Christmas and we exchange crappy gifts. And every year I try to find a Steven Seagal album to gift because it's just him with the stupid guitar and he's put on 400 pounds and it's just all it's terrible.
He's insane. My favorite representation of Steven Seagal though is Will Sasso in the old Mad TV sketches.
Yes.
When he'd play him and anybody who talked back to him, he just snapped their neck. By the end of the sketch, he's killed everybody who's walked into the room. Every time he does, I'm Steven Seagal, and he would just snap necks.
Accurate portrayal.
What about Keanu? Would you put Keanu in that category?
I've got Keanu on my list too. I mean, Mission Impossible, the Matrix movies and the John Wick movies.
All the John Wick movies, for sure.
Does he do his own stunts?
He does.
Okay.
A lot of them.
All right, okay. Props to Keanu.
How about Bale? I think Bale did a lot of his Batman stunts.
Did he really?
I think so.
Okay, I mean, Tom Cruise is he's holding on for dear life on the side of an airplane.
That's the thing. He's actually held onto an airplane he's jumping motorcycles off cliffs and parachuting down,
And also he's kind of like a Tom Brady feel to him where he doesn't age and, he's just willing to do this until he dies. But yeah, I'm thoroughly entertained by these movies. And to your point, Copes, yes, I feel like there's not a lot of movie stars these days. Tom Cruise is still filling asses in the seats. Like this new F1 movie that's coming out, it's not some young and upcoming actor in the movie. It's Brad Pitt.
It's Pitt, yeah.
Yeah, at 62 years old. We're still stuck on the stars of our day where, I don't think there's a lot, Timothy Chalamet, you can name these guys, but they're not, I think they're not, movie stars. They're still, Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt guys.
They're not action movie guys in the same way. I mean, Chalamet, I guess Dune would be considered an action drama. But still a little bit different type of movie. It's still more sci-fi based, right? It's a lot of it shot in a studio. Tom Cruise is doing this stuff out in the sky.
Exactly.
I mean, he's on location, jumping planes and motorcycles and all that stuff. So, you're right. I mean, you're right. The Brad Pitt element to this is pretty good. Would you call him? He's not really an action star though either.
Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
It's not so much action star, just
he's done action movies, but you'd call Tom Cruise an action guy.
Yeah, if you want a big budget flick, you ask these guys.
Leo's not an action guy.
No, but still, you would probably put him as I would put him as a movie star. George Clooney, there's not a lot of guys that are bankable movie stars these days, just because a lot of people aren't going to the movies anymore.
Tom Hardy, some people are suggesting. I would agree. I mean, Fury Road's incredible.
Yeah, but Tom Hardy's still not as big as these guys, in my opinion, as the George Clooney's, the Brad Pitts, the Tom Cruises. But yeah, no, I mean. So you haven't seen any of these movies? That's surprising to me.
You know what? And it's when I saw this was coming out, might be the final one. I was like, I think I should probably do a run because I think I'd enjoy them.
They're fun.
I really do think it's up my alley. I just never. They kept making them, and I never kept watch. I never got into it, so then I just never latched on. But I'm looking at the Rotten Tomatoes ranking by their tomato score.
Mm-hmm.
People are overwhelming. Mission Impossible Fallout from 2018 is voted the number one.
Hands down, the
98% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Hands down, the best movie in the series.
Dead Reckoning Part 2 has a 96%. Or Part 1, excuse me. Dead Reckoning Part 1 has
It was fun.
96%. Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, 94%.
Okay.
That came out in 2015.
All right.
Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol is number 4.
I got to be completely honest. The names sometimes I forget. I don't know the difference between Rogue Nation and Ghost Protocol.
Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. That's, by the way, we go from a 94% to a 79%.
Yeah,
Final Reckoning is your 79%, but that's not out yet.
No, I mean, it's coming out, I guess, tonight for certain theaters. But, no, I mean, we'll see what happens with this final installment. I personally love the third one. I will say, this series, it fails at having good villains. And I sometimes, what hooks me is not so much the hero, if you have a good villain. In the third movie, they have Philip Seymour Hoffman as the villain. He steals the show, in my opinion.
Some Ving Rhames in there, too?
Ving Rhames is part of the crew. You have Simon Pegg as, the gadget
Pegg
guy.
Is great in these series.
Yeah.
Billy Crudup.
Yep, but I would say Alec Baldwin.
By the way, Mission Impossible 3, that's the next one, number 6. J.J. Abrams directed that one.
Yes.
And my Mission Impossible number 1 is number 7, they say.
It's a convoluted plot. Honestly, the first Mission Impossible, you'll recognize it for the scene where he drops down and has the wires all around him.
Yeah, of course.
Or the fight scene on top of the train, but that's honestly one of my least favorite Mission Impossibles.
I've been making these movies for 30 years,
I know.
dude. 96 to 25. This is insane.
If you want a good laugh, the second one is so ridiculous.
It's voted the worst one.
It's by far the most Fast and Furious out of all of them, because if you remember when we were kids, everybody would spoof Tom Cruise going up the rocks on the mountain.
Yeah.
And he's got Limp Bizkit did the theme song for Mission Impossible 2. He's got the long hair, the whole fight sequence on the motorcycles where they jump off the motorcycles and kick each other. The whole thing is ridiculous, but it's a good time. So they're fun movies, But, yeah, props to Tom Cruise. I know he's kind of nuts, but I respect the fact that he's willing to die to make us entertained.
All right, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think about it that much.
All right.
Yeah.
And apparently he eats popcorn like a psycho. I don't know if you saw this on social media this week.
I eat popcorn like a maniac.
What's your technique?
Well, I don't mean like, I mean in amounts. I didn't mean in like, how does he eat popcorn?
So apparently people caught him at a screening. He has a tub of popcorn next to him, and he pops it in kernel by kernel.
He goes one at a time?
One at a time. People are like, you don't eat popcorn like that. You can do it by the handful.
That is true. You get as much in your mouth. Like I told you the other day, I'd love to eat a handful of cherries. It's just dangerous.
It is. It's a dangerous game.
You got to pop a cherry one at a time.
Yeah. I don't like to yuck people's yum when it comes to how they eat things.
That's because you have weird eating habits yourself.
Apparently, people don't like the way I eat string cheese. I eat kind of like a banana, like a whole.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, I know.
You bite string cheese?
Ask Jacob Violante. He hates the way I eat string cheese.
I hate the way you do it. I didn't even know this.
Well, I'm telling everybody.
Really string cheese. It's just cheese.
Yeah. Well, I mean, by definition, is that what string cheese is? Where you rip it by like a string?
Yes. What do you mean? Is that? Yeah.
Just go buy a block of mozzarella then.
Seriously, you're just biting into cheese?
Just biting into cheese?
I mean, I don't mind it, but I like.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, it is a little odd. Mozzarella is not like a pungent, tasty cheese either. It's got obviously a much more.
Yeah.
It's a much softer tasting cheese.
Yeah. Sorry, call me weird, but I eat my string cheese like a beef stick.
Like a hot dog.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
Call me weird.
Hey, we're not here to yuck anybody's yum.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I don't like how he eats string cheese.
Yeah. I'm yucking your yum hardcore now.
It's making me uncomfortable. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
You know all the cheeses?
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Rich Aurelia, former Giants shortstop and part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. We catch up with Rich every week. We'll do so next, talking some Giants ball as they head east to take on the Washington Nationals. Rich Aurelia joins Dirty Work next, then a sound soiree, a crap section before we put the show to bed. Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Well, the Giants are off tonight, but look to get back on the right track tomorrow against the Washington Nationals as Landon Root faces off against Mackenzie Gore. San Francisco sits 2 games back of the Dodgers, but have jumped the Padres in the standings. And if that doesn't do it for you, they're 20.5 games ahead of the Rockies. Keep it locked for all things Giants on KNBR. They're way too early to look at the standings leader.
was the original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins Dirty Work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
Rich.
Rich Aurelia joins us each and every week on Dirty Work. Rich is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Off day today before the Giants open up in Washington tomorrow. Rich Aurelia joins us courtesy of the Uma Gesson. What's up, Rich? How you doing, bro?
What up, Richie?
Hey, guys. Good. What's going on?
Good to have you, man. Saw you on the coverage of Bonte this week. It was good to see you doing a little interleague series with NBC Sports. Bummer the way that thing ended, though, man. I mean, It's tough when you see Logan Webb there on game 3 of a 3-game series and you have a chance to win the series. Maybe we just take it for granted. Guys get knocked around, but yesterday he just didn't have it.
Yeah, I mean, you looked at, we looked before the game on paper, and it couldn't have played out any better for the Giants, right? You got your ace on the mound. He's pretty much unhittable at home this year. And next thing you know, the first 3 hitters of the game, you didn't even blink, and it was 1-0. So, it just was he was a little off yesterday. Got some balls up in the zone, which was a total opposite of what he had to start before against the A's. And it went from being probably could have had a really, really good homestand to like just a good one. Let's hope they can get on the road and, try and find some bats on the road there, right? They need the offense kind of been scuffling a little bit.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, Rich, because we were sort of looking at, and the Giants kind of missed an opportunity to gain some ground or to take even first place from the Dodgers and the Padres. Padres have lost 6 in a row after their loss today, and the Dodgers scuffled last weekend against the Angels, then struggled at the start of the week as well with Arizona. Giants didn't take advantage of it. Would you rather have the problems the Giants have right now offensively or the problems the Dodgers have right now with pitching? Because their pitching they've got like 15 guys who are on the IL, some of them high expensive free agents that they paid. They're not sure when they're coming back. I just always feel like you can manufacture offense, you can't manufacture pitching.
I agree with you. You look at, the strengths, right? So the Dodgers' strength is that lineup. You feel like, and we saw it last year, even in the postseason, they didn't really have a lot of pitching. They just outslugged everybody. And on the flip side of that, the Giants, their pitching has been really good, but I don't know if their pitching is as dominant as the Dodgers hitting is, if you're going to compare the two. But for right now, I think, the Giants, yesterday was just kind of like, whatever. This happened. We really had no shot in that game. Let's just forget about it, move on. But as a whole, the pitching's been really good lately. The bullpen's been outstanding. Those guys know their roles. They know when they're going to be called upon. The rotation's been pretty solid. So all in all, to be 2 games out going into the end of May behind the Dodgers isn't a bad place to be.
Richie, we haven't talked to you since they made the move with Hated Birdsong now being a starter and Jordan Hicks going to the bullpen. So what did you think of Birdsong's win the other night on Tuesday, and what have you made of Jordan Hicks coming out of the bullpen lately?
I think I'll hit on Birdsong first. He looked really good. Kept the pitch count down, pretty. I think it went according to, best plan they could have had. 80 pitches, 5 innings. He, looked pretty dominant at times. Spiked a few pitches, but that could just be based off of not being used to going out there 5 innings in a row and maybe, just a little different routine. So I think he looked really good. Jordan Hicks, I think that the move came at the right time, and it was nice to hear him kind of understand and say he would go to the pen if it's going to help the team. But the other side of that is, so far seeing what we've seen, he's still kind of, sinkers are running out of the zone for balls. He's getting behind, leaving some balls up in the zone. belt high for strikes that are getting hit. So I think he's still a work in progress for Jordan Hicks, but I think it's a little easier for him to work on that stuff in the bullpen than it would be in the rotation every fifth day. So I think for right now, we could look at Hayden Birdsong being in that role for a pretty good amount of time.
Justin Verlander lands on the injured list, and we were discussing yesterday who would be the one to take the starts, these two spots in the rotation that he's going to miss. And my thought is all signs just point to Kyle Harrison based on how they've operated so far. As Birdsong earned that bullpen spot out of camp, Landon Roop earned the rotation spot, and Birdsong pitched well enough to earn a chance to pitch in the rotation. And now because of injury, I think what Harrison's done both between AAA and his couple of stints that he's had already here, the couple of games he's pitched already since being called back up, have earned him that opportunity. I saw you guys had him on the postgame show the other night, and you asked him, were the changes more physical or mental down in Sacramento? What was the indication that you got from him about the changes he's been able to make this year?
Well, I think it was, he had touched on the shoulder at the end of last year. So it seemed like, the shoulder was really bugging him. So, I took from what he said that it was a combination of, one, just being healthy, and two, just having a mentality that's a little different, especially if you get sent down like right at the end of spring training when you had a chance to make the ball club. He's looked really good. He's a guy to me that when I watch is a left-handed pitcher, based off his mechanics and how he releases the ball, like kind of across his body. To me, he's the kind of guy that even if he's throwing like 93, it probably feels like 97 to a hitter because he kind of hides the ball and he runs it up. He has a lot of upshoot on that fastball coming to the plate. To touch on your point about what are they going to do? I mean, I think a little differently about it. I mean, I know they said he could throw up to 50 pitches. So basically you're saying that he's going to be an opener if it's him. And for Kyle Harrison, we've seen this in the past. We don't know if 50 pitches could be 4 innings, or we don't know if it could be an inning and 2/3, just because of sometimes he gets some command issues. The other side of that is the bullpen, if I'm coaching, that bullpen right now is so locked in with guys in their roles that I don't know if I want to have like a bullpen game, twice in through a rotation, because now you're going to get guys coming in spots where maybe they're not used to or a little earlier than they're used to. So for me, the no-brainer, they have a 40-man roster spot open. I mean, there's no-brainer is Carson Wisenhunt if you're going to call somebody up, because he falls on Verlander's day. We talked about this yesterday during, in the pre and the post, I think. He falls on the same day as Verlander, and if he gets called up, he's earned it. He was pitcher of the week in their league. So it just remains to be seen what they want to do. But I would not mess right now, not even with Harrison, just the bullpen. The bullpen has been so good. I would just kind of let that be and not even bring in the possibility of going with an opener or Harrison for 3 innings.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. Rich, I know it was almost a week ago, but what did you make of Wilmer Flores' performance against the A's on Friday last week? 8 RBIs, the 3 home runs. And then the next night, just as impressive to have that long AB in the 11th inning that had the walk-off walk to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you asked me about 6-7 weeks ago, would we ever be saying, where would the Giants be without Wilmer Flores? I mean, I'd say you were crazy, right?
Right.
Listen, anytime you can knock 3 out in a game, 3 homers and 8 RBIs, that was a really good week for me at times, and that was, kind of impressive to see what he's done this year. And then to come up late in the game in a situation against, a dominant closer in Major League Baseball, and work that walk with that tough at-bat, it's so, in a way, refreshing to see one of the older guys who was kind of forgotten about kind of get off to the start he has and to contribute the way he has to this offense right now. Because honestly, I'm saying this truthfully, where would they be without Wilmer Flores in that lineup right now?
What do you make of the record against lefties? I mean, it's just a weird kind of note. And all things considered, they're 29-21. They're 2 games out of first place in the West. They've surpassed San Diego after their loss today. I pointed out they lost at 11 to Toronto, their 6th consecutive loss. But what are they, 4-12 now against left-handed starters, or when a lefty starts the game? At what point does it become a big enough sample size that you're like, this team just can't hit lefties, and they got to figure out a way to do that?
I mean, usually when you see like that kind of sample size, I mean, that's not a huge sample size, but it's big enough.
It's a good chunk, yeah.
You know, usually you can put your finger on it, right? Like, oh, this is why, or they faced this guy, or blah, blah, blah. I can't put my finger on it. I mean, the only thing that I could really come up with are two things. I think that it's a combination of your two big guys, right-handed hitters in middle lineup, have not been hitting that well. And especially, I looked at Adames' numbers yesterday against lefties, and I think he's like 8 for 54 with like 20 strikeouts or something. So that's one part of it. Then if you mix and match the lineup and try and get your bench guys in there, a lot of these bench guys are younger players, that are coming in, not getting at-bats for a few days, and now they have to go in there and perform right away. So I think the combination of those two things, like guys like Koss and Schmidt, they're not getting their, 20 at-bats a week. They may be getting a start or 2 a week. So it's hard for a young guy to come off the bench like that sporadically and really contribute. Those are the only things I could really put my finger on, because otherwise, there's no rhyme or reason of why that's going on and why it's just been so dismal and why they're dominating right-handed pitching. You would think, at least it would, even out a little bit, but they're just, it's not even close.
Rich, what do you make of Willy Adames' season in general right now? I know he got the triple the other night on Tuesday against the Royals, but it just seems like inconsistent for most of the season. He has, moments here or there. But what do you make of what Willy Adames has done so far this season?
I looked up some stuff yesterday on him, and historically, he's more of he gets going and gets hot like July, August. Like he's second half type of guy. I think he would probably tell you the same thing. We had him on the other night after the game, and he basically said, "Yeah, I was trying too hard the first month. A guy gets a big contract like that, comes in, supposed to be your big signing and your leader, and he gets off to a rough start, and he's been struggling defensively a little bit too. I think that's the more that thing that surprised me. But I watch him, and when you hit at Oracle, it's way different than hitting in Milwaukee, where he played, majority of his career. And, I think he's always been an uppercut guy with his swing. And for me, it works for him when he's going good. But for me, that Oracle Park's not a place you want to, kind of swing and hit the ball up. It's not a hitter's park. It's not a home run hitter's park. It's more of a pitcher's park. And I think I'd like to see more of what we saw the other night when he hit the triple to right center. Let the ball get deep, maybe flatten the swing out a little bit, and try and hit like just hard line drives over second baseman's head to get you locked back in. But I think he'd be the first to agree with you. It's been a little bit of a disappointing start to his season this year.
Another minute or two here with Rich Aurelia. Joins us every week, courtesy of the UMA guest line. So we're at 50 games exactly right now for the Giants. So by the time we talk to you next week, they'll be past the quarter pole, right? Past the 1/3 mark. Be over 54 games into the season. Your thoughts on where they stand right now. I mean, they're 2 games out of the division. They're obviously a competitive team. They pitch it well, and when you can pitch it, you give yourselves an opportunity. I mean, everybody's always looking for pitching, and even losing Verlander doesn't feel like that's the end of that for the Giants. So how do you evaluate what they've done for the first third of the season?
I think for what was expected, I think it's been great. Again, I said it, the offense is struggling a little bit, but they've gotten enough key hits to win some big ball games. And the pitching has done well enough to keep them in those ball games so that they get those opportunities. As you move on through the summer, though, for me, it's going to be, you're going to have to, I don't want to say go outside the organization and find some more offense, but you're going to have to find some offense somehow. And whether that be try and manufacture a few more runs early in the game or just wait for your guys to get hot, your 2 big guys in the middle of the lineup. I think that's what we're going to have to see a lot more of the last 3 quarters of the season for this team to stay where they are and be competitive for a postseason spot.
Rich Aurelio, we do it with him each and every week. Rich, have a great weekend, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Rich.
Hey, guys. Thanks, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Appreciate you, bro. The great Rich Aurelio, former Giant shortstop and a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage. I'm with him. At some point, they're just going to have to figure out how to get more offense. Those Sabian teams that were competitive in 10, 12, and 14, and even in the off years in 11 and 13 and into 15, had to make moves in order to find offense. I mean, they lose Buster Posey in 2011, the Scott Cousins play, and they trade for Carlos Beltran, but they had also already been trying to trade for Hunter Pence at that point, right? Then they went out and they got Hunter Pence the following year. They added, who did they bring in? They traded for, I guess it was an off-season trade, to trade for Angel Pagan, but they brought him in because they needed more offense. That was over an off-season. But Brian Sabian every year went and bought for need at the trade deadline. If the Giants are in the position they're in now, I'd absolutely expect them to be in the mix to try to add somebody. And we'll see what happens. I mean, everybody's excited about Bryce Eldridge and what the potential is for him. 20 years old. Started the season a little bit late in Double-A this year. You want to know what Bryce Eldridge is doing in Richmond right now?
By all means.
He's got a 911 OPS.
Okay.
He's hitting 299. That's his batting average, with a 371 OBP and a 540 slugging. In 24 games played, 97 official plate appearances, 87 official at-bats. He's got 5 homers, 14 ribs, and 6 doubles. So 11 of his 26 hits have been for extra bases.
All right.
So he's picking up where he left off in the Arizona Fall League and when he played in all 3 levels of the minor leagues last year. So I'm not saying he's the guy. And again, you don't want to rely on that. But in 2010, that's what happened. Buster beat the door down, came up in May, and he was the offensive injection they needed.
Right.
So I'm not saying this is the player, but this guy is working his way through. It's not some. We've been so accustomed to seeing young talent for the Giants in the minors get to a certain level and then just kind of stall out. Or, Marco Luciano's still not hitting in AAA and left field. Still not finding any success. Matos is at the big league level. He's not hitting now. Took Ramos a couple of years to figure it out, kind of up and down for a few seasons, and now he's obviously got staying power and has figured things out. Who knows what the future holds for Bryce Eldridge? Still just 20 years old, but tantalizing, considering he continues to do what they've seen him do in his short pro career.
I mean, like I said the other day, it's going to be fascinating to see. I assume the Giants will still be, keeping this pace near the trade deadline. And with the lack of moves this offseason, I'm not going to say that Buster Posey won't be aggressive at the trade deadline. He seems to follow in the footsteps of Brian Sabian. He's got, a lot of the guys that were there and Bobby Evans helping him out. So it's going to be very fascinating to see how Buster Posey may work the phones or may not work the phones come the trade deadline. But I would anticipate if they're in the mix, he's going to make an aggressive move. Yeah, you got to hold the line here, right? With Verlander out, if you're trying on some young pitchers, whether it's Wisenhunt, whether it's Harrison steps in, you got to hold the line. 16-16 are the Giants in their last 32. They kind of had that Warriors thing where they started 12-4 and then have balanced out a little bit, but not quite there yet. But I hear you. Not quite as dumped out. Didn't fall off quite the same, but that's why you got to hold the line so you don't have the bottom fall out. You gave yourself a cushion. Dirty work on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. But before we do that, War Daddy. Got some fun stuff to get to before the War Daddy Larry Krueger comes up. Sound Soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, featuring Giants general manager Zach Manazian. We got another Danny Goodwin, the comedian who does the fake Bill Simmons podcast. The best. He did one after the invasion of Iraq, which is insane. TNT, Kevin Harlan on Reggie Miller and Tyrese Halliburton shot. Plus, you got to hear the Korean call of Tyrese Halliburton shot. A good comparison from Kevin Harlan to the Korean call. From last night. We'll get all that to you in the Dirty Work Sound Soiree, plus a Pat H. Crap section before we put the show to bed on a Thursday. It's the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Dave Fleming.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Join Murph Sauce and Water Guy this morning, suggesting that Kyle Harrison is the leading candidate to spot start for Justin Verlander. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the anti-children leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday evening. If I were to start Mission Impossibles, it's tough because now I know, based on like general thoughts on the previous 7 that have been released, that I got to get through like 3 of them before I start hitting some good meat.
No. The first one's complicated. Second one's a fun time. Third one I think is legitimate and like a good movie. You'll need, I think, Paramount Plus to watch most of these, though.
I've got them.
Okay.
Name a streaming service, your boy's on it.
It's one of those rare things where the movies get better as time goes by, as opposed to, the tried and true, where the first ones are usually pretty good. The budget came in line with the vision, I would say, is a good way to describe it. Yeah. And as the budget got bigger, the movies got better.
Yeah, I mean, when you make that many of them, it's interesting. I mean, like Fast and Furious, I know a lot of people think some of the later ones, Fast 5 is one of the best ones.
It gets goofier.
It gets goofier, more ridiculous. Those are a little bit different, too. I mean, maybe not as serious of actors as Tom Cruise in those, but you end up with a lot of movies, a lot of trilogies putter out. They peak with like the second one, and then the third one is rarely
usually
delivers.
The case.
Like if I'm gonna rank like the Dark Knight trilogy, like it's got to go Knight, Begins, Rises.
I would agree.
Right.
Although when I went to go see Rises in theaters, I was like, this is amazing. And as time has gone on, I'm like, this is not good.
I saw Rises again last week. I saw it was on TV cuts of it. And I was like, God, Rises isn't that good.
Just the exposition's like too much.
And following Knight, like Knight is so good. Rises just it leaves me wanting. You know what I mean? Yeah, whereas Begins, solid.
Yes. It definitely jumps the shark at time. I mean, like
Begins, Knight, Rises.
Yes. Yeah. Like Rises, like, seeing in the theater, like, oh, this is awesome. I'm like captivated by the movie moment. And then when you watch it on like TV or on DVD later, you're like, this is kind of crazy.
When's the last time you popped a DVD in?
It's been a minute.
I haven't popped a DVD in anything.
Okay, the last time I popped a DVD in, I moved in, God, this must have been like 3 years ago. I just came back to the Bay Area, was working on the show, and moved into my new apartment in Oakland, and the electricity went out of my place, but we couldn't get the Wi-Fi to work until it happened on a Friday till that Monday.
So your Wi-Fi was out?
My Wi-Fi was out the whole weekend, so I couldn't watch. I have YouTube TV, so I couldn't watch anything on TV. I want to say on like Sunday night, I couldn't watch anything. So for whatever reason, the only DVD in my possession is Wolf of Wall Street, and I popped that in, and I was like, this is a solid flick, 3 hours.
Solid, that'll buy you some time, yeah.
Yeah, so that was it. Last time I popped the DVD in, probably 3 years ago.
Yeah, Tim, last time you popped a DVD in.
Oh, it is much worse than Derek's.
Okay.
Much worse.
It was like the Wednesday.
But it was because before it got really popular, it was impossible to find on streaming. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Tommy Wiseau classic, The Room.
Oh, you know I'm familiar with that movie.
I have a DVD of that. I have a DVD signed by Tommy Wiseau of that. And
signed the disc?
That's one of those things where it's like the gospel. You just have to share it with people.
Yes.
If they haven't seen it, you got to share it with them, and it's it's something. So when was the last time?
So when was that?
About, I'd say about 2 years ago.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Dude, have you not seen this?
No, I haven't seen
this.
Oh,
hi, Mark.
It is hilarious. It is this guy's vision of like his masterpiece, and it is considered the worst movie of all time.
It was one of those movies that was so bad it was embraced by comedians as being one of the worst movies of all time. They did a movie called The Disaster Artist that won some awards, starring James Franco and everything. But the original, it's less of a movie and more of like a roller coaster ride where you just strap in and try to figure out what the hell is going on. Just to give you this is not a spoiler in any alert, but there are 2 sex scenes within the first 10 minutes, and he recycles footage.
Yes. Yes. It is a fun time. I became familiar with this thing in college, but also they used to run this late at night on.
Came out in 2003?
Yeah. They used to run this on Adult Swim late at night, and people were like, what the hell is this? And people caught on to it. It's so bad that it's hilarious. No, I highly recommend The Room.
Horribly made movie, but it's also a San Francisco movie.
Yes.
Was it made seriously?
Yes.
By a guy that had no business making a movie.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is what makes it great. It's not that he just made this movie. This guy, for very mysterious circumstances, has an unlimited amount of money. So nobody said no. They just kept accepting his cash.
What's the guy's name?
His name is Tommy Wiseau.
Yeah, Tommy Wiseau.
This is a deep dive. You get a kick out of this.
Is he still with us?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
He's from parts unknown. Literally, no one knows where he's from.
Yeah, he claims he's American, but it's clear he's European.
Well, the internet, Wikipedia says he's from Poland.
Okay.
Why would they lie on Wikipedia?
They tracked that down. But no, highly recommend The Room. It is a ridiculous, hilarious movie that was intended to be serious. Not the case.
All right, well, there you go. Last time they popped DVDs in.
Hi, Mark.
I can't remember the last time I watched the DVD.
Yeah.
I think I own a couple of them. It was probably, actually, I can probably pinpoint it. It was probably like 2 summers ago. Me and Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, Jacob Violante went up to our spot up in Clear Lake. And no cable up there. Maybe there's satellite. But we brought some movies to watch. I think that's probably the last time I did, a couple summers ago. Anyway, DVDs not getting popped in quite as frequently.
No, it's a different time and era now.
Yeah, so I don't know. Should I start with one then and just watch all these Mission Impossible?
Yeah, why not? It's a fun time.
You can settle through. You can get through 1 or 2 of them that aren't the most riveting. You're fine with that.
You know what I think I want to get into? I think I'm going to do the Final Destination run.
Well, that's talking about movies that they're just going to keep making.
Just keep. Why did they stop?
I never got into those, but our own Danny Dunn is a huge fan of the Final Destination.
They crack me up. It's just like anything. It's like this water bottle falls over and then it ends up like Tim.
Oh no, it killed me.
And then Tim blows up. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
It's like 17 different things. It's like a game of Mousetrap.
I'll give them credit. They did do something very clever this time, where the movie was coming out and they were doing like promo material for it, and they bought a bunch of advertising underneath logging trucks. And people have seen these movies. Again, not a spoiler, but there's a logging truck incident that happens.
Yeah.
And so there are logging trucks all over, specifically in the Pacific Northwest, that have Final Destination billboards like kind of on the underneath it. Very clever. I enjoy that a lot.
All right. There we go. All right. There's your little movie talk here on Tom Cruise.
Talking flicks.
Why don't we talk some sound soiree?
Let's
some
do
of the
it.
best sounds you might have missed. Here you go.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Multiple people checking in saying, "You're tearing me apart, Lisa." Is that a line from the room?
Yes. You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
It's very wooden and...
Oh, hi, Mark. Hello, Dougie.
Oh, hi, Mark.
669, just to see this is all over my head. 669 says, me and my friend in high school said, "Oh, hi, Mark," as an inside joke, and no one got it but us.
Now, this is a very, under the radar, underground flick. And the fact that Tim has a DVD copy of it, that's like a landmark. That's hard to find. So, yeah, highly recommend it, Copes. You will laugh your ass off.
Yeah, you will laugh your ass off. As somebody who has been around the entertainment industry, you're going to be devastated.
You will be like, how the hell did this get made?
Will it be funny to me?
Yes.
Oh, 100%. And then this is actually a good one, because then you can watch The Disaster Artist, which was the book written by one of the co-stars of this movie, about what a train wreck it is.
Yeah, James Franco plays Tommy Wiseau. Seth Rogen's in it. Like all the usual guys are in the Apatow movies. No, it's really good.
All right, let's get to the sound soiree. I guess I'll have to borrow Tim's DVD.
You can have it.
Watch it on my PlayStation. All right, let's get into some of the sound soiree. Why don't we start with Zach Manazian, Giants general manager?
Yep.
They were asking him straight up this morning. He was on with Murph and Marcus, full podcast, KNBR.com and the app. He was asked who will take Verlander's spot in the rotation. Richard really says he thinks it makes more sense to go with Wisenhunt. Here's Zach Manazian.
Yeah, still a discussion. I think the good thing, the thing that we talked about in the offseason, I'm excited about, is we have a lot of depth, to choose from. And I think they're all quality options. And there's a lot of them. Carson Seymour's thrown well in AAA. Carson Wisenhunt's thrown well in AAA. Kyle Harrison threw well in AAA, has come up and I think been really impressive with his stuff. So a lot of options, still a discussion as of now, but yeah, it's a nice feeling when you say whoever we put in there, we really feel like is going to give us a chance to win the game.
So you didn't answer it?
No, he didn't give an answer, but...
So you didn't tell us who it's going to be?
Nah, probably not.
Okay.
But I would probably lean in the direction of Kyle Harrison. I mean, Richard really gave great points of why it should be Wisenhunt, but if we don't hear anything in the next couple of days here, I'm assuming it's going to be Harrison.
Well, we should know. We should have an idea tomorrow based on whatever the roster move is that they're making, because they put Verlander on the IL already. Whoever is going to make that start is going to do so on this road trip, meaning they had to notify whoever it was. I don't think there's any discussion. I think they've already made the decision because they had to fly to Washington, D.C. yesterday.
Exactly.
And they're not flying out their pitcher from Sacramento or whoever they're calling up next week. They're going to do it now so that everybody's at their disposal.
Right.
So they know who it is. It's whoever's on the plane.
Yeah. No,
you know what I mean? So whether that means they brought up another Tristan Beck to pitch out of the pen and they're going to have Harrison, you should know who it is based on who the addition is by the call-up. If it's Sean Jelly, it means it's Harrison. If it's Tristan Beck, it means it's Harrison. If it's Wisenhunt, it means it's Wisenhunt.
Yeah, I got you.
That's kind of it. So what we should know as early as tomorrow, maybe as early as tonight. Latest tomorrow, maybe early as tonight. Danny Goodwin, one of our favorites. He's a social media content guy, but he's a comedian. He puts out a lot of these videos where he pretends to be, he did our fake Pat McAfee. He's done fake Bill Simmons podcast as if Bill Simmons was doing his show the day after the Kennedy assassination. He did the McAfee the day after, if they were on the day after the Lincoln assassination. Yep. We did the Bill Simmons one last week where it was as if Bill Simmons had a podcast the day after the OJ chase. He put out another one. Here's Danny Goodwin, fake Bill Simmons podcast on the invasion of the Iraq War. Here you go.
All right, Peter Schrager is here. America just invaded Iraq? I don't love it. I don't think we needed 2 desert storms. I've got America in 5, but Schrags, I know how close you are with Saddam and the Ba'ath Party. What can you tell us about him? Where's he at right now? Bill, everyone wants to think of Saddam as like this intense, dark guy. It couldn't be more of the opposite. He is so loose. He is so funny. He has this killer Robin Williams impression. It feels like you're in the room with him. Schrags, the weapons of mass destruction piece, did you find anything over there? Bill, I don't know about weapons. I'll tell you what he does have. DirecTV and NFL Sunday Ticket. A massive Denver Broncos fan. He thinks Jake Plummer's the guy. All right, before we go, how does this war end and who's winning the Super Bowl this year? Bill, I think the Sunnis and the Shiites are going to reach an inevitable boiling point, and fly, Eagles, fly. I'm taking the birds all the way.
Oh, so good.
That's incredible.
So good.
The Sunnis and the Shiites are going to reach an inevitable boiling point, and fly, Eagles, fly. I'm taking the birds all the way.
This guy is brilliant.
This guy's brilliant. This is hysterical.
The way he's able to, like, the mannerisms of a Peter Schrager is like, he's a little bit of a movie buff. Like, he gets it down, and it's so good with, actual events from the past.
That's incredible, dude. That's so funny. He thinks Jake Plummer's the guy.
And Jake Plummer's the guy.
Massive.
Jake Plummer was never the guy.
No, that's so funny. Some Broncos fan from like 2003. Like, I think Plummer's going to do it for us, man. After Elway, we had to go through Greasy and all that, but I think Plummer's our dude.
Yeah, Plummer.
That's hysterical. All right, couple of play-by-play comparisons. Here's the TNT call. Kevin Harlan with Reggie Miller last night on the Tyrese Halliburton buzzer beater. The bounce in off the back iron. Here's what Kevin Harlan sounded like.
Indiana with it. Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a 3 for the win. And no! He got it!
All right.
Are you a Reggie Miller guy?
I don't mind him.
I think he's fine. I mean, Kevin Harlan is amazing on calls, and the fact that shot last night, the way it clanks in, but that call is made. I mean, that play is made for Harlan. Reggie Miller, I don't think he adds a ton. He's just like always like, oh. I know that moment is like, very similar to him back in the day, so he's reacting in the moment for Tyrese Halliburton to do the chokehold and everything. But yeah, no, Kevin Harlan's incredible, but yeah, I would like a little bit more from Reggie Miller sometimes.
You always want more.
I want more. I know. I'm sorry.
It felt like Harlan was laying out because he didn't know if it was a game winner or not, which is the impossible broadcaster situation where it's like, do you call it a game winner and then have to backtrack? And
yeah. I think it was also laying out for Reggie Miller to like kind of react like just like me back in 1993 or 1994. Tyrese Halliburton does the same things, but he just laughs.
I can't. It's so funny, Derek. No matter what they do, I need more.
Yeah, I know.
I need more from Reg.
I know.
You make.
See what I mean?
It's an extended laugh.
See what I mean?
Yeah, and it also seems fake. Sort of makes me think when Derek's always like, nothing's ever good enough. He wants more. It's kind of like in Liar Liar when he first starts telling the truth, sleeps with that woman, and then she's like, "How was that?" He's like,
I've had better.
I've had better.
I've had better.
He's talking to himself. I've had better.
I've had better.
I need more. That's what Derek is. Never satisfied. Needs more.
Never satisfied.
All right. You thought that call was good. That's okay.
Yeah.
That call was fine.
Come on. We hear Harlan all the time.
You know which country is pound for pound the best sports calls in the world? It's Korea.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to Korea. Here's the Korean call on Tyrese Halliburton's game-tying shot.
할리버튼 5초 할리버튼 갑니다. 4초 3초 2점을 노리나요? 자 빠져나가면서 할리버튼 쏩니다. 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭡니까? 할리버튼의 초크 세레머니까지.
We should have cut in Reggie at the end, be like,
Oh, that would have been good. That would have been good.
There you go. Dude, they were fired up. They didn't care. Harlem was laying out, not the Korean broadcast. They were all in on that.
No. I love calls that are just crazy in that moment. Like, obviously, the moment's crazy, so have the call just be nuts for people like talking over each other. I love stuff like that.
That's fantastic. That's your Dirty Work Sounds Jorge for Thursday, May 22nd, 2025. We still got some time for a Pat H. crap section.
We do.
We got plenty of crap coming your way. Tim will lead us off in the Pat H. crap section next, and then Larry Krueger coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America on the Pat H. crap leader.
이게 뭐야? 이게 뭡니까? 할리버튼의 초크 세레머니까지.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Our last full show of the week. Tomorrow, we got a short show. Giants pregame at 2:45 for a 3:45 first pitch from D.C.
And it sounds like they're going to play ball. Looks like
the weather looks
good
pretty good
weather
for tomorrow.
report tomorrow.
Walking on sunshine, dude.
Walking on sunshine. Oh, and don't it feel good?
Yay. All right.
Okay, Katrina.
All right, sorry.
That was good. You went high.
I can.
When they go high, that's not it. It's when they go low, we go lower. That's what I say.
Yes.
I think Michelle Obama said that too. Anyway.
All right.
When they go low, we go lower. All right, let's get into the Pat H. crap section.
Let's
Tim,
do it.
Open it up for us.
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. You ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
All right, Tim, what you got for us in the crap section for today?
Okay, I think you kind of previewed this. You and I talked about it. It's kind of gross, but We'll let your minds go where they want.
All right.
It's going to start off hot. Suspect found with tool inside display shed.
What kind of tool are we talking?
It was a 66-year-old Georgia man was arrested Sunday for obscenity after the police discovered him handling himself inside a display storage shed at a Lowe's home improvement store.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, brother.
Also, not a looker.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Dude walked into a Lowe's, and they had one of those like storage sheds that you'd buy, like the big rubber plastic
like a
ones.
tough shed, essentially.
A tough shed, yeah. And he
I
went
used to live in one when I would visit Greg.
He was like, Derek, of course, you lived in one of these sheds behind Greg's house.
Yes, when during COVID time and Greg didn't want to be contaminated, he would put me in the shed. Thus, I was called Shed Boy.
He made you live in the shed.
Oh yeah, you know the whole thing. John and him would have like a ball, like laughing at me, like in the shed while they're doing the show, and I'm texting them like NFL insider information. I was working at NFL Network, being like, "Hey, this guy's about to get traded."
Wait, why wouldn't they let you in the house?
Because I was hanging out with my friends, and my dad's like, "You can't come in this house. You're contaminated, Shed Boy."
So you didn't have plumbing back there?
No, I did not. I had to sneak into the house and
central air.
Drop a deuce.
Hold on. It wasn't central heat. Yeah, no heating?
They had like a little fan in the back.
No heat.
Oh, no heating.
So like if it got cold, you were just sleep.
This was springtime. It was fine.
What'd you have? You have a mattress in there, a bed?
Yeah, a mattress, yeah.
Just a mattress just on the floor?
It wasn't that bad of a shed. It was fine. Better than what the A's were working with in Sacramento, I'll tell you that.
Still, you having to live in a shed. How long did you live in this shed for behind Greg Piper's house?
Like a week that I was staying there.
Only a week?
Yeah, only like a week.
Hello, Shed Boy.
Yeah, call me Shed Boy.
These are related.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. It's time for you to go to the shed.
Anyway, so this guy, homeboy here, walked into a Lowe's home improvement store, went up to one of these tough sheds and said, I'm going to check out how spacious it is inside. And then once inside, decided, I'm going to get my rocks off.
Now, most of the time, these tough sheds, I don't spend an extensive amount of time at Lowe's or home improvement, but they're outside. The funny part to me is that there's usually like 6 or 7 of them lined up next to each other. So the police had to knock and investigate each one.
Stop.
And when they found the guy,
them all in.
When they found the guy, he was laying on his back.
Oh my God,
brother, come on, man. He had a mattress like Derek, yeah.
Yeah. Did
it was mid-session, they said.
Did the cops burst in the door and say, "Don't shoot"?
My favorite song, okay, dude.
Yeah, you
right,
like that one?
you.
You like that one?
Give me a second, guys.
Yeah, I know.
I'm wondering if he was mid-act, how he didn't hear them knocking on the sheds coming down the road.
Yeah, I know.
Him.
What the hell's that sound?
The only other detail says is he was watching YouTube.
Oh, God.
Come on, bro. Hey, maybe he was watching KNBR YouTube channel at KNBR 1045.
I hope not.
Could have been catching up on some dirty work.
Jesus.
Doing the dirty work.
Looking at
He's
us.
a Derek fan.
I'm just saying.
Big Derek fan.
Okay, did he at least buy the shed?
They hauled him off afterwards for another epic mugshot.
I hope they hosed it down afterwards.
Sir,
Good Lord.
you tug it, you buy it, sir.
Yeah, that should be the rule at Lowe's.
Well, and what do you do with the shed? Do you have to describe it as gently used?
Yeah, dude. We'll knock a few dollars off of this because it's a floor model that's been used.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, he took it out for a couple.
This one's been contaminated, just like Derek
you're
was.
buying a tough shed, just make sure you take the black light.
That's incredible. Dude. What was the headline on that article, Tim?
The headline was "Suspect Found with Tool Inside Display Shed."
Nicely done. Nicely done with that
dude.
publication.
Well done. All right, moving on to the Pat H. crap section. What you got?
This is one of the movies. Instead of starting really bad, we started at the top. They're all going to go down.
You got to.
You guys know we were talking about burgers before, overrated burgers and whatnot.
We did for a little while until it was ruined.
I totally did ruin it. Well, let's bring it back to burgers, okay? Specifically, our favorite burger.
Whopper.
Burger King is going to defend Whopper ads in federal court after customers sue for fraud.
What do you mean?
So the story is that the Whopper has been around since 1957.
Yeah.
But
everyone knows that.
People have gone to sue Burger King. 19 people collectively are suing Burger King. They argue that the fast food chain advertises its burgers as large burgers compared to their competitors by showing them containing oversized meat patties and ingredients that overflow the bun to make it appear the burgers are approximately 35% larger in size, contain more than double the meat than the actual burger. Now, where do you come down on this? Are you with Burger King because they're just advertising and they're trying to make their product look as appealing as possible? Or are you with the 19 people that got upset about saying You say it's a bigger burger, and it's not.
I mean, look, I'm all for the people, but at the same time, you have to know at this point when you're watching a burger ad or a fast food restaurant ad that the food isn't going to look nothing like what's going to be in reality.
Of course, yeah.
They smear Vaseline on that thing. They do so much to make that burger look good and bigger than what it is. I'm sorry, but that's on the 19 people.
Yeah, the plaintiffs are alleged that the advertised Whopper is 35% larger and contains more than double the meat compared to the actual burger.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, again, you can like Burger King or you can dislike Burger King or whatever, but if you're pissed off about the way that something looks, that it's advertising, you're chasing fake dollars.
Exactly.
You really are.
I think they're trying to pull what Subway got caught up for with the $5 footlong thing. Now, here's my thing. You're calling it a foot long. That is a misrepresentation of what you're serving if it's not a foot.
Right.
So while even those people were just looking to get a payday, it was false advertising. This is just, I don't know. It's trying to make something look like every toy you bought as a kid, like the Easy Bake Oven. That thing. I used to watch my sister. We watch those commercials. She got an Easy Bake Oven. You're like, you're trying to cook a cake under like a little light bulb. Like it never comes out looking the way you want it to look. You ever have a toaster strudel? Where you get to put the little frosting on top of it.
Not a fan.
Frosting never came out of that thing the way it looked on TV.
Right.
Never looked that pretty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I get mad at toaster strudel.
There's a whole industry called food design that does this exact purpose to make whatever they're advertising look as enticing as possible. And the truth is, it never looks like that. If you're going in on this web or this case, you're literally trying to get money. Now, here's Burger King's defense. Let me read you a quote.
Sure.
Reasonable customers know that the entire point of menu board photos is to make them look as appetizing as possible. Pulling ingredients forward on a sandwich before photographing it is so that all ingredients are visible and not consumer fraud in Florida or any state.
I would agree.
I would agree. Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like they're admitting it's not the way it's supposed to look.
Yeah, but are they really at fault, though?
I don't know.
Again, it's like, have you woken up and lived on this planet for one day? Have you ever been to a McDonald's? Like, the whole deal is you know what you're getting. And if you don't, you're trying to get quick.
19 people are suing?
13 states, 19 people.
That's 18 too many. I mean, like, I don't understand if, like, one crazy person was against this, but, like, 19 people? That's ridiculous.
I would say I have a better lawsuit against Burger King, Tim, than any of these people. If you remember our flight back at the Honolulu airport from Hawaii back in November, Tim and I were flying back. We're at the Honolulu airport, and there was a Burger King there. And I was like, you know what? We got this long flight back. I don't always trust the food that they're going to give you on the plane.
Yeah.
So I went and I was like, I'm going to go just get myself a cheeseburger or something to have in my bag for the flight. I go to Burger King. I wait in line. And remember, Tim, I got to the front of the line, and there was a sign on all the registers that said, unfortunately, our grill is down and we can't make any burgers. I was like, you're Burger King.
I thought you were the king.
I thought I could have it my way. That is, unless you want a burger from our burger establishment. All chicken sandwiches available is what I was
You're not
told.
really the Burger King. You're the Chicken King in this case.
Yeah,
Did you settle on the chicken?
I can't remember what I did.
You did. You got a bunch of chicken and
a bunch of chicken. I think I got some chicken nuggets.
You were pissed.
I was
you're a
hot.
chicken jockey.
I also came back rocking one of those crowns.
Damn right you were.
I have a photo of it, Adam.
I was pissed, and I was like,
He's so angry.
I said, give me one of those crowns and give me some chicken.
You know, there's one thing I have to admit, Tim. You and I both love that Burger King jingle, and we've enjoyed it for quite some time. I have to say, 3 years later, I'm a little over it now.
So Tim plays it.
It's just like anything. It got beaten to the ground.
It did. It hasn't changed. It's the same thing. Like, it was funny initially, and it was on, like, during football all the time, and now I'm a little over the Burger King jingle.
707 checks in on the guy who was tugging it in the tough shed.
Yeah.
707 says, after Tim said it was gently used, how do we know it was gently used?
It was used.
Yeah, now on discount after vigorous use.
It wasn't gently used, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think what we were saying, too, in when we were in the airport, it's like the whole thing was, you have it your way. It's like, you're not having anything.
No, I wasn't getting chicken, wasn't getting anything.
Have it no way.
Somebody else, 408, says Derek acted like he wasn't doing dirty things in his shed. Come on.
Not going to say that live on the radio here.
You ever bring a lady back to the shed?
No, not to that shed, no.
You want to come back to the shed and split some banana bread?
Hey, want to come back to Greg Papa's shed with me?
She's like, "You're gonna cook banana bread?" You're like,
Damn right I am.
We're gonna sneak into the house because I don't have any. I don't have a kitchen in my shed.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have any ingredients to cook this banana bread. I'm a fan of naked. But
that's pretty good.
Yeah, that was me.
That's pretty good. You roll up to the house and she's like, "Ooh, nice place." You're like, "Just kidding. I'm around back."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is definitely a nice place. This is where I live.
It's like basketball when he goes, "Oh wow, this couch folds out into a bed." He's like, "Yeah, totally great bed. Your bed's over here. It's a little cardboard
basically.
box." Anyway, it's Derek in his shed. Trying to break.
Jesus.
Yeah.
All right, Dad.
What else you got, Tim? Anything else? One more?
One of my least favorite Dodgers ever is Kike Hernandez. I don't know why he bothers me so much. I think it's just because he always mashed against the Giants.
Okay.
He's just one of those guys that, like, Ohtani's incredible, obviously. Mookie Betts might be.
I don't think you need a reason, Tim. It's okay to hate Dodgers.
Well, I mean, the reason I hate him is not necessarily just because he's a Dodger, but because when you have a Betts and you have a Freeman and you have an Ohtani and these guys that are all going to go to the Hall of Fame, and then you got this little freaking fly of a guy named Kike Hernandez who's shoving against you every time and celebrating like, "Oh, I'm doing the little dance." I don't know why it bothers me. It just bothers me.
I'm not a Kike guy either.
Okay.
I hate him.
Fair enough.
Anyway, Kike Hernandez revealed once that he pooped his pants during a Dodger game. He had a crown. This was on a podcast. What podcast? He was a comedian. Kevin Hart's Cold as Balls podcast.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I assumed it was Kay Adams, but go on.
Yeah, it's always Kay Adams. Spoke on a lesser-known moment. He had a root canal. They didn't put a crown on it. It got cracked, and he had an infection. I reached out to my dentist, and he was like, "I can give you some antibiotics, and it'll get rid of it real quick, but it's side effect of the runs." At that point in the season, he's a DH, so he's in the dugout, and he says, "You're ready to go hit for Dustin May." He goes, when he got up to the plate, thought he farted. I mean, who amongst us?
Who among us, you know?
Kind of like Philip Seymour Hoffman
we
in
need to leave right now.
Along Came Polly.
Sort of along came Polly. It doesn't even move his lips. I sharted. He says it through gritted teeth and his lips don't even move. It's incredible.
God,
some of the best acting I've ever seen in a movie.
It's incredible.
Maybe the greatest acted one line of anybody's acting career. I sharted Ruben. Calls me, he's like, "Ruben, we got to get out of here." It's incredible.
It's like, so you can remember Kike Hernandez however you like, but I'm going to remember as him the guy that crapped himself.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
We get Paul Pierce that kind of nonsense. So
on the wheelchair.
But it's more debated. This is concrete evidence of the crap.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of, I mean, he admitted it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little bit different.
Just poop in his pants.
That's it. 510 says Lowe's changing their name now to Loads. That's going to do it for the Pat H. Crab section.
Well done.
On a Thursday evening. We'll put the show to bed next. And then you got Larry Kruger coming up at the top of the hour.
Blintzes.
Talking blintzes. Blints and a bagel. Just like Derek eats when he goes to Boca Raton. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Crap Leader.
Giants general manager Zach Manazian joined Murph and Marcus this morning addressing who would step in for Justin Verlander as the team hits the road for a 3-city, 9-game stretch. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the stretch leader.